Chapter 1 Busy 4th of July Eve, September 20th at 9 o'clock in the morning. I pushed open the door to go home. In front of me is 20 square feet of small home. There is a bathroom. There is a kitchen. Monthly rent as long as 900 yuan. In the capital 6 ring. This price has been very agreeable. On this is still several of us together to cut the price. Cut out the results. By the way, my name is Li Hua, because when I was born, fell down a piece of tile. The name is the person I am. The tile is tall, black, thin, nickname naturally also called tile. To the capital has been 5 years. Have done express, restaurants, internet cafes, security, logistics, our manual labor. Last year it was difficult to find an object. This year to go to the object home. Thinking of buying a car. Back and forth is also convenient. Marriage anyway. Also want to buy. Now also have money in hand. Will buy in advance. In advance to enjoy haha. Just came back from the night shift. Pushed open the door. The side put to the object to buy breakfast a grilled cold noodles. A drawer of steamed dumplings side said. I'm back. Lily, my little baby. Wake up. Let's go look at the car today. Look at a few more days. Look at the 25th we are ready to buy. Said while lying on the bed and embraced the object said. My girlfriend called Lily. Part-time job when I met. Long, not fat, not thin. Height 165, weight 110. Recently gained 5 pounds. My girlfriend's hometown is Gansu City. The character is very gentle. The family has older brothers and sisters. Are already married. This time thinking of door to door. Because 2 people to buy a ticket. Turn the station or something is quite troublesome. Thinking of buying a car. If appropriate. This year to get engaged. Next year to get married. Husband. I'm sleeping well. Last night to catch up with the drama. Sleep a little late. Good my little baby. Sleep well. Let's go in the afternoon. Said. While my hands slowly slipped into the quilt. Don't do it. Okay. I'm so sleepy. I can't even open my eyes. 2 hours after the domestic force store Lily. We buy what good I asked while walking towards the inside. I do not know not to buy a little more space. Automatic line at Lily said while holding my wrist. Okay, let's go take a look. A young man at the door greeted me with a smile on his face. Hello, sir, ma'am. I'm Xiaolu. Happy to serve you. What can I do for you guys? Let's take a look at the car. A little more space. What do you recommend? Yes sir. Recently, this car is good. Geely icon. Down to almost 110,000 or so. Now in installments of 2 years. And interest-free activities. But also send 5 times maintenance. 100 kilometers fuel consumption. 3L. Size, 4350/1815/1620. There's still 20,000 off for buying the car now. How about it? Sir, let's take a look at it again. Okay, thought in his heart. How to look at a few more. The car is not bad. Not expensive. When it does not work, on that cheap to where to buy it. Let's go Lily. Let's go to eat some dinner. First buy the gift. Anyway, driving it. Also do not need to buy again when you get to the place. Go buy some specialties of the capital. Okay, hubby, let's buy some roast duck, liquor, and the rest while watching to buy some. 4 p.m. In the mall shopping afternoon. Spent more than 4,000 less than 5,000. Bought something to go back. The night took a 3-hour vacation. 12 o'clock still have to go back to work the night shift one. A day of no sleep can't stay up fast. So urge the point of the girlfriend Lily. Baby, let's go back to it. Can't stay up. Okay, husband. I didn't even look at the time. Let's go back quickly. Lily said while looking at the time. Pulling my hand to go back. By the way hubby, what date did you start your rest to come? September 30th? I think. Took a day off early. September 29th. Let's buy a car and come back. By the way, we got insurance. We'll leave on the evening of the 30th. Okay. Well, okay, husband. You worked hard. Lily looked at me and smiled. Home I fell asleep. Lily just look at what gifts have not bought. 12 p.m. Arrived at work. Logistics transit warehouse loading and unloading trucks. This job is a little tired. But a month is also not a lot of money. A few people with the dryet. A clear division of labor. Pulling cows. Palletizing. Wang Chang, are there many goods tonight? I went to the ground while walking up. While asking. There are 4 of us. Wang Chang 28 years old. Strong. Black. A short hair. He has a brother called Wang Chang. 26 years old. Tall. White. With broken hair. And a brother called Yang Qian. 27 years old. Chubby. Look very comical. Working together for a year and a half. With the okay, tacit understanding also have. All are real people. Brotherly. Tonight is okay and as usual. 8 hours almost one person 260. Wang Chang wearing an undershirt and his brother Wang Chang came together. Hands also holding several bottles of physical energy. Physical energy. This thing belongs to our standard. Work dry tired. Dry throat. Would like to drink some with flavor. Okay, let's work harder today. And try to finish early and call it a day. Yang Qian hasn't come yet, I asked. He went to the restroom. A moment will come over. Today to see how the Carly brother. Wang Chang asked smilingly while giving me a refreshing energy drink. 100,000 budget. And your sister-in-law looked at. And then run a few. Almost fixed. Now the car is the same. Okay, Yang Qian is here. Open up. Try to finish at 7 o'clock. Finish early. Treat you guys to breakfast. I said as I caught the drink and took a few sips. Brother Li, then I'll eat several meat sandwiches. Ha ha. Yang Qian heard me say treating me to dinner and said with a harumph while running here. Okay, treat you. I can still let you guys eat poorly. I also said with a big laugh. A night we several tired loaded 3 cars. 7:30 in the morning to end the battle. Each to 276. Went to eat breakfast together on each back to their homes. So after a few days, September 28th, my girlfriend and I came to the first 4 store. Or this cheap, good horse does not eat back to grass, but back to grass it incense but also can resist hunger. Hello brother, come over, how is it? Need any help? No. Still that little Lu smiled at us and said, Xiao Lu today we came over is really want to buy. You see cannot preferential concessions. If appropriate, today we will take the car. Okay. I pulled my girlfriend Lily's hand and said, we also discussed a few days, or this style, price, are quite suitable. Brother Lee, sister-in-law, the National Day discount was already very large, really cannot be discounted. Xiao Lu poured water while talking. You're asking, it's almost finalized. Okay, that's fine. Brother Lee, you wait for me to make a phone call. After a while, Xiao Lu came over and said to me, Brother Lee, I just asked the boss, if I can book it today, I'll give you an extra $2,000 for the gas card. Do you think it's okay? Okay, it's settled. How much do you think it'll cost? Okay Brother Lee, we chose this Geely icon. Calculated a total of 110,000. Send you 5 times maintenance. Seat covers, car recorder, 2,000 fuel card, discount 20,000, a total of 90,000. Do you think it's okay? Xiao Lu said while holding the computer. Good, that's it. WeChat transfer it. I full payment. I took out my cell phone and said, drop. WeChat arrived at 90,000 yuan. Drop. Detecting a vehicle already in the host's name. The money back system is binding. Please wait. Chapter 2. The system comes. 1%, 25%, 50%, 75%, 99%. Dropping. The system is bound. Does it open the page? What's that sound? A piece of sound system popped up in my head. Was it a system like I thought it was? Thinking of this I spoke to my girlfriend. Lily, wait for me. I'm going to the restroom. I'll be right back. Okay, hubby, go ahead. I'll wait for you here. Lily said as she let go of my hand. After saying that I quickly asked the direction of the toilet, and walked over. After entering the toilet, which is a pit of, looked down no one, and then locked the door, gently asked, the system is you? How come there's no response? Thinking back to what I had just heard, I excitedly tried to say, open the page. Ding dong, the page has opened. Please ask the host to check it out for himself. After the words were said, a line of font was reflected in front of my eyes, emitting a blue light just like the game's character attribute cards. Name, Liwa. Gender, male. Age, 29. Physical strength, 87. Reaction, 80. Speed, 79. Intelligence, 86. Normal human. Full value 100. Average value 77. 9. Luck, 100. Current value. Capital bank balance, 176538. 89. Name vehicle, 1. Geely icon. Driving money back system. When the vehicle under the host's name is driven every day, the number of kilometers generated will be used as the host's cashback amount. Level 1, upgrade to the next level to reach level 2. Requires the vehicle under the host's name to travel 10 kilometers. Cashback amount ratio, $0. 01/1m, penny per meter. Cashback amount, 0. Seeing this, I feel very excited inside. System This is the system The system is finally my turn here. What is this called? This is called wind and water turn. This year to my home. Ha happy the corners of my mouth back groove teeth are exposed. It's the name of this system. The drive back system. Why do I feel that it's better to call it the kilometer system? Forget it, the system is the biggest. What the system says is what it is. Or driving system is good. Looking at the system page with blue light in front of me, I pressed my heart a little bit. From now on, my life can also lie flat. Ha. Looking at the system above the cashback amount ratio, now is a level. 1 cent per meter. Rise to the next level is 10 kilometers. That is to say within 10 kilometers. 1 cent per meter. Inwardly calculated. That is 10 kilometers. A total of 100 yuan cashback. I do not know the second level of the time will be how much cashback. The heart thought that this is not the car back to the rented house will be promoted to the second level? I'm not sure how much I'll get back when I drive the car back to the rented house. When the time comes, let's see what the percentage of cashback at the second level is. Regardless of how much money rebate, when you drive the car does not cost gas money, but also earn money, the heart is still happy. Be sure to clean up your expression, but it is not easy to clean up. For the first time in my life, I have a system. How can the corner of my mouth not be pressed down? Just like this. This death must be pressed to the bottom of my heart. Fortunately, I bought a car. Otherwise I do not know what I missed. Stayed in the toilet for 10 minutes, smoked 2 cigarettes, washed his face with cold water, and came out to find his girlfriend. Is Lily ready? Let's get ready to go back, I said to my girlfriend while smiling. Well, husband, the insurance has finished. The license plate. There are temporary. On the license plate, you have to go back to our side to go up. Lily took my arm and said, okay, think about how we go back home. That day, the highway must be very traffic jam. I remember last year, the National Day, is a highway blocked for a week. Most people are on the highway to eat the meal. License plate photo by then on your name, so that you also have a sense of security in mind. Really? Thank you, husband. Why are you so good to me? Lily said as she hugged my shoulder. Ever since I bound the system, I know that when the host pays, the car will be bound to the system. The name of the head of the household or whatever doesn't matter, so it's only necessary that it's the host who pays for the car when it's purchased. Besides, this girlfriend of mine is really quite gentle, and she thought a lot about me when we were together. And now there's a system? Will the good times be far away in the future? So a car doesn't matter now. If I don't treat you well, who will I treat well? Come on, let's go home and try it on the road. Our new car. Okay, hubby, let me take a picture and send it to my friends. He, Lily said to me with a smile. Shoot it, it's only good if you get another license in time for this year and take a picture of yourself driving the car. Haha, I laughed and touched my girlfriend's head and said, hubby, am I not stupid? Okay, listen to you. I'll take a test out of the book. When the time is too long, you cannot think I am stupid. Lily clenched her small fist to me said, I'm afraid of you. I wouldn't dare to say you're stupid while laughing and talking to my girlfriend. We drove towards the direction of the rental house. Ding dong, the car under the host's name has begun to start. Kilometers are being recorded. This system is updated at 12 a.m. Please check by the host. In order to avoid affecting the safety of the host's driving behavior, this system's future broadcasts will be turned to mute. Information mode, voice mode demand. Please adjust by the host. I drove the car slowly toward the road driving drive, listening to the system's voice in my head. My heart also quietly settled down, thinking about the future of life. From now on will not be the same. Along the way Lily and I talked. We laughed, thinking about the good life in the future. We went back home this time, talking about the things we brought to our family. We talked about jokes. We talked about topics of interest. We talked about what to go eat tonight. 10 kilometers, the road a little traffic jam. Half an hour we returned to the rental house place. In my heart, I thought that I would definitely not need to live here in the future. Back to the rental house. We lie on the bed, I and Lily talking, and then the mind meditation unfolding panel. Then my eyes appeared, glowing blue screen. I looked directly at the second page, the cashback amount of the piece, where it is written, driving money back system. When the vehicle under the host's name is driven every day, the kilometers generated will be used as the host's cashback amount. Level 2, upgrade to the next level to reach level 3. Requires the host's vehicle to travel 100 kilometers. Cashback amount ratio, upgraded $0. 1/1M, 10 cents per meter. Cashback amount, $260. Withdrawable cash amount, $260. Because the place to buy a car, to our rental house here is 6 kilometers, 10 kilometers to raise a level, and then is 100 yuan. And then upgraded to the second level after a kilometer is 100 yuan. 6 kilometers is 160 yuan. So it adds up to 260 yuan. The heart of the silent calculations, there is nothing wrong with it. Quite good. This year's National Day to drive themselves to their girlfriend's hometown of Lanzhou. More than 1,000 kilometers. So that counts down to don't even know how much. The future of the family is just around the corner. Ha ha ha. In the evening we went outside to eat a hot pot. We cannot eat spicy, but also especially want to eat hot pot. Ha ha. Came back to rest and relax. We went to sleep. All quite tired. Is really sleep. Chapter 3 departed for home. Ding bell, the sound of the alarm clock came to my ears. I rubbed my eyes for a moment, looked at the light through the curtains, and then looked at Lily beside me, fumed for a moment, shook my head, and suddenly remembered something. Opened the panel I thought unconsciously and silently, namely WA, gender, male, age, 29, physical strength, 87, reaction, 80, speed, 79, intelligence, 86, normal human, full value 100, average value 77, 9, luck, 10, current value, capital bank balance, 176538, 89, name vehicle, 1, Geely icon, driving money back system. When the vehicle under the host's name is driven every day, the number of kilometers generated will be used as the host's cashback amount. Level 2, upgrade to the next level to reach level 3. Requires the host's vehicle to travel 100 kilometers. Kilometers driven, 16,000 m. Kilometers reset every time you upgrade. Cashback amount ratio, $0. 1/1m, 10 cents per meter. Cashback amount, 260. There's a small line underneath whether to withdraw cash, 260. Few breathed a sigh of relief. This is true. Then you have to think about the future of the road. This is a driving system that certainly has been on the road. The work certainly cannot do, and will not go to do it. This life will not work part-time. Ha ha, of course, to the system greatly, except for part-time work, the heart silently thought. Then go to resign today. Fortunately we have this job. Resignation is good to say. Say no is, labor force, you do not do there are people do. Said to go, patted Lily, did not wake up, then I'll go first, come back just to bring her dinner. Get up and clean up a bit, put on good clothes, take the car keys directly to the company, before cycling to and from work. A total of 8 kilometers, the distance directly no, inner calculation, and 780 yuan to the account. The heart of the United States, the system is upgraded, it is good. This next 3 days of wages to the account, round trip 6 kilometers, that shall not be 1,560 yuan. Guys really do not know. Accounting shock, after arriving at the company, and the supervisor said, that a few small partners are not in, said in the group, brothers, buddies back home, the work will not do, later have the fate of goodbye said after sending a red envelope. Brother Lee, what's going on? This is ready to get married. Wang Chang said, Brother Lee, I will miss you. Wang Chang also replied below, ditto. It was replied by Yang Qian, it's not like we won't see each other in the future. Brothers wait, in the future, my brother will take you to fly. I looked at the message and replied, thinking that these brothers are still good, and will be able to help out a little bit in the future. After replying to the message I do not look at it, to Lily sent a WeChat, not yet up, looked at the time 9 o'clock, thinking of giving the system up to the 3rd level, 100 kilometers, running the highway is also 1 hour, said dry, open the navigation to find a reservoir, before I heard that there are a lot of people there, go over to see, open the navigation to go to the North 6th Ring Highway, the whole 67 kilometers, driving 1 hour, a round trip of 134 kilometers, 2 hours, just to eat. I'm going to have a good lunch, running all the way to the past, see people really quite a lot of fishing there, play, turned around, looked at people's harvest, a little rest for the eyes, I drove back, after all, nothing to bring, turned around, exactly 140 kilometers, opened the panel to take a look, driving back to the money system. When the vehicle under the host's name is driven every day, the number of kilometers generated will be used as the host's cashback amount. Level 3, raise the next level to reach level 4. Requires the host's vehicle to travel 1,000 kilometers. Kilometers driven, 50,000 m/50 km. Kilometers have been reset for level up. Cashback amount ratio, 1 yuan/1 m, $1 per meter. Cashback amount, 60,100. There is a small line below. Whether to withdraw cash amount, 260, daily midnight only to update it, then the 25th of each month to pay wages much better. Today 29, cannot go back, and Lily said, after lunch on the departure, from here to the hometown of more than 500 kilometers, slow and easy a person, open a 2-day how-to, back home with Lily to eat a spicy hot, slightly slow for a while, 3 o'clock in the afternoon we pack up and leave. Open the navigation destination, Lon City departure. Today's departure is not much traffic jam, smooth out of the 6 rings, walking on the highway, looking at the roadside scenery, and then think of the system after the life and girlfriend chatting, the heart of the beautiful drops, 6 o'clock in the afternoon, slowly and leisurely 3 hours, drove 260 kilometers to a service area, we took a break, and then ate some rice, bought a drink, 7 o'clock to continue to leave, thinking to a city, we booked a hotel online in advance. We can sleep one night after arriving, the next day before leaving, more than 230 kilometers away from the hotel booked, trying to 10 o'clock before the arrival. After arriving, we can also go to the night market, eat some special snacks and so on. 2.5 hours later, finally finished the 250 kilometers, arrived at the hotel, ordinary king-size bedroom more than 300 a day, also thought to eat snacks why came, alas, too tired, want to wash and sleep, just into the door, I said to Lily, hard work, husband, you go to take a shower, I ordered a takeaway, we ate and rested okay? Lily, while putting her bag, said to me, took her cell phone and sat on the edge of the bed to order takeout, okay, then you order first. With that I picked up my clothes and headed for the restroom. After taking a shower and coming out, I found that the table was already set with several items. The dishes were stir-fried shredded potatoes, special stir-fried meat, 2 rice dishes, a special favorite, shredded pork in Beijing sauce, and the last one, Westlake beef soup. Lily, you also go to wash it when you come out. We eat together. I smoked a cigarette out. Sa said, no, husband, let's eat and then I'll go wash it. Are hungry, not in a hurry to wash, Lily said while taking chopsticks to her mouth, while giving me a pair. Well, okay, then we eat and wash early to sleep. A long time do not drive. So open a little bit, also a little tired after dinner. We fell asleep. Midnight up I looked at the system. Withdrawable cash amount has 560,156 million. The hand has money. The heart does not panic. This door to the heart has a bottom. The next day dawn. We woke up at 9 o'clock. I took a look at the phone. And then there is a message. I looked at it. It is the Capital Bank to the account of 560,100. What the hell? Oh, is last night confused withdrawals? Is the system withdrawals to the account? Oh, that's alright. Eat some breakfast. Also did not think to say is to stroll around other places. Eat some breakfast. We cleaned up a bit and set off. 10 o'clock in the morning. All the way to Stop and Go. In the noon service area rest. Only went 100 kilometers. Suddenly feel so tired driving but remembered that today the system can be upgraded to the next level. How the heart so cool it. Chapter 4 Surprise on the Lawn City Highway. After resting for a while at noon, we left at almost 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Husband, tired to rest, I'm taking a nap. Okay he. Girlfriend Lily yawned and said, well, it's okay, tomorrow afternoon. How also arrived. There is no hurry. You will sleep. I drive slowly. I hold the steering wheel. Looking at the front said, an afternoon walk. 4 o'clock girlfriend Lily woke up. We rested in the service area. Went to the bathroom. Continued to depart. At 7 o'clock in the evening, passing through the service area went down to take a break. Glanced at the panel finally to 1,000 kilometers. And should be upgraded again. Driving money back system. When the vehicle under the host's name is driven every day, the number of kilometers generated will be used as the host's cashback amount. Level 4, upgrade to the next level to reach level 5. Requires 10,000 kilometers of vehicle driving under the host's name. Kilometers driven, 5,000 m/5 km, level up. Kilometers have been reset. Cashback amount ratio, $10/1 m, $10 per meter. Cashback amount, 500,000, there is a small line below. Whether to withdraw cash amount, 0. Looking at the data in the panel, the kilometers have been reset. Cashback amount. Yesterday withdrew more than 500,000. Today withdrawal amount 0. Has not yet passed 12 o'clock, it is only 7 p.m. Can still drive for 2 hours, the system has been upgraded. Each kilometer into 10,000. Rest, tonight new efforts, strive for millionaire tomorrow. Is it ready Lily? Let's get ready to leave again. Go to the next service area to rest. I washed my hands while wiping my hands and Lily said, okay, hubby, I'm done after this bite. Let's get going. We should be there tomorrow. Lily finished her mouthful of rice, cleaned up the garbage, and said to me, okay, then let's go. Try to drive a little more. Tomorrow we'll be able to drive a little less. Said I hit the car, drove out of the service area intersection. Lily, look at the tunnel in front of you is so beautiful. Surrounded by blue lights. 8 p.m. I looked at the time and Lily said, just past a tunnel. Oh, it is quite beautiful husband. The future of the house I want to decorate myself. To decorate very beautiful husband. Girlfriend Lily glanced at it, looked at the cell phone TV series then said with me, okay, no problem. This time back to give you a surprise. I glanced at the gentle girlfriend said, just from the tunnel mouth ears ushered in a voice. Ding dong, the current lucky value of 100 has been dealt with the storm mode. The next 2 hours to return to the cash, multiplied by 10 times, because the first time to generate the storm mode. So the lucky roulette wheel is open. Now release the task. Within 2 hours to reach 222 kilometers. Reward lucky 10 consecutive draws. May I ask the host whether to accept the task? What the hell? I just came out of the tunnel opening and didn't listen carefully. I just heard a sentence that the cashback after 2 hours is multiplied by 10 times, so I didn't even think about it. I just said, accept the mission. Accept the mission. After I finished speaking, I stepped on the gas, and then the car instantly drifted from 110 to 120, 130. The steering wheel is a little bit shaky. The speed is even higher, will not be able to hold it. You slow down. Husband, what's wrong? Now so fast? Girlfriend Lily felt the speed of the car up, put down the phone to me, said. I said it's fine. Now there are few cars. I'll try the car's performance. How much can it go up? It's okay. You look at your cell phone. Wait until we get to the service area, I'll ask you to get off. While staring dead at the road surface, he said to Lily. Mind thinking of 10 times the reward. 10 times the reward. 10,000 per kilometer to drive 2 hours. Now I am confused to count. Alas, not counting. The system can still pit my money. Gas rushing. Well, good. Husband, you drive slowly. We are not in a hurry. Lily finished and went to look at the phone. I was quite assured. The next 2 hours I did not drink water. Did not go on the service area. All the way wildly. The speed almost did not come down. 120. 10:20 p.m. Ding dong sound rang. Ding dong. Host, hello. You have completed the task. This 2 hours driving 236 kilometers. The current system level 4. Each kilometer is 10,000. 236 kilometers is 360,000. The storm 10 times is 23,600. 000 has been sent directly to the host of the Capital Bank card. No need to withdraw cash. Please host check. Has completed the task of 2 hours and 222 kilometers. Now reward lucky 10 consecutive draws. Has been issued. Please host check receipt. Few finally finished. I looked at the service area. There are 7 kilometers from the next service area. Go to the service area to rest and then look at it. 2 consecutive hours of high intensity, almost cannot control it. 5 minutes later, 7 kilometers to finish driving, and then slowly drive into the service area. Find a parking space to stop. After the car was parked, rubbed his sore eyes, slowed down the body, drank a mouthful of water, and Lily said, let's take a break and then go. It seems that the booked hotel has passed. Wait for the next highway. Let's find another hotel to live. Well, good, girlfriend Lily said in a daze. On the way, she fell asleep again. It was also the right time to be sleepy. I sat on the seat and closed my eyes, then checked the panel, looked at my bank card amount. Sure enough, the bank card came in at 23.6 million. Still thinking about trying to be a millionaire tonight. Who knew that all of a sudden I became a multi-millionaire? Continue to look at the second page of the panel. Driving back money system. When the vehicle under the host's name is driven every day, the number of kilometers generated will be used as the host's cashback amount. Level 4, upgrade the next level to reach level 5. Requires 10,000 kilometers of vehicle driving under the host's name. Kilometers driven, 325,000 m/325 km. Level up. Kilometers have been reset. Cashback amount ratio, 10 yuan/1 m, $10/every meter. Cashback amount, 3,250,000 yuan. There is a small line below. Whether to withdraw cash amount, 0. Lucky wheel, 10 times. Nothing else has changed. The number of kilometers driven is still the same, 300 plus kilometers already driven. And this quest doesn't seem to conflict with the number of kilometers either. That's pretty good. Another 3+ million tomorrow. Then the following is an additional lucky roulette wheel, a logo. Written above 10 times. I clicked on the roulette wheel to take a look. The top 20 kinds of logos. Take a closer look. There are 5 or 6 kinds of cash. 500,000, 1 million, 50 million, 100 million ranging. There are also 5 or 6 kinds of houses. Various kinds of buildings and villas. There are 3 kinds of genetic fluid. Take a closer look. It turns out that it is to enhance physical strength, endurance and memory. Wow. There is also this thing. Then this is simply great. Great. There are also 2 kinds are also quite good. One is the bound quota vehicle under my name +1. The other is the bound vehicle under my name +5. The rest is skills and technology. 20 types. The distribution is the same. The ratio is the same. The lottery all depends on luck. After a careful look, I closed the panel. It's not the right time now. First go to look for a hotel to stay, and then have a good lottery. Who knows, there is also this. Who knew the system had this feature? What a surprise. All of a sudden. But also rewards are particularly rich. Looked at it. The nearest hotel has to 30 kilometers. Half an hour will be there. I looked at. Still in a daze sleeping girlfriend. Decided to hurry over to rest, and then tomorrow to open it. Mind thinking about things. And then the car slowly pulled out of the highway service area exit. toward the hotel direction to drive. Half an hour later, I woke up still sleeping Lily, and then parked the car in the parking lot, and then the two of us went to the hotel to open a 680 room. Chapter 5 10 consecutive draws a little afraid Open a standard room on the line. How to open a 680. Girlfriend held my hand and asked me, now I feel really not bad money, and so on up and you say I will take the room card side pulling the girlfriend's hand to go up, before the capital friend pulled me to invest in the fund, and then just said that the fund back to the capital, and then let me quit. I earned a sum of money sitting in the elevator. I said with my girlfriend, earned how much Girlfriend asked in surprise. Not much, but also 5 or 600,000 inch haha mouth smiling, thinking in my heart, men with money how to become bad. What happened? That is also too powerful. Girlfriend looked at my eyes, said gently, my is not your? This time back to watch. I give you a surprise. I rubbed her head and said, back to the room. By the way, ate something, and more than 11 o'clock. Hurry to wash and sleep. 8 o'clock in the morning and the night passed. I opened my eyes to look at the panel. The amount of withdrawable cash and became 3.26 million. Forget it. First, do not withdraw cash. The card there are more than 20 million. It should be at noon today. There is money. I feel that time has slowed down. This time back to look at the girlfriend to buy a house at. Right, his name is a surprise to her. Little lazy pig. Get up. I touched my girlfriend's head and said, well, what time is it, husband? Lily slowly straightened his arms and asked me said, it's almost 8:30. Get up and pack up. Let's get going. We'll be there by noon. What did you say to your side of the family? I touched her hair and asked, what can I say? That is, I talked about my boyfriend. This time back to bring him to the door to see well. Let them see how my eyes? Lily beamed and said, well, get up and pack it. Go. I thought in my heart that your vision can be. The system are selected. You and the system the same vision. After getting up and ate a meal, checked out of the room, and then sat in the car to open the navigation, looked away from the destination Lawn City. There are still more than 200 kilometers. Eat lunch can be, and it is not so anxious. Departure. I turned on the music. Start the car said, departure. Home girlfriend Lily waved her hand behind me and said, along the way did not stop. 260 kilometers. 11:30 to the city of Lawn, a county called Fu County. Down the highway past 10 minutes. Her home district called Future City. Building 5. A unit of 3 floors. Outside the cell door is the parking lot. Parked the car. We took the gift on the stairs. Knock. A man holding a child to us to open the door. This is my brother and his child. Lily in front of the side walking and I said, well, hello big brother. I said as I followed behind. Once inside, Lily introduced herself in front and I called after her. This is my mom and dad, and this is my sister and my sister-in-law. Lily said to me as she put down the gifts. Hello uncle and aunt, big sister, sister-in-law. I hurriedly followed behind and called out. Young man, called Liwa right, quickly sit down. All the way are tired right. Drink some water. In a while we will eat. Lily her mother said warmly. Not tired auntie. We are tired rest will. The road drives slow. I said while sitting down. Sit down not a moment. The meal is ready. 8 dishes and a soup. Quite rich. Liwa, what kind of work do you do? What other people in your family auntie asked. I opened a station in the capital. My parents are at home. There is a sister. Is attending college this year will graduate. I finished eating the rice in my mouth and said, in my heart, I want to work this is all together with the object to say good things. Can't say temporary labor. No matter what is the face of the matter. Now well, I have the system, the card and the money. How can not leak? A meal down. Both sides are quite satisfied. That is, the uncle does not talk much. Think about it also understand. Raised 20 years of children to marry someone else. How will not be painful? After dinner I lay down in the bedroom to rest. Girlfriend and family in the chat. Their home is 3 rooms and a hall. Their own decoration time and added a partition. More 1 room. A small bedroom. I was lying in this small bedroom. The house was cleaned up and felt cozy. I closed my eyes. Thinking about the future. No. First go back to my hometown. A long time did not go back. Parents are also urging to get married. Just go back to see. In the purchase of a house. The old family cannot be in the cover. Looking at the jitterbugs above the rural areas of the renovation. Completely is a small villa. When the time comes, according to the design of the jitterbug above. How to look good how to come. Looking at the system panel. There are 10 consecutive draws. Yesterday I thought of drawing a lottery, but I was too tired and forgot. Now I have time to draw it. Driving money back system. When the vehicle under the host's name is driven every day, the number of kilometers generated will be used as the host's cashback amount. Level 4, upgrade the next level to reach level 5. Requires 10 000 kilometers of vehicle driving under the host's name. Kilometers driven, 625. 000m/625 km, level up. Kilometers have been reset. Cashback amount ratio, 10 yuan/1m, $10/every meter. Cashback amount, 6,250,000 yuan. There is a small line below. Whether to withdraw cash amount, 325,000. Lucky wheel, 10 times. Looking at the panel above the withdrawable cash of more than 3 million. And today's run of 3 million. For the time being, will not withdraw cash thought. Then look to the 10 consecutive draws. Start 10 consecutive draws. Just read silently. In front of the eyes appeared a disc. Put a blue light. Ding a sound. The disc turned up. At the same time has begun to 10 consecutive draws of the voice came. After 10 seconds in front of the eyes showed 10 items. Genetic liquid, 1 bottle, overall increased 30%. Vehicle quota, +5, can bind 5 vehicles. Same as the current level. Kilometers can be stacked. Building 3, Future City Subdivision. Fu County, Lawn City, 1. Villa in Capital 3, Ring Garden West, 1 building. Shake Shack share, 5%. Cash, 50 million. Storage space, 500 squares, upgradable. Can't store living things. Protective energy shield watch, 1. Ring energy laser, 1. Fusion battery energy data, 1. Look at the panel above the rewards. Everything. Storage space after receiving directly bound. When needed. Direct mind control on the line. Rolled his eyes. Looked at the back of the 3. High-tech which I can take out. It seems that the back or have to find a way to hand over to the country. The country is strong. Is really strong. First take out the energy ring. Black. And there is no pattern. Wear on the hand to feel the use of the method, but also the intention to control. There is a very small nuclear poly inside. Theoretically unlimited energy. Can be fired individually, can also be shot, can fire, can discharge, simply diverse weapons, or unlimited firepower. After looking at the ring, and then took out the energy watch, read the description of the automatic protection of the owner. Energy in the ring are the same as the nucleus polymerization. The energy cannot be used up. Then brought in the hand. And finally looked at the genetic liquid. Enhance 30%, no side effects, and no hesitation. Believe in the system, get eternal life. Directly drank into the mouth. Ah, a sharp pain hit me. I fainted. Chapter 6 Surprise Body Enhancement. I slowly woke up, looked at the time, has passed half an hour. There is no odor on the body. Is the feeling that the power has become strong? The small stomach is no longer. Vaguely can feel 6 blocks of abdominal muscles. Looked at the mirror, felt that the skin has become more delicate, softer, and not nearsighted. Eyesight has become better, and then the eyes feel particularly bright. Then opened the personal attribute panel. Name, Liwa. Gender, male. Age, 29. Physical strength, 113. Reaction, 104. Speed, 102. Intelligence, 112. Normal human. Full value 100. Average value 77. 9. Luck, 96. Current value. Capital bank balance, 236765388. 89. Vehicles in name, 1. Gilly. Bindable vehicles, 5. Satisfied with his own attribute panel. The system greatly is really powerful. This is only a few days to obtain the system. Personal attribute value has been full value, and beyond the normal people. Also obtained the storage space, and self-defense and attack energy weapons. Feeling now go abroad. When the mercenary can be a person to pick up the beam. Just like that, 2 hours passed. Rested yet? Hubby, let's go out shopping, Lily said as she opened the door and came in. Okay, all energized. It's actually due to the genetic fluid. After saying that I put on my clothes and walked out. I feel that my clothes are a little too big. Just go out and buy a suit. In the afternoon and her sister. The 3 of us shopped the afternoon street. Bought several bodies of clothing, but also to the object. Bought a gold bracelet and gold necklace. Sent her sister a pair of gold earrings. Afternoon shopping. A total of more than 30,000 spent. Out after we are ready to go to eat hot pot. Looking for an authentic Chongqing hot pot Jogongu. Ahead of time, and the family contacted. And then asked for a large room. The family ate a happy hot pot. The world is now no more than a little bit of money. The family is happy. Now this world is not so many things. There is no saying that the people looking for things and so on. Peace after dinner to the home. Because before thinking of a trip back home. Said to do. This day is not as good as today. And then come back this evening, and girlfriend Lily said. Lily, I go back to my hometown trip. You and I back together or stay here for a few more days. I said with her while taking out the housebook of a household in the 3 building that I prepared in advance to win the lottery draw. Then handed it to her and said, let me show you this. It's a surprise for you. See if you like it. I'll stay a few more days. Just came a day. Then you go back home first. Then if you go back to the capital, Come and pick me up. Let's go back together, Lily replied. And then I gave the red book, looked at me doubtfully and asked, what surprise? Whose real estate license is it? Not you, right? Said after reading it. How to write my name. The future of the city, 3 building, 3 households, 301. This is not in front of us, that building? What's the situation? Lily asked in surprise. Hey, isn't this a surprise for you? Buying a suite of rooms for you in your hometown? This surprise is okay, right? Okay, since you want to stay a few more days, then you will look at a room to our house. Decoration first, give you 200,000. By the time not enough, you then say with me. I looked at her with a doting face and said, no, husband, where did you get so much money? Lily asked with a surprised face. Earned it. It can still come from the wind. What's wrong with it? Don't worry, Beijing's job is not, and you said quit. Well, now I contacted is before looking for me to help invest in stocks, buddy, because he wants to invest, running back and forth, and then I give him a car. Well, now he temporarily give me a month to open 16,000, and then to help drive the case. I also follow his head well, so a month on average can be almost $2 or $3 million. Too powerful, right? Lily surprised back. So just don't worry, you'll be at home responsible for looking beautiful, won't let you suffer a bit. Rubbing her head, he spoke to her again. This time, go back to the old home, and then decorate the old home. We will later get married if we decorate a little bit in advance. In addition, from the old home, in a few days should be followed by his business trip in his heart, even if he fooled around. Well, husband, line, then I'll be at home to see how to decorate it. You are busy if you first go busy. Then if the decoration is good, you do not come. The past is busy, then I will go over to find you, Lily said with a gentle face. Well, okay, sleep. I touched her head and said, wake up early the next morning, and then I said goodbye to their families. They warmly retained, and then I excused that the company is still a bit of a matter. I'll go over first. After I came out, I went to the city. Today, Sunday, there should be a large job fair. Go over to find a few assistants, find a few driving, and then also have to go to the Ford store to buy a few cars. Last night I thought about the route to go after a while. It should be a car traveling with live. While live can also return cash, or else a person on the road is boring, no matter what to do. But also the power of the people is big. Their sight to go to the city on the highway almost an hour, out to 10 o'clock in the morning, almost 2. Just in the morning to catch a wave of recruitment. Enough words, just do not delay. When the time to buy a car together to set off back to the Silver City, to Zhang Recruitment Fairgrounds, and then rented a position, and then looked for the store next to it, played a bit of recruitment of drivers and assistants, A4 paper, put on the table and so on, because looking for a driver, so come quite a lot of people, but there is not a feeling of a particularly eye-catching people. A morning passed, and then there are almost 200 resumes in the hands of the decision to hire a person to sit here in the afternoon. At noon, I'm going to the hotel to eat a meal, then look at the hand of this resume, said to do. The afternoon picked a young man in a suit, called Wang Hao, looking for what the office, and then I see he did not eat. It is not easy to say to him an afternoon of $200, and then sit here, to me to collect resumes. By the way, he bought a box of boxed lunches, to him left my cell phone number. Okay, boss, promise to finish the task. The boy then the box lunch in his hand, said with a happy face. And the street behind me there is a ramen restaurant. Looking at the environment is quite good, but also very bright. Ordered a bowl of ramen. I froze for a moment, the heart of the thought that the province should be spent so much money. Just ordered a bowl of ramen, which I bones of simplicity or cannot stop, and then sat down to the hands of the resume over again. There is a rough heart, and then the rest in the afternoon together with the combination. Then look at the actual situation, if it is really good. If you recruit a few more people do not matter. After eating, not very sleepy, thinking about the number of people, driving is not a car, and then went to the Ford store to see, driving tour? Now there are 5 cars bound, there is no need to pursue the speed of what, and then thought to consider the caravan. Caravan comfort is good, in conjunction with a few off-road vehicles, often run on the road sedan even if, afternoon driving around 3-4 stores, the caravan is now less, SUVs more, thinking about being ready to go to other places to look at. Cell phone call, came a strange phone number. Did not think much about it and picked up. Hello, Liwa, may I ask who is it? Said while driving the car, while putting on the speakerphone to put the phone on the seat. Boss is me. Afternoon I help you recruit the one. Wang Hao. Boss, resume has more than 500. Talent market this side of the people off work. I put the information to you where to put opposite. Wang Hao carefully asked. You wait for me. I will go over. About 15 minutes. Looked at the time. Has been almost 6 o'clock in the afternoon. No wonder. Call me. An afternoon did not look at the time. Passes really fast. Okay, boss is not in a hurry. I'm just at the entrance to the road. Looked at the navigation. From there is only 15 minutes. Finished hanging up the phone. I turned left in front to go to the talent market side. Chapter 7, the team grows huge. 10 minutes later, arriving at the talent market, he saw the young man waiting at the door, then holding a pile of resumes inside his hands. Coming, boss. The young man, Wang Hao said with a sweaty head. Well, waited long, right? I said as I got out of the car and looked at him. No, boss. This side just got off work. Just finished. I divided the resumes a little bit. The male pile, the female pile, then the driver pile, then the assistant pile, then everyone else is graded. Boss, take a look. Wang Hao handed me the file in his hand and said, what position are you applying for? I thought in my heart that this is a talent directly shared, and did not explain. Directly asked, boss, I'll apply for the office clerk assistant or something like that. Wang Hao hurriedly said, then what are your expectations for the salary? Can you travel? Because of the possibility and I have to follow the fleet. I then asked, can boss? I am now a person. And then the salary of 5 or 6,000 on the line. Wang Hao, while laughing, said, I temporarily need an assistant on this side of the salary then. A monthly salary of 8,000. You see the right words, you first follow me, I accounted for it in my mind. Added 2 or 3,000. Good. Can. Boss, you see when can work? Wang Hao asked with a surprised face. Tomorrow. Pack up this evening. Just call me tomorrow. I said casually, taking the job application materials. That's fine, boss. I'll call tomorrow. Said as he gave me the information and headed outside. Received the information, I went to the nearby hotel to open a room, and then look at the job application information. Male about 250 more than. Female words have almost 300. I picked up a pile of drivers, almost 50, of which 12 have been soldiers, the priority of the military. The other did not look at the 12 drivers, and then take my car. Exactly 6 cars, 2 people a car. Tired can rest. There is too much information, and did not look at it carefully, probably just read it, which has about female assistants, accounting, and administration. Most of them are practical, and there are also among them there are more than a dozen words applying for security guards. I see that they are all veterans. Finally left the female assistant 6. Administrative management of a man and a woman. Veterans looking for security guards, that 16 are left. Applying for security guards will also drive. Plus before looking at the 12 veterans driver driving, and then one after another. There are models, which have 5 photography, and then 3 will be live. And there are 2 makeup, a total of 46, plus Wang Hao, the male assistant, a total of 47. All sent them a message. Tomorrow unified interview, last thought to find a dozen. Who knows to stay more than 50. Tomorrow look at the situation. If not, 20 or 30 almost. 2 hours are processed, and then ate some late night snacks. Wash and go to sleep. The next day dawned, and then slept until 10 o'clock to get up. Got up and washed up. Ate a noon meal. Only 11 o'clock. To give them a notice is about 1 p.m. There are still 2 hours so in the room inside the game. Played 3 games. Won 3 games. Well, this mood can be. Looking at the watch, it was almost 1 o'clock. So I went to the hotel conference room, which was scheduled for the message I sent to them earlier. Get up and down the elevator to go to the next hotel conference room, pushed the door in after almost more than 40 people. Wang Hao was also in it. The morning to me on the phone. I let him come to this side. Went in and then saw him in the inside of the organization of the registration form to see it come down to 45 people. Boss, ready to call you. A total of 45 people. The rest of the people, I called. They are not over Wang Hao while organizing. And I said, okay, those 2 administration people came. Right, you let them come over. I took the list in my hand and Wang Hao said, coming. You wait a moment, I'll go call them over for you. Not long after, I good with a man and a woman came over. The man looked at 40 years old, quite calm, and then left a flat head wearing a suit. The woman dished up her hair, wearing a glasses, also wearing a suit short skirt. Hello boss, I heard you were looking for us? After it passed, the female said first, I say you are marketing management, also all personnel management. I say you first introduce yourselves. Okay, I held their resume in my hand, then asked, my name is Li Shuangcheng, 43 years old, married, with 2 children at home, engaged in personnel management for 10 years, because the last leader parachuted in, so layoffs, and then I left. Li Shuangcheng said with a calm face. Then I looked at the female again. My name is Guo Xiaoyu. I'm 31 years old this year, engaged in personnel management for 5 years, currently unmarried, because I have to take care of my family, and then I came over from the capital side again. Guo Xiaoyu said with an earnest face. After saying that, they all looked at me. I thought in my heart, it seems that this male should be working to be sidelined by others. Female words should be the most anxious at present. What are written on the face? Forget it, the current money is also more. Two people want, mainly more money, but also not people unmarried and so on, but also not people with beautiful parents. Line, ugly words in front. If not suitable, then certainly after each go their own right. We said in advance, good get together and goodbye, right? At present, I am still relatively satisfied with the two. If there is any request, you can put forward. I look at it, right? Our mutual choice is the basic element of cooperation, right? Salary. So far we are unified 8,000. And then if the follow-up, there will be commission benefits and so on. You see the right words. What else to ask? There is no problem. Boss, we are willing, they both said in unison. That good, well. If there is no problem then, that now well. The rest of the problem will be handed over to you. That all the male colleagues will be handed over to Li Xuanqing management is responsible for. In the interview once again, and then screened a bit. If there is no big problem then we will all want. Female colleagues then all to Gua Xiaoyu responsible for. And male colleagues. And then conduct an interview. If there is no big problem, we also want. Now and you say, roughly the company's goals, plans to form a fleet. And then the country's highway we travel and live, I set a direction. You look at the two of you and then responsible for the management staff to make an arrangement. And then this on the subsequent trip. And then make a goal and summarize it. A goal and summarize, okay. I explained to the two of them after finishing. More people want more road. 3 ignorant cobblers also top a Zhu Guliang. The two of them answered yes and went to get busy. And I was with Wang Hao, we too went to a security company. So many people. No company, cannot explain thinking of getting a security company. Put all the people are hung up. Direct confession words, do not need to deal with, then all the people to the top of a hang. Simple and save a matter of fact. And then I went to run with Wang Hao security company to go. And finally ran a number of only to talk about it. A registered 2 million company. The company's name is, For You to Escort. The name of the company is, For You to Escort. 32 people in the staff, packaged price of 2 million to let me. Well, the terms of exchange is that the staff cannot be dismissed, simple or not simple, I do not care. And then quickly agreed. And then tomorrow we signed the company transfer agreement. Chapter 8, Departure into a special situation. After handling it I rang. A call was saved for Li Xuanqing's number. I then picked it up. Hey, what's up? Boss, are done. Then a total of 43 people. Among them there are 2 people. And personal information does not match. Then we let them go back. The rest of the people are no problem. Okay, then you guys let them go back. Tomorrow formal entry to escort security company for you. At that time I will let people receive you. Let them give you unified for entry. Okay, boss. Li Xiaoqian said back. Then I hung up the phone. Now the company and personnel are already together. The rest tomorrow let them be inducted. Later directly go to the Force store to buy a car can be. After thinking in my heart I had a meal with Wang Hao. Then we went back. The next day dawned. And then the bell rang. Hey, what is husband doing? Picked up the phone. Lily's voice came. Not up yet. Getting ready to get up. Then running business today, I said, scratching my head. And just like that, we talked for about half an hour about rice cookers. Hang up the phone. Got up and cleaned up a bit. Gave Li Xuanqing a call. How is your handover? Is it all handled? I spoke directly. The boss is all taken care of. Now is organizing the information. Do you have anything? That's fine. Take 5 drivers with you. Let's go to the Force store to pick up a few cars today. After saying that, I directly sent the location to him. Then I drove to the Force store. Because of the understanding in advance. And then there is no other thing, directly ordered 3 caravans, 2 big and 1 small, also bought 2 SUVs, 2 commercial vehicles, a total of 900 million, because more to buy 2 cars, and then let 2 drivers over. Driving back to the company after the car, into the office decoration is not bad, not big and not small, and 2 managers talked a little, and then for the travel live target planning, need 2 or 3 days to prepare, mainly to buy a variety of things and protective gear, as well as along the way to eat and drink each place to stop and so on. More people on the power of a person. 2 bottles of water directly on the departure. After I came back to the 3 caravans and 2 commercial vehicles bound, a car in the hands of the family, a total of 6 cars. The remaining 2 because stay inside the company, let them use. 2 days later, we 3 caravans, plus 2 commercial vehicles and my car, a total of 6 cars. Then 12 drivers plus 10 bodyguards and 3 live and 2 makeup, and then a life management supervisor. We have a total of 29 people on the departure. And then there is a large caravan inside the put our living supplies and food and drink supplies, and a big pot barbecue grill and so on. There were all kinds of tents, big tents, including the usual medical supplies and oxygen tanks. This time we plan to do the walk first, our border city of Kramer. Kramer City from Lawn City. There are 2,300 kilometers less than we plan to open 3 to 5 days. Because plus the relationship between the live broadcast also do not have to drive directly to the place. The live broadcast is an accessory. The main still run kilometers. Calculated in this way, running more than half a mileage 6 cars almost 10,000 kilometers, and can rise to the next level. 10 o'clock in the morning, we gathered. 10:10 departure. A total of 12 drivers. The main driver A, deputy driver A, small caravan is 3 live, with 2 makeup artists, I and life assistant housekeeper 2 people in the big caravan above. The rest of the bodyguards in the back of the business car a business car. 5 bodyguards. All of the company's wages and benefits. Li Shuangcheng has been set down, has asked me to sign the word. Most of the wages are about 8,000. Mainly welfare issues are quite high. The New Year's Eve, not to mention the commission. The New Year's Eve, then send 15 pay, and birthday festival red packets and so on, but also on the 5 insurance and gold. If you are traveling with the fleet, a day plus 100 subsidies, it is almost 10,000 yuan. Now this company recruits, plus the previous staff salary calculation. A month will have to go out more than 1 million wages. 11 a.m. you leave. It has been half an hour. I sat on the sofa, and then played with the cell phone. Boss, please have some tea. There is fruit over here. My life assistant housekeeper came over with tea. Looking at this housekeeper, a lean look. Hair are coiled in the back of the head. Wearing a small suit shorts. I look at the personal resume as a divorced woman with a girl, called Lee Moran. This year 32 years old. The face value can reach 87 points. Unless the necessary surely recruiting to recruit women, right? Otherwise what is this system doing? Okay, it's not busy. You also rest for a while. It's just the 2 of us. Don't be so restrained. Finished talking to her, picked up the tea with one hand and gently sipped it. Then on the phone to brush jitterbug brush news. Suddenly, a message popped up. Ningxi City, Shangrao County below a village suddenly occurred an earthquake. And then there are houses collapsed. Because the houses in the city are many years. And then this ship is also catching up with the market well. So the flow of people is particularly large. So that after most people are not able to avoid, casualties cannot be determined for the time being. The news shows that the government is actively responding to the disaster. I opened the phone search navigation, and then search for the disaster place is less than 50 kilometers from me. Because before I did route planning when I read. So this thing has an impression. And then I looked, and then did not expect to be so close to the exact encounter. It is certainly incumbent upon me to look at the navigation later on, Liam Moran said. Notify the fleet temporarily change direction. Target, Ningxi City, Shangrao County. There is a village is being affected. And then we go to the disaster relief. Because we plan to place 2,300 kilometers. When purchasing in accordance with the 30 people. The amount of 2 months to prepare. Because outside the well. And sometimes also traffic jams are what? All kinds of problems. So we prepared a lot of water on the car. Noodles and a variety of instant ingredients. Did not expect just in time. Away from the 50 kilometers fast case. Almost 40 minutes. The fleet temporarily changed direction. Target, Ningxi City, Shangrao County. There is a village is being affected. We go to the disaster relief. To ensure the safety of the case, full speed ahead, Li Meiran said to the headset in front of him. Because there were 6 vehicles. Each vehicle was equipped with a headset for each person. Team 1, copy. Team 2, copy. Team 3, copy. Team 4, copy. Team 5, copy. Team 6, copy. The co-pilot driver's voice came from the intercom on the table. The convoy then drove off at breakneck speed towards the earthquake. 20 minutes later, we got off the highway and drove in the direction of the earthquake. Because we came here in the first place, there were almost no cars off the highway on this side. And then we moved forward for 10 minutes, and then the village was inaccessible. There is still a kilometer away from the village. So we find an open place where we are, and then take down the items and so on, and then make a fire to cook. And then I and the remaining dozen or so people go towards the village in front of us, turned over the road blocking the shelf, and then look for planks of wood to level the pit on the ground. Half an hour later, we arrived at the edge of the village. Looking up are ragged, and then a layer of high are not. Everywhere is the sound of cries and shouts. There are already medical personnel, government personnel, and the troops, in the rescue. We rushed forward, and then together to lift things, to lift things, to lift people, to lift people, to help the nurses to take medicine, but also thanks to us are veterans. Emergency treatment understand, but also did not help. One after another, there are other people came. Chapter 9 Life's journey saves a life. Time flies. Well, a flash 2 or 3 hours passed. Noon is everyone casually eat a couple of mouthfuls, and then continue to help. Has been busy until 12 o'clock in the middle of the night. Many people have great strength. A day's time almost to the people are rescued. the rest is the reconstruction of the house. 12 o'clock, and then back to the caravan above the shower. Head down to sleep. The next day after getting up, looked at the time, our 12 o'clock casually eat a little meal, go to the village committee, and then donated 5 million. The rest of the food and drink are put down. The follow-up construction we cannot help what help to eat and drink all put down. We are ready to withdraw. We drove the caravan set off. The destination is more than 700 kilometers of Xining City. The first stop of the planned live broadcast. Along the way we walked and stopped, all the way to the scenery, as well as the video of our rescue and relief efforts. We're live. A few female anchors photographed. The amount of fans is also not large. Our first started a small number. Just drove soon. Encountered a traffic jam. The long convoy cannot see the end. We have to get off to check the situation. It turned out to be a traffic accident ahead. A truck overturned. I was secretly anxious. This will be blocked until when At this point, a big brother next to come over to talk, said he knows a small road can go around. After a moment of hesitation, we decided to follow him to try. Along the winding path, surrounded by fields and hills. However, we managed to bypass the traffic jam and get back on the highway. With the destination closer and closer, the scenery along the way also gradually become beautiful. Blue sky and white clouds under the endless plains. Everyone's mood became more and more relaxed and happy, and they started to discuss which seafood delicacies they would like to taste first after arriving at the destination. The car was filled with laughter, as if the exhaustion from the previous rescue had dissipated, and our caravan sped steadily towards our destination. Finally, the city of Xining came into view. We found a suitable place to park the caravan, so I took them outside to stroll around, and the hostesses couldn't wait to turn on their live broadcasting equipment. Families, we've arrived in Xining, and today we're going to show you the unique food culture here, the anchors enthusiastically said to the camera. We walked into a popular local restaurant, filled with a variety of tantalizing aromas. We sat at 3 large tables and ordered the signature handheld mutton, stuffed skin and a dozen other specialties. So I waited for the food to be served while watching the anchorwoman introduce the audience to the cultural origins behind the food. When the food was served, it was mouth-watering with its bright colors. As the anchors feasted on the food, they did not forget to meticulously show the viewers the details of the food and share the taste. I had a great time listening to their explanations and eating at the same time. However, halfway through the meal, something unexpected happened. A customer suddenly accused the anchorwoman of not knowing food etiquette and destroying the solemnity of the local food culture. Everyone froze, and the atmosphere was a bit awkward and tense. But soon, the hostesses humbly asked for advice and expressed their willingness to learn and improve. And the customer's face eased up, and also enthusiastically explained more local food customs to us. Thus, the live broadcast not only showed the food, but also spread the connotation of food culture, and the number of live broadcasts also greatly increased. After we had enough wine and food, we left the restaurant. I let them move freely, and I took my life assistant and 3 bodyguards to continue to stroll around the city of Xining. Xining at night had a different flavor. The streets under the lights were full of mystery. No matter where there are beautiful lights and scenery, laughing and joking along the way. When we passed an artificial lake in a park, we suddenly heard a clamor. I saw a lot of people gathered around the lake, and there were cries coming from the middle of the crowd. I squeezed in to see. It turned out to be a young girl standing in the lake crying, very emotional, not waiting for the crowd to react, jumped into the lake. I did not hesitate to follow the jump. The cold water of the lake instantly surrounded me. I fought to swim towards the girl. I felt that the 3 bodyguards behind me also jumped down and swam after me, and with great difficulty I grabbed her arm, and with the help of the bodyguards pulled her back to the shore. Boss, next time something like this happens, you just let us out. There's no way to explain if something else happens once. One of the bodyguards said to me. Okay, I know. I didn't control it for a while. As I said that, I took the towel bought by the female assistant to wipe my hair. I saw that the female assistant bought several towels. Then I said to them, you also take a towel to all wipe your hair. Later we go back and then take a shower. Drink some ginger soup. Don't all catch a cold. Finished taking the towel and handed one to the girl. Sleep a little more. Did not look too carefully. Come up to see is also probably about 23 years old. Disembarked after the girl shivering, eyes full of despair. Did not take the towel handed over. I gently draped over her body. After inquiring, I realized that she was frustrated because of her feelings for their own money was also cheated out of a moment to think of this action. I patiently comforted her, recounted the interesting events of our journey and the beauty of life. Gradually, the girl's expression relaxed a little. There is a light in her eyes. Watching her gradually regain her composure, I was relieved. Tonight is destined to be an unforgettable night. I smiled and said to her, girl, you haven't told me your name yet. The girl replied in a small voice, my name is Xiaoxian. I asked again, so what are your plans now? Xiaoxian sighed and said, I don't know. I originally learned programming editing and wanted to find a job to live a good life. But in the end, I met a scummy guy like that and cheated me out of my money. My heart moved, thinking that my company just lacks talents in this area. So I said, Xiaoxian, if you are willing to do so, you can come to my company to try. I am in need of employees who know how to program and edit. Xiaoxian raised her head in surprise and looked at me. Is it really possible? I'm afraid I'm not capable enough. I encouraged her. It's okay, it's fate when you meet. If you don't know how, just learn. I believe you will be able to do it. At this time, the assistant next to me couldn't help but remind me, Boss, is this too hasty? I waved my hand and said, it doesn't matter. It's just one more person. It's fate to meet. If you can help, it's a hand. Xiaoxian was grateful. Her eyes glistened with tears and said, thank you for giving me this opportunity. I will definitely cherish it. After that, I talked to Xiaoxian about the company and asked him if he was willing to follow the fleet, or did he mean to go back to the company headquarters? He also didn't hesitate and said, well, it's better to follow the fleet. It's all sad here. I don't even want to stay here. Looking at her eyes rekindled hope. I know, this night is not only unforgettable in me is also very meaningful. Okay, then rest well, rest tonight. Pack up, come to the hotel tomorrow. We gathered. The whole point of departure said I left his cell phone number, left the hotel address, and then we went back to the hotel. The night and your girlfriend Lily called to talk about the process of renovation. I talked to her about today. I told her about the renovation process, and I told her about what happened today. Chat for a long time. We went to bed, before going to sleep feeling that this is the process of life's travel. Lily is my listener. Let me feel the extraordinary travel. It's good to have a gentle girlfriend. Chapter 10 The Barbecue Restaurant in Lanbei City. After waking up the next day, we were ready to leave from Xining City. This time there was one more person because he was studying editing, so he was in the same car as me, and I could always look at the work after cutting it. Definitely not because of the good looks. Ha ha. Vehicles all the way to the northwest. At noon we rested for a while in the service area, eat fried vegetables, in Xining City and recruited a chef to follow us. From Lan City, we did not think about when we want to cook, so we had to find a chef in Xining City. I heard that 5-star hotels are still chefs. That night we ate in the snack street when we listened to the people at the stalls, and then ate the others. After the rice, a mediocre fried rice thought the flavor was okay, so he hired him, of course, also let him do a few dishes knife work and fire in advance. Really no comment. Boss, you drink water. Assistant slowly walked over and took the water cup to me and I said, Boss, we plan to leave in 30 minutes. Is that okay with you? It's fine. Be careful with the driver's rest. See if everyone's had enough to eat? Well, just stick to the original plan, I said as I lay on top of the folding rocking chair sipping my water. 30 minutes later, we set off straight away. 2 SUVs in front, 3 caravans in the middle, 1 SUV in the back. The speed was not particularly fast, driving on the highway, 110 speed driving. At 7 in the afternoon we arrived at the second target point of the city of Lamborghini. Arriving at the hotel parking lot of the reservation, we walked down to our room and rested for 10 minutes. It was still the same as the city of Xining. I took my assistant and 3 bodyguards, and the others were free to move around. At 8 o'clock in the evening, everyone was assembled. I decided to let the female anchors first familiarize themselves with the environment of Lanbei City tonight, and also live broadcast a trial tonight. If the effect is good, it is not impossible to stay for a day or two. The previous several live broadcasts have slowly paid off, so the female anchors divided into groups. A group with a few drivers and bodyguards. Some went into the streets and alleys. Some went to high-class hotels or high-class restaurants. Some went to the farmhouse. They went to explore the food separately. Everyone has their own traffic code. That new employee Xiaoxian, who was studying editing, slowly came to my side and said into my ear, Boss, I'll follow you along. When it's time to edit, they'll just uniformly send the material to me. After saying this, he also shook my arm. What's wrong with this? And move your hands, go. Tonight we'll feel the culture of the new city and try the food of the new city. After saying that, I took 3 bodyguards and assistants, as well as Xiaoxian, and we set off to the food city. On the other side, there was a female anchor with 2 ponytails, wearing a pink dress and saying to the makeup artist beside her, the new editor and the boss seem to be quite close. Do you know what's going on? I seem to have heard another makeup artist say that the boss seems to have saved that girl's life when she was in Xining City. The makeup artist secretly leaned into the anchor woman's ear and said, no wonder. This is ready to return nothing in return for her life. Hip said and laughed a little. Let's go. What kind of relationship do you have with someone's boss? If you can rely on the boss, that would be so good. We are also earning money only. Rely on the boss is not comfortable. Leaning against the ear sneakily finished and pulled the hostess to go to the farmhouse. My assistant and I and Xiaoxian came to the food city. which was bustling with a variety of food stalls emitting a tantalizing aroma. I looked around. Should we walk separately or together? Looking at the several rows of the food street that could not be seen to the end, I said to them, let's go together, boss. We're not familiar with the area, so if we encounter anything, we'll cause you trouble. Besides, if we encounter hooligans or something, you can protect us, boss. Xiaoxian spat out her tongue and said mischievously, nowadays society can encounter what things? Also I protect you. We have bodyguards? What are you afraid of? Then let's go together. If there's any good food you want to eat, take it yourself, said I walked toward the front. Before is not know I've been to the food city, but never say is from the front to eat to the end. Not like, but the strength does not allow Now it is not easy to have money in the hand. That of course do not let go of. Today, from the beginning to eat to the end, we shuttled in the crowd, saw a store selling specialty kebabs. The door is surrounded by a lot of people. Our people are not the main hilarious well. Then stood still, said to them, go, let's go to the front to see go sign flashing blue light. I was just about to approach, but heard a clamor coming from the store. It turned out to be that the barbecue restaurant was holding a food contest, and the winner could, within 10 people, enjoy all the food in the store for free tonight. Wow, this is so much fun. Boss, let's participate. Xiaoxian jumped up excitedly. I was indifferent, but seeing their expectant eyes, I agreed. The rules of the competition were simple. The entry fee was $100. No refunds if you didn't finish it, and if you did you could go inside the store and eat it for free, as long as in the specified time to eat a special super large kebab set meal on the line. When the set meal was served, the huge portion made us all suck in a breath of cold air. A bun as big as your head. They put meat and veggie grilled dishes in between the two buns and a glass of pure lemon juice, timed for 5 minutes, but since I was participating, I had to try it. As the crowd around us signed up, 10 people soon came together and the countdown to 5 minutes began. I was the first to pick up and take a bite, and the meat flavor instantly spread in my mouth, followed by a unique seasoning flavor that stimulated the taste buds. Xiaoxian and her assistant weren't shy to start, as the participants in the battle were all wolfing down their food, taking big bites, surrounded by spectators, shouting and cheering one after another. The sound of cheering was also one wave after another. Because I drank the gene liquid, my body evolved to be very strong and I can also eat very well. Besides, I still have a carry-on space, so if I can't eat it, I can just put it in the space. But this much food is just a piece of cake. Finally secretly put a small half inside the space, and became the first person to finish the set meal. The moment the victory was announced, Xiaoxian and her assistant looked at me with admiration. Looking at the gazes of admiration from the surrounding audience, including the sales clerks, I laughed out in satisfaction. A black cat and a white cat catching mice is a good cat. Anyway, I finished eating. Boss, you're too much of an eater, aren't you? We just happened to walk over here, and then saw that there were especially a lot of people, so we came over to join in the fun. Who knew that we'd see the boss being so good? Ha ha ha, a female anchor walked over with 2 bodyguards. It happens to be that you have eaten? Did not eat just right, eat over and then eat some more. This is not participated in a competition? I happen to win. Then within 10 people, a free meal tonight. I smiled and said to the hostess, no, boss, I just took a turn, shot some material, ready to find a place to eat some dinner. Did not expect to meet the boss. The female anchor said happily, bosses, can I take a picture of you guys? Well, you guys are the first person who succeeded in the challenge today. Can we take a picture and we do a publicity? An officer in red overalls came out from the front of the store and asked us, what's not to like? Come on, let's stand in a line. Say cheese to the camera. Ha ha ha, I said happily. People are still happier with free stuff for nothing. Okay, thanks for your cooperation. You can order as much as you want tonight. Here's wishing you guys a successful challenge and thank you for your cooperation. The clerk took our picture and led us towards the inside of the store. Chapter 11, Saving the Little Girl. Into the barbecue store. Looking at the 100 square feet size store, the left side of a meter-long skewers, the right side in teppanyaki, and then left and right sides are the kind of ingredients. Vegetables, meat kebabs, and seafood and so on. The number of still quite a lot. The next few of us have no qualms. Take the plate to sweep back and forth. Eat and drink enough after we came out. Food City Food Street out of the left side of the street is the bar KTV and so on. Time is still early. Do you want to go sing or something to relax? I rubbed my stomach and said to them, the boss is the biggest. The boss says what he wants. Xiaoxian said to me. Even this emotional little white guy of mine could tell that Xiaoxian meant something to me. There is a system that has the ability. This is certainly not denied. Not responsible for it, and in the end, it certainly will not hurt. To what happens certainly will not deny, and finally have the ability to give them the best life. Now not and she said these things, see how to choose in the end. We went to KTV, opened a room, opened a large package, ordered drinks, just 10 minutes, singing well. Suddenly the door opened, came in a little girl, said to us, I hide here for a while, do not tell others I came, and then hid into the bathroom inside. A few of us looked at each other and nodded. Just as we were about to ask her what was going on, there was a cacophony of footsteps and shouts from outside. Find that girl, hit someone and tried to run. A gruff voice shouted. We were instantly alert. I signaled everyone to keep quiet for a while. Then we sang and drank, and slowly pushed open. Came in a burly man and asked us, Big brothers, there is a little girl ran over. She hit our people? Didn't see us singing and drinking here? Look elsewhere, replied a security guard standing at the door. Okay, I'll look elsewhere then. After saying that, the pugilist walked out. After 5 minutes, I told the bodyguard to let her come out. After that, the bodyguard went to the bathroom and said to the girl, they are gone, you come out. After the little girl came out and said thank you to us. Thank you, ready to go. I looked up and said to her, what's wrong? What are the difficulties? You can say, out of the house. Can help us to help a hand? My foster father is going to sell me to the KTV inside. The little girl is about a teenager, crying and saying, why? I asked with a surprised look on my face. I'm an orphan, and now my foster father adopted me. And then my foster mother, Mom Sue, was very good to me, and then a year ago she had a disease and passed away. And then my foster father became addicted to alcohol and gambling, and then he lost a lot of money gambling, and sold his house, and then he is now hitting me, and he wants to sell me to a KTV place, and then sell it for a sum of money. The little girl said, intermittently, things over again. How do you want us to help you? Your account is still in the hands of others. The most I can do is to hand you over to the police, and then the police will also be verbally educated to give you back to your adoptive father. Do you know how much money your adoptive father owes? I continue to ask. Please don't hand me over to my adoptive father. About $200,000 to $300,000. I'm not particularly sure. The little girl said while crying. Alright, what's your name? And don't cry. We'll definitely help you out. Looking at the teenage little girl crying her heart out, my heart was vaguely pained. Thank you, big brother. Thank you, big brother. My name is Xiao Bai. Everyone calls me that. If you don't give me to my adoptive father, let me do whatever you want. The little girl continued to cry and said, you contact the police, talk to the police about the matter, then contact the other party's adoptive father, pass the account. If it doesn't work, put it under the company's name, and help with the account in the form of company funding. I thought for a while and said to my assistant, okay, boss, I'll go do it right away. After saying that, cleanly called the police, and then explained this side of things. After getting permission, we did not sing anymore. After settling the bill, we went to the police station as a group, and handed the little girl over to the police. After making a detailed record, we waited in the conference room for the arrival of the other party's adoptive father. Nowadays, there are still such people in society. This is the forest is big, all kinds of birds, do not meet, do not know what kind of people. Foster father came, full of despondency, all the smell of alcohol, asked him how much he still owed. The adoptive father reported the number with a disdainful face, 300,000 whole. I laughed coldly, okay, I'll pay it back for her, as a favor to you for your years of parenting. However, after that, Xiao Bai's account will have to be recorded under my company's name, and will not have any relationship with you. The adoptive father's eyes lit up. Really? Don't go back on your word. I took out my cell phone and said to him that you open WeChat, and now I will transfer money to you. After giving his adoptive father transferred 300,000, the police also criticized him. Subsequently, after we finished the settlement, we came out from the police station. After the formalities, Xiao Bai has been grateful. I asked how old she is. Xiao Bai said only 12 years old. Now the children eat well. The appearance of the long cannot see how old. 14 years old in junior high school. A little later asked about her grades, but also accidental learning is good. Immediately arranged for her to continue to let her go to school to Xiao Bai to find a good school, but also arranged for a life assistant to come over to help Xiao Bai to take care of her life and living. The more money, the greater the responsibility. Who let me encounter this kind of thing? Cannot afford to give up a teenage girl on the street. After returning at night, and a few female anchors to discuss the food culture of this city, to see if there is a need to stay for a few more days tomorrow, all said that the food culture is good. Are thinking of broadcasting 2 consecutive days? I said that okay, they want to plan the program. If there is a need, what kind of help do you need? Directly with the assistant to say on the line, to give money to the money, and to give people to the money, to give people to the money, and to give people to the money, to give people. Okay, all go back to sleep. Early rest good. After saying that, I dismissed them all to go back. I lay on the bed afterward to read the plan, and girlfriend Lily played a phone call. No matter how the future life, do not forget the beginning. After a while, I lay down to sleep in a daze, because the next day we'll stay in London City for 2 days. So I did not get up early, slept until 3 poles in the morning before getting up. In bed, brush a shake, see swimsuit swimming and so on good. On a whim to learn to swim it, said dry. Search the city where there is a swimming pool. Get up and clean up a bit, go directly to the past. And now the body physique is good, so there is no bodyguard assistant. A person went down to play a cab, go directly to the swimming pool, because searching for the largest one swimming pool, so go in the after conditions are not bad. After going in, I paid for a swimsuit, bought a swimming mirror, went directly to the locker room and took a shower to change clothes, changed the equipment into the pool area, and found that there are quite a lot of people inside. Just looking around, a woman with a beautiful figure and wearing a professional swimsuit walked towards me. Hello, you look a little confused. Do you need help? I'm the coach here. Her voice was clear and melodious. My heart secretly happy. This is not exactly what I am looking for. Actually, I don't know how to swim. I want to find someone to teach me. Then you found the right person. She smiled confidently, following her to the shallow water. She first briefly explained some basic movements, but I could never get the balance right and drank several mouthfuls of water. She patiently corrected my posture, gently resting her hand on my arm to adjust the position, close enough to smell her faint perfume mixed with the smell of the pool disinfectant water. After practicing for a while, I gradually found the feeling. Suddenly, next to a daredevil swim over to hit me, my whole body forward. The beautiful coach rushed to pull me, because the strength is small. It did not pull. All of a sudden I was brought over. The two of us embraced each other tightly in the water for a moment. The atmosphere became subtle and ambiguous. I faced slightly red, and quickly stood firm to apologize to her, but she blushed and smiled and said it's okay. Chapter 12. Beautiful Coach Ruoyun. Unconsciously already 2 hours have passed. After swimming and taking a bath, came out of the swimming pool door, just saw that beautiful coach just now. Hi, beautiful women meet again. I smoked a mouthful of cigarettes, smiled and went forward and said, well, we are off duty. Are you a local? Listen to the accent is not quite like. The beautiful coach said with a smile. No, we're travelers from out of town, wandering the good parts of the world. I said with a slight sense of humor. Sounds dashing to me. The pretty coach's eyes lit up a bit. There's a great restaurant in this neighborhood. Would you like to have dinner together? Thank you, beautiful coach, for helping me learn to swim just now. I asked pleasantly. Sure, I'm alone anyway. The beautiful coach thought about it and said shyly. Looking for a restaurant that feels like a good environment. After going in and finding a corner, we ordered and chatted. In the restaurant, the lighting was bright and ambiguous, and after a few glasses of wine, the atmosphere became subtle. We talked about a lot of interesting experiences. She and I said a lot of trainee scandal. I and she talk about the last 2 or 3 days of experience. Sometimes it is so. Inadvertently each other's souls are attracted together. It is as if there is an invisible attraction between them. After the meal, through the slight drunkenness, we unspoken to the hotel. The next morning, I woke up, looking at her sleeping beside me, and a touch of red on the bed sheets. My heart mixed feelings. There was both a hint of panic and an unspeakable sense of intimacy. I gingerly got out of bed, ready to leave to get some breakfast. But just then, she opened her eyes, and without the slightest hint of surprise or chagrin in them, she simply said faintly, leaving? I hope you had a good trip. I froze for a moment, then smiled and said, silly, I'm going out to get some breakfast. Turning around, I left the room. After walking out of the hotel, I took a deep breath, knowing that this unexpected encounter would become an unforgettable memory of the trip. Stood in front of the hotel entrance. Across the street there are breakfast sellers, then packed 2 soybean milk donuts back to the hotel. Get up and eat something. Still don't know what your name is? After coming in and looking at her still lying on the bed, I said to her, my name is Ruoyun. What is your name? The beautiful coach Ruoyun asked with a shy face. My name is Liwa. Ruoyun. What a great name. I didn't realize it was your first time. I said with a smile on my face. Never talked to anyone. What's so surprising about that? Ruoyun said in a small voice with a red face. After eating, we lay on the bed and chatted for a while longer, then accidentally caused a second big battle. 2 hours later the storm stopped. I leaned on the bed, and then asked Ruoyun, what are your plans for the future? I have not thought about it. And then when swimming was unconsciously attracted by you, and then out after the confusion and you together. I do not have any plans. Ruoyun, a face of tenderness, looked at me, said, ha ha, you silly girl. Okay, I know. Then do you plan to do your swimming coach, or go with me to travel to go? I thought for a while and looked at her gently and said, can I go with you? My hometown is Sichuan. I'm alone over here. Ruoyun asked with an expectant face. There was no fine communication before. It turned out to be a sister from Sichuan. No wonder she was so daring to love and hate. Okay, what's wrong with that? You gave me your own. I can only spend the rest of my life to be good to you. I thought for a moment and said gently to her. In the morning in the hotel for the morning, the afternoon up. She wanted to go to the mall to shop for a while, so we simply cleaned up, then set off to go shopping. People came and went on the streets, and everywhere was a bustling scene of the city. I hold Ruoyun's hand into a large shopping mall. The mall was full of various styles of clothes. Ruoyun was as excited as a little bird, constantly shuttling between the various clothing stores. How about this dress? Ruoyun took a white floral dress and compared it on her body. It looks great, just like a fairy coming down to earth, I replied with a smile. She happily bought that skirt and then picked out many other clothes. Before we knew it, our hands were full of shopping bags. Ruoyun, let's take a break for a while. Later on you'll see what you want to eat. Will you eat Western food? I looked at the time. It's already not early. Thinking that I'm still hungry, and Ruoyun said, okay, Lee, I know there is a Western restaurant is very good. Let's go over there. Ruoyun said with a happy face with a bag in her hand. Okay, let's go, I said happily, thinking that I could take a break. In the afternoon, shopping malls are also quite tired. This aspect in the woman comparison is not comparable. It is not comparable. After dinner at night, and Ruoyun went to her rental house to clean up a bit, pack up their own belongings, loaded 2 suitcases, quilts and so on are not, and then returned to the rent to take the suitcase. I gave the driver a phone call, came over to pick up us for a while, and then we went back to the hotel. Back to the hotel. Open the room. The house lights dim, ambiguous. Ruoyun put the luggage casually, with a hint of shyness and anticipation in her eyes. I walked up and gently wrapped my arms around her waist, feeling the slight trembling of her body. We looked at each other. No need for words. Emotions heating up and fermenting in the air. Slowly, each other close, lips touching, instantly ignited the heart of the long-suppressed passion. Clothes slipped off one by one, and we immersed ourselves in the mingling of love again and again, as if we wanted to release all our love in this moment. Afterward, Ruoyun lay in my arms, her fingers drawing circles on my chest. Brotherly, no matter what happens in the future, we have to be together, she said softly. I hugged her tightly and firmly responded, of course, I'll be by your side no matter what. At this time, the night was thick outside the window, but our hearts were incomparably hot. In this strange city, we became each other's warmest harbor, enjoying this moment of peace and happiness. The next morning, the sunlight poured onto the bed through the gaps in the curtains. Ruoyun and I woke up leisurely, and after a brief wash, we were ready to go. The fleet was ready, and the assistant was already waiting downstairs. Seeing Ruoyun coming down on my arm, the assistant revealed a meaningful smile. After getting into the car, we talked about the live broadcast earnings. The assistant said that the recent figures were quite good, especially during the period of live broadcasting the scenery and food culture on the road. The fans grew quickly, and the earnings were also substantial. Driving on the road, on top of my caravan, we talked about the next step with the live broadcast planning, and then in the service area we rested. They went back to rest. In fact, in my case all other gains are secondary to the number of kilometers we drive on the road, so this point of planning I will guide. Set the goal as far as possible, and then the longer the route on the highway, the better. After the meeting they went back, because the caravan is a 2-tier assistant in the first floor rest, and then Ruoyun went to the second floor to rest. In the highway I and Ruoyun big battle, but also something else. Chapter 13 Arrival in Kramer City. Rest for a while. 2 hours passed. Ginawa service area is also almost to the plan to the service area to rest for a while to eat some lunch. Time flies. After arriving at the service area, the chef took out the table. Our portable folding tables and chairs. Outside is not particularly cold. Cool wind on the face. Eating Sichuan cuisine. Spicy dishes, but also have some flavor. Dishes are chef in the car driving process prepared in advance, and then almost to the after the place will notify the direct frying. To the place after 10 minutes can be served up. We are eating happily. Suddenly heard a burst of anxious shouts. Where is my child? Has anyone seen my child? The crowd put down their dishes and looked around. It turned out to be a young mother, full of panic and tears, her eyes eagerly searching every corner around. When I saw it, I stood up and walked toward the mother, and hurriedly and softly comforted. Don't panic, there are many of us, we will look for them together. So a group of people spread out to look for the child. Some people looked under the car, others ran into the service area to ask the clerk in the store. Looking for a while in everyone's anxiety, a little boy ran out from behind a big truck, holding a lollipop, smiling. It turned out that the little boy was greedy, followed a strange uncle to ask for candy, unknowingly ran here. The young mother rushed over to hold the child tightly, sobbing uncontrollably, and constantly to help look for people to thank. Everyone was relieved. If this is the traffickers cannot come back in this life, back to the table, continue to enjoy lunch. After eating and drinking, we rested for half an hour, and then continued to leave. After this departure, we can reach our destination in the evening, the city of Kramer, the legendary Devil City. Along the way I slept all afternoon, with the vehicle gradually close to the city of Kramer. Looked out the window of the scenery more and more desolate. Originally there is some sparse vegetation of the land, gradually only yellow sand flying in the sky. The more to the northwest to go, the darker the later. More than 7 p.m. Followed the navigation, we got off the highway, arrived at the city of Kramer. After getting off the highway it was still 15 kilometers from the hotel. Brother Lee, don't you see that bridge is particularly nice? I've swiped it on Jain before. It seems like it's some kind of Netflix bridge? Suddenly Ruoyun spoke up. Is it? Haven't paid much attention to it? Let's see if there are any fun things to do in this city. If there are fun things to do, we can stay for a few more days. I looked at the colored lights hanging on the bridge and said to Ruoyun, past the Rainbow Bridge to continue to the hotel. Half an hour later arrived at the hotel, parked the car and then went to the hotel front desk, proved personal information, and then checked into the hotel. Of course, I and Ruoyun a room, the other are 2-3 people a room. After all checked into the hotel, a little rest for a while, and then open the WeChat group to send them a message. 8 o'clock set to go to the hotel restaurant. After 8 o'clock one after another are all here. We a group of people and then sat together at 4 tables. Ordered a table of specialties while eating and chatting. By the way, settled in the city to stay for 3 days. Personnel are divided into 2 groups. One group is responsible for the live broadcast. The second group is responsible for logistical support, supplies to the caravan, water, buy food on the road, etc. After eating, chatting after the day was dissolved. Their own activities, most people go back to rest. After all, the caravan above sleep again, or feel comfortable bed, lying on the bed to open the system page. The level has been upgraded, has not been properly looked at. Driving back money system. When the vehicle under the host's name is driven every day, the number of kilometers generated will be used as the host's cashback amount. Level 5, upgrade to the next level to reach level 6. Requires 100,000 kilometers of vehicle driving under the host's name. Kilometers driven, 4525020m/4525 km, level up. Kilometers have been reset. Cashback amount ratio, $100/1m, $100 per meter. Cashback amount, 555,750,000 yuan. Whether to withdraw cash amount, 555,750,000 yuan. Lucky spin, 0. Watching the cashback amount reach 9 digits, my heartbeat steeply accelerated. So much money. This was a figure that I couldn't even think of before. I took a deep breath and clicked the withdraw button. A text message tone soon came from my cell phone. A notification of a change in my bank account balance. I twisted my head to look at Ruoyun, who was curiously coming over to try to see the screen. Looking at Ruoyun's curious look, I let her look at the balance. Wow, a lot of zeros. How much is this? Ruoyun asked adorably. 9 digits, only a few hundred million. It will get more and more in the future, I said with a calm expression. In a few days when the fleet departs, I'll go back to my hometown. By then you'll follow the fleet. Looking at Ruoyun, he continued. Why? I want to be with you. Ruoyun asked in disbelief. I'm going back home to do some things. The fleet also needs to have someone to control it. I'm very relieved to have you there. Besides, you studied accounting in college. You can also help me watch the bills. I touched Ruoyun's head and said, all right, don't worry, I'll keep an eye on it. Ruoyun said with a reluctant face but firm eyes. Looking into her eyes, I leaned over when I finished. After a stormy night, the next day, I called everyone to a meeting. I announced that I would let Ruoyun lead the team, and the finances were handed over to Ruoyun. I'm going to go back to my hometown. The plan and itinerary will just be docked with me at that time. The main idea is to live travel, disaster relief, good people and good deeds, take out part of the money to improve the team equipment, purchase better live equipment, but also to do a better job of logistical support. Also raise the salary up a bit. Now each person less than $20,000 a month. The crowd cheered, and the anticipation in their eyes became even more intense. After the post-meeting, each division is busy. Nothing much to do after dinner in the evening. Open the jitterbug to watch the live broadcast of our several female anchors. First open the live broadcast of the double ponytail female anchor. The net name of the small rabbit. I entered the live broadcast room. I only saw the small free sun in front of a variety of exquisite food. All of them are Kramer City specialties. In front of the camera these foods seem particularly attractive, because they have all rewarded before, so they all know my account, As You Like It. She saw me come in and smiled sweetly. Welcome to As You Like It boss arrival. Seeing that the food explanation was okay, I casually rewarded $100,000. It was all on my own account, and I was able to return 80% of it in the end. as well as a few 100 million that I had just withdrawn from my card, so it didn't hurt. But the audience in the live broadcast room instantly boiled over, and the pop-up screen rolled madly. To "Hey oh brother, Big Brother is still missing parts. I can be sweet and salty. Big Brother powerful. Not just 100,000. Well, Big Brother, you see my performance can be in the eyes." The screen is instantly full of words to worship Big Brother. "See this? I am also happy. Turn the hand is another 100,000 reward out. Bunny surprise. Turn to perform a dance talent. Passionate music with twisting posture." All of a sudden the live room on the boiling. At this time, Ruayun walked over and saw me rewarding so much, pretending to be jealous. "Humph, you're treating her better than me." I smiled and put her into my arms and said, "Fool, it can be the same. You and they are different." After saying that, I patted Ruayun's butt. Chapter 14. Returning to the old village of Lijia Village. In Kramer City played a few days. This day the fleet is ready to go. The goal is Lesa Padala Palace. The total length of 3,150 kilometers. Plans to arrive within 3 days. Driving 1,050 kilometers a day. The driver about 2 hours a shift. Pay attention to safety on the road. And then you can send me a message if you miss me, I said to Ruayun, who was ready to get into the car. "Don't worry, Brother Lee, I'll call you if anything happens," Ruayun said with a dismayed look on her face. The live broadcast is still the same pattern. If there is a good pattern, you can try it first. On the road, you have to book a hotel in time, and also plan your trip. Don't get tense if you can relax, I said to my assistant beside me. "Okay, boss, if the itinerary, I will send it to your cell phone every day. You pay attention to check it then." The assistant followed at the side and said, "Alright then, you guys should get going," I said to them. The driver was already waiting in the car, just waiting for them to get on board so they could leave at any time. I looked at the convoy slowly pulling away from the Kramer City Hotel. I packed up my carry-on luggage and took a taxi to the airport. I gave all the cars to the convoy to follow. I didn't want to drive by myself, so I'll just take a plane back. 20 minutes after arriving at the airport to see the time. From boarding there is still an hour. So in the terminal airport to sit. This is still the first time to take the plane. Did not buy a special ticket and so on. Just buy the ordinary class ticket. I do not know when the plane will not meet the beautiful flight attendants. Look at the time too. Broadcast also came to Shaanxi to the plane passenger information. So I lined up to board the plane. Go up to find their own position. And then do a good job. And then there will be staff over to help. Fasten the seatbelt and so on. During the period of time, there is no occurrence of special and so on things. The plane took off after feeling sleepy. And then sleep all the way. And then slept directly to Shaanxi. The plane to the station after coming out. Because directly on the internet searched the airport. Quite close to my home by taxi. Then it is more than 50 minutes. My village next to the airport. A small village population is not much. The household if dozens of households it. Less than 500 people. My family is still living in the kilnet. Although it is said that warm in winter and cool in summer. It is not. I don't know how to clean it up. After getting off the plane, I took a small suitcase. And then hit directly to the home. I said in advance and my family, when can I get there? So there must be someone at home. Looked at the time, 5 p.m. Go back, rest for a while, just can eat dinner. Now I especially miss my parents' pancakes, which are golden and crispy on the outside, and tender and savory on the inside. The more I think about it, the more my mouth watered, and it was almost 6 o'clock when I arrived home. Our village is called Lijia Village. The village entrance is next to the roadside. There is a large wooden sign, written on it Lijia Village Welcome. This sign has more than 10 years. My family into the village of the second home against the mountain there. The driver directly to the car to my door. After paying the money from the car down, looking at our big door in front of the playground, which is after the fall to play wheat with the gate is also an iron gate. Iron gate on the left side of the door next to the family mill. The right side is a slightly larger garage. Put the grain and the tricycle with into the gate. And then the family dog first ran up. Woof 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 woof. As if to say again a long time no see. Ha ha ha. I touched the dog's head and looked at the 5 kills in our house, thinking this time whether our family members will buy a house in the city to live, or still live in the old house. I feel that my parents have a lifetime of emotion for the old home is particularly heavy, not necessarily happy to go to the city to live. Then we will see it. If not, we will renovate the old home, as long as the money, or all our new houses. Dad, Mom, I'm back. Just entering the front doorway I started shouting, brother, you're back. When you see the doorway you know you miss Mom and Dad. And you don't know you miss me. My sister ran out from inside the kitchen kiln and shouted to me, go go go, I know you are at home. National Day, where would you run? I pushed my sister's shoulder and pushed her back towards the kiln. It was getting a little cooler outside by this time. When does school start? I'll drop you off then. I said as I pushed my sister's shoulders. Seriously? We're on our way? My sister directly shouted. Of course, when have I ever lied to you? Just happened to be going over there to do some errands, so we'll just see how it goes then and go together. Just in time to enter the house and said with her, good ah, then you give me out of the road. He, said his sister happily. Is that still a problem? That's not even a problem. Alright, I'll buy you a ticket directly at that time. Let's both go together. You haven't told me yet. When's your bus heading back? After entering the door, I continued at my old sister. School starts on the 8th, leaving on the 7th, I think it's the day after tomorrow. Older brother, won't you stay at home for a few more days? Older sister did some math and said to me, okay, when you go with you, the family cannot stay 2 days. Then say it said I went to see what mom is cooking. A look at the fruit is my favorite pancakes and sour soup noodles. 10 minutes rice is good. We end to the dinner table. The family, sitting neatly, the dinner table and the home to adjust the gazpacho, but also fried as shredded potatoes. Chi work, while eating, while chatting up. Dad and mom, you say like to go to the city to live or in the old home. Recently I earned some money outside. Thinking about is to buy a house or to renovate the house. I eat pancakes and sour soup noodles. Mouth slurred, and dad and mom said, you waifu, how much money can you earn outside? You see, we must be in the old family well. If you want to buy a house in the city, I and your mom and then paste some for you. In the city have a house. Then, certainly will be very good to marry a daughter-in-law. Dad drank a mouthful of soup and said to me, yes, if you want to buy a house in the city, your dad and I will give you some stickers, and then the two of us will be fine at home. What do we look like when we go to the city to live? We don't know anyone, and it's also very boring. Mom finished her soup. Then my dad said, this I earn money in the capital more opportunities. A while ago, followed my colleagues in good looking well, and then followed him to earn and now there is almost 2 million in the hand. And then it happens that the classmates people's family is good well. It happens that people need a driver to follow him to run the road, and it happens that I will drive, and then follow him to drive it, and then a month, then almost have 20,000 yuan. There are $2 million. I continue to say to the mom and dad, what? Instantly, the voices of my mom, dad, and sister rang out. You guys do illegal things, right? Where do you get so much money? Dad asked in surprise. Still my son is great. He earns so much money in one go. It seems like getting a daughter-in-law is not a worry. These were my mom's words. Older brother, you're really great. Are you going to give me some pocket money? My old sister also said with a happy face. Chapter 15, back home and partying with hairdresser. No, it's all legal and compliant. You didn't know me growing up. Warm-hearted, not doing anything bad. Honest. Before the words were finished, I laughed. It's good that it's not illegal. We must take one step at a time to walk. Don't wait until you're caught on the wrong side of the road and you regret it. Dad said with a relieved face. Dad, how much will it cost to renovate this kiln? I'm thinking of decorating it properly. Our village is close to the airport, and we don't have to go to the city to buy a house. I looked up to my dad and said, with not much money, then buy some putty, the wall a brush, the floor a paved on the end. Dad said with a smile, hey, I'm not talking about this decoration. I mean the yard is also directly covered up to cover a large 2-story. The back of the kiln should also be refurbished, paved with floor tiles. The wall is also to do hollow, and then partition. Anyway, how to look good and then inside the home. The toilet is also redecorated to the home so that in winter when you go to the toilet will not be cold. And then finished after I put the yard, I'll put the yard directly into the shed. How can I make it look good? Maybe we'll get married here in the future, so we can't let people look at us as cheap, right? I was talking to my dad, fantasizing about the house in the future. What else do you want? When the time comes to see how other people's homes are decorated, Mom put down the bowl and said to me, or brother has ideas, what old brother said is quite good. Dad, look at this cell phone above is very good. My sister listened to me while searching out the decoration program on the phone, and then looked at the decoration pattern above people's jitterbugs, and gave Dad to see. Dad and Mom, you see people, this is not decorated quite well? Sooner or later is not decorated opulent, mainly practical and atmospheric point well, and people this same on the line. The old sister took the cell phone to let Mom and Dad look at, continue to say to Mom and Dad, I'll give you $1 million tomorrow, and then home decoration I do not care, then you two look at the installation it, we cannot be installed than others poor, is not it? Ha ha ha, looking at Dad and Mom looking at the phone above the decoration. I made a wink to this old sister's satisfied smile. This time the renovation is not repair will also get in that direction. This is the people who have seen, even if not to compare, but also according to people that format to do. After dinner and cleaned up, I will give the old sister turned 100. $000. Girls should be rich, boys only poor. Girls rich will not become bad. Mainly in my ear. Has been saying red packets to me, red packets. Said I cannot stand. Had also thought to give the old sister to transfer some pocket money. Since the old sister has been open to red packets, directly to her turn, but also thought to say is waiting to go on the road to return it. Thank you big brother auspicious. After the turn, the old sister can be happy. To me after finishing the words jumping back to the middle of the kiln inside. To girlfriends to go to the phone porridge to go. It should be to show off to go right? After dinner is resting on the phone received a small hair. Dizzy what? I heard you came back. Come out to my house to sit down. Give you ready to eat. The village hare smallly Wenba said. Just finished eating. You came to the phone. Call enough on time. Line. Immediately too. Finished getting up and cleaned up a bit. Then went to Lee Bowen's house. Not far from my home. Walking 3 minutes. His family built a 2-story house. Has been renovated. I heard that it is ready to get married next year. Push open the door to go in. Saw 5 or 6 people. Are the village of the hare small? Are in the development of the family work people? A long time no see. Meet her all kinds of flirting. All kinds of jokes. Come in and sit down. Just waiting for you. Lee Bowen said with a happy face. Received your call. Immediately came. What else? Ha ha ha. I said with a smile. First chatted and drank a few cups. And then started to sit and row behind. Soon 2 bottles of wine went down. When? So able to drink? Lee Bowen asked with a red face. Can drink what? I'm also dying here. I said with a clear face. The body had improved so much. Although I hadn't tried it, I knew that I couldn't get drunk in general. After I finished, Lee Bowen rolled his eyes. And then talked. And then drank a bottle. All the people do not drink. They are afraid of making a fool of themselves. I looked at the time as almost 8:30. Asked them to go to work tomorrow. Do not. Cannot a moment to go to sing a song. Tomorrow there are 3 to go to work. Not with us to go. The remaining 4 people sitting in a car just right. Open WeChat, played a drop special car. Now playing ordinary cannot play. To the city to 40 minutes. Looking for a very famous singing bar. The positioning of the input. A few seconds on someone to take the order. Look at 5 kilometers away from us. We ended early to people at home together with the clean up. While walking and so on. Not yet out of the village entrance to the car came. Together with the car. Went directly to the singing bar. 40 minutes later. We got off the car into the mall. Take the elevator directly to the 5th floor. To the front desk to the lady asked, there is no private room. Hello, brother, there is still a large package left. 798 send 24 bottles of wine send 2 fruit plate. The young lady said, okay, first open for us. After saying that, she paid the money. Hello, brother, the box is over here, please follow me. Immediately there was a waiter beside us to take us to the private room. While going to the private room, I asked the little brother if he had any singing companions. The little brother smiled and said, brother, there is, but you have to pay extra. My heart moved. These few old men singing is no fun. Or call a few professional. Good sound can also be active atmosphere. Turning my head to look at my fellow hairy friends. Some of them revealed a look of anticipation. Some shook their heads. How do they all count the money? I asked next. 300 for the whole show. 100 for the string of tables, replied the little brother. I looked at the expressions on everyone's faces and said, let's start with 5 accompanying singers then. Then paid 1,200 yuan. Not long after, the door was pushed open. Came in 5 beautiful women. Each face pretty, hot body. They smiled and greeted us. Then skillfully picked up the microphone to start warming up and singing. The songs were melodious, and the original atmosphere was a bit dull and instantly hot. Listening to them sing, everyone gradually relaxed. One of the accompanying girls came to my side and asked softly, brother, do you want to sing a song too? I am happy. I happily took the microphone. Roared 2 voices. Everyone laughed. The atmosphere more cheerful. A few rounds of singing down. The table drinks consumed quickly. I saw that we were almost out of wine. Rang the service bell. Called the waiter and said, bring us another case of wine. The waiter quickly brought and opened the wine. With the alcohol going to our heads, we all played a guessing game with the loser either drinking or accepting truth or dare. Several rounds were played and it was about time. So finally an old song was chosen. All follow the rhythm of the body gently swaying to beat. After singing a song, we have applauded and applauded. I see that everyone is almost drunk, or a little drunk. Besides, time is not early, so finish the bill and take them back by taxi. Chapter 16, going to buy a car and eat hot pot. The next morning, get up and eat. My mom shouted from outside the door. Got it. I opened my eyes in a daze and looked at my cell phone. 8:30. Look at the familiar furnishings, only to think up back home. Yesterday playback too late. Come back without washing and went to bed. And now on the body is a smell of alcohol. Feel very uncomfortable. Get up and casually eat a mouthful of millet rice, fried shredded potatoes, and went to the bathroom to take a shower. The old family restroom are above the solar energy, directly followed by water, and then specialized cover a small house. Small house left is a large plastic bucket, and then the cistern can be used for washing and bathing. Spent 10 minutes after the bath. With my sister went to the city, today ready to buy a car for the family. My father went to work at a nearby construction site to go. My mother at home still have to look after the family, so I pulled my sister to go, looking to buy a car for the family. Let's go, old sister. Have you packed yet? I said to the other kiln after I came out with my cell phone. Well, old brother, you really hypnotize the soul. My oldest sister wore a trench coat with jeans underneath and a sneaker, tying her hair up while talking to me. You're taking you out for a good time, and you're still not positive? I smoked a cigarette while saying in a bad mood, out the door to play A, lazy to take the bus. Take the bus then have to more than an hour. Hit the words to 40 minutes. Directly to the city car store forced to buy a car for the family, there is no other option. On the space, cross-country power on the line. Directly by a four-wheel drive can be. Is the family is now on in addition to my mother will be driving? My sister is also in the school. The summer before the test out of this. Buy a car. On New Year's Day to go where they are a little more convenient. After arriving at the 4S store, the salesman enthusiastically came around. I glanced around. Just then, I saw a somewhat familiar face. A closer look. It turned out to be a high school classmate, Shelly. After years of not seeing her, she has become more mature and beautiful. What a coincidence. Running into you here. You still recognize me. I smiled and Shelly said hello. Yes, old classmate. How can I not recognize? Also add your WeChat it. Every day to see your circle of friends sent. Can not recognize. You come to buy a car, ah? Shelly responded with a happy face. How old is the child? I vaguely remember before the circle of friends seemed to see her married. Several years ago. And now ask how old the childly. Just 3 years old it. This is not. The family expenses are quite large. I came out to find a job to work. The child has his grandmother with it. Shelly said the child is also very happy. A happy face said. After a few simple pleasantries, I told her about my car needs. She recommended several models, explaining in detail the performance and advantages of each car. In the end, I was looking at a Ford WD crossover. The space is especially large, and then the trunk can be especially able to load things. The rear seat can be flat down, can also be removed, and then automatic transmission. There is an emergency stop system. In the event of a person will emergency stop. See, the demonstration is quite good. The price is not expensive. 260,000 yuan. So I bought it. When I was going through the car purchase procedure, I teased, who is not to give this commission? Why don't we just give it to you, our old classmate? She laughed happily. After paying the money, picked up the car. My sister and I drove the new car to the mall. This time back to take the plane. Well, did not buy anything back. This time to buy a car. By the way, to buy some daily necessities or cigarettes and alcohol. What to put at home? To the underground parking lot of the mall parked the car. My sister and I waited for the elevator to the 4th floor. The 4th floor is a video game city in 5D kind of simulation and so on. Older brother. I want to play this. This is fun. Older sister pulled my arm, looked inside and said to me. I looked up. The original is the kind of 5D simulation. The kind of real scene. I said okay, you go. Don't wait a while scared. A smile on the face of the old sister said. Go to the front desk after paying the money. With the old sister went in up to play a little. With AI glasses looked at the old sister to the air a meal. Click click click. I hurriedly took out my cell phone to record a video for her. Where I laughed I could not come up for air. Mainly outside. There was no sound and no picture. Just watching her on her own with her hands full. After I let her watch the video, she herself also amused up. Had to let me delete the video. Said this is her black history. I said this has what? This is all a souvenir, okay? Turned around. Went to the front desk to exchange 200 coins, a variety of all play for a while. The rest of the coins are in the crane machine there. We two raced to catch dolls. I caught 2. She caught 5. If I did not let her, she can catch over me. Finally cannot play. We looked at the time, ready to go to eat lunch, a hand with several dolls. We just saw a random hot pot restaurant. Want some hot pot? Older sister. I said as I winked at my oldest sister to show her the location of the hot pot restaurant. Let's go. Hungry. Anything. Come on. Older sister, after looking at it, said to me, and then walked over without stopping, into the hot pot restaurant, ordered a mandarin duck pot. The old sister cannot eat spicy. I kind of want to eat, so I ordered a mandarin duck pot. There were all kinds of meat, fresh lamb, freshly cut beef, 6 or 7 orders, and lettuce for the vegetables. After ordering, I chatted with my sister. Older brother, how do you know about hot pot? I have a classmate. Every time we go out, people are like that, holding chopsticks and holding a piece of meat in it and shabu shabu, for a few seconds, and there's tripe. What's more, you have to eat it with dipping sauce, and the best dipping sauce is garlic sauce, vinegar and chili oil. My classmates say this is the most delicious. My oldest sister laughed after she finished. A person a taste, we then directly a pot to the inside down on the line, big mouthfuls of meat. Drink, you see what you drink to. I'll go get 2 bottles. I smiled and old sister said, take Sprite. Sprite is better. Older sister said to me, okay, then take the same. After saying that to my old sister, I went to get 2 bottles of ice Sprite. Only after coming up, the 2 of us to the meat to the inside of a pour. Click a spin. 3 or 5 minutes. The 2 of us fished meat, clunked to the mouth to eat, dipped in a small material a mouthful of meat, eat a cup of Sprite after, especially satisfied. After eating and drinking enough I went to the checkout, only spent $400. Take the doll. We went out, went to the 3rd floor to buy a few clothes for the parents at home, and then bought a few cigarettes, took a few boxes of wine, thinking of people at home, and took a few boxes of tea, thinking of eating hot pot at noon, especially delicious. We said that the evening cannot eat hot pot. Dad and Mom have not eaten, and then went to the 1st floor to buy a little hot pot material, bought several boxes of meat, bought some hot pot material, and then went to the 1st floor, bought some hot pot material, bought some hot pot material, bought several boxes of meat, bought a few 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 boxes of tea, several boxes of meat, buy some hot pot dishes, turn a circle down, spent a $3,000 or $4,000. Things are not finished. Fortunately, to go to the basement in advance to buy food, put things in the trunk to go, or else the hands of the things cannot take. After buying things, we drove to home. Chapter 17. Buy a car for Dad. System update. After returning home is almost 3 or 4 o'clock. Put the clothes, bought cigarettes and wine and so on into the parents of the kiln, the vegetables and meat and so on into the kitchen. Busy all day, also almost tired, and then back to their own bed to rest for a while. Tomorrow the oldest sister on the start of the school left, I think, and he went over to play for a few days. So tonight when we ate hot pot and the family to explain well, the time to renovate decoration. Don't be afraid of wasting money. By the time what heaters a stove and then the family bathroom a what? And then the yard and then build a big house as a living room. Don't be afraid of wasting money to kiln inside what heater stove and then home bathroom a what? And then the yard inside and then build a big house as a living room. And then the big house to the kiln to open a mouth. Directly connected to the kiln. The kiln can be decorated as a place to sleep. Thinking about it, I fell asleep in a daze. Wake up after 6 or 7 o'clock, and then get up and get dressed to go to the kitchen to see the light on it. Think of my mom back, go over and hurry to say, tonight eat hot pot, don't busy cooking. Mom, you're back, tonight we eat hot pot, you do not cook. I pushed open the kitchen door to see, really is mom is making fire it. Eat what hot pot? Also did not buy food. By the way, in front of the door parked that car is whose? I think it's a new car. Mom burned the fireside and I said, at noon I am not an old sister to the city, went to buy a car, and then by the way to buy some hot pot vegetables and so on. Thought we'd have a hot pot as a family at night when it's cold. I went in and opened the refrigerator, and continued after taking things out. You bought a car, what did you buy a car for? Mom asked with a surprised look on her face. Buy a car, of course, is open, no car at home is not a convenient. Want to run a road to the city, but also have to wait for buses and so on. Our own family has a car. When you want to go to the dad directly drive the car will take you. I pack up the dishes in my hand, and mom said, you just spend money. Mom said with a smile, just talking about it. My father also came back into the door. The first sentence is the door of the car is who? How to park in front of our house. That is your son to buy you. My mom said, for me? Dad's eyes widened and his face was full of surprise. Yeah, Dad, so you can drive mom around from now on, I said with a smile. Dad couldn't wait to get to the car, open the door and get in. After fiddling with the steering wheel a few times, Dad said excitedly, it feels good. I'll go out and try driving a few laps. After I accompanied my dad to the car, I familiarized myself with the dashboard and gears, and then accompanied him around the village a few times. When I saw people on the road, I opened the window and chatted a few times, saying that this was the car my son bought for me. These 2 laps of the village almost everyone knew to buy a new car. Only later my father was not satisfied to drive the car back home. The new car is good to drive. My dad said to me, I'll drive it for now, and when I don't want to drive it in the future, I'll give you a better one. I said indifferently, still buying a better. This car does not open 20 years. I see you are rich flirty panic. My dad glanced at me and said, after returning home, my sister at home to help make hot pot. Almost done. just to clean up the table. A few of us are sitting down to the table ready to eat hot pot. The bottom of the pot is still mandarin duck pot, rich spicy flavor, and tomato flavor, strong fragrance wafting in our kitchen, and then bought the ingredients are also placed on the table. And we also took this opportunity to cook a few pancakes, crispy on the outside and tender on the table. The family talked and laughed, and had a beautiful hot pot. After dinner, my sister and I packed a personal baggage, tomorrow to send my sister to school. Home things and mom and dad said, by the time they look at the day to redecorate to get up then, probably more than a month almost. By then, there will be no delay in the new year. Wait until the New Year's Eve, in the renovation of the new house inside, when we celebrate the new year together. After chatting we went back to the house to sleep. Lying on the bed I looked at the assistant sent over information about the trip and destination. She traveled according to plan these 2 days, traveled 2,000 kilometers in 2 days, is expected to arrive in Lhasa tomorrow. Thinking of this, I called her a voice video. What time did you arrive today? And did the road go well? Didn't encounter any other accidents, right? After connecting the video, I said to my assistant, seeing that Ruoyun was still sitting next to her, writing and calculating there, she opened her mouth and said, Ruoyun, you're here too? Still not sleeping? Don't stay up late when you're not busy with anything. Do you hear me? Boss, today is quite smooth. It is a car on the road. The tire is broken. Our fleet have maintenance. Delayed 30 minutes in the morning. The assistant listened and replied, Brother Lee, I miss you, although it's only been gone for 2 days. It's fine. I'll rest after I'm busy with this. Today's live broadcast benefits are good. There are 3 times the usual. So I'll summarize it at the end to see where the problem is, and see if all the live broadcasts can follow suit in the future. Ruoyun said to me shyly in the front and very seriously in the back. Okay, don't ever tire yourself out. After chatting with my assistant, Ruoyun, and seeing that it was getting late, I hung up the phone on them. Lying on the bed, I opened the panel in my mind and then looked at my data. Driving money back system. When the vehicle under the host's name is driven every day, the number of kilometers generated will be used as the host's cashback amount. Level 5, upgrade the next level to reach level 6. Requires 100,000 kilometers of vehicle driving under the host's name. Kilometers driven, 1712500M/17125km, level up. Kilometers have been reset. Cashback amount ratio, $100/1M, $100 per meter. Cashback amount, 260,000 yuan, has reached the 5th level. The future cashback amount can be withdrawn in real time to the account. Whether to withdraw cash amount, 260,000 yuan. Lucky carousel, 0. System mall, not opened, please host refueling. Back home when the system update, and then did not look at. Now open the update of 2 points. One is the cash amount of cashback do not need to wait until the early hours of the morning after the cash has become real time to the account can be withdrawn. Another point is that the system rises to 6 levels will be opened. See the system mall. The heart is still particularly looking forward to. Will not be the same as before to see other novels. There are all kinds of pills the secret of martial arts and so on. The heart secretly thought. After looking at the system panel, looking at the cash withdrawable 260 million. This money how to spend more and more it? Now remember the card inside there is more than 500 million. But think about it is not much. Buy a private plane. Buy a yacht or something. May not have enough money. After looking at the system panel thought about it. Tomorrow when I go to send my old sister to school. When I can't give my old sister to buy an apartment next to the school. Although it is almost graduation. When it comes to school is also close. There is a place to live or good. By then also have to buy a car. See where the old sister like to work. Not then buy a company to let her work and play it. Don't want to sleep. Say tomorrow. Chapter 18 Send my sister to see the beautiful night scenery. The next day dawn. After breakfast we set off. Play to go to the city. Because the city has to our school ZN University of Science and Technology of High-Speed Rail. Because in advance to buy a ticket. So we went to the station entrance. We directly through the security check in the ticket. After we are stuck point. Almost to the arrival of half an hour after the beginning of the ticket. We queued up to go in. And then found after finding our seats. We sat down. From our hometown to ZN University of Science and Technology takes 3.5 hours. Yesterday also prepared some drinks, ham sausage and so on. See if the noon hungry. We eat some, not hungry. We get off the bus and then go to the restaurant to eat some. After the point on time, looking at the scenery outside the window, slowly receding. This time to leave home do not know how long to come back. Should be in the new year, right? The train traveled very smoothly. My sister and I had a chat. The topic was unconsciously guided to my plans after graduation. Brother, what do you think is a good job for me after graduation? My sister asked me with a crooked head. You study the profession of employment is quite wide. You can first find a counterpart to do, accumulate experience. I sipped my drink and said, well, that's true. However, if I have a stable job, I definitely need to buy a car, so that it is much more convenient to commute, my sister said as she looked at me with bright eyes, as if I saw a signal inside his eyes to buy me a car. To buy me a car? Ha ha, you're just about to graduate and you're thinking of buying a car already. But now there are too many types of cars. Fuel cars, new energy cars have their own advantages and disadvantages. I think new energy vehicles are good, environmentally friendly, and I heard that the cost of late use is lower, but the range of new energy vehicles is sometimes a problem, especially when traveling. I voiced my concern. My sister was not concerned. Then we can rent a fuel car. Just as we were discussing in full swing, the car radio suddenly sounded, attention all passengers. The front is about to arrive at the ZN University of Science and Technology station. Please be ready to get off the train. I look at the watch, time flies, and my sister talked for such a long time. It feels like only chatting for 10 minutes, and my sister cleaned up the car. I've been talking to my sister for a long time, and it feels like I've only been talking for 10 minutes. I packed up my things with my sister and we got off the bus together. And this is the first time I've ever come to ZN, and I've worked in the capital city before, so I haven't been over here before. After leaving the station, the scene in front of me was shocking. The ancient city wall stood there, as if telling 1,000 years of history, while modern skyscrapers rose up along the wall, and traffic flowed through them. I pulled my sister out and took a taxi, then walked into the city. The streets were bustling with pedestrians, and the aroma of various cuisines filled the air. My sister excitedly pointed to a mutton burger store. Almost every day to eat it. Just came to eat quite good, and then I have not changed much. Every day need to eat it. Brother, you also taste the flavor is particularly great. After my sister finished with a happy face, she pulled me in for a taste. 10 minutes later eating authentic food. Feel the unique flavor. The corners of the eyes are arched up. The heart thought not worthy of mutton burgers, is great. After eating out we strolled through the streets and lanes, and saw some young people in Chinese costumes, who looked like they had traveled from the ancient times, blending with the modern scene around them to make a peculiar picture. The place has a traditional flavor without losing its modern vitality. Old sister, are you wearing a hanbok? If you can't, let's go wear it. I looked at others wearing hanbok, then casually asked, no need, I've worn it several times. There are still a bunch of photos there. Older sister quickly waved her hand and said to me, walking, we came to the neighborhood of the big wild goose pagoda, which looked more solemn and mysterious under the setting sun. I couldn't help but marvel at the magic of this city, which was able to preserve its ancient cultural heritage and at the same time flourish modern civilization. I suddenly thought of what the internet said. Surely the night view here at night would be very beautiful. First go to send my sister to school, then come back to see the night view after all the arrangements are made. After thinking about it, we walked along the street to my sister's school. The school entrance gate is very solemn and full of a sense of technology. The campus is also bustling with returning students dragging their luggage to and fro. I accompanied my sister to pack up the dormitory. Busy after all the arrangements, I began to wander around the campus. I found a lot of high-tech facilities in the school. Intelligent robots patrolling the campus to guide the direction of the students and the road. Walking to the library door using face recognition system. I was curious to look east and west, feel both fresh and interesting, worthy of the University of Science and Technology, have not seen later, think not even come up with scientific and technological achievements. Back walking, I came to a lawn, where a group of students sitting around discussing something. Closer to listen, it turned out to be about a technological invention of the idea. They intend to create it can purify the air and generate energy motivation. If successful, this will greatly improve the current air environment. I secretly marveled in my heart. This is really awesome. As I thought about it, I stepped towards the school's observation deck, wanting to take a good look at this place full of technology. As I walked to the observation deck and then walked to the highest place, looking at the whole school, the staggered school buildings, clean and spacious playground, and the students coming and going below, I feel my heart is calm. And in the future, if I have the opportunity, I also want to support the development of science and technology in our country. The phone rang, received a call from my sister, asked me where I was, said it was ready to take me to see the night scene. I said, later over to find you go, and hung up the phone, then walked to the school gate, and my sister went to the center of ZN. Just as we were hungry, so we looked for the highest restaurant to eat. As the night fell, the lights, the whole city of ZN instantly became bright and dazzling. The big wild goose pagoda was illuminated with golden lights, and the surrounding trees were also covered with colorful lights, just like a dreamy wonderland. In an instant, the heart is also obsessed. This meal is very happy. I asked my sister tomorrow have time? I go to buy you a car. Didn't you say that you were looking at the energy car? If you have time tomorrow, I'll accompany you to buy one. Eating the meat on my plate, I said to my old sister. Okay, then I'll thank old brother. If you don't have time tomorrow, you have to have time. Otherwise if you wait until the day after tomorrow, I don't even know if you'll buy it for me. He after saying that my sister laughed happily. So after you graduate, do you want to work in Xi'an? Or do you have something in mind? You and I chat a little bit. After finishing the drink in my mouth, I pretended to be careless and asked my sister, if I can work in Xi'an, it would be better. It's a busy place, and I studied here, so I'm familiar with it. It's also close to home. There is a direct high-speed train, and I can go back in 3 hours or so. I don't know if I can find a suitable job after graduation, but let's not talk about it now. There's still a year to go. Let's talk about it when the time comes. Older sister said to me while eating the food in her mouth. I looked at the light of anticipation in her eyes, and then said to her, that's fine, then wait until after graduation. Then, after buying a car tomorrow, we'll see what kind of good houses there are in the neighborhood, and we'll buy a building for you first, so that no matter if it's for your work or school, it'll be quite convenient. There's a place to stay. I swallowed the rice in my mouth and said to my old sister, older brother, how much money have you earned? A house, $700,000 or $800,000. Then you said buy it. My sister is not ready to eat, ready to get to the bottom of it. After I laughed, I said to her, guess. Chapter 19 Buying a house and car for my sister. After dinner, I sent my sister back to school. Just opposite the school there is a hotel. I opened a room to stay. After returning to the hotel, and girlfriend Lily chatted for a while, hung up the phone after and Ruoyeon opened a video chat. Today you guys arrived in Lhasa. I looked at Ruoyeon lying on the bed and said to her, well, we arrived this evening. We plan to go to the Potala Palace tomorrow. Ruoyeon sat up excitedly. Her eyes were shining. Then how did you guys arrange your accommodation? There are a lot of tourists over there, so you can book a room in advance and arrange it in advance. There are quite a few of us, I reminded. Ruoyeon scratched his head. We didn't carefully consider it. Originally thought to find a B&B closer to the Potala Palace, so it's more convenient, but I'm afraid that there are more people in a bad environment. In the end, we still booked the kind of characteristic B&B. It feels very atmospheric. It's just right that we stayed in just right. The whole accommodation is our people. There are no other tourists. Tonight we ate mutton. I feel I eat fat. The inside of the Potala Palace must be especially spectacular. I heard that there are so many rare treasures in the treasure hall. Ruoyeon touched her stomach with a longing face. Ha, it's good to be fat. It's very comfortable to touch the flesh. Remember to take pictures and send them to me when you go tomorrow. I haven't been there yet. I looked at Ruoyeon's stomach and laughed. Don't worry, brotherly. We're also planning to go to the Dragon King's pool park in the back for a stroll. I heard that the scenery there is beautiful. Ruoyeon rattled off the plans for the excursion. Sounds great. You guys have to be safe. Especially in crowded places, take care of yourselves and your belongings. I admonished. Got it, brotherly. There are bodyguards. I'll send you a few more pictures for you to see when the time comes. After saying that, he smiled. After chatting for a few moments, I hung up and rested. The next morning, the sunlight poured into the window. I woke up early and cleaned up properly, then went to call my sister. My sister was also a hothead and had been waiting to leave for a long time. After picking up my sister, we went to eat a breakfast and went straight to the car sales store. We came to the new energy car sales store. A variety of novelty models dazzling. The salesperson enthusiastically introduced us to the performance characteristics of each car, and one of them, a solar-charged light SUV, attracted our attention. It is not only environmentally friendly and energy-saving, but also spacious and comfortable, suitable for family traveling. My sister even praised its self-driving function and couldn't wait to take it for a test drive. After the test drive, I accompanied my sister to drive out. During the test drive, the car drove smoothly on the road, stopped automatically at red lights, and made very precise turns. After the test drive, my sister decided to buy the car on the spot. When I was going through the formalities, I couldn't help but think that this new energy vehicle is really the future development trend of transportation, both convenient and environmentally friendly. Soon the formalities were completed. I paid the money, landing a total of 188,000 yuan. By the car account, the sales staff accompanied us to get good. After the household time is just noon. Out of the car sales store, my sister pulled my arm and said, brother, I know a super delicious mutton noodles. Let's go now. So my sister drove the new car to the noodle shop. All the way carefully. From the front of the car there is a good distance. Stop the car. Along the way stop and go speed are not over 30. It was hard to get to the noodle shop, but the parking lot was full of people. It is difficult to find a seat. The rich smell of mutton soup wafted over. Not a moment, 2 bowls of steaming mutton noodles were served. The surface is covered with a thick layer of mutton slices, as well as green onions embellished in between. My sister and I eat up that sinewy noodles with delicious lamb soup. Every bite is enjoyable. After eating and drinking, I took my sister to the real estate agent again to see if there is a suitable building, this time on the road in the energy car. I said with a smile, hands are not raw a back to life 2 times familiar well. My sister also replied with a smile. 20 minutes to arrive. Parked the car into the real estate agency. A salesman immediately greeted with a smile on his face. Mr. and Miss, what kind of house do you want to buy? Is it for self-occupation or investment? I looked at my sister and said, self-occupancy. It is best to be surrounded by facilities. Next to the ZN University of Science and Technology. The salesman nodded busily, checked the real estate resources, and began to recommend several sets of properties for us. Finally, a 2-bedroom apartment near the school and hospital caught our attention. The salesman could see that we were interested and immediately took us to see the room. The room was simply and generously decorated, and the lighting was good. My sister was very happy with it, especially when she saw that there were also good fitness facilities and gardens in the neighborhood. However, the price was a bit high, because it was renovated, so it cost $780,000. After a lot of bargaining, finally to a more reasonable price deal, a discount of $80,000, and then 2 years free rent. Signing the contract, I feel a little emotional. Thinking over a few days to do it, I did not think so smooth. Only a daytime car and house are solved. After coming out from the real estate agent, my sister excitedly planned how to arrange the new house. Older brother, when the time comes to decorate, and then when mom and dad come over they will have to live in the master bedroom. I see that both sides of the room are about the same, generally large. Older sister said to me, okay, when the time comes to see if the family is busy or not. If it's not busy, if you have time, you can come over to live for a while. After saying that, I took out my cell phone and transferred another 200,000 to her. WeChat transferred 200,000 to you. When the time comes to renovate and whatnot, you see what's missing and buy what. Don't spend it indiscriminately on the line. Thank you, big brother. Don't worry, I definitely won't spend recklessly. My sister looked at her cell phone and said happily. I looked at her happy appearance. Also feel very satisfied. What is happiness? Happiness is to make one's own family happy. After signing the contract from the real estate agent, after coming out, we drove to the newly purchased building. From the school to drive over, it is only 5 minutes. Bought the elevator building, and then lived on the 6th floor. 2-bedroom finishes. Below the parking space, 1,200 yuan a year. Rent a parking space. Directly run a 2-year. Come in after parking the car. Up the stairs after pushing open the door. A look at the living room is not small. 2 bedrooms with a bath, and then with a kitchen. It seems that the original renovation is also quite good. Simple and generous type of beds and so on. To come to the mall I bought some mattresses, quilts and so on directly to buy 2 sets of. And now direct I've got 2 sets of quilts at the mall. And now I'm just going to clean up and put on the mattress. And I'll be able to rest here tonight. Because I did not think about today or directly for good. Hotel check-in. Directly for 3 days. Can only now give the hotel a phone call. Directly check out cancel check-in. When the deposit directly back to WeChat can be slightly cleaned up. Today will temporarily first live here. Anyway, cannot stay a few days. Clean up the home to lay a good mattress. And then my sister and I went downstairs. And then in the supermarket to buy a little food. And came back to my sister. I did 4 dishes of soup, smothered with a little bit of rice. I said to go out to eat. My sister said at home to eat it. Ready-made are there. Told me to save that spend. In fact, I want to be at home with me 2 people. Because buy a set of house to celebrate the celebration. Chapter 20 Going out and being touched by high technology. My sister and I ate the dishes. We fried ourselves and drank a little wine along the way. After eating my sister took the initiative and went to clean up the dishes. After eating a cigarette, the side and my sister talked about the job thing. There is no need to rush. By the time you graduate to see the situation. If not I will find a suitable one for you then. My sister washed the dishes while replying. Okay, no problem. After chatting with the family called, talked for a while, said to buy a house to buy a car thing. The family dad and mom smacked spending money. Then tell me 2 home has been looking for a good construction team. In a few days to prepare for the construction. After chatting, I washed up and went to bed. The next day, I woke up, looked at the cell phone, more than 9 o'clock, and then looked at WeChat. There are unread messages. There is my sister sent old brother. I go to school, and then breakfast in the kitchen. You want to eat if you want to eat a little hot to eat on the line. Alas, my sister is a big personality, but do things and especially delicate. They do not know what time to get up, but also to prepare me on the breakfast. There are also several messages. Husband, what are you busy with? Home decoration painting almost. The next step is to install flooring and so on, and customized cabinets. This is the girlfriend. Lily sent over a message. Lee, that picture I sent you yesterday, did you get it? The Padala Palace in Lhasa is really quite fun and grand, and then it feels like the mind is calmed. This was the message sent by Ruayun. Boss, I recently stayed in Lhasa Padala Palace for 3 or 4 days, and then I sent you a message. The next destination. You look at what is not suitable place. This is the message sent by the assistant. And a file. Boss, there is your previous planning. Recently recruited another 50 retired bodyguard drivers, because you did not call to notify. So now so far, I let them now. First pick up elsewhere to pick up the single. Are picked up short term, you see if you need it can be contacted in advance. This is the message sent by Li Xuanqing in the company, because before may think also lucky reward and so on, there may be places, so let in advance to prepare bodyguards and drivers. Did not think that these days down after the system a little sound, there may be the reason I'm not in the car. The specific method has not been touched clearly. After reading the news casually ate 2 mouths of breakfast, and then asked my sister. She did not drive to school, so I thought to drive out and around, see what suitable projects, first prepared in advance, not when let my sister management it, said to do, and then took the keys, went downstairs and drove the car set off, ready to go around the city first round, look at the vision center around the flow of people environment and so on, to see if there is a suitable place. I remember yesterday's dinner that place traffic is quite a lot, or a center of the location. The building is also quite high, mainly to see the night view is quite good, called what building to come, so I thought I'd go over there first to see if there was any subletting. Just drove the car, out of the cell door, was an older woman riding an electric car scraped, lying in front of the immobile, then speechless. Now people do not know the front of the car has a car recorder? Did not touch a bit, scraped my car out of the door did not move it, lying directly in front to not move, thinking about the preparation of blackmail money it, anyway, nothing today there is a good. First call the police, then I drove out to light a cigarette, and then walked to the front of the mom, and then I asked, Auntie, are you alright? How is it? Do you need to go to the hospital? Agu, this leg this leg pain cannot move. Auntie was not ambiguous, and said to me with a strong voice, I said public, or private hearing Big Mom's voice, I knew it must be okay, so I asked her this way, I want to call the police, but I'm afraid of delaying you young people. Not if you can't, you'll chat privately, give me a few $100, I'll go to the hospital myself to see on the line, by then you leave a phone number, if something happens, I'll call you again, if nothing happens forget it, okay? Young man, the Big Mom shouted out in pain while talking to me. I thought this mom, know quite a lot of This left the phone, after 24 hours, then counted whose responsibility, want to manage all no one to care, alas. I also watched the jitterbugs to see the heart of the mind thought of the laugh out, because this side of the police station is a little far away, but the intersection has a duty post, so not a few minutes time. I just chatted with the aunt, the police came on a motorcycle, there were 2 police officers, I went up and briefly told them what happened, and said that I had a car recorder and neighborhood surveillance to prove my innocence. Hearing this, the Big Mom has not yet got up, my heart is a little upset, I think this all have evidence, you still that what? Still not get up and wait for dinner. However, when the police intend to view the evidence of the time, a strange thing happened. The police took out my car recorder and cell monitoring view actually at the same time within a minute without the picture. The picture disappeared without a trace, as if the ant fell directly in front of me. The police look at the end of the helplessly shook his head, look at the eyes to the ant with suspicion but also did not have a way. My heart is full of doubts. This kind of coincidence is too weird, but thinking that more is better than less, I decided not to pursue. If it does not work, give a few $100 to settle the matter. When I was about to tell the police to leave privately, a young man came out of the crowd, who claimed to be an electronic equipment major at ZN University of Science and Technology. Brother, yesterday I saw you in the college. What's going on here? Do you want me to help look at it? He walked over with his backpack and said to me, thank you okay, then you help me look at it. This surveillance equipment doesn't know what's wrong with it. It just didn't record for that minute, I said to him with a smile. He came over to take a look at the car recorder and video, and then took out an instrument from his bag, about the size of a notebook, and after opening it, entered a data into it, and then the instrument flashed red light, flashing on and off. After careful examination, I was told that this is not an ordinary fault, but a high-tech means of interference. It can affect the surveillance screen for a minute, so that the surveillance video cannot be operated normally, but the distance cannot be too far away, probably on that Big Mom. And the police finished the boy after the analysis. The police also went over and said the ant, and then the ant is not recognized. and finally searched out from the bag inside a ballpoint pen like a transmitter. Hit before crying and said it is not intentional or what. The next time do not dare to. And finally gave us a statement. And then took the aunt back to the education to go. Affecting the public order. Should be punished by detention and so on. After finishing, I asked the boy, my name is Li Hua. What is your name? Have we met yesterday? Where? It's my first day here too. My name is Lu Natural. I'm in the same classroom as your sister and I just happened to see you together yesterday. The boy said coyly. That's really thank you. That do you have time today? Let's have a meal at noon. Just as a thank you, I said with a smile. I'm going to go home and rest after class today. Do you guys rent an apartment in this neighborhood? The boy asked. We just bought it yesterday. You live in this neighborhood too, huh? It's kind of fate, I replied as I pulled him to the car, ready to go to dinner. Chapter 21 Rented a store. In this way the thing that was touched by the porcelain, a delay time came to noon. I pulled Lu Natural to help my little brother to drive the car. We looked for a mutton museum. Going after I Lu Natural like to eat what? He said all you can directly take the menu point a cold dish, fried a stir-fried mutton, point a mutton soup, and finally on 2 bowls of mutton noodles. After ordering the food we both talked about the day. Are you and my sister classmates? What's your major? You're graduating next year, right? The gazpacho came up fast and I ate it while chattering with him. Yes, we both went to school together. I studied electronic equipment, belonging to the high-tech electronic version or something like that. Lu Natural ate a mouthful of food and I said, then you chose this specialty. After graduation do not worry about work. I continue to ask. Work to time to see it, also depends on the choice. I still like to compare the research and so on, but the company then, research funding some also give a little inappropriate. This mainly depends on the investment vision. Lu Natural continued and I said, okay, that you remember me a cell phone number. Add a WeChat. Specific I do not know. When the time to graduate, you see the need to help. If you give me a call, I still have a little bit of money. If appropriate, I'll help you a hand, but also to invest a little. I took out my cell phone and opened WeChat. Let Lu Natural plus WeChat and he said, good, did not expect to help a young and talented boss. Ha 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 line. By the time if it is not suitable, I and you say yes. Lu Natural plus WeChat later and I said. In this way, we chatted for a while, and after dinner he went home to busy himself with his business. Then I drove the car and continued to circle around the city. An hour later, I parked in yesterday's dinner to see the night view of the building below, and then looked at the plaque on the high floor called Dongwang Building. Building below the people come and go. Just an intersection. The flow of people is there. I get off, ready to go up to see if there is no subletting of the storefront. As for the rent later open a what? Now as long as the money, open what does not matter. The store is just let my sister usually have something to do. I walked into the Dongwang Building. Inside the people come and go, especially lively. Looked at the sign. The first floor is gold and silver jewelry and so on. The second floor is clothing. The third floor is the food. Thought first to go to the third floor to turn it. People to food. See if there is a sublease. Then disc down. I also do a food store. Take the elevator to the third floor. Gourmet city is bustling. A variety of scents intertwined, especially seducing people's appetites. Turned around. I found the corner of 2 sublet. An east, a west. I went to the east corner sublet hot pot store. There weren't many customers in the store. Just a middle-aged man sitting behind the cash register. I went up to him and asked, hello, why are you subletting this restaurant? He sighed and said, hey, I don't know why. The flow of people is especially low. The cost is too high. Can't make money. Thinking that it can still be flat now. Thinking that it is as soon as possible to sublet. I'll go to other places to see. I said that line. I said just mealtime. Cannot I finish eating first? Order a hot pot. Let's sit and talk. Picked up the menu. Ordered a mandarin duck pot. And then ordered a few small dishes. Not long after the dishes were served. After the pot opened, I picked up my chopsticks and tasted it. After eating it I frowned and looked at the boss and asked, boss, how is this pot a little bitter? Are the ingredients not fresh? The boss hurriedly waved his hands and said with a helpless face, it can't be. The ingredients are all new today. This bitter flavor I'm not sure. This period of time business is not good. Maybe a little bit related to this. I thought in my heart, this should be a problem with the base. I can think. The boss can also think. It should not be able to find the problem, or do not want to change, for fear of wasting the previous base, thinking of running out of forget. After thinking clearly about the causes and consequences, I also do not eat. Eat a bitter taste in the mouth how to eat, but also lazy and the boss said the other. Since people want to sublet, I want to rent, do not ask for the other. Looking at the store has a 200 square feet, not small. Boss, then let's talk about subletting. I wiped my mouth with a tissue and said, October renewed the rent, less than a month it. A month's rent is 15,000. A year then is 180,000 then sublease. You give me 180,000 on it, and then the store things are for you to stay. The owner of the hot pot restaurant and I said, if you want to sublet this, isn't it still unoccupied? Besides, I don't need the things inside your store, right? I was thinking that when you leave I'll pull away it, and then less than a month, that is calculated by a month, then you still want me 180,000 yuan. Although I don't care about my money, right? But it's time to talk about things. Then if you really want to rent it, right? How much do you think is appropriate? Let's talk about it if we can, right? Business is all about you and me. The hot pot restaurant owner continued. That other let's not say. Then the whole number. 150,000. You see the right if we sign the transfer agreement. And then after signing I will directly to the account. Not suitable if I will look again to see where there is a suitable. Okay. I estimated in my mind and directly said to the hot pot restaurant owner. 150,000 is too little, right? Can't we add more? The hot pot store owner said with a bitter smile. I say 150,000 okay, that's it. I said with a face that didn't allow it. Hot pot store boss see my expression especially firm. No, the price is not good to negotiate down. He in the heart of the calculation. Well, this month's earnings, the store can also get a deal. Almost so. After calculating in his mind, he said to me, okay, so it is. Who let me prepare to go back to my hometown? After the discussion, then the boss went to print the contract, and then we signed the contract in his store, and then transferred a total of 150,000 yuan. Each write their own name. Hot pot store boss promised to move at the end of October, and then get this month, signed the transfer contract. Other I did not care. This is ready to my sister to get a small business. I said the end of October on the end of October. I'm not in a big hurry. Then directly move finished on the good. After signing the contract, I turned around in the mall for a while, to see what to do, and then turned around, and then found that the mall does not sell flowers and cakes. Thought about it back to their cars, and then drive home and my sister ready to discuss it, to see if she likes cake or flowers After returning home almost dark, after entering the door found that my sister is also back, is busy in the kitchen, passed a glance, do as the old home sour soup noodles, and then also stewed a meat dish, get a small dish. Yo, this is quite rich This is what happened. Usually at home 10 fingers do not dip into the spring snow people. After taking a look, I teased and said to my old sister, Humph, I'm good with my hands. Today I'll let you see. In the past I didn't have the chance to do it. Now I just want to do a good job of cooking. Ha ha ha. The old sister laughed out loud after she finished speaking. By the way, today I saw in the shopping mall that we went to that Oriental building has a sublet, and then on the 3rd floor, I rented it for you. You see what kind of thing you like to do? I turned around. There is no selling that kind of all kinds of cakes and flowers in there. You can choose it. It should do better business. After watching my old sister smile, I said to her, wow, old brother, you're too giving, right? I'm thinking about going professional after graduation, and you're finding me something to do. Older sister said in surprise, children only make choices. I want it all, okay? Older sister and I finished and then continued to say, you go to do professional things, and you run the store, there is no conflict. Young people, just have to do more. That store 200 square feet. Then you can more than 100 square feet to open a cake room, and then the rest of you to open the flower well. The two can also be matched with the sale of this what is not. You like it good. I tasted the old sister out of the pot of meat, and she said, Chapter 22, Seeing the Netizen Yao Yao. Alright, you can eat it later. You haven't even washed your hands. This will be ready soon. Older sister knocked off my hand and said, it's not to see if you made it smell good, right? Well, it sure tastes good. By the way, there was one of your classmates today. He helped me out when I went out. I then roughly told my old sister what happened today. Recognizes just don't have much contact normally. Older sister replied after hearing me out. Why are you blushing if you know her? I asked jokingly. Why are you asking this? Eat quickly, eat go. Older sister said and shooed me out. After eating, the old sister cleaned up, and there was no chance for me to ask about my relationship with him. Don't ask. If there is a relationship then, sooner or later to meet the parents. Today also had dinner with the boy, so the boy's character and so on is still relatively assured. Lying on the bed and a few people after chatting. There is nothing. For the time being, there is no sleep. Open the game. Idle play a few games. Since there is a system, this responsiveness and so on, there is also hand speed. Basically the game did not lose. If there is, that is 1 to 9. Really cannot win. That has nothing to say. Entering the team voice channel, A familiar voice came, "Brother, how come you're online so late today?" The one who spoke was the little brother who often played together. "Just finished dinner. Nothing to do, so I came up to play." I responded. "I happen to have time today. Let's play together then," came the voice of another girl saying. This girl was also one of the ones we often played with. Her skills were okay and her voice was quite sweet, so she often pulled her along to score. We quickly matched into a game. In the game, I killed the 4 directions as usual, and the game ended with a glorious battle. And then the little brother and the female voice came from all ears. "Big brother, you are also too powerful, right? A long time no see. Before you are powerful, now it is even more to look at the back and not see the height. Simply powerful explosion." Little brother Fatty said to me. This game little brother called Fatty. What is the original name? I forget. Generally on the boy's name is not to remember particularly clear. Usually just chat online. Play the game. "Big brother, you are awesome yo. So want to marry you ah." The girl's voice also came. The girl's name is Yao Yao. Xian people, formerly known as Ma Xiao Yao. This year 22, do not go to school, so I want to watch the store for my family. 9 to 5, so her time to play games is usually quite a lot. Good, then you marry me. I said to Yao Yao, "I want to marry you, but it's a pity that you're not in Xian. We can't see each other. If you come to Xian, I'll marry you right away." Slightly. Yao Yao replied mischievously. "Good, this is what you said. Don't we have WeChat? You send the location. Let's see if I go tonight." I didn't think much about it, and said to Yao Yao. Ding dong, the cell phone came a sound. Temporarily quit the game to open a look. It is WeChat came a message. Is Yao Yao sent the location? Also really sent over. See Yao Yao sent over the positioning. I directly WeChat to her back. You really sent over. You are not afraid that I am a bad guy? What can a positioning do? You're not in Xian. You want to come tonight. Whatever you want? Treat me to dinner and drinks. Whatever you say? Yao Yao said mischievously. This is what you said. I didn't force you. When the time comes, don't regret it and say it's a joke. I cried and laughed and said to Yao Yao, what's the point of saying so much? You come? I'm afraid you can't. Yao Yao continued to say provocatively. Okay, you wait for me. Don't call you later and you don't answer. I deliberately said jokingly. There's no signal. I can even catch it for you. I'm afraid you can't come. Also to be as arrogant as ever back to say. After listening to the message she sent, I went up to the game and they said I have something to do. First busy for a while. When I am free we will play together. You two play first. Big brother, you're not really going to look for Yao Yao, right? Little brother asked with an excited voice. Come on. I'm waiting for you. He. Yao Yao's laughter also came over. What are you thinking? Where am I? Where else is she? Yao Yao said to the chubby little brother. Okay, you guys first play it. A moment free I will come up again, said the words. I quit the game, take the car keys, and then directly search the positioning to drive over. All the way I wind up, but the heart is getting more and more excited. This time to meet have to scare Yao Yao a jump. Why I came to Xian with my sister before? Wasn't it because I thought there was an online friend in Xian? See if we can meet up? Who knows that today he is on the set, thinking that soon we'll be able to see this quirky Yao Yao. The corners of the mouth cannot help but rise. Previously opened a video, tied a ponytail, in front of an airbangs, and then white skin, eyes big, eyes inside a quirky gaze, looking at people cannot help but like up, all the way non-stop acceleration. Finally arrived near the destination. The surrounding looks a little remote. I called Yao Yao. The phone was picked up just after a ring. I'm in the neighborhood. Where are you? After the call was connected, I directly said to Yao Yao, he, you're really here. How come I don't believe it so much? You go straight ahead, turn right at the intersection. The second store is it? Yao Yao said with her usual heartless arrogance. Looking in the direction she said, a small grocery store appeared before her eyes. The signboard read $2 store. Walking into the store, only to see a girl with a ponytail playing a game. Probably hearing a voice at the store entrance, lifting her head to look at me with a smile. Hello, what do you need to take yourself? Yao Yao, I need food and drinks and something to play. I looked at her with a flirtatious face. Wow, brotherly, you're really here. She immediately put down her cell phone after hearing the sound and quickly raised her head to look at me and said, why did you come? I didn't expect it. Thought you were joking. Yao Yao said while blushing. Of course, I'm true to my word, but I didn't come here to let you treat me today. I'll just treat you. I just wanted to come over and meet you. I looked at the blushing Yao Yao and said with a smile, it's already 9 o'clock. I'm about to close the door and go home. No, after we close the door later let's go for a late night snack, okay? Yao Yao looked at me and said with a blush, because usually often play games together, and then when the two people meet, they didn't feel particularly rusty, but they joked with each other. The atmosphere was still very cordial. Okay, Not in a hurry. A moment to pull you to eat a snack. Quickly play the game. The game is almost lost, said. I walked to Yao Yao's side, sat down, looked at the game she put on the table and said, Aya, there is still a game. It's all because of you, Lee. If you didn't come all of a sudden, I'm sure I can win this game, Yao Yao said with her beaming mouth, not seeing the field at all. It's okay, I'll take you to score if you lose. Besides, can you play this game? If you can't, I'll play for you. I guarantee I can win, I said to Yao Yao. Come on, you do it, Lee. I'm sure I can't. I've pushed the high ground. One more wave and I guess I'll lose. Saying that, Yao Yao handed her cell phone to my hand. Waiting to react, Yao Yao's cell phone was in my hand. I hurriedly looked at the page display, then helped Yao Yao to play the game. Looked at the equipment and sold the 2 pieces of equipment that Yao Yao had bought before. Bought another piece of equipment. Ready to go up to the group battle when there was a sudden sizzling breath coming from my ear. Why did you sell all my equipment? Does buying this work? At some point, Yao Yao had sat next to me and said with her mouth to my ear as she spoke, Don't worry about that. Just win when the time comes. After speaking to Yao Yao, I endured the discomfort in my ears and focused on playing the game. Chapter 23, Sending Yao Yao home after dinner. A few minutes later I put down my cell phone and wiped the sweat from my palms. It's not easy, I've already reached this point, and in the end, I still managed to pull off a slight trick and narrowly win. How about it? Brother Lee stepped in. 1 topped 5. If it wasn't for me, you would have lost this hand. How are you going to thank me? Loosening the knuckles of his fingers he twisted his head and said to Yao Yao, Brother Lee, you're too good. Admire you too much. So how do you want me to thank you? You have said that you don't need me to treat you to dinner. What about treating me to dinner after you come over? How do I want to thank you? Yao Yao said to me with an excited face as she took the phone and looked at it. Okay, I'll treat you to dinner, I said to her with a speechless face. Oops, it's 9:30. Go. Go eat a late night snack. Yao Yao glanced at her cell phone and said to me, pushing me out the door. Then she locked the door and turned off the lights. Where to go to eat? You tell me. It's up to you. You're familiar with this place, said Yo-Yo as she opened the car door. Let me show you the way. Look straight ahead, then turn left, then go to the head and turn right to it. There is a stall there, then seafood, fried noodles, barbecue, and so on. Quite delicious. I usually sometimes do not go home to eat, will go there to deal with a bite. Yao Yao got into the car while fastening the seatbelt and said to me, following Yao Yao's directions. I soon arrived at the stall. There were already a lot of people gathered in front of the stall. It seems that the business is very good. I drove the car to the front, and found that there is a parking place on the opposite side, so I parked over there casually. After parking the car, Yao Yao and I came down and walked to the opposite side of the food stall. We found a seat and sat down. I said to Yao Yao with a smile, the place you recommended seems to be very popular. Yao Yao raised her head proudly. By the way, don't you want to tell your family that you're not going back now? After ordering, I said to Yao Yao, no need. My dad and my mom, they all went to my grandma's house today. My grandma's house seems to have an errand to run. They went back. I'll be here alone to help look at the store. Yao Yao looked at me ordering food. She herself ordered a delicious food and said to me, after Yao Yao finished talking to me, my heart skipped a quick beat. Shortly after ordering, the steaming hot seafood chow mein and kebabs were served. Taking a bite of the fried noodles and kebabs. Not bad. It tastes really good. You didn't pick a bad place. That's for you to say. Bringing you here to eat such delicious chow mein is a blessing you've cultivated in your past life, Yao Yao said with a haughty face. When she was about to feast, she suddenly heard a noise. The chaos turned out to be a few big men who had drunk too much alcohol, arguing with the stall owner about the price. I frowned, and just wanted to go up and theorize. Yao Yao pulled me back and said, don't be impulsive. These kind of people are not to be messed with. But seeing the stall owner in a difficult situation, I still stood up and walked towards the group. It's okay, this kind of people, I've seen a lot of them, I said to Yao Yao as I walked. Walking over, I spoke kindly, but those few people cursed at me. I laughed in my heart. These guys haven't seen the first courtesy before the military, ready to strike to let them taste the power. At this time, a seemingly thin little brother next to the shot, an arrow step rushed up, 3 or 2 on the restraint of the troublemakers. The few big men threw down the money, cursing and saying harsh words on the run. This little brother is really fast. It is not my turn to take action. After the big man ran away, everyone applauded. I also thanked the little brother. The little brother waved his hand and said, I'm not used to seeing this kind of bullying. Then he quietly left. I walked back and exchanged smiles with Yao Yao and continued to enjoy this delicious fried noodles. You really dare to go on? They are several people? Yao Yao asked as she ate the fried noodles one by one and looked at me. I looked at Yao Yao's big eyes as she looked at me. The one noodle she was eating in her mouth, and the soup by her lips. Unconsciously licked my lips and said to her, What are you afraid of? I also practiced okay, said brightly my muscles. That's it. I don't believe it. Yao Yao giggled as she said and poked the muscle. You talk and I talk. Yao Yao and I said a lot of things about her family, while chatting and eating. Not long after we finished eating, check out the bill. Was about to leave. Suddenly heard a noise came over. I only saw the few big men who ran away just now coming towards this side with 8 people. Their eyes were fierce and they had some wooden sticks with them. Oh no, it's that group of gangsters. I heard that they often collect protection money here. What happened just now might have been intentional on their part. Yao Yao whispered to me, her face full of worry. I stood up and blocked in front of Yao Yao. Those punks saw me and laughed contemptuously. The leading one with dyed red hair came forward and said, Kid, just now you are the one who meddled in the matter. If you are sensible, hurry up and hand over the money and apologize to my brother. Otherwise, you guys don't want to have a good time today. I sneered. On what grounds? Yeah, it's not like we beat you guys up. Why should we ask for money from us? Yao Yao stood behind me and said with a defiant face. The red-haired man became infuriated and raised the weapon in his hand to strike at me. I nimbly sidestepped and dodged it, and in the process kicked him in the stomach. In an instant, the red-haired man fell to the ground, and the other punks saw this and swarmed up to him. I responded while protecting Yao Yao. Quickly, just at this moment, the sound of sirens came from the distance. It turned out that Yao Yao had secretly reported to the police when they arrived. When the punks heard that, they panicked and fled in all directions. There was just one red-haired guy left who didn't have the strength to get up at my feet. Luckily you're resourceful, I said to Yao Yao with a smile. Are you alright? Are you hurt? Yo-Yo asked looking at me with concern on her face. The policeman came closer and looked at the red-haired man on the ground, then sized up Yao Yao and me. What's going on? One of the officers asked. Yao Yao told the story as it was, including the gangsters demanding protection money and the fact that they hit the man first. The officer nodded after hearing that, then signaled his colleagues to bring the red-haired man into the police car. The red-haired man glared viciously at me, muttering, Kid, you wait, what are you talking about? Get in the car, a policeman said as he pushed the red-haired man. I wasn't afraid in the slightest and gave him a provocative look back. After the police left, Yao Yao breathed a sigh of relief. It's finally solved. Thanks to you. I scratched my head, looked at her and said, also thanks to your wit to call the police. I didn't even see you call the police. I was behind you. How could you see it? Yao Yao beamed, blinking her big eyes and said, let's go. I'll send you home. I said as I looked at the time. I'll let you take me home even if you don't say so. I'm scared tonight. Yao Yao said with a palpitating heart. Drove Yao Yao back. 20 minutes later the car parked at the curb entrance. Inside it would not be able to enter. Parked the car and I walked side by side with Yao Yao. Crossed this alley to get to Yao Yao's house. There was no street light in the alley, and the street lamps on the street couldn't shine in either. The further we walk and the darker it gets. Yao Yao tightly grasped the corner of my coat, her body slightly shivering. Don't be afraid, I'm here, I softly comforted. Suddenly, a stray dog scurried out from the corner and barked furiously at us. Yao Yao screamed in fear and wrapped her arms around me. I calmed Yao Yao and picked up a rock from the ground to scare off the puppy. The security in this area hasn't been very good, especially at night. Usually at this time of the day I'd be long gone. Yao Yao spoke to me, looking around warily afterward. As we walked to the entrance of a small alley, an eerie cold wind hit us. Yao Yao's hand gripped me tighter and whispered, I feel a little scary here. I was just about to open my mouth to calm her down when I heard strange noises coming from the alley. It was like someone dragging their heavy footsteps slowly, accompanied by low gasps. I shielded Yao Yao behind me and prepared for battle. As the sound got closer and closer, a figure slowly emerged, and it turned out to be a drunken vagrant. I breathed a long sigh of relief and led Yao Yao through the alley, finally sending her downstairs to her home. Chapter 24 Yao Yao's home heartbeat. Go up and sit down for a while. Consider it as sending me up. My house is still on the 5th floor. I'm a bit scared to be alone, Yao Yao said to me with a scared look on her face. Okay, send you home safely. What happened tonight is too much. It's also my first time to encounter this kind of thing. I looked at Yao Yao and said, well, the last group of people that came looked quite scared. Yao Yao and I said. The two of us talked and chatted as we walked towards the 5th floor. His side is an old town. No elevator, 6 floors high. His family lives on the 5th floor. We talked to the door of the house. Yao Yao took out the key and opened the door. After entering the door is the place to change shoes. Yao Yao took his father's slippers for me, and took a pair for me. After entering the door is a living room, and then a row of sofa facing the TV, and then the left side is the kitchen. There are 2 bedrooms with a bathroom. Taking a look at the room's furnishings, it's quite clean. So I asked Yao Yao, the room is quite clean. When will uncle and aunt come back? Are you the only one in your family? No siblings? Yao Yao heard me ask this. A trace of bitterness appeared on her face. I have a younger brother. but he's not at home. Mom and Dad went back to their hometown to do some errands, and took him back with them. It should be the day after tomorrow, I think. I went back today. I'll do some errands tomorrow, and I'll be back the day after tomorrow. After that, she went into the kitchen and boiled water. I followed into the kitchen, leaned against the doorframe and said, "You just said that you didn't go to school again because of your brother. That's not fair to you." Yao Yao shook her head. "I'm a girl, there's no use in studying, and since my brother's grades are better than mine, Mom and Dad will definitely support my brother's studies first. All I want now is to find a good family to marry and have a small family of my own. I'll be satisfied," Yao Yao said shyly. I looked at this outwardly quirky girl. Inwardly I didn't expect it, but she was so soft. "If there's anything you need, just ask. We both have a very ironclad relationship, right?" I looked at Yao Yao and said, "What can you help me with? If you buy me a house, I'll follow you from now on." Yao Yao suddenly, jokingly said, "Still betting? This last time you lost to me saying I'll do whatever I want. You haven't fulfilled it yet. This time also bet so big. Bet for life. Ah, you just decided that I don't have this ability, right?" I asked as I looked at Yao Yao in disbelief. Who knows what's going to happen in the future? I just want to find one that I know and have the conditions. Don't want to have to work hard to blend in with another stranger for the trivialities of life one way or the other. Yo-Yo said bitterly looking at me. "Isn't it just a house? Are you going to buy it in the neighborhood? Or where? I'm going to make you lose convincingly," I said to Yao Yao with a smile. "Slightly away from home. Sometimes I want to be alone." "Okay, then I'll go back first. I'll come and pick you up tomorrow," I said to Yao Yao after I finished my water. "Where are you staying at night? If you can't, you can stay at my house. My parents aren't here either," Yao Yao said to me in embarrassment. "Is this appropriate?" I scratched my head and asked, "What's so inappropriate about this? What kind of relationship are we having? What did you just say? What's wrong with staying for one night?" Sheikh said unhappily. "That's fine, then I'm sorry to bother you. I looked at the time as almost 12 o'clock, also do not want to run." Then I said to Yao Yao, "Packed up the sofa, sleep on the sofa at night. Sleep in other people's bedroom is still a little embarrassed. After cleaning up, Yao Yao don't yawn, go back to the bedroom to sleep. I play the cell phone on the sofa, now sleepy, played also do not know how long, I will be confused sleep. My sleep was originally shallow, 6 or 7 o'clock in the morning, confused feeling Yao Yao's door opened, then raised his head to look. Who knows in front of Yao Yao was wearing a wide pajamas, the lower half of the body did not wear anything, white legs hidden. Seeing this scene I instantly widened my eyes and my face turned red. Yao Yao came out and rubbed her eyes for a moment. Looking forward, she also instantly came to her senses and let out a scream, hurriedly covering the key part with her hand, turned around and rushed into the room. I sat awkwardly on the sofa, my heartbeat rapidly accelerating, my mind full of that shocking glimpse just now. After a while, Yao Yao slowly walked out fully redressed, lowered her head and didn't dare to look at me, whispering, "I'm sorry, I forgot you were here." I stammered and responded, "No, it's okay." The atmosphere became incredibly weird and ambiguous. "You didn't see anything, did you?" Yao Yao asked again. "No, it's just that I suddenly heard your scream and was startled." I lied as I recalled that flash of snowy white. Just then my cell phone suddenly rang, breaking the embarrassment. I picked up my phone as if I had been pardoned and answered it. It was the real estate agent calling about the house I couldn't sleep looking at last night. I hung up the phone after briefly saying a few words, looked at Yao Yao and said, "I couldn't sleep last night, so I found an agency and looked at a few properties. After I finished looking at them, I left my cell phone number. Who knew that they called in the morning? So we can go and take a look today," Yao Yao gently answered. "Really? So fast? You are so powerful," Yao Yao said mischievously. It was as if we were back to that kind of state between us, but the scene that just happened was like a stone thrown into a lake. In the originally familiar with each other, again flooded with layers of ripples. After getting up and washing up, we went downstairs to have a breakfast, and then went directly to the real estate agency. To the agency, the salesman warmly greeted us. He took out a few booklets with pictures and brief descriptions of various properties. "These are the more popular ones, but according to your previous needs, I'll focus on recommending this one." The salesman pointed to one of the pages and said. Yao Yao and I went over to look at it. It was a house located in the center of the district, surrounded by green trees. It looked quite good and the traffic was also very convenient. "Are there any others?" Yao Yao asked. The salesman turned over a few more pages. "These sets are also good, but the ones near the high-speed rail station, although the transportation looks convenient, the noise pollution is relatively high, and the ones near the campuses with schools and hospitals have too much foot traffic. The living environment is relatively noisy." Yao Yao and I looked at each other and felt that he had a point. "Then let's go and take a look at this suite you recommended first," I said. So we followed the salesman to that suite. Along the way, Yao Yao occasionally sneaked a glance at me, not realizing that I really wanted to buy a house. When walking to the cell door, security checked the pass before releasing the line. I did not think that Bawan is also very strict. After entering the big bay, into the eyes is a flower bed around. On both sides of the road is also quite wide, tree-lined. Go forward. Not long to reach the unit building. Go in and then take the elevator to the third floor of the clerk to open the door. The room was clean and tidy. The lighting is also very good. Furniture is simple but everything. The walls are white as snow. 3 rooms and 1 hall. Bayan can directly live in. The follow-up to buy some living supplies can be. The water and electricity here are normally supplied. And the property in the neighborhood is quite responsible and safe. The salesman introduced. I looked around and turned my head to Yao Yao, and found that she was looking longingly. Come on. Seeing that she likes it, let's do it here. Thinking in my heart, I said to the salesman, okay, let's do it here. It looks okay here. Do some math. How much does it cost? There is no discount or anything? If it's suitable, we'll finalize it. A total of 130 square feet. 10,001 square feet is a total of 1,430,000 again will give you a discount of 95%. Then remove a 0, a total of 1,350,000. Do you think it's okay? Sir, the salesman said to me after the call. Okay, that's it then. Let's go. Let's go back to the store and sign the contract. I said to the salesman. Chapter 25, Buying a house and a car for Yao Yao. You bought it just like that. Hey, big brother, you are a landlord. Yao Yao said. Buy a house? Then what else? Isn't it just a matter of picking a place and paying for it? I asked in disbelief. Magnificent. Yao Yao said breathlessly. Not long returned to the agency, signed the contract. Got the key. The morning accompanied Yao Yao to the mall to buy some toiletries and mattresses and so on. At noon casually ate a meal. The afternoon back to the small store to watch the store. I accompanied Yao Yao in the store to play games. The morning did not open the door. The afternoon to come to the people are quite a lot. One after another busy until the afternoon. I asked Yao Yao what to eat at night. Not really hungry right now. Why don't we close at 8 and go back to buy some small dishes or something? Make do. Yao Yao thought for a while and said to me, where to eat? Not eat? I'll go buy it now. Buy it back and finish it inside the store. Just to watch the store. And then after dinner we to clean up. I said after thinking about it for a moment, mostly because I was a little hungry. Alright then, I'll just have 1 powder. Yo-Yo said to me, after saying that I went out to bought a handful of rice, a powder and some kebabs. After I came back and ate some briefly, Yao Yao couldn't eat anymore after 2 bites. It was all settled by me. Will we go back to the newly bought one to stay at night or still stay at your house? I wiped my mouth after eating and asked Yao Yao, go back to the new house to stay. The distance is about the same on both sides. Yao Yao said shyly, then pack up and let's go. I said to Yo-Yo, still a little excited for tonight. Good. Yo-Yo said to me as she packed up. In 20 minutes. We returned to the downstairs of our newly purchased neighborhood in 20 minutes. We returned to the downstairs of our newly purchased neighborhood just as I entered the door. I hugged Yo-Yo. Remember your promise? I said into Yao Yao's ear. Yao Yao didn't say anything. She just wrapped her arms around my waist, getting harder and harder. I felt Yao Yao's body trembling slightly, and my heart was filled with pity and love. I gently lifted her face, looked at her eyes that contained love and soulfulness, slowly lowered my head and kissed her. This kiss is like igniting a dry fire. Suppressed for a long time of emotion instantly broke out. We embraced each other toward the bedroom, the room filled with ambiguous atmosphere. I don't ask you to promise anything. I just hope you have a place, a piece of me in your heart. Yao Yao wrapped her arms around my neck and whispered in my ear. After our night of storm, the early morning sunlight sprinkled on the bed through the curtains. I woke up and looked at Yao Yao beside me. My heart was infinitely satisfied. When I looked at Yao Yao, I saw her eyes blinking and slowly opened her eyes. Those soulful eyes, as if they seemed to be alive again. Alright, do you want to eat something? I looked at Yao Yao's eyes and said with love. I'm so hungry. I want to eat a lot of good food, but I also want to eat you. After Yao Yao finished her queer, KY speech, she pounced on me. I wrapped my arms around her waist and pressed down. Still have to eat me? Let me taste it first. Took my cell phone and ordered a takeout. After saying that, I pounced on Yao Yao. An hour later I came out at the door and took the delivery in. After that we both wolfed down the food, consuming too much. After eating, Yao Yao gave me a bottle of drink. I said to her, today there is a car show. Let's go and see it. I see that you still do not have a substitute for it. Let's go to buy a car. No matter how many years of feelings, no material maintenance, is ultimately a scattered sand, since there is this ability, on their own side of the people better. Since people with me, I certainly will not let her suffer. What others have, she must also have. What others don't have, she can also have. No need. I usually just take a taxi or ride an electric bike. What a waste to buy a car. Yao Yao looked at me and said with a wink, come on, you can just ride an electric bike. It's convenient to have a car, and you won't be afraid when it's windy or rainy. I said to Yao Yao, okay, then thank you big brother. In the future if you don't leave, I won't give up. He. After thinking for a while, Yao Yao said in a civilized manner, and laughed herself before she finished. We simply packed up and left for the auto show location. When we arrived at the Xi'an auto show site, it was so crowded that it was hard to look around and find a place to park. All kinds of cool cars dazzled people. The various shapes and functions of the cars were also overwhelming. Yo-Yo excitedly took my hand and traveled between the various exhibition areas. After circling around, she finally stopped in front of a small and exquisite new energy car, her eyes glowing. The small body can only sit 2 people, but the back has a lot of trunk space. The exterior looks dull. Inside the interior is also particularly small and cute. There is also the center control screen is particularly technological and generous. And then the seats and so on. Are leather seats heated and ventilated. I smiled and found a salesperson to ask about the price and configuration. After some understanding and test drive, Yao Yao is particularly satisfied with this car. I paid the full price without hesitation and reserved a pink one. And the sales told us that the car was in stock and we could pick it up in a few days. Yo-Yo happily jumped up and hugged me. You're so nice. We then left the car show, and along the way Yao Yao was imagining her life after having a car, such as being able to go on driving trips, and being able to go to the countryside to look at the stars whenever she wanted. I listened to her visions, and my heart was happy too. Since her mom and dad came back in the morning, she didn't have to go back to the store to watch the store, so we came out from the station and went to a restaurant, where we ate her favorite food, fried shrimp and pork ribs. In the afternoon, we were going to see the surrounding scenery. Yao Yao said to me, there is a very good one over here, an ancient city wall, and then the tourists are especially few. We can go over there to take some pictures. So we walked in the direction of the old city wall that Yao Yao said. On the way, Yao Yao hummed a light and happy tune, her ponytail fluttering with each step. I was so happy to see her. Arrived at the ancient city wall near. Here is indeed as Yao Yao said. Few tourists. The ancient city wall threw a heavy sense of history. The walls are covered with mottled traces of age, as if telling the story of the past. Yo-Yo couldn't wait to take out her cell phone and pose playfully. I acted as a photographer and tried to capture every beautiful moment of her. I kept adjusting the angle, trying to take the perfect picture, but the light was always less than ideal, either too bright or too dark. Yao Yao was a bit frustrated and beamed. Why can't I get that blockbuster feeling? I took out mineral water from my backpack and poured it on the ground, borrowing the reflection of the water, and the effect was instantaneous. Yao Yao's face looked even more beautiful in the soft light, and her eyes were bright as if she was hiding small stars. I guided Yao Yao to change her pose again, either leaning against the wall and looking into the distance, or caressing the old wall bricks in a contemplative manner. Finally, I got an extremely satisfactory photo. In the photo, Yao Yao looks like an elf who traveled from the ancient times, complementing the vicissitudes of the city wall. The water underneath was like a lake, and then reflected Yao Yao's figure in the sky. I showed it to Yao Yao, and she was so surprised that she exclaimed, "Wow, it's really nice to look at." She held her cell phone and repeatedly admired that photo, with a happy smile on her face. At that moment, I felt that the whole world became beautiful. Just as we were immersed in taking pictures, dark clouds slowly sprang up in the sky, and the originally clear sky quickly darkened. I had a vague feeling of uneasiness in my heart, and pulled Yao Yao and said, "The weather seems to be changing. Let's find a place to hide first." Yao Yao also realized that it was not good, put away the phone and followed me to run up. We didn't run far before the rain came down. We panicked and rushed into an ancient building that looked abandoned for a long time. Just as we stood on our feet, the sound of the rain outside turned into a crackling rainstorm. Yao Yao stroked her hair, which was wet by the rain, and said with some trepidation, "Luckily, I ran fast, or else I would have been a drowning chicken." I looked out into the blurred world, and hugged Yao Yao tightly, as if this world, just the two of us were left. Chapter 26, bringing Yo-Yo to see her old sister. The rain poured down like a note, hitting the ground with a snapping sound. The two of us, Yao Yao and I, spoke soulful words as we watched the rain pouring down outside. However, this rain came and went quickly, but after a while, the sun came out again. Yao Yao and I saw that the rain stopped, so the two of us walked out and looked at the earth that was washed away by the rain. The air was still filled with the fragrance of the land. Looking up, there was a rainbow hanging in the sky after the storm. The rainbow is so pretty. Let's take a picture, okay? Sheikh looked up, saw the rainbow, surprise, said to me, "Okay, come on. I'll take a picture of you holding a rainbow in your hand." I picked up my cell phone and said to Yao Yao. Yo-Yo posed with a happy smile on her face. After I took several pictures in a row, Yao Yao ran over and pulled my hand and said, "Let's take some more group pictures together." So I put my cell phone into timer mode and took a few pictures. After taking pictures, we walked back along the path. But I didn't expect to meet an old grandpa painting. Looking at the old grandpa's painting is good, so I thought to paint one for both of us. The old grandpa looked very kind. His eyes were focused and warm. He smiled and agreed to our request, signaling us to find a suitable place to sit. We sat on a bench by the roadside, with the gorgeous rainbow behind us. When the old grandpa moved his pen, the surroundings seemed to quiet down and only the sound of the pencil scratching across the paper could be heard. "It feels so beautiful now. It would be nice to keep it up until I'm old," Yo-Yo said as she looked at me. "Yeah, away from the hustle and bustle of the crowd. It's especially peaceful now," I replied. Not long after, the old grandpa drew. Not long, the old grandpa drew a sketch. The two of us main features are drawn. "Look exquisite." Gave the old grandpa $100. The old grandpa said nothing. Yao Yao and I put down the two, and ran away. We ran all the way back to the car, and on the way, we still discussed the lovely painting. After arriving home, Yao Yao found a delicate picture frame, carefully framed the painting, and hung it on the most conspicuous wall in the living room. My phone rang. I picked it up and saw that it was my oldest sister's call, so I answered it. "Hey, old sister, what's up?" I asked as I picked up the phone. "Older brother, where are you? Can't come back at night." Old sister's voice came over the phone. "What's wrong? What's the matter?" I heard that there were words left unsaid behind, so I directly opened my mouth and asked. "Nothing much. The main thing is that tomorrow there is a girlfriend's to find me to play." He. "You have to come back. I cannot drive over there?" My sister said shyly. "When is there no rush then? I'll be back tomorrow morning." I thought about it for a moment and then said to my oldest sister, "Be there at almost 11 o'clock. It's not particularly urgent." Older sister and I said, "Okay, then I'll go back tomorrow morning. Just bring a friend. Let's have dinner together." "That's fine. There's nothing else. I'll hang up first." I said to my sister. "Older brother, bye." After my old sister said that, she hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, she turned her head to Yao Yao and said, "Older sister has a friend to find her to play tomorrow. I'll go back tomorrow morning, so I'll stay here for one more night today, and tomorrow I'll go back just in time for us to have a meal together." "Okay." Yao Yao smiles and nods her head. "What's wrong with that? It just so happens that I don't have anything to do tomorrow. I can also meet your sister." "Am I meeting my family in advance?" Yao Yao said mischievously. "Yeah, how is it? Are you happy?" I kissed Yao Yao and said to her, "Happy, as long as you have me in your heart, nothing else matters," Yao Yao said as she looked into my eyes. Yao Yao walked into the kitchen and skillfully arranged the ingredients. In a short while, the table was full of colorful and fragrant dishes. We didn't rest after we feasted. I pulled Yao Yao to the window and pointed to the city outside. "Yao Yao, now this world is fair though. As long as you work hard, you can usually get what you want. When you have me in the future, I'll give you $20,000 allowance every month, and I'll let you be clothed and fed in the future." Yao Yao leaned on my shoulder and whispered, "No matter what you become, just don't leave me. Don't worry, you are always in my heart." After saying that to Yao Yao, we went back to the bedroom and had a stormy night. The next day dawned. More than 8 o'clock we got up and ate breakfast. 9 o'clock to the city ZN University of Science and Technology, to my sister to buy that unit building to drive. On the way to my sister called, "Let her get up and clean up a bit. We will be there in a while." Driving more than 40 minutes, we arrived at the downstairs. I took her to the upstairs. When we got to the door, I knocked on it, and after a while, my sister came out. "Older brother, you're back. It's stuck on time." Older sister looked at the time and said to me, "Who is it? So pretty." Older brother, "It's not your girlfriend, is it?" Older sister, after opening the door, saw Yao Yao behind me and asked me, "Well, this is my girlfriend, Yao Yao. I brought her here today to get to know you." Pulling Yao Yao's hand, and my sister said, "This is my old sister. Today her best friend came to play with her. Let's have dinner on the way." I said to Yao Yao, "Come on in, old brother. You're letting your sister-in-law stand outside and chat." We didn't open the door and then said to me, You never forget to undermine me at any time." I laughed and pulled Yao Yao's hand and said to my sister. After saying that, entered the door of the house. Then my sister and Yao Yao, two people holding hands to visit the room to go. I sat on the sofa to drink some tea. The morning eat a little salty, now still a little thirsty. While drinking tea, I watched my sister and Yao Yao chatting. After sitting for a while, my sister is ready to drive to pick up her girlfriends. Originally thought to go together, but thought a while back, just stay at home for a while. When they come back then go out for dinner. So I didn't go. Let my sister go alone. "My dear BFF, where are you? I'm ready to leave to pick you up." My oldest sister's WeChat voice to her BFF after she got her car keys. I'm still an hour away from the station. We'll see you later. A cold voice came from my sister's cell phone. My sister then opened the door and went out. Yao Yao and I opened 2 games at home. My sister came back at 11:50. As soon as she opened the door and came in, I saw my sister's best friend behind her, who was about 1.7 meters or so, with a braid tied, wearing a pair of glasses, standing behind her without a smile, and giving people the feeling of being especially cold and aloof. Not good to talk to look back. Old sister quickly let classmates come in and sit down. The road traffic jam? I stood up and said to my sister, "This is my best friend, Ling Ling, this is my brother, my sister-in-law. It's okay, not much traffic on the road," we said to me after introducing us. "That's fine, no traffic jam is good. Then you and your classmates take a break, drink a cup of water, let's go to eat to go. Already booked. The restaurant is a sheep scorpion hot pot. There are also other dishes," I said to my sister. "After dinner I'll go back with your sister-in-law first." Received a call from home, said something happened at home, let her go back. I also followed to send back. I then said, "Okay, then let's go here. After we finish eating early, we can go shopping or rest in the afternoon." My sister glanced at her best friend and said to me, "Alright, let's eat then." Subsequently, I took them to go to that scorpion hot pot store. Went in addition to the scorpion hot pot, but also fried vegetables and so on, especially that crispy meat is particularly tasty. A few of us eat while chatting, and her best friend slowly let go of the original is particularly cold to strangers. After dinner, my sister and her girlfriends went together. I and Yao Yao, 2 people, also play to go to her home. Just listened to a sentence, said what happened at home, let her go back as soon as possible. Did not listen to particularly careful. Chapter 27 Fighting for money. Yao Yao bride price. Rushed to Yao Yao's home convenience store. Get off the car to pay the fare. I accompanied Yao Yao into the convenience store. Originally Yao Yao said I don't need to come. To this time how can I rest assured that she came alone? Push open the door of the convenience store. I followed Yao Yao, walked in. Enter the door. I saw his parents are sitting in the store. Full of sadness. His brother is not in. Should be at home. Dad. Mom. What's so urgent? Even called me to hurry back. Yao Yao said as she walked over and looked at her mom and dad. Her dad sighed and didn't say anything. Her mom also had red eyes and wanted to say something. What's wrong, mom and dad? Don't scare me. What's going on? Say something. Yao Yao looked at the situation is not right. Tone anxious said. Your brother came back from home yesterday. Said in classmates to play. I do not know how. And other people had a conflict to fight. The hand is not heavy to others to hit the cannot get up. The child flowed a lot of blood. To see people bleed more than. It is afraid to run away. Back to us did not say. This morning the police came to the door. We just know. The parents of others called the police. The child was hit into a serious injury. If not the ambulance in time. Seriously injured. If not the ambulance came in time. Other people's children are almost not saved. Yao Yao's mom said in a choked and broken voice. Yao Yao's father sighed heavily as he lit a cigarette next to her. Your brother. Where is it now? How are they going to deal with it? Cannot compensate some money? Private. Cannot affect the younger brother to go to school. He learns so well. Yao Yao hurriedly asked. I stood next to the heart, thought afraid of Yao Yao family does not have so much money. Otherwise it will not be so anxious. Things may be in Yao Yao also a little bit of relationship. Sure enough, the next sentence of her mother set out. We also look for people family private. Number 500,000 cannot be solved. The family is more than 20 million. This time back to the village. Someone gave you a kiss. Said that the old Wang family is interested in you or willing to give 300,000 dowry. So that's why I called you back to ask for your opinion. If it's suitable, just to help your brother. Yao Yao's mom continued. I don't agree. I already have a boyfriend now. This is my boyfriend, Li Hua. Yao Yao emotionally pulled my hand and said, you this girl, mom can harm you. The old Wang family is also know the roots of the family. His family children are also good. Mainly because of the conditions of the family is also good. Give 300,000 dowry. After you marry over, food and clothing will not worry. Mom is also for your own good. Besides, where does this boyfriend of yours work and does his family have money? Can he come up with 300,000 dollars? Yao Yao's mom looked at me and said loudly to Yao Yao. It's not about money. I just like Li Hua. You're getting ready to sell your daughter. I don't agree anyway. It's not just about money. It'll definitely be resolved. Yao Yao looked at me and her mom and said, if you don't want to, then you don't want to. You child. Your mom didn't force you. What can you do about the money? It's better that we figure out how to solve it again. You go out and play with your date. Yao Yao's father sighed and said slowly to Yao Yao. I gently patted Yao Yao's shoulder and comforted. It's fine. It's only $500,000. I'll pay for it. Her parents looked at me in surprise, obviously not expecting me to be able to come up with so much money. I then said, "Uncle and Auntie, let's solve the immediate trouble first. Save Yao Yao's brother first, and then we'll talk about other things." Afterwards, we went to the hospital together, found the family of the person and visited the patient, looking quite serious. "I'm sorry, the child doesn't know any better. I hope you can understand." Yao Yao's father said to the person's parents, "Look at how my child was beaten. You several families, a family without 500,000 yuan. This matter is not negotiable." Other people's children's parents said to Yao Yao's parents, "It should be. In this card is 500,000. The password is 6 zeros. I hope for your understanding." Yao Yao, her dad, took out the 500,000 that I had prepared and handed it to the other parent and said in a low voice, "It's not that I want this 500,000. It's just that I can't swallow this in my heart. So let's settle this privately. I'll write you a letter of understanding." The opposite parents took the bank card with one hand, while talking to Yao Yao's parents. After giving $500,000 and getting a letter of understanding, we stayed for a while and left the hospital to go directly to the police station. Came to the police station, entered the door. I took the initiative to ask, trouble to ask. The fight came in, we come over to deal with it, should find who. I asked the female police officer at the front desk. Straight ahead, walked to the head right office. The female officer said to us, "Hello, let's deal with the fight." We mediated privately. Yao Yao, her father, took out the letter of understanding and said to the police officer. The police took a look, checked the computer, said to us, "Line, you mediate privately on the line. This matter, people are hurt quite seriously. Early settlement, early peace of mind, and the child we have verbal education. Is a moment of impulse? You go back to more discipline. The next time do not dare to do so. Xiao Lu, you take them to make a record. The child let them take back." This officer said to another police officer. After making a record, after Yao Yao, her brother, came out, her mom hugged the child and cried softly, "Why is this child of yours so bold?" "I won't next time, Mom," Yao Yao's brother and her mom said. After things were resolved smoothly, we had a meal outside together, and during the meal, her mom kept asking her brother to thank me. "Thank you so much, Liwa. Without you, I don't know when this child would have gotten out." Yao Yao, her father, said to me with a glass of wine, Yes, I should thank you. We'll pay back this money." Yao Yao's mom followed suit. Her brother also raised his glass. "There's no need to be so polite. I'm also talking to Yao Yao here. You guys are Yao Yao's family. If I can help, I'll definitely do so. We don't need to be outgoing. Let's take this money as Yao Yao's bride price money." I smiled and glanced at Yao Yao, and said to her mom and dad, "Yeah, Mom and Dad, Liwa is so nice to me," Yao Yao said to her family as she ate her meal. After dinner I took Yao Yao and went to the new house I bought for her. Just as she entered the house, Yao Yao said to me with red eyes, "Thank you, Liwa. If it wasn't for you, I don't know what I would have done." I smiled and hugged her. "Fool, what are you talking about? Since we're together, your business is my business. Besides, your husband is very strong." I slowly wrapped my arms around Yao Yao's waist, looked at her tender eyes and unconsciously said, "Yao Yao, you are so beautiful." "Yes? I don't need you to say it. I know it too." Yao Yao returned mischievously, saying words, footsteps but unconsciously towards the bedroom. 2 hours later, I looked at Yao Yao had fallen asleep tired, touched her hair. I played with my cell phone, now also not sleepy yet. Chapter 28 WeChat taking care of business. Opening my cell phone, there were several messages, so I read them first. "Boss, our company's security personnel has exceeded 100 personnel, male to female ratio 3:1. Do we continue to recruit? In the suburbs looked at a manner. As we that training base and training base, the specific design and rent has been sent to you in WeChat. You can look at it, waiting for approval." This is the company. Li Xuanqing sent over a WeChat message. I clicked on the WeChat file to look at it. The size of the manor, covering an area of 5 acres, which has been built before. There are 2 rows of houses. The center is the garden, and then there is a cafeteria. There are gates, and then after coming out there is a large area of the orchard. It is a quadrangle, which is just suitable for running and exercise and so on. It rents for $500,000 a year. The company personnel continue to recruit upwards. How many can be recruited? The company area is not enough. If you re-rent a larger area, or go up and down the stairs and ask to rent it if you want, subletting is also possible. The size of that manor I looked at, temporarily more suitable. The cost does not matter, and so subsequently I give to turn 20 million. You use the subsequent company operations or manor rent. Not enough funds, then call me to contact. I thought for a moment, and finally WeChat reply to Li Xuanqing, let him not enough funds, and then call me. What are you busy with? We recently went to Shagatz to have some fun. Ruoyun's voice was as good as ever. That's a place full of mystery. Not only are there magnificent snow-capped mountains and vast grasslands, there's also unique cuisine. I've heard that the dishes made from the Tibetan spiced pigs there are a masterpiece. The meat is tender and juicy, and the flavor is so rich that it makes people salivate. Ruoyun's voice sounded so good that I wanted to eat it. We went over to try it today, and the flavor is really quite good, especially great. When are you coming over? I'll take you to eat with me, okay? Ruoyun's seductive voice came over sentence by sentence. Brother Li, when we arrived in Shigatsu, the sunlight was just right to sprinkle golden light on the ancient buildings, and after the meal, I strolled through the streets and alleys, admiring the exquisite handicrafts. People here have simple smiles on their faces, as if isolated from the world like peace and quiet. I really want to settle in this place with you, live together, and watch the sun set together. Ruoyun told me. She arrived in Shigatsu, see some of the beautiful scenery and food, but also sent a lot of pictures. I opened the picture later to see her youthful smile, and back to the camera to embrace the sky photo, and also to the camera, beeping, winking photos. See these photos? I want to go over there. I want to go over there. I wanted to go over and hug her. I miss you too. You guys have a good time. I'll catch up with you when it's time to come over. I looked at my phone and Ruoyun chatted with WeChat for a while. Good night. Rest early, Lee. Finally Ruoyun saw that it was getting late, so she said goodnight to me and went to rest. Boss, we came together to play a trip to Shigatsu. Then the live broadcast situation has been 10 times of the original. The benefit, there is about $30,000 per day. There are still a lot of let's advertise endorsement, but I didn't take it. What I want is to wait for the data to be a little bit better, and then the traffic a little bit more before taking the advertisement. Boss, what do you think? Tapping on the WeChat message sent by her assistant, her voice came without haste. And our next destination, tentatively said, is Lijiang, Yunnan. From Rikaz Pass to Lijiang is more than 800 kilometers long. It is expected that 2.5 days to go there, and then bring live broadcasts and rest, probably a total of 5 days. Do you think it's okay? Boss, the plan is sent to you on WeChat. The assistant then sent 2 messages. After clicking on the message she sent and looking at the plan, he used the map to check it and it was similar to her plan, so he directly replied to WeChat. I read the plan. Just follow the plan to implement it. If the live broadcast team is not enough, we can also increase and open a few more numbers. In detail you can plan. We can discuss it at that time. After all, a number is also open. A few numbers are also open. As far as possible, radiation. In order to strive for greater traffic, I gave my assistant a WeChat back, and the next second my assistant sent over a message, saying okay, still up this late? I looked at the time and assistant said, isn't the boss also not sleeping this late? The boss is not even asleep. How dare I sleep? The assistant's slightly mischievous voice came. I listened again. I was afraid that I heard it wrong. It was the voice that felt slightly mischievous. Why can't you sleep if I don't? And sleep together? I said in slightly joking words. Yes, of course. Just after I heard that I saw that the assistant had pulled that message back. Another one was sent. Good night boss. Get an early night. I saw the flowers. Then I sent the assistant an ellipsis and left her alone. Honey, what are you doing? The home renovation is pretty fast. It'll probably take half a month to finish. When it's time to choose furniture, will you accompany me? We both choose our favorite furniture together. This is the message sent to me by my girlfriend Lily. Okay, what's wrong with that? But if you decorate, you need to decorate one more room, because you just earned some money. Then buy a house downstairs, and then you can directly open it. Do a suspended staircase, directly upstairs and downstairs on the pass. Do not pass also line. Up and downstairs can also live. Not much far. Walk 2 steps thing. I took out the rune book from inside the space. After I found it, I took the photo of that house title, and gave it to Lily. First is set to the outside take it. That a house still do not know by then how to explain it. This is rich, but also dare not say it? I am quite strange. Hubby, you're fantastic. How are you so good? Originally I thought that one house would be enough, but it would be a bit crowded if people come to the house. I didn't realize that you bought the downstairs as well. Then we must open it up. Make a suspended staircase or an electric staircase. It's very convenient to go up and down the stairs after opening it up. Waiting for tomorrow I'll go directly to the decoration company and ask them to design it. Did you earn money again recently? How much did you earn? It's really impressive. It's only been a short time and you've bought another house. Girlfriend Lily's excited voice came. You are responsible for looking beautiful, just at home. I'm responsible for earning money outside. I'm the one that my friend invested in. The market is really quite good lately. I'll see if I can follow up and earn another set. Is there any money left in your hand? Have you finished decorating? I'll transfer another 200,000 to you later. After giving Lily a message back, he transferred another 200,000 to Lily. The renovation is very costly, especially also installing a small electric elevator in the house. Thank you, husband. You're so good to me. Don't worry, tomorrow I'll go and ask. Find a decoration company to design it. We must put our own nest, decorated properly. The voice came over. I could feel it. Lily's silly smile over there. Alright, take an early rest. When the decoration time you look at the point on the line. Also don't let yourself be too tired. I gently said to my girlfriend. Lily, okay, I know. Then husband, good night. Bye. Girlfriend, Lily, kissed me inside the cell phone and said to me. Chapter 29, Renting the Manor, Convoy leaving Shagat's. Hubby, you're awake. Are you hungry now? I've already prepared breakfast in the kitchen. Just opened my eyes in the morning. I saw Yao Yao said to me. You didn't feel it until you said it. Now I'm a bit hungry after you said it. Let's go. I'll hold you. Let's eat. I was ready to hug Yao Yao and said to her. Don't. I'm not even wearing clothes. Yao Yao pouted and said to me. The two of them fooled around for a while before getting up and wearing clothes to go eat breakfast. In Lan City, escort for you security company. At more than 8:40 in the morning, the company personnel went to work one after another. Because at that time for the rules and regulations, I have explained the 9-to-5 company cannot work overtime. At 8:50 in the morning, Li Xuancheng manager walked in, said to the assistant beside him, 9:15, the company internal meeting, the main business department people involved in the meeting. You inform down. Okay, Mr. Li, I will definitely convey it down on time. The little assistant hurriedly replied back. After answering, the small assistant went back to the workstation and began to send a group message notification. 5 minutes later, the group message if there is still, did not reply to receive, just hurry to call to notify. Until everyone received the message, the small assistant of the relaxation of a breath, looked up, the time has been 9:05, and hastened to go to the conference room to prepare to go. 9:10, more than a dozen people came one after another. The last one is Li Xuancheng manager, came in and then said to everyone, yesterday received instructions from the boss, all the recruitment, the top is not capped, the funds, if you do not have to worry, and the company is ready to rent a manor, to cultivate training, and exercise our staff. The business department is responsible for following up on the program that we looked at before. Today is mainly about these 2 points. If there is a favorable improvement to our company, you can put forward if needed. I will try to meet everyone's requirements. Manager Li Xuancheng said to everyone. No, Wang Hao and Guo Xiaoyu replied. No, there's nothing to improve for now. The head of the business department replied. The following uniformly replied to. There's nothing to improve for the time being. Alright, then let's adjourn the meeting like this. After saying that, he walked out of the office and sent a copy of the content of the meeting just now, to the boss. At the same time, Enrica's female assistant and Ruayan also gave a short meeting. Yesterday, we communicated with the boss. We will follow up to increase the number of live broadcasts. Everyone has any good proposals, or any needs can say something. The female assistant said to everyone. If we increase the number of live broadcasts, do we need a check room? After all, we can't just go to a place and rent clothes. Right, we can buy a lot of clothes online. All kinds of or ethnic minority clothes, to the point where we need to wear them when we go to the check room to directly change. We can save the cost of rent. The little white rabbit anchor woman weakly asked. Yes, this is no problem. Dedicate a caravan space to a check room. This suggestion is still good. Does everyone have any other suggestions? The female assistant looked at everyone and continued to ask. Our working hours are not long, and the work is quite good. It is the timeout is not a little long. Are we recruiting a few more drivers? And then those who need it can take turns to take a break. Or if there is something at home, go home and turn around. A driver generously spoke up. That's right, this can be had. A group of bodyguards and chauffeurs all looked at the driver who spoke in agreement, saying one after another. Okay, fine. I'll talk to the boss afterward about this and ask to see what solution there is. Are there any others? If not, get ready to depart. Target Lijiang, Yunnan. Everyone pay attention to keep the distance of the convoy. Pay attention to the unexpected situation on the road. Then the front row and the back row keep an earphone contact. If you broadcast live, just pay attention to your live material. The female anchor said to everyone. Then several cars drove out from inside the BNB in Rikaz, and slowly drove towards the highway intersection. The fleet drove on the highway. On both sides of the road are the rolling mountains. The snow on the mountains glittered under the sunlight, just like gold, especially spectacular. Inside the car, the anchors have already turned on the live broadcast. All the way to live broadcasting is also one of the means of the anchor woman, and at any time, she can show the audience the beauty of the road. Wow, look over there. There is a yak herd. The little white rabbit female anchor excitedly pointed out the window and shouted. The camera immediately aimed at the herd of yaks, and the pop-ups in the live broadcast room instantly multiplied. However, it wasn't long before a sudden roar came from the front. It turned out to be a landslide blocking part of the road. This is Team 1. This is Team 1. Please speak when you receive. Team 2 copy. Team 2 copy. Team 1 please speak. Landslide 500 meters ahead. Please pay attention to slowing down and driving slowly. Copy please speak. The driver of the lead vehicle shouted inside the intercom. Team 2 copy. Team 2 copy. Team 3 copy. Team 3 copy. Team 6 copy. Team 6 copy. The co-pilot drivers then replied. Because there were 6 cars traveling, they were divided into 6 teams. Because the intercom was opened in real time, so when the problem was found in the front, there was only 1 to 2 pairs of communication, and if they replied after the communication, they would reply all the fleet together, received the news in advance, so the convoy did not panic. Slowly traveling to the front of the incident, the driver and bodyguard then got off the car to check up and discuss the countermeasures. Looks like we'll have to clear a path to get through, the captain said with a frown. Because of the excessive distance of the car that was driven, many cleanup tools and car repair tools were bought at that time when daily supplies and food were bought. So part of the people started to go to the car to look for tools to clean up the rocks, while the other part was in charge of alerting the surrounding situation, and going to the back to mark the barricade signs. Anchors have not been idle. This unexpected event as a special live material about the journey in the outside environment is not easy, and how to deal with unexpected accidents. The traffic in the live broadcast room also became more crowded. After a few hours of hard work, the road was finally unblocked. All the debris was also removed. The road became clean up. These hours behind the blocked up a few cars, because of the fast cleanup, because the other cars also came down. A few people together to help. More power. So only a few hours, a moment to finish. After cleaning up, everyone said a few words and thanked. The caravan will continue to pass through the dangerous road, continue to the highway entrance, and the audience of the live broadcast has been enthusiastically concerned about the trip. Chapter 30, Buying Gifts and Bringing Yo-Yo Home. Waking up in the morning, I rubbed my eyes and said to the phone caller, Dad, so early, call over for what? Ah, bastard. You don't even look at what time it is. The sun is on your butt. I'm telling you, our home is almost finished with the renovation. When are you coming back? When are you coming back? Come back and see what's not suitable and change it. On the other end of the phone, Dad said, Finished decorating so soon? I asked in surprise. Most of them did not move. Just paste brick. The rest of the center yard built 2 layers. Building a house in fast 1 day to hit the foundation. 2 days up. Besides, we are busy in the village this time. Come to a lot of people. So dry also fast. Dad said triumphantly. Okay, I'll see tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll buy a bus ticket to go back. I thought for a while and said to my dad, there is another thing. The village head knows that you now earn more. Want you to help repair the road. I see the back of the idea of letting you prepare to invest in the village. The specific did not ask. I did not promise. You do it yourself. But I think it's still the same sentence. All a village can help to help a little. Today you help others a little. And so tomorrow others will come to help you a little. Rich can not forget the origin. Dad. Embarrassed to say. Dad. This is just the beginning. How to be considered developed. However, road construction can be considered, but the investment in land depends on the specific project. Okay, that's it. Wait for something. I'll talk about it tomorrow when I get back. After hanging up the phone, I can't help but laugh bitterly. This world, just a little bit of improvement on someone's mind. It's not good for a village to say anything. Besides, it's convenient for myself if I build a road. Wait and see when I go back. Yow. Tomorrow I will go back to my hometown. Do you want to go back with me to play? I lay on the bed and said to Yow. Go back for what? What's so fun? Yow blinked her eyes and asked. There's nothing to play with. Mainly because the newly decorated house at home wants me to go back to see what needs to be changed. Change it in advance. And if there's no change, it'll just be finished. I touched her head and said, Good. Your old family's house decoration. You do not say earlier. Your house renovation. I definitely want to take a look. When are we leaving? After Yow agreed, she pulled my arm and said to me, Let's leave tomorrow. Buy 2 high-speed train tickets in the morning. We'll be there by noon. I opened my cell phone and bought 2 tickets. And Yow said, Okay, let's go to the mall after breakfast. First time meeting, buy some gifts for uncle and aunt. Yow suddenly said to me, Okay, after buying gifts in the morning, after eating at noon, we can go watch a movie in the afternoon. A few movies have been released recently. I haven't seen them yet. I heard they are quite good. I said to Yow, Can listen to you just do it. Yow kissed me and said to me, after dinner cleaned up a bit, we went to the mall to go Yo-Yo asked me to buy what gift. I said all. Finally to the family took 2 cigarettes, took 2 bottles of wine, brought some tea, to my mom bought a necklace. After buying something, we put it on the counter first, because eating and watching movies are in a mall. This mall has everything inside, and not ready to go to other places. After putting something, we went upstairs to eat. Let's eat hot pot for lunch. It's been a long time since I felt like eating hot pot. Yao Yao wrapped her arms around me and pampered me. Okay, let's eat hot pot. Just don't get fire and pimples on your face at that time. I touched Yao Yao's face and teased. I won't get pimples on my face. I won't get pimples on anything I eat. Okay? Yao Yao beamed and said to me. When we went upstairs, there weren't many people inside because it was just mealtime. We picked a table near the aisle, then asked the waiter to bring the menu, asked for a mandarin duck hot pot, ordered some small crispy pork, beef lily leaf, fat beef, hand-cut lamb and mushrooms and so on. I don't know if all girls like to eat broad noodles. In the end, Yao Yao also ordered one. After ordering, she gave it to the waiter, and in a short while the food was served. This fatty beef slice is delicious. Brotherly, you try it. Yao Yao said as she gave me a piece of fatty beef inside the pot. Okay, I'll taste it. It's really quite tasty. You also eat quickly. If it's tasty, eat more, eat white and fat. I smiled at Yao Yao and said, Humph, is it that no one will want me if I eat fat? You won't want me by then too. Yao Yao said to me while eating. Just don't worry about eating. No matter what, I won't not want you. Ha ha ha. I said to Yao Yao with a big smile. Count on you to be sensible. But unfortunately, I won't be able to eat fat. My physique is such that I won't get fat no matter how I eat. After dinner bought is 5 or 6 o'clock in the afternoon movie tickets. I see the time is still early. Take Yao Yao to the massage store. The cross bank downstairs there is a massage store. Go in and then open a room. The 2 of us in a room, together after the massage, are comfortable, don't want to move, rested for a while, watching the movie is about to start, only struggling to get up. Massages really let a person's body and mind to enjoy, relax and enjoy the program. After coming out, we went directly to the top floor upstairs to watch a movie to go, a funny romance. We too checked the ticket after buying some popcorn, Coke, take the waiter to give us the 3D glasses went in. The plot or can. The people in the movie theater are in the music. I and Yao Yao 2 people were also amused by the music to and fro. Time quickly passed. The plot is compact, so that people can't stop the music. The movie is over. One after another are out of the door. And then I said to Yao Yao, we go back to eat at night. Or eat outside? Eat outside. I don't even want to move today. I don't know what's going on. I'm too lazy to move. Yao Yao put her arm around me and said to me, okay, then what will we eat tonight? We had hot pot for lunch. We won't have hot pot again at night, right? I looked at Yao Yao with a smile and said, of course not. Let's eat spicy hot pot tonight, okay? Yao Yao exaggerated and said to me, it's not the same. I rolled my eyes at Yao Yao and said, how can it be the same? Hot pot is hot pot. Spicy hot is spicy hot. If it's the same, why call it by 2 names? Right. Yao Yao seriously explained to me. Let's go then. Lay down your life to accompany your wife. I said to Yao Yao pretending to be wrong. I know there is a spicy hot pot especially delicious. People have been open for decades. I grew up eating there. It's just not easy to find the place. In a small alley. I will take you to eat. Must eat your tongue off. Yao Yao pulled my hand and walked towards the entrance of the shopping mall. Chapter 31, Delicious Spicy Hot Pot. Fine, fine. I'll see how I can eat my tongue off tonight. I said to Yao Yao with a smile on my face as I held the gift in my hand. Yao Yao led me around left and right and found the place. We walked into the small hot and spicy restaurant, and a tantalizing aroma filled the store. Yao Yao familiarly walked towards the corner seat and greeted the owner with a smile. Boss, 2 bowls of spicy hot pot. Yao Yao smiled at the boss and said, okay, coming right up. The boss politely replied back while he was busy. Is this the right place? Is it good? This place is really not easy to find. Of course, ordinary people don't know about this place. Those who come here are regulars. You'll know if you try it later. Yao Yao said mischievously. Not long after, 2 steaming bowls of spicy hot pot were brought up. The bowls were rich and varied in ingredients and brightly colored. I first tasted a mouthful of the soup, and instantly a rich and mellow flavor spread out on my tongue, numbing and spicy without losing the fresh aroma. This soup base is excellent. It's really delicious. What exactly was added? I looked at Yao Yao curiously. Yao Yao mysteriously came close to me and said, this is the boss's secret weapon. I heard that there is a special spice. Are the boss's own blend? No other place. This spice not only enhances the flavor, but also has a nourishing effect. My eyes widened in surprise as I picked up another piece of tofu puff and bit into it, the juice overflowing. In this alley, the food was exceptionally good, and such unique and delicious spicy hot pot was a heavenly treat. The two of us were in this tiny store, enjoying the happy time brought by this food. After finishing the spicy hot pot, I couldn't help but walk up to the boss again. Boss, your spicy hot pot is really delicious. I want to ask, can you join here? The boss was first stunned, then laughed. Young man, I've opened this small store for so many years, and I've never thought about joining. I hurriedly said, boss, you see, such delicious and tasty spicy hot pot is really rare. If we can open a few more stores, it will definitely be a big hit, and I can also help publicize it, so that more people will recognize your family's spicy hot pot. The boss stroked his chin and thought about it, and Yao Yao also came over and agreed. Yeah, boss, that's a good idea too. It would be such a happy thing if more people could eat such great spicy hot pot. The boss slowly nodded his head. You guys have a bit of a point, but this is something I still need to reconsider. After all, I've been guarding this recipe myself, so I need to make sure it's foolproof if I want to join. Yao Yao and I looked at each other and said excitedly, the recipe is not a problem at all. By then you directly make the ingredients. We come over to get it. Just open a store first. If the follow-up is good, we will open a few more stores. By then you will directly manage the ingredient recipe, and you don't have to work so hard like now, and earn more than now, right? Okay, I'll go back to discuss it at night. You guys leave a phone number. I'll call you to tell you if you think it's good. The spicy hot boss took out his cell phone and said to us, okay, no problem. Blessings in advance for a good cooperation. I smiled and exchanged contact information with the boss. After returning home, I couldn't wait to talk to Yao Yao. If the boss agrees to join, he'll open a spicy hot pot store of your own for you. Yao Yao's eyes lit up immediately. Her eyes were full of surprise and touched. In the next second, she excitedly pounced on me and gave me a kiss on the cheek. You're so nice. Just a kiss. I looked at Yao Yao and asked with a smile. Then what else do you want? I'm all yours. Don't touch me. Yao Yao blocked my hand and said to me with a smile. You guess. I said and walked towards the bedroom with my arms around Yao Yao, and fell into a deep sleep after the storm. The next day, we woke up. We took the gift to go to take the high-speed train, because stuck in time, came to the station and then directly checked the ticket on the car. There were not many people on the train, and soon after Yao Yao and I found a seat. There was a clamor in the train. It turned out to be a small child running around in the aisle and making a lot of noise. No one cared. The kid seemed to have endless energy, bumping into the passenger's luggage one moment, and screaming at the top of his lungs the next. Most of the surrounding people frowned, but no one stepped forward to stop it. Yao Yao was a bit impatient and just wanted to get up. I gently pulled her back. At this time, a young woman hurriedly came, full of fatigue but with anxiety in her eyes, apologizing while chasing after the child. I'm sorry, disturbing you all. The child's father is sick. He doesn't have time to look after the child. I'll be there now to take the child away. Hearing this, the original dissatisfied people's expressions eased down, and a few people took the initiative to comfort the woman. Yao Yao also revealed a sympathetic look, and took out a few small snacks from her bag and handed them to that child. Little friend, I'll give you some snacks to eat. Are you going to eat it or not? Yao Yao squatted down and gently said to the child. Trouble for everyone. Son, still don't thank auntie. The child's mom said to the child. Thanks, sister. The little child didn't listen to his mom and said to Yao Yao. Little friend, what a sweet mouth. Hurry up and eat it. After Yao Yao said, the child took the snack and slowly quieted down and snuggled next to his mom. I looked at this scene. My heart was full of emotions. Even in this seemingly ordinary journey, behind everyone may have an unknown story. Yao Yao sat back down next to me, a faint smile on her face. I held her hand, feeling the warmth of her palm. The train slowly moved forward. The scenery outside the window unfolded like a scroll. The large fields receding backward. The distant mountains looked serene and peaceful under the sunlight. How is your family? Are your parents nice to talk to? Yao Yao leaned against my shoulder and asked softly into my ear. Don't worry, my parents are very nice. Besides, everything has me, I said comfortably as I held Yao Yao's hand. As time passed, the car gradually quieted down. Most of the people went into dreamland or immersed in their own things. Yao Yao leaned against my shoulder, her eyes half squinted, seemingly asleep. I gently ruffled a strand of hair from her forehead, my thoughts drifting away, thinking that although this world is big and far away, a cozy moment like this moment is also so beautiful. Suddenly, the radio blares the announcement that the train is about to arrive. I pushed Yao Yao awake. We packed up our things and prepared to get off the train. The moment the door opens, a fresh air comes to our face. The familiar platform is still in front of us, and this small episode in the journey is also warmly left in our memory. We take our gifts out of the station and drive towards Li's village. Chapter 32. Accompanying Yao Yao to the market. After more than 40 minutes of travel, finally arrived at the Li family village. Pushed open the door. The original yard has been built two-story building. Into the first floor is an oversized living room. The middle of the two sides are sofas, and then around the door. Pushed open the door. The door behind the door is the kiln. The kiln is directly connected to the door, and then leaning against the wall is the shoe rack. The kiln is also decorated inside. See the especially neat and clean. The second floor is the guest room. There are 5 or 6 rooms, and a bath toilet. The second floor is the guest room. There are 5 or 6 rooms. The second floor is the guest room. There are 5 or 6 rooms, and there is also a bathroom and toilet. After seeing, the heart is still very satisfied. Later free, the New Year's time can come back. Live a little more comfortable. My mom and dad stayed at home, so they could live in a better place. After seeing the house, my parents were happy to welcome Yao Yao. My mom took Yao Yao's hand and walked to the house, talking about all the interesting things in the house along the way. Dad, on the other hand, smiled at the back and helped pack the luggage. Uncle and auntie, these are the gifts bought for you. Yao Yao shyly, embarrassedly said, you girl come as you are. What are you buying? Don't buy anything next time. There's only 2 of us in the house, his dad and I, and there's no one to use the stuff. My mom said happily to Yao Yao. Entering the house, the table full of sumptuous dishes surprised Yao Yao. It was obvious how much mom and dad valued her. She was so happy in her heart. At the dinner table, mom and dad enthusiastically pinched dishes for Yao Yao, and Yao Yao gradually relaxed. Yao Yao, you eat this fried mushroom. This is homegrown. Yao Yao, you eat this fish. This fish was just bought today. Fresh fish. Does it suit your taste? My mom asked as she kept pouring food into Yao Yao's bowl. It's quite good. Auntie, you eat it too. It tastes good. I quite like it. After such a long time, you're the first girl this boy has brought home. I was thinking of preparing a blind date for him. Chatting away, my mom said happily, really, auntie? Yao Yao replied happily after hearing that. After dinner, I took Yao Yao around the house. The small yard of the house was not big, but it was planted with a few fruit trees, which were left bare at this time. Yao Yao curiously circled around the fruit trees, reaching out to touch them from time to time. What kind of trees are these? Yao Yao asked curiously. These are apple trees and pear trees. When I was little I was so greedy that I picked them every year without waiting for them to ripen and ate them. I thought about the past and Yao Yao said. As we chatted, we walked into a side room, which was decorated with some old farming tools, as well as the carpentry tools that my grandfather had built with his own hands. On the wall hung a picture of the family. The photo was a little yellow, but it was full of warmth. I pointed to the photo and told Yao Yao about my family's past, and the laughter and tears of the past seemed to be right in front of my eyes. Walking to the chicken coop in the corner of the yard, a few chicks chirped and ran over to me, and Yao Yao excitedly squatted down and tried to tease them. These chicks are so cute, Yao Yao said to me as she stroked the chicks. Cute enough for you to eat more when the time comes. I laughed out loud after saying that. It was only after a while that Yao Yao blushed in response. At this time, a melodious flute sound came. After listening carefully to the sound, looked up. It turned out to be a neighbor's child playing a homemade bamboo flute. The sound of the flute was quite good. Yao Yao was mesmerized by the sound, with a pleasant smile on her face. Looking at her smiling face, my heart was filled with warmth, as if I could see countless such beautiful days in the future. Yao Yao, have you ever caught a fair in your area? I said to Yao Yao. I rushed it when I was a child. Now it's rare. I just have the impression that it feels especially lively. Yao Yao thought about it and said to me, why is there a market today? Then what are you waiting for? Quickly go. Quickly go. I want to go to the fair. I want to eat delicious food. Sheikh tugged my arm and said loudly, well, it's in the town, not far. Go, I'll take you there. I said to Yao Yao. In the afternoon, I took Yao Yao to our place to catch the fair. The fair was bustling. There were stalls everywhere, people coming and going. Yao Yao was like a happy little bird with bright eyes. There are many differences between the market here and where she lives, such as the handicrafts sold, which have a unique local style. As we walked through the crowds, the smells of various kinds of scents came to our noses. Yao Yao saw a stall selling candy paintings, the owner skillfully waving the syrup into various shapes. Yao Yao asked for a butterfly-shaped sugar painting. Holding it carefully, she licked a small mouthful first, the sweetness spreading on her tongue. Her eyes narrowed into slits in satisfaction. This is so sweet. Really? Try it. Sheikh said to me as she broke off a small piece and fed it into my mouth. It's pretty sweet. No sweeter than you. I squinted my eyes and smiled as I said to Yao Yao. Then we came to the barbecue stall. The meat skewers were sizzling on the charcoal fire. I bought a few skewers and handed them to Yao Yao. She bit into a piece of meat and exhaled with a spicy breath. Give it to me then. Don't eat it if you can't eat spicy food, I said as I looked at Yao Yao painfully. I don't. Spicy is also delicious. Yao Yao couldn't put it down and said to me after a few bites. Then eat less. Here's a drink. You drink some, I said as I handed the drink. It's not spicy anymore after I took a sip. I feel much better. Yao Yao said to me as she took a sip of the drink. Further on was a pastry seller. Delicate treats were placed on plates. Yao Yao tasted a bit of each and couldn't stop praising them. In the end, I was the one holding a lot of pastries in my hand. After strolling through the whole bazaar, Yao Yao patted her bulging stomach and said, "I'm so full. I'm so happy today. Then I'll make you happy every day from now on. Let you eat well and be full. Isn't that a simple request?" I touched Yao Yao's stomach and said to her, "Yeah, just let me eat well and be full. I'm very well fed." Yao Yao finished. Sunset. We fight on the road home. Yao Yao humming a little song. Hands also carry some packaged snacks and tend to go back to the family to enjoy. This day's fare not only let Yao Yao taste the delicious food, but also made the friendship between us deeper. Uncle and auntie, we're back. We went to the market in the afternoon, then bought some pastries to eat. You guys try it. Yao Yao just entered the door. She shouted and said, "Just in time. I was thinking of going tomorrow. First taste which one is delicious, then go buy some more tomorrow." My mom smiled and said to Yao Yao. I entered the house with a big bag, and put it all on the table. Sheikh diligently took the pastries and put them into my mom's hands. "Auntie, try this. I've eaten this before. It's absolutely delicious," Yao Yao said as she handed it to my mom. "Good. If you think it's delicious, then it's definitely delicious. Absolutely not wrong," my mom said to Yao Yao. "Mom, where is my dad?" When I saw Yao Yao and my mom talking, I didn't want to disturb them. I went to see what my dad was doing, and said to my mom, "Your dad is in that house. It seems like the village chief is here. You go over and take a look. It should have something to do with you," my mom said without looking back. "Okay, then you two chat. I'll go over and take a look." After saying that, I walked towards the next house. Chapter 33, Building a School for the Village. After saying that, I went next door and pushed open the door to see the village headman and my dad sitting on the sofa drinking tea. "Uncle, you came over," I said to the village chief, "because we are all from the Li family village. We are all from the same family. The village chief is not as old as my dad, so according to the relationship between the near and far, we should also be called uncle. Well, come over and nag," the village chief responded with a smile. I also sat aside and poured myself a cup of tea. "I came here today, and there's something else I want to discuss with you." The village chief put down his teacup, and his expression became serious. "What is it? So serious?" Dad asked. "The roads in our village are in shambles, and when it rains, they are full of mud puddles, and some of the roads are even broken. It's too inconvenient to travel. Isn't there a saying? If you want to get rich, build roads first. I'm thinking about whether we can pool our money to fix the road." The village chief sighed. "Building roads is a good thing, but it's going to take a lot of money." Dad frowned. "Yeah, so I'm going to contribute a little from each family and see if we can apply for some subsidies from above." The village chief looked at us. "Uncle, how do I pay for this?" I asked. "Let's do it on a per capita basis. Each person will pay $500 up front." The village chief spoke out the plan. "All right, it's for the good of the village. I have no problem with it." Dad was the first to state his position. "I also agree, but some people in the village are not in good condition. I'm afraid they can't get this money. If you can't, let's change it to donations. If it's more, then donate more. If it's less, then donate less. If you don't donate, it's fine. It's just that the bit of road in front of your own house, you need to personally contribute to the cost. I'll donate $100,000 when the time comes, and then we'll talk about it if it's not enough," I worried and suggested. This I also thought of. When the time comes to discuss the specific discussion, try not to let everyone difficult. If it doesn't work, then donate, and then go to the entrance of the brigade and get a donation to repair the road merit monument. The village chief nodded. The village chief's eyes flashed as he looked at me and said tentatively, "Aya, this child of yours is really getting ahead. This $100,000 can solve a big problem. Can you help the village and see if you can earn some money?" I smiled and said, "Uncle, in fact, I came back this time. Besides visiting mom and dad, I also want to do something for the village. If this road is repaired, it will be convenient for the village to develop in the future, and it might be able to attract some outside projects in." The village chief nodded his head repeatedly. At this time, he seemed to have remembered something, hesitated for a while before speaking. "Wah, you see you are doing so well outside. There are still a few children in the village. There is no way out. Can you take them to go out to break into the world, even as an apprentice?" I was slightly stunned, and then answered, "Uncle, I can consider this matter, but I have to understand the situation of these children first, to see what kind of work they are suitable for. But let's say up front, I can only give them a chance, and in the end, it's up to them to work hard." The village chief hurriedly said, "That's for sure, as long as you say so. These children are very smart. As long as someone gives them a hand, they will be able to succeed." After saying this, The village chief's face was filled with anticipation. I know, probably he should be talking about his family's children. Usually play together, but not the same grade, so do not know much. See, then there is a suitable arrangement is also okay. Our family members. After sitting for a while and chatting for a while, the problems were solved, and the village chief left. Dad, later I will WeChat transfer you $100,000. After the mayor left, I said to my dad, I still have it on my cell phone. The 1 million you gave me last time has not been spent. Dad said to me, give you take, not enough to say to me. I said, not caring, okay, give it to your mom to save up for you to get a wife. My dad finished collecting the money and said to me, I have it in my hand. You and my mom don't want to spend it. I said in tears and laughter. In the evening, the family sat around for dinner. The dinner table is full of mom's carefully prepared dishes. Are my childhood love to eat? As we ate, Dad suddenly put down his chopsticks. His expression serious, son, it's not easy for you to work outside. And now that you're back in the village, you have to pay attention to some things. Although our village is not big, but people's hearts are complicated. You repair the road this matter, out of the money, probably will let some people's eyes red. You have to pay more attention. I nodded my head, indicating that I understood. The next day, I woke up early and wanted to go to the village to take a look around. Just as I left the house, I came across a few children looking curiously around my car. When they saw me come out, their eyes shone brightly, full of envy. I smiled and greeted them, thinking in my heart that I must do something practical for the village, so that the children can have more choices in the future and be self-reliant. As I walked, I came to the old site of the village elementary school. This place has long been dilapidated. Now there is no school in the village. Are to go to school in the town? My heart moved. Perhaps I can start from improving the conditions of education. After all, only knowledge can really change destiny. So, I took out my cell phone to contact the village chief. The call was quickly connected, and I made it clear to the village chief that I wanted to rebuild the elementary school. Uncle it's me, Li Hua. I'm over at the old school now. I'm thinking of building a school for the village, a kindergarten and an elementary school, so that it's convenient for all the children in the village. I said as I looked at the old school and the village head. The village chief was so excited that his voice had a tremor in it. You are really a great benefactor of our village. This is a good thing that will benefit future generations. This time the teacher's salary is also a problem. The village has no money. It's okay, I'll fund the salary every month. I continued to talk to the village head. After hanging up the phone, I set about planning. I hired a professional architectural team, who came in the afternoon, and discussed with them the design of the school, which should not only be modernized, but also incorporate the characteristics of our village. Soon the discussion was over. It would take 2 months to rebuild the school because it was in the same place. Just in time to rebuild it before the year and open the school after the year. 2 months. Just in time for me to get a few teachers. That's a good thing. How did you think of that? My dad said to me when the construction company left. Sneaking around this afternoon, I saw the old school and remembered when I used to go to school. It was a particularly happy time. And now that there's no school, and now that I have the money, I thought about rebuilding one. I gave my dad a cigarette and said to him. The next day Yo-Yo and I started looking around for suitable candidates for teachers. I first went to the schools in town and posted job announcements, hoping to find some young teachers willing to teach in the village. After all, the conditions in the village were still inferior to those in the town. Just when I was worried, I met my old classmate Wang Jiqiang. He had been working in the city since he graduated from college, but he was always frustrated. I told him about my plan, and to my surprise, his eyes lit up and he immediately said he was willing to come back to teach. With him on board, things went much smoother. He also recommended a few like-minded friends, some of whom were good at teaching languages, others proficient in math and science. It took 2 months for the school to be ready, and the teacher was found in 2 days. In order to keep people from waiting in vain, I let the teacher prepare for the class and paid his salary. Chapter 34, Joining to fix the rental fiasco. After dealing with the teacher and the school, I was finally able to get some rest today. After dinner in the evening, and Yao Yao just lay on the bed, the phone rings. A look at the phone was the cell phone number of the owner of the spicy hot pot. Hey, boss, call so late, is there a happy event? I joked. Yes, little brother. Good thing. These days I discussed with my family. You said to join the thing. Can do. Do you see time? Let's talk. Spicy hot boss smilingly, and I said. I was immediately excited. Sleepy all of a sudden all gone. Okay, boss, tomorrow. Okay, I am now in my hometown. Go back tomorrow. I thought for a moment and said. That's fine. Tomorrow you come to the store. We'll talk about it in detail. The spicy hot boss said. Okay, no problem. Wish us a happy cooperation. I smiled and hung up the phone. The spicy hot boss agreed. Tomorrow we go back to Xi'an. Find the boss in the afternoon to discuss. Tomorrow find a store to give you spicy hot open up. I pinched Yao Yao's face and said to her, really? Brotherly, you are too good. When I open the spicy hot pot in the future, I myself will eat it every day from now on. After Yao Yao finished, she was giggling and happy. After finishing, that night, Yao Yao was so excited that she tossed and turned and could hardly sleep. Her mind was full of the future red-hot scene of the spicy hot pot store. When it was almost dawn, Yao Yao was sleeping soundly, the corners of her mouth with a light smile. Perhaps she was dreaming of eating spicy hot pot. The next morning, we talked to our family and set off back to Xi'an. The journey was uneventful, and when we arrived in Xi'an, it was nearly noon, so we simply ate something and then went straight to the spicy hot pot store. When I arrived at the store, the owner was sitting at the corner table waiting for me. Seeing me come in, warmly greeted me to sit down. Little brother, this is not a small thing to join. I ugly words in front. The initial investment can be quite a lot, but then, you also know my craftsmanship, absolutely no loss. I nodded my head repeatedly. My heart has long been calculated. Boss, I have thought about the money, as long as you are willing to teach me the technology on it. The boss smiled with satisfaction. Okay Lu, let's talk about the specific ways of cooperation. Spicy hot boss has been waiting for a long time. The table is full of all kinds of information. We immediately entered the main topic, discussing the details of joining, store location and food supply and other matters. After a few hours of intense and enjoyable discussions, most things have been finalized. Then the owner of Spicy Hot Pot helped to find an agent, and in the afternoon we followed the agent around to look for a suitable store. After 2 hours of running around, just when we were about to run out of patience, a store on the corner of a commercial street came into view. It was of moderate size and had a good flow of people. After some bargaining, I finally rented the store. As we walked out of the store, the setting sun splashed on our faces, and Yao Yao and I looked at each other and smiled. I didn't realize that Yao Yao could bargain, I said as I looked at Yao Yao with a smile. What's wrong with that? When I was a kid, I used to watch my mom buy groceries. Isn't that the same as buying groceries? And there's more I know how to do. Oomph, Yo-Yo said to me with a little temper. Same, it's all the same as grocery shopping. It's just that I didn't expect that Yao Yao is so good at it. I coaxed Yao Yao and said. Just after a while, the cell phone rang again. It was from the agent. Brother, I just received a notice that this site is going to undergo a large-scale urban renewal program. The store we just rented seems to be affected. We may have to replan the use. Hearing this news, I was speechless. It's not an hour before and after. What did you guys do earlier? I said in a slightly louder voice. After listening to me, the opposite agency said to me, brother, don't be anxious. Let's see if there's any other way. Maybe we can communicate with the municipal side, or find another store. I hope it doesn't have any effect. You take a look at other stores, and contact any suitable ones. I hung up the phone after I said that, because my cell phone was on speakerphone. Yao Yao sighed when she saw me hanging up the phone. Brother, it feels so hard. The hope that was just raised was just dashed. Yao Yao looked at me and sighed. It's okay, Yao Yao. It was so hard for us to get this far. How can we give up so easily? I'll rush back now to ask, and we'll discuss the plan together again. After I finished talking to Yao Yao, I looked up. I looked at the sunset that was about to set in the distance, and I had mixed feelings in my heart. I thought that everything was going well, but I suddenly encountered a change of heart. But I know, the more this kind of time the more I can't retreat. I speed up my steps towards the direction of the parking. Besides, if it doesn't work in one store, there are other stores. It's okay to be in a remote place, and when the time comes, once the funds are in place, it's okay to attract traffic directly, I thought in my heart. Driving the car with Yao Yao, we went straight to the agency. When we arrived at the agency, it was a mess inside. All affected tenants like us. I pulled Yao Yao to the front desk. The agent saw me helplessly shrugged his shoulders. At that moment, a man in municipal overalls walked in and said loudly, everyone be quiet for a moment. This city remodeling is for the purpose of establishing a commercial street, so everyone's rental contracts won't be affected. But it's just that the time period has to be postponed a little bit backward. After saying that the city staff left, Yao Yao and I talked to the agency to see if there were any suitable apartments. It didn't matter if they were more expensive, so we went home. After a tiring day, we ate some dinner outside on our way back, and after we came back, Yao Yao and I washed up and went to bed. Early the next morning, the agent called and told us there was a new listing. We immediately rushed there. The house was located at the edge of the city, 200 square feet. The surrounding area was desolate, but the house was really big, and although it was remote I guess, the transportation was convenient enough to meet our needs. It's not going to go wrong this time, is it? I said to the agent. Don't worry, it definitely won't. If you rent the house, it's $80,000 a year, the agent staff said. Then this house can buy it. I then need how much money? I see this house is really quite quiet. Open a small store. Transportation is also convenient. Quite good. And the agency staff said, this house 200 square feet, to more than 2 million it, but the specific landlord did not. I said, I will ask at that time. If there is interest I will contact you. This agency personnel looked at the notebook and I said, okay, just rent it first. If the landlord needs to sell it, you help me ask. I thought about it and spoke, okay, then let's go back to the store and sign the contract. The agent boy and I said, Yao, here it is. Wait for tomorrow. You go over to look at the hot and spicy master. See what there is to learn. You look at the end. You have the rest of you recruiting and whatnot. You can also try it first. What do not understand? You then ask me, okay? I said to Yao, okay, don't worry brotherly, I can do anything. Yao said to me with high spirits. Chapter 35, Recent Events. As night fell and the lights came on, after Yao and I experienced a passionate and mesmerizing tangle, my body and mind were immersed in the endless afterglow of pleasure. I gently gasped for breath and tenderly embraced Yao into my arms, feeling her soft skin and warm body temperature. After Yao's breathing gradually stabilized and she fell asleep, I slowly reached out my hand and slowly sat up. After covering her up, I got up and walked towards the balcony, casually took a bottle of drink, sat on the rocking chair, lit a cigarette and opened that mysterious panel data. The screen in front of me lit up, and a glow that only I could see floated in front of my eyes. Driving money back system. When the vehicle under the host's name is driven every day, the number of kilometers generated will be used as the host's cashback amount. Level 5, upgrade to the next level to reach level 6, requires 100,000 kilometers of vehicle driving under the host's name. Kilometers driven, 3392520m/33925 km, level up. Kilometers have been reset. Cashback amount ratio, $100/1m, $100 per meter. Cashback amount, 168 million yuan, has reached the 5th level. The future cashback amount can be withdrawn in real time to the account. Whether to withdraw cash amount, 168 million yuan. Lucky carousel, 0. System mall, not opened, please host refueling. Yesterday, Ruoyun and his party finally arrived at the mesmerizing Lijiang ancient city. This city full of mysterious color and unique charm. As if from the depths of time came a stunning picture. Today, my cell phone suddenly sounded a beep. It turned out to be a message from Ruoyun. I clicked on it, and the screen was full of Lijiang food and charming scenery that she shared with me. Those attractive color, aroma of the special snacks. Let a person just look at the picture is mouth-watering, and that picturesque natural scenery. Green mountains and water reflecting. Ancient bridges and pavilions are strewn, like a paradise in general, beautiful and touching. Each photo is like a story, so I can feel the unique flavor of Lijiang through the screen. Is Lijiang fun? I only now had time to take a closer look at the message and replied. The message went out for a while, and sure enough, Ruoyun replied in seconds. Fun, ah, very fun. Ruoyun replied. Did you bring any specialties? I then asked. Of course I did. I bought a lot of specialties from each place and put them in the car. There are too many things here. I still need to shop for a few more days. Ruoyun sent over a few more photos, this time of some exquisite handicrafts. After chatting with Ruoyun for a few moments, he called the female assistant over on the video again. It didn't take 5 seconds for it to connect. Boss, what are you looking for me for? The assistant on the other side seemed to have just finished taking a shower. Her hair was not even blow-dried, wearing a white bathrobe, revealing her white fragrant shoulders. After connecting the video she looked at me and said, No, I said you guys arrived in Lijiang. I see you guys are planning to stay for a few days. Where is your next destination? I was going to ask the female assistant in advance to see where the destination was. It's over 30,000 kilometers, and there's still over 70,000 kilometers to go before the next level. And with 6 cars, it's just another 10,000 kilometers in one car. I'm going to go over and lead the group to see if I can trigger any rewards or something like that. I didn't participate in either of these places and didn't trigger any rewards, so it seems like it should have to be me in the car. Boss, we're planning to stay in Lijiang for 3 more days, and then we plan to head to Dali after that. It's relatively close to Dali, 170 kilometers, so we're going to go to Dali for a few days to play and broadcast live for a few days, the female assistant said while wiping her hair with a towel. Dali? That's also a nice place. Wait for me to go over. I'm going to go with the fleet this time. After I go over we'll go to Dali for a turn. After we finish going to Dali, let's go to Kunming, Nanning, Guangzhou, Hangzhou, Shanghai, then Jinan, Tianjin, Shenyang, Changchun, Harbin. Let's follow the borderline and take a trip to all the cities. I silently calculated the distance traveled and the possible rewards I could obtain in my mind. If there are so many places, then it must be exceptionally long. There's no requirement in terms of time, right, boss? The female assistant thought for a while and asked. Time, probably as soon as possible. Let's stay in the transit city for a day. The rest of our drivers work 2 shifts, the fastest speed over it. By then we're still back for New Year's. Right, nothing happened on the way, right? After I finished my plan, I asked the female assistant with concern. There's nothing else on the road, only boss. This way I feel as if I'm being watched by someone else. Only after asking others there's no such feeling. It's also possible that I'm feeling it wrong, the female assistant said as her expression became serious and then became relaxed again. I pretended to frown. I didn't expect the female assistant's intuition to be so powerful. This situation might have been caused by the real-time live broadcast when I was watching the panel, so I had to say to the female assistant, it's on the highway, so it probably feels wrong, but you guys have to be careful. If there's any danger feel free to contact me. I will recently rush over to meet up as soon as possible. After talking for a couple of sentences, I hung up the video. I didn't expect the female assistant's intuition to be so powerful. There is a real-time monitoring device on top of the system that can observe the fleet's traveling situation and everything inside the car. This is still a change after the system was upgraded to the 5th level. Generally speaking, the system's surveillance cannot be felt by the general public. Perhaps the female assistant's intuition is that unique existence? Just on the rocking chair, I rationalized my recent thoughts. The renovation of the house in my old home is finished. The things promised to the village headman have also been done, and the village's road repair and school building are all arranged smoothly and are steadily developing. There shouldn't be anything else in the old house. The rest is my sister's side, the Oriental Building sublet store. When the withdrawal is completed, it will be handed over to my sister to take care of, and then give the phone number of the decoration company to my sister, as well as the store's renovation and recruitment of personnel to let her deal with it. It's also a kind of exercise. Yao Yao's side of the words, spicy hot has been, and the boss said, in accordance with the investment ratio, people out of technology, we out of the store, the suburbs of the house. The flow of people is certainly not good. The recent first renovation, wait until the right words and then see Yao Yao cannot be resolved, and if not, and then give her a little bit to get a little bit to think of a way. Then the system panel words is level 5 to level 6, still missing more than 6,000 kilometers, this time ready to lead the team to see, on the road cannot refresh the reward and so on. I'm going to take the team to see if they can refresh the rewards on the way, and see if I can refresh the rewards with a higher probability if I'm living in the car. Such a total of words there is nothing. Smooth the recent things. I took a sip of drink, on the bed to go to sleep, ready to talk to Yao Yao tomorrow, ready to go to Li Zhang thing, thinking about it on the embrace of Yao Yao slowly fell asleep. Chapter 36 Departure to Li Zhang. Ruoyun's thoughts. Early the next morning, the sunlight poured onto my face through the window, gently waking me up from my sleep. I slowly opened my eyes and looked at the blinding light, then turned my head to look at Yao Yao, who was still sleeping beside me. She was lying quietly, just like a beautiful sleeping beauty, making people feel pity. I gently sat up, trying my best not to wake her up, but the movement still caused her to stir a little. Yao Yao slightly moved her body, and then slowly opened her eyes as well. When she saw me, who had already gotten up, Brother Li, why are you up so early? Yao Yao wiped her eyes and looked at me and said. I rubbed Yao Yao's head and said to her with a smile, Yao Yao, I'm going on a trip to Lijiang today. Hearing this news, Yao Yao instantly sat up straight and tightly pulled my hand and asked, then when will you be back? Her voice carried obvious attachment and worry. Looking at her pitiful appearance, my heart couldn't help but surge with tenderness. I reached out and caressed her cheeks, and gently replied, what's this for? I'm going to work here. It's not like I won't come back. Besides, I can't let you go. After Yao Yao heard this, her eyebrows slightly relaxed, but the reluctance in her eyes still didn't completely dissipate. Why don't I go with you, to have a companion on the way? Yao Yao looked at me and said in a petulant manner, come on, now you still have a bunch of things here. You have to open up the store. I looked at Yao Yao and said, okay, you have to miss me. Yo-Yo said, thinking to me, you can sleep for a while, I'll get up and clean up. High-speed train in a while. I said while getting up, I'll get up too, buy you breakfast and give you a ride. Yao Yao said as she quickly got up. Yao Yao quickly got dressed and we went out the door together. The streets in the early morning were still a little bit cold. She held my arm and we walked towards the breakfast stand just like usual. 2 donuts, $5 of scallion pancakes, 2 eggs, and a drawer of buns and 2 bowls of wontons. After buying breakfast, Yao Yao accompanied me and ate. It was Yao Yao who didn't eat as much as usual and ate cheerfully. After eating, came to the airfield. The parting moment was coming. Her eyes were red, but she forced herself not to let the tears fall. I hugged her and whispered, I will be back soon. You decorate the store well. I believe in your vision. If there's anything you can't solve, remember to call me. After saying that, I went inside. After walking a few steps, I looked back. Yao Yao was still standing at the same place waving at me. I also raised my hand and waved, then turned around and boarded the airplane. After getting on the plane, I looked for a seat and sat down shortly before the plane took off. Before getting on the plane, I messaged Ruoyun. I'm on a flight today. I'll be arriving about this afternoon. Coming today? Roger that, boss. Ruoyun's silly voice sent over, and continued, Brother Lee, send me your flight. I'll bring a car over to pick you up this afternoon. Let you see me for the first time. How about that? Okay, the first time to see if you're fat or not, changed or not. No more talking. The plane is taking off. After saying that, I sent the flight information to Ruoyun and put away my cell phone. The airplane was like a huge silver bird, smoothly soaring at a height of 10,000 miles. I quietly sat on the seat by the window, my eyes casting through the tiny porthole to the vast and boundless blue sky and white as snow clouds outside. The blue sky and white clouds reflected each other, just like a beautiful painting in front of me. The blue sky is deep and pure, as if it can embrace all things in the world, while the white clouds are as light and airy as cotton candy, changing into a variety of wonderful shapes, some like horses galloping, some like a fairy dance. People are dazzled. However, at this moment, my mood is not completely immersed in this beautiful scenery. More in my heart was the anticipation of seeing Ruoyun again, as well as the deep reluctance to let go of the lovely Yao Yao. In this way, I gazed out the window at the dreamlike scenery, while silently staring blankly, letting my thoughts drift in this vast sky between. A few hours later, the airplane slowly landed. I opened my cell phone and received a message from Ruoyun. Brother Lee, I'm waiting for you right at the exit. I dragged my luggage out of the passageway and saw Ruoyun at a glance. After going over and giving a warm hug, it was the same old story, only it looked more plump. She enthusiastically took my luggage and led me towards the car, this time coming over in an SUV with a driver. All the way to the car. After getting in, Ruoyun was chattering like a cheerful bird. Her bright eyes sparkled with excitement, and with a smile on her face, she told me about the recent events of the convoy as well as the beautiful scenery she had seen along the way. You know what? There are a few new drivers in our fleet who are particularly powerful. They're also retired from the army, and their driving skills are simply amazing. Ruoyun was so excited that she danced around. I don't know about their car skills. I also just heard you talk about it. Only the last time I said to add a few drivers. After I agreed, I haven't paid attention to it. When did they go over? I said smilingly looking at Ruoyun. They are also 2 days ago. Right, just arrived not long. Is that once driving through a particularly narrow road? They did not stop, directly past. I looked at the wall as just a drop point. Ruoyun said excitedly to me. Then, she began to describe the mesmerizing scenery along the way. When we crossed that dense forest, the sunlight poured down through the gaps in the leaves, forming a pillar of golden light. As if we were in a fairyland, there was also that vast and boundless prairie, the green grass swaying in the wind, like a sea of green. Listening to Ruoyun's colorful description, my eyes can't help but appear a wonderful picture. My heart is full of regrets about this trip. Along the way, Ruoyun recounted the interesting things she had recently encountered and shared her deepest secrets. I listened to her every word with a smile, nodding my head in response from time to time to show my concern and interest in what she was saying. In this way, we talked pleasantly while walking slowly along the road. Before we knew it, we arrived in front of the hotel we had booked for this trip. Here it is, Lee. Let me take you in, Ruoyun said as she pulled on my hand with a lingering interest. Right at this moment, I saw a woman dressed in professional attire with a pretty face quickly walk out from the hotel entrance. She was wearing a smile, and her eyes were focused and cordial as she looked towards me. It turned out that this was none other than the female assistant who came to greet me. Chapter 37. Arriving in Lijiang and checking into the hotel. Mr. Lee, you're finally here. The female assistant had a gentle smile on her face and spoke softly, her voice as pleasant as gurgling water. Seeing her slightly sideways, she stretched out a hand to make a gesture of invitation, signaling, "This way please, the room has long been prepared according to your request." Hearing this, my gaze fell on the female assistant's delicate face, and a trace of emotion and relief could not help but well up in my heart. During this period of time, the company had been busy with affairs, and thanks to her being around all the time to assist with various tasks, everything was able to run in an orderly manner. So, I smiled and looked at her, slowly said, "During this period of time, it's really hard for you. Without your help, I'm afraid that many things would have become tricky." The female assistant gently shook her head and softly responded, "This is all what I should do, and it's also my honor to help General Manager Lee." After saying that, she turned around and led the way while Ruoyun and I followed her footsteps, walking together towards the prepared room. Along the way, none of us spoke anymore, but maintained a silent understanding with each other. Not long after, the female assistant brought us to a door. She gently pushed open the door and respectfully said, "Mr. Lee, we have arrived." Please go in and take a short rest. After saying that, she quickly dashed into the house and casually turned on the lights. The first thing that caught her eyes was a spacious and bright living room, which was furnished with a set of exquisite sofas and coffee tables, and several paintings with artistic flavor were hung on the walls, making the whole space look elegant and comfortable. There was a door on the left and right side of the living room. The left door led to the bedroom and bathroom area, while the right side led to the kitchen and other related functional areas. I stepped into the room, and after a moment's thought, I turned to my female assistant who was following closely behind me and instructed, "How about this? You go ahead and make the relevant arrangements. After half an hour, come to the meeting room in my room." The female assistant hurriedly nodded her head and responded, "Okay, Mr. Lee, I'll go and make the arrangements." The female assistant hurriedly nodded her head in response. When I stepped into the house, I first stood still before slowly looking around. This house was decorated in a rather exquisite and cozy manner, with every detail displaying a unique taste and style, causing a sense of satisfaction to well up within me. Then, with a smile on my face, I walked towards Ruoyun, and gently took her small, soft, boneless hand, and together we walked to the soft, comfortable sofa and sat down. "Ruoyun, did you miss me?" I wrapped my arms around Ruoyun's waist and asked, if anything, caressing her. "Of course I miss you, Brother Lee. Isn't this the first time I send you a photo every time I arrive at a place? Did you receive all the private photos I took for you?" Ruoyun felt my hand on her waist moving back and forth and said shyly, "Well, I've felt it," I said with a bad smile at Ruoyun, because I said to the female assistant that I would meet in the parlor half an hour later. I whispered with Ruoyun for a while, collecting a little interest without making any next move. By tonight I will give her a good taste of what she is capable of, I thought silently in my heart. Time flies like a white horse passing by. Only half an hour has passed. It will be gone in an instant. At this moment, a clear and urgent beep 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 sound suddenly came from the doorway of the room, as if the sound was urging for something. Immediately after, a gentle and sweet female voice came into the room through the doorway, and it turned out to be the female assistant. She said softly, "Mr. Lee, can we come in now? Everything is ready." The voice was not loud, but it clearly traveled inside the room. "All right, please come in," I said with a smile on my face, while gently releasing the gentle arm that was wrapped around Ruoyun's waist, then slowly stood up and walked towards the parlor with a steady pace. Ruoyun on the side seemed to be a bit shy and flustered, as she hurriedly used her hand to gently straighten her slightly messy hair and quickly smooth out the folds on her clothes to ensure that her appearance was dignified and generous. Then, like a light butterfly, she followed my footsteps into the parlor, and finally sat down gracefully on the sofa. Just as I sat down, the door to the guest room was slowly pushed open, making a slight creaking sound. Immediately after, the female assistant walked in elegantly with a smile on her face. She was closely followed by 6 youthful and beautiful female anchors with their own unique characteristics. These 6 female anchors were either dainty and cute, charming and attractive, or refreshing, making people's eyes light up. Looking further back, one could only see that the 2 supervisors led by the chauffeur and the bodyguard also followed with a calm and steady pace. They looked serious, their eyes were sharp, and they were always on guard. Just like this, a group of 9 people walked towards the parlor in great numbers. It's a good thing that this meeting room is quite spacious, otherwise it really wouldn't be able to accommodate so many people. Counting Ruoyun and I, 11 people had gathered here at once, and the originally empty parlor instantly became lively. When I saw them enter the room one by one, I smiled and said warmly to them, come, everyone, please have a seat. We are all family members. Don't be polite to me. In the future, you come again. Don't stand. Just find a place to sit down comfortably. Today, I've come here on purpose, because I want to experience it again with all of you, to see if the atmosphere will be different compared to the past. Today we don't have any special formal theme, just everyone get together, speak freely, say whatever you want to say, talk as you wish. Just after the words fell, the original atmosphere was still a bit formal instantly became relaxed and happy. Those beautiful, articulate female anchors seemed to be unbound in general, began to speak enthusiastically. Some spoke delicately about the interesting things they had recently encountered, some passionately shared their views on the development trend of the live broadcasting industry, and some playfully and adorably flirted with the small embarrassing incidents in each other's lives. For a while, laughter filled the entire room. "Mr. Lee, after much deliberation and inspection, I think we can go to Dali next. You see, the distance from here to Dali is actually not that far, 170 kilometers at most, and as far as I know, the natural scenery there is breathtaking. And the humanistic atmosphere is also very strong, so it can be said that it is a very worthwhile to visit a good place. It can give our live broadcasting career another peak." The female assistant looked over the detailed plan in her hands while raising her head and looking firmly at me, saying in a sincere and expectant tone, Chapter 38 Evening Dinner After the Meeting. After listening to the soft and clear words of the female assistant, I couldn't help but ponder silently in my heart. Dolly, indeed, as people praised it, is a wonderful place to be mesmerized by. Ah, there are beautiful mountains and picturesque scenery, full of unique charm and flavor. However, if the next plan wanted to follow the steps of the system's preparation for the upgrade, then it was necessary to choose a more distant place. After days of thought and deliberation, I felt that the Northeast might be an ideal choice. From here, one could travel directly along Shanghai, and in that case, the distance traveled must be sufficient to meet the requirements. Thinking of this, my mind had already begun to sketch out a magnificent landscape spanning thousands of miles. After thinking about it, I said to the female assistant, "Yes, then you see when it's suitable to set off. We can go to Dolly first. The original plan is prepared to stay a few days over there?" The original plan we made was to either leave for Dolly this evening or wait until tomorrow morning. After arriving in Dolly, we are expected to stay there for 2 whole days. When we get there, the first thing we need to do is to rush to video and photography, to record all those beautiful scenery, interesting people and things. Of course, these filmed materials will not be edited on the spot, but we'll have to wait until we return home, and then slowly and carefully edited, in order to produce the most perfect work. The female assistant carefully looked at the detailed plan in her hand while methodically explaining the entire schedule to everyone. I nodded my head slightly, expressing my approval of the entire itinerary arrangement that she had elaborated. After a moment's reflection, I solemnly spoke. "All right, then let's follow your plan. However, there is one thing that requires special attention, and that is that the supplies must be properly prepared in advance, so that we don't wait until the critical moment to realize that there is a shortage or some other situation has arisen. After all, this operation is full of variables and uncertainties, and any small detail may affect the overall situation. Therefore, whether it's food, water or other essential items, make sure that the quantity is sufficient and the quality is reliable. In addition, the logistical support should never be taken lightly. It must be foolproof." After saying that, my gaze once again turned to that female assistant, trust showing in my eyes. "There's one more thing, I thought about it before. From Lijiang to Dolly, Dolly to Kunming, then via Nanning, Guangzhou, Shanghai, then transfer to Jinan, Tianjin, and finally go to Shenyang, Changchun, Harbin. Do you think this plan is feasible? And how many kilometers will it take?" "Well, wait until we depart from Dolly and you give me a plan," I continued to say to the female assistant. "Okay, please don't worry. I will organize the relevant information as soon as possible next. When everything is ready, before we depart from Dolly, I will definitely send you the details via WeChat." The female assistant responded to me with a smile as she looked up while carefully recording on her notebook. Her focused yet gracious appearance made people can't help but feel good about her attitude. With a slightly serious expression, I gazed at the bodyguard supervisor and driver supervisor in front of me and said in a slow tone, "Every mission is of vital importance. You must ensure the absolute safety of the entire convoy, as well as the lives of all the people involved. This point cannot be neglected in the slightest. I won't repeat too many other words, because I believe that your professionalism and experience make you fully aware of your responsibilities and missions. However, please remember that any small mistake can lead to irreversible consequences. Therefore, you must be prepared to deal with every aspect and every detail of every trip. I want to see you complete your mission successfully." After saying these words, my eyes looked at the 2 supervisors. "Yes, boss, promise to complete the mission." The 2 supervisors replied together. "All right, then let's adjourn the meeting. Let's get together later. Let's all have a meal together. Let's try Li Zhong's food again," I said to the ones present together. "Okay, boss." Boss atmosphere. A group of people shouted happily. After the meeting ended, the people in the meeting got up and left. Only after their figures gradually disappeared from sight did I slowly raise my wrist and glance at my watch. The clock hand was turning unhurriedly, and there were still about 2 to 3 hours until nightfall. In my heart, I thought to myself that this amount of time should be enough. Thinking of this, I could no longer hold back the eagerness in my heart, and walked quickly in the direction of Ruoyun with big steps. Ruoyun heard the voice, raised his head, looked toward me, looked at me red-eyed, anxious figure, then hurriedly said, "It's not dark yet. Li brother, what are you going to do?" After saying that, he nervously grabbed the armrests of the seat. His hands didn't know where to put them. "What do you think, Ruoyun? Guess what I'm going to do to you?" I went over and later wrapped my arms around Ruoyun, pulling her nervous hand and walking towards the bedroom. "How should I know? You can do whatever you want. Who can stop you?" Ruoyun ruffled her hair and said seductively to me. As soon as I heard Ruoyun talk like this, the fire inside me rose up and I walked into the bedroom. In one go I put Ruoyun on the bed and said softly to her, "I hope you don't beg for mercy next." Slowly our clothes one by one faded away. Too hot body contact. like heaven and earth thunder. Long time to meet the sweet rain. The pleasurable feeling is like flying up. 2 hours later, the storm was calm. I won't go that night. I'm too tired. I feel like I can't move my body at all right now. You're really great, Ruoyun said lazily to me. I laughed out loud and said to Ruoyun, alright, just take a good rest. Come back tonight and I'll see what specialties are available and pack them for you. After saying that, I even patted Ruoyun's shoulder. I organized my clothes and walked out of the bedroom. At this time it was dark. My female assistant and I headed to the agreed-upon restaurant. Just as we entered the restaurant, the company employees greeted us warmly. The table was filled with Li Jiang's specialties, emitting a tantalizing aroma. After I sat down, I took a look. Whether it was the delicious lapis pork ribs hot pot, the flavorful nashi grilled fish, or the mellow chickpea cold noodles, etc. Each dish contained the unique food culture charm of the city. Everyone, try the dishes ordered. They are good, I said after letting everyone sit down. Everyone savored the food while chatting happily. Chapter 39 Car Accident on the Road in Dali. The food in Lijiang was quite good, and everyone ate happily, especially the preserved pork ribs hot pot. The properly cooked pork ribs with a variety of fresh vegetables and spices. The flavor is delicious, while the nashi grilled fish is burnt on the outside and tender on the inside. The skin of the fish is crispy and delicious. The fish meat is tender and flavorful, giving people a great aftertaste. Almost finished with my meal, I asked the waiter to pack a lapis pork rib hot pot and nashi baked fish. I was going to bring it back for Ruoyun to eat. I hurried back to my residence with the packed food, and as soon as I entered, I saw Ruoyun staring out the window. Ruoyun, look what delicious food I brought back, I said with a smile. Ruoyun turned her head and her eyes lit up for a moment. Wow, that looks delicious. As we ate, we chatted about our plans to go to Dali tomorrow. When we get to Dali, we'll find a beautiful place to settle down first. I hear there's some nice scenery there too, I said. Ruoyun swallowed the food in her mouth and nodded. I hope I can feel the beauty of Dali. After eating, we went to sleep. The next morning, we all got up and washed up before heading off to Dali in the car. The car was traveling on the road to Dali with picturesque scenery along the way. However, just as we turned the corner, a loud bang suddenly came from the front. Report, report, report. This is Team 1. This is Team 1. There's been a car accident on the 500-meter section ahead. A large truck overturned, and there are several small cars tailgating. Copy, please reply. Copy, please reply. Immediately afterward, the voice of the first team's convoy came from the headset. There's been a car accident. Quickly tell them to make an emergency stop and stand by for rescue. I yelled. Prepare to pull over. Pull up barricades and prepare for rescue. The female assistant picked up the headset beside her and spoke into the inside of the intercom. After a hasty stop, all the officers grabbed their medical kits and rushed out. Ruoyun and I also quickly got out of the car and rushed to the accident scene. The scene was chaotic, and the moans of pain from the injured kept coming. I took a deep breath, stabilized my emotions, and began to check on the injured and administer first aid. Ruoyun wasn't idle either, as she ran over to those still trapped in the car, checking on the situation and calling for others to come over to help open the car doors to save them. Just then, I realized that there was a little girl in a badly deformed sedan who was crying with a face full of panic. I spent a lot of effort to pull open the car door. I rushed to call for help. Several people to pull open the deformed car door. The little girl out. The little girl clung to me and refused to let go. Her mouth kept saying Mom and Dad. I softly comforted, your mom and dad. They are fine. Do not worry. It's going to be fine. The uncles and aunts will be rescued soon. My voice as soft and firm as possible. I hope to be able to bring the little girl a trace of comfort. Time passed by, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. Finally, under everyone's concerted efforts, after a thrilling rescue operation, most of the injured were given timely and preliminary medical treatment. Watching those who had been seriously injured and full of pain gradually recovered smoothly, my heart also relaxed a little. It wasn't long before a shrill siren came from afar, from far and near. It turned out to be an ambulance, and professional rescuers quickly arrived at the scene of the accident. They were well trained and skillful, and once they got off the bus, they immediately put themselves into the intense and orderly rescue work. We stood by and told the rescuers in detail what had happened in the current situation, providing as much useful information as possible, so that they could carry out further rescue and treatment work better and faster. The specific condition of each person, including the degree of injury, symptoms and the circumstances of discovery, etc., was explained to the leading doctor in detail. He listened attentively to our description with a serious expression and nodded his head from time to time to show his understanding. After we finished our story, the experienced team doctor said, "You have handled the situation correctly and in time. You know, if you had taken measures later, the consequences would have been unimaginable." Hearing these words, the stone hanging in our hearts finally fell a little, but at the same time, we also knew that the seriousness of this incident could not be underestimated. But fortunately, we have our professional medical team to take over now. I'm counting on you doctors for the rest of the treatment, I said on behalf of everyone. As soon as the words left our mouths, we all sprang into action, working together to help the paramedics carefully carry the injured into the ambulance. Every movement was so gentle and cautious, for fear of bringing extra pain to the injured. After seeing an ambulance speeding away and the flashing police lights fading into the distance, we breathed a sigh of relief. Although physically and mentally exhausted at the moment, but the thought of these injured can get timely treatment, the heart still surged a sense of relief. The ambulance with siren blaring was gradually moving away until it disappeared at the end of the road, and only then did we drag our exhausted bodies slowly back to the car. As soon as we got into the car, we all sat down on the seats as if our whole body strength had been drained away, panting heavily and taking a short break to calm our nerves to the extreme. The car accident was really scary. Wakumo, still with a nervous expression, said to me, "Well, life is fragile until steel. That's why we have to live each day carefully." After thinking for a while, I said to Ruoyun, "You're right, I want to live each day happily." Ruoyun slowed down and wrapped her arms around me and said to me, "The other companions, on the other hand, silently began to pack up the barricades that had been placed on the road to block the passage of vehicles. They moved quickly and methodically, moving the heavy barricades back to the car one by one and organizing them properly. After everything was packed up, we started the car again. Along the winding highway, to the beautiful and charming Dolly continued to move forward. The wheels rolled forward, bringing up bursts of dust flying in the air. After experiencing that shocking incident just now, I can obviously feel that Ruoyun, who is traveling with me, seems to have quietly deepened her feelings for me. Although it was difficult to accurately describe that subtle change in words, it was like a warm spring breeze gently brushing across my heart, making my heart happy. At this moment, I rubbed Ruoyun's head, and thought in my heart, I only hope that we can cherish this rare time together. After the delay just now, there are still more than 100 kilometers to our destination, and it will take an hour and a half to 2 hours. Looking down at Ruoyun, she had already fallen asleep with her head on my pillow, while I opened my phone and played Shake It Up, swiping and swiping, and suddenly I swiped to what had just happened. Someone had posted our rescue on Shake It Up, and now the attention was quite high. I backhanded it and clicked like. Promote positive energy. Chapter 40 clip video to promote positive energy. Without realizing it, I brushed Jitterbug for more than half an hour, almost an hour. A slight cough suddenly came from my ears. I looked and found that Ruoyun woke up with a start and was slowly rubbing his eyes. What time is it now? Brother Lee, are we almost at Dolly? How much longer is it? Ruoyun rubbed his eyes, and before he could wake up, he asked a triple question at me. We just left less than an hour ago. It's still enough time for you to take a nap. Do you want to take another nap? I looked at the time above my cell phone and said to Ruoyun, "No, wake up. Don't go down and catch another cold when we wait." Ruoyun continued to lean on my shoulder. Yawning said, "Okay, if you want to be thirsty, there's water next to you. The temperature of the freshly brewed should be just right." I continued to brush my Jitterbug and said to Ruoyun, "Okay, I happen to be thirsty. Thank you Brother Lee." After Ruoyun finished speaking, she picked up the water and drank it while watching me swipe my phone. After Ruoyun finished drinking the water, she saw that I was staring daggers at the cell phone screen and brushing Jean. Still holding the cup of water she just drank in her hand, she also leaned over and leaned on top of my shoulder and watched Jean together with me. After a while, she was so curious that she opened her mouth and asked, "Brother Lee, I fell asleep. You've been here all this time brushing Jitterbug?" Hearing this, I said to Ruoyun, "Yeah, you're sleeping on my shoulder. I'm not sleepy, so if I don't play Jitterbug, what am I going to play?" After saying this to Ruoyun, I gave her a blank look. Suddenly I remembered something. First I froze, then I suddenly remembered a video I saw earlier. So, I excitedly told her, I just found out that a video of us participating in the rescue of a car accident scene has been uploaded to Jane." When Ruoyun heard this, her eyes immediately lit up, and with a suspicious face, she asked, "Is this true?" After saying that, she quickly took out her cell phone, and couldn't wait to open Shake It Up and search for it. As expected, the video was soon found. Just see the picture. The accident vehicle lying on the road, around a mess, and we are in a tense and orderly rescue work. Some help to ease the traffic, some to help the medical staff to save the injured. The title of the Shake video is to promote positive energy and kind strangers. Just then, Ruoyun was surprised to find that the number of likes for this video had reached as high as more than 200,000. She couldn't help but stare with wide eyes, and her mouth opened into a big O shape. Immediately afterward, without saying a word, she silently clicked the forward and like buttons. After completing these operations, Ruoyun looked up, her face overflowing with relief and satisfaction smile, emotionally said to me, really did not expect do a good thing can actually make people so happy. Do you think we'll have such high traffic if we send it to? Ruwayun said to me after suddenly remembering. Yeah, don't we have a live broadcast? There should be. I don't know if we're on it yet. I'll ask our followers to see if we've got it on camera. And if we do, we'll send it out for more people to see. And also give a few female anchors, to add more traffic and fans. If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten about this. After saying that I called the team's photography, the phone was quickly picked up just after 2 rings, and my heart instantly rose to my throat as I couldn't wait to open my mouth and ask, "Hey, bro, has that thrilling rescue scene today been successfully filmed or not?" At this moment, my heart is full of anxiety and anticipation, only to hear a burst of excitement on the other end of the phone, almost trembling voice, "Brother, you just put your heart in the stomach. It's all been properly filmed, and the female editor has already started editing without stopping. The footage this time is guaranteed to be superb, and will definitely attract the attention of countless people." Hearing this good news, my heartstrings that had been tense all along finally relaxed a little, and I let out a long breath of relief. After hanging up the phone, I turned to face Ruwayun beside me, unable to hide the joy in my heart, and said with a smile on my face, "Ha, everything is done. Now we just need to wait for the editing to be completed and released." When Ruwayun heard this, she also smiled slightly and nodded her head gently in agreement. Brotherly, this photographer definitely has a professionalism. At that time, he was so flustered that he forgot about other things, but he still didn't forget about his job. Ruwayun complimented slightly and said to me, "Besides, he is a photographer. His heart must be thinking about the material and news. At that time, so many of us helped. He thought that we should be photographed in the future, so that more people know, more people to promote positive energy." I thought for a moment and said to Ruwayun. Ruwayun nodded her little brain after hearing that. An hour later, the car slowly stopped in front of Dolly's booked hotel. After this long drive, everyone was feeling a bit exhausted, but at the same time, they were looking forward to the rest of the trip. "Let's all go to our rooms and take a rest. Then we'll move freely." Then the anchor woman and the photographer prepare the material and photos to be taken next. The driver will prepare our logistics, and then the bodyguards will be responsible for the safety of the personnel. People are in the field. All of them should be careful and safe. The female assistant shouted into the earpiece from inside the headset. "Roger." All the personnel replied after listening. At the same time, regarding the video on Shivering Tone, after watching it carefully, I quickly arranged for the female anchors to release it. The edited video was accompanied by a stirring and progressive music melody, and the footage began to play. The camera showed the thrilling scene from all angles. A tense atmosphere filled every inch of the air. People's expressions were serious and anxious. The danger was approaching step by step, making people's heartstrings tense to the extreme. I couldn't stop staring at the screen and marveled at the angle of the shot. It not only perfectly presents the whole picture of the development of events, but also skillfully captures the subtle changes in the emotions of the characters. It allows the viewer to empathize with the excitement of being on the brink of death and the relief that comes with survival. Overall, from the perspective of music and visual effects, this video is a masterpiece. The videos posted by the anchor woman are all about strangers' love delivery. Shake Dio title. One of the well-written ones is Passing Love, Warming Every Stranger's Soul. It reads, "In this world full of hustle and bustle, we often rub shoulders with countless strangers, but sometimes, an inadvertent act of kindness can ignite the flame of love and light up the path of each other's lives. Today, let's witness those love passes from strangers to strangers." Then there is the video. There is also a write-up that says, "We harbor good expectations and desire to spread some positive energy for the society through these touching stories." Then the video uploaded. There is also an anchor woman who wrote, "Let's believe together that even a little bit of tiny love, as long as we keep passing it on, will one day converge into a surging warm current that warms up the whole world. So, please do not be stingy with your kindness. From now on, with action to write belong to our common love chapter." When I saw this, I silently clicked a like, thinking why didn't I realize it before? They are all female anchors with literary talent. Chapter 41 Mushroom Stir Fry in Old Dolly City. When we finally finished watching that wonderful, mesmerizing video, we gently exited the playing page. Then, Ruwayun and I glanced at each other, feeling a bit tired of each other, and decided to take a short break first to let our bodies and minds get some relaxation. After a while, when our energy was almost recovered, we stood up, stretched out our arms, and moved our slightly stiff bodies. Then we walked out of the room, hand in hand, ready to take a stroll around the neighborhood and explore this strange and new place. As we walked, the breeze brushed against our cheeks, bringing a hint of coolness. As we strolled along, we paid attention to our surroundings and asked passers-by, "Do you know any interesting places in this neighborhood? Or do you know any interesting places in this neighborhood? Or, do you know any unique cuisine here? We hoped to get some useful information from them, so that we could find those mouth-watering places worth visiting. Eventually, after some discussion, we unanimously decided to visit the famous Dali Old Town. This decision was made possible by a story I overheard from an old man about the ancient city of Dali. According to the old man said, Dali ancient city is like a set in the south of the colorful clouds of the bright pearl, carrying 1,000 years of heavy precipitation, filled with a rich and unique historical flavor. It is backed by the towering, cloudy Tsongshan Mountain, facing the sparkling, vast and boundless Irai Sea. In this wonderful season, the summit of Tsongshan Mountain is covered with flawless white snow. As if wearing a silver hat, Irai Lake presents a magnificent scene of sky and water, which is mesmerizing. Imagine when we step into this ancient and mysterious city. The ancient buildings and stone streets will lead us through the time tunnel, back to the past years. No matter where we are in the ancient city, we will be able to take artistic and memorable photos to record the unforgettable moments of the trip. After enjoying the flavor of Dali ancient city, there are many more exciting options to explore. For example, you can ride leisurely along the Irai Sea and feel the comfort and freedom of the breeze on your face, or you can board a luxury Irai cruise ship and enjoy the breathtaking lakes and mountains along the way as you slowly travel along the rippling blue water. I believe that no matter which way we choose, it will bring us an unparalleled and wonderful experience. If we say let's go to Dali ancient city, Ruoyun said excitedly with a determined face. Good, listen to the boss man. How can you say that with blood surging? I laughed and said to Ruoyun. After finishing our conversation with Ruoyun, we embarked on a journey to that ancient and mysterious city together with a heart full of joy and anticipation. Along the way, the sunlight sprinkled down on us through the dappled leaves, as if laying a golden carpet for us. The gentle breeze brought the fragrance of flowers and grasses, which was refreshing and relaxing. When we finally arrived at the ancient city, a mesmerizing picture unfolded in front of us. The towering city wall meandered like a sleeping dragon. The ancient city gates were open, seemingly welcoming visitors from afar. Stepping into the city, both sides of the stone-paved streets, a variety of ancient buildings, some carved beams and paintings, beautiful, some are simple and elegant, have a flavor. We spent the whole afternoon immersed in the charm of this ancient city. Every corner was a perfect shooting spot, and we held our cameras and kept pressing the shutter to record the beautiful moments. Ruoyun, dressed in a long white dress, stood on the old stone bridge, with the gurgling river behind her, her beautiful figure as if she came out of a painting. I traveled through the streets and alleys, capturing the architectural details full of historical traces and the humanistic flavor of the streets and alleys. In addition to taking photos, we also enjoyed the tour, walking into a quaint tea house, tasting the local characteristics of the fragrant tea, feel the tranquility and coziness in front of the street food stalls, enjoy a variety of delicious food. Let the tongue also come to a wonderful trip. Unconsciously, the sun gradually dipped to the west, and the afterglow dyed the whole ancient city into a golden yellow, adding a few dreamy colors to it. However, we still can't get enough of it, and we don't want to leave. The ancient city of Dali at night has a unique flavor. The street lamps are lit up one by one, reflecting the old buildings like a dream. We strolled along the stone road, surrounded by all kinds of small specialty stores. Ruoyun dragged me into a store selling handmade jewelry as if she had found a treasure, and the store was full of small objects that exuded a charming atmosphere. Then we walked to the square in the center of the ancient city, where there was a group of people gathered together. When we got closer, it turned out to be a group of people performing the traditional Bai dance. The dancers were dressed in brightly colored costumes and danced beautifully, as if telling the stories of the ancient ethnic groups. After we got tired of playing, we found a restaurant by the Irai Sea and sat down. While savoring the local cuisine, we looked out the window at the serene Irai Sea. The moonlight on the lake was like a silver veil. At this time, Ruoyun suddenly said, "This trip is really worth it. It feels like all my worries have disappeared." I smiled and looked at Ruoyun beside me and nodded in agreement. Just at this moment, the whole world seemed to be left with only the beauty of Dali Old Town and Ruoyun. Wow, this looks so delicious. It feels like mushroom-scented cold rice noodles. Ruoyun excitedly picked up her chopsticks, gently picked up some, and carefully brought it to my mouth, her eyes glittering with anticipation. And she said softly and petulantly, "Come on, honey, have a taste to see if it's good?" I looked at Ruoyun that way and obediently opened my mouth, taking that mouthful of food into my mouth and chewing on it. Instantly, a rich mushroom flavor filled my mouth, accompanied by the smooth and strong texture of the rice noodles, which was intoxicating. It's really too delicious. This flavor is simply excellent. I couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, my gaze turning to the other dishes placed on the table, and then said to Ruoyun, "The rest of these dishes seem to be very good as well, so hurry up and try them." Following my line of sight, I saw that the table was set out in order with aromatic preserved wild mushrooms, steaming hot dry pots of tea tree mushrooms, and the pot of freshly scented and tantalizingly fragrant mushroom soup with stewed chicken. Yes, since you all say it's delicious, I'll have to savor it. Ruoyan couldn't wait to stretch out her chopsticks and first caught a piece of preserved wild mushrooms into her mouth, chewing on it with a big mouthful as she said vaguely, "Well, it's really delicious, and I realized that every dish we ordered actually has mushrooms in it." After saying that, she continued to wind up enjoying the food in front of her. Maybe the growing environment of fungus ingredients is particularly abundant here, so there's more of them in each dish. Besides, the mushroom ingredients are still delicious, and they all feel especially fresh. I swallowed the mushrooms in my mouth and said to Ruoyan, Chapter 42, choosing the next day's tourist attraction. While Yao Yao was enjoying her delicious meal, she was holding her chopsticks in one hand, while her other hand was quickly swiping the screen of her cell phone, and her mouth was constantly chanting something. It turned out that Yao Yao was busy posting her friend's circle while savoring her meal. "Sisters, look, Dali is really a great place. It's so worth coming," Yao Yao said excitedly into her cell phone, her face beaming with happiness and satisfaction. Then, she carefully selected a few photos she had taken and prepared to share them with her friends. These photos are really wonderful. Some show the ancient architectural style of Dali Old Town, with its winding green stone road lined with unique stores and residential houses. Others record the beautiful moments when Yao Yao tasted the local delicacies, especially the mouth-watering dry pot of tea tree mushrooms, which is a perfect blend of golden and crispy mushrooms with spicy and tasty seasonings. The perfect blend of golden and crispy tea tree mushrooms with spicy and savory seasonings makes you salivate just looking at it. After selecting the photos, Yao Yao carefully matched them with a text description, detailing what she had seen and heard in Dali as well as various interesting experiences. Finally, she clicked the send button, looking forward with joy to the envious replies of her friends when they saw it. "Have you eaten yet? Let's go back after eating?" I gently put down the chopsticks in my hands, looked at Ruoyan across the table with a smile, and softly asked, only to see Ruoyan patting her slightly bulging belly with satisfaction, then elegantly wiping the corners of her mouth with a paper napkin. She responded poutingly, I'm done eating. Today's meal was so delicious that I accidentally ate 2 bowls of rice. He. But, will people gain weight because of this? Said. She also unconsciously touched her round and lovely stomach, face flushed with a touch of shy blush, like a blooming peach blossom as delicate and touching. The two of us slowly got up from our seats. Ruoyan gently wrapped her arms around me, while I naturally put my hands on her slender waist. We snuggled together and walked slowly towards the cashier's counter not far away. Along the way, the surrounding people have cast envious glances, as if we are the world's happiest pair of children. Finally walked to the cashier. I smiled and took out my wallet, quickly settled the bill. Then, I turned around and tenderly stroked Ruoyan's slightly protruding belly, my eyes full of favor and love. Looking at her somewhat shy and slightly angry expression, I couldn't help but laugh softly. "My dear, how could you have gotten fat? You know, for such delicious food, we can't let it down." As soon as the words left my mouth, I myself laughed out loud first. Seeing this, Ruoyan couldn't help but be infected by my laughter and giggled out along with me. For a while, the entire restaurant echoed with our cheerful laughter, as if even the air had become sweet. When we returned to the hotel with slightly tired bodies, we raised our eyes to the clock on the wall, and realized that it was already late at night. We decided to take a short rest and get ready for tomorrow's trip. Lying on the soft and cozy bed, Ruoyan softly approached my ear and asked, "Honey, where are we going to play tomorrow?" Her soft words were as touching as the spring breeze. Hearing her question, I quickly picked up my cell phone on my pillow and skillfully opened the search engine and typed in the words Dali Tourist Attractions. Instantly, a series of related information popped up on the screen, in addition to the well-known Dali Old Town. In fact, what else is worth a good place to visit? The two of us snuggled together, eyes glued to the phone screen, carefully browsing the search results, one by one, full of charm of the attractions into the eyes, some picturesque, beautiful, some of the long history, deep cultural heritage. After some careful selection and comparison, we finally selected a few favorite places. If we have enough time, we plan to visit more places that look good and enjoy the charming scenery of Dali. However, if time is limited, then we will prioritize the most desirable attractions, the 3 pagodas of Chongqing Temple in Dali, Tianlong Bafang Film City, Sanshan Mountain Scenic Spot Washimatan Ropeway, and Longshore Pier. After determining tomorrow's schedule, we said goodnight to each other and slowly went to sleep with the longing for a better journey, looking forward to the fast arrival of a new day with joyful hearts. Early the next morning, the sunlight poured onto the bed through the gaps in the curtains. I woke up first, looking at Ruoyan's quiet sleeping face, my heart filled with happiness. I gently woke her up, and the two of us washed up and set off to our first destination, the 3 pagodas of Chongqing Temple in Dali. Yesterday, we were in the middle of the ancient city of Dali. Not yet close, far away, you can see the towering, Majestic Chongqing Temple 3 towers. They are like 3 swords into the sky, like 3 giants guarding this ancient and mysterious land. Today, when we finally came to the temple in front of, but also by the grandeur of the shock, the 3 pagodas stand tall, as if telling 1,000 years of history and vicissitudes. With a devout heart, we slowly stepped into the temple. As soon as we stepped into the temple, we felt a sense of tranquility and peace coming from the air. A burst of low chanting came from the ears, like a melodious music, lingering in the whole temple between. I saw many monks sitting on top of their futons, their eyes slightly closed, chanting under their breath, while the believers had their hands folded, looking solemn, immersed in the atmosphere of praying for blessings with all their hearts. Ruoyun and I looked at each other and smiled, and also followed their example, carefully lighting the incense and candles in our hands. The incense curled up and the smoke filled the air, adding a bit of mystery to this solemn temple. We closed our eyes and silently made the most sincere wish in our hearts. At this moment, time seemed to be frozen. Only the sound of Sanskrit echoed in the ears, like a trickle of water, gently flowing into the depths of the heart, moisturizing every corner of the soul. When the wishing activity was successfully completed, Ruoyun and I exchanged a knowing smile with each other, and then silently walked side by side toward the kind-faced, robe-clad monk. With a heart full of curiosity and admiration, we quietly stood beside the monk, ready to listen to his story about the ancient and mysterious Chongqing Monastery's long history. According to the learned monk, Dali Chongqing Temple was built in the distant Nanzhao Kingdom period. It was once as a noble royal temple, witnessed the rise and fall of countless dynasties, despite the passage of time, through the vicissitudes of wind and rain, but it has always stood firm here, like an eternal spiritual fortress, exuding a solemn and awe-inspiring atmosphere. Chapter 43, A Trip to the Movie City and Rice Noodles Over the Bridge. We walked into the interior of the temple, and what we saw in front of us was even more breathtaking. The brilliant, lifelike statues of Buddha seemed to be gazing at everything in the world with compassionate eyes. The exquisite murals on the walls and the skillful carvings vividly show the brilliant achievements of Buddhist art in the Tang dynasty. Every detail highlights the extraordinary wisdom and exquisite skills of the ancients, which makes people can't help but fall in love with them. Look at the famous 3 pagodas. The unique layout of 1 big and 2 small ones is as eye-catching as the stars. The tallest of the 3 towers reaches an astonishing height of 69.13 meters. Because its inclination is quite similar to the Leaning Tower of Pisa in Italy, it is known as the Leaning Tower of Pisa in the East. These 3 towers are not only simple architectural masterpieces, but they also carry heavy and profound Buddhist cultural connotations and high artistic value, and have become one of the iconic symbols of the land of Dali. After listening to the detailed explanation of Dali culture, we had a more comprehensive and in-depth knowledge and understanding of the unique and profound cultural heritage of this city. With a full sense of harvest at the end of this fulfilling and enjoyable trip, we went to our next destination, Tianlong Bafu Film and TV City, without stopping. The moment we stepped into the film city, a wonderful feeling came to us, as if we had really traveled back in time to the magnificent and chivalrous martial arts world depicted by Mr. Jin Yong. Looking around, the ancient pavilions stand in a patchwork, with flying eaves and arches, carved beams and painted buildings, all of which show the exquisite skills of ancient architectural art. The streets paved with green stoneboards wind through the entire film city, connecting various areas closely. Strolling along the streets, you can hear the footsteps of the years echoing in your ears. The streets and alleys are bustling with a variety of actors and actresses dressed in gorgeous ancient costumes, who are fully engaged in interpreting the wonderful story sequences. Some are performing great martial arts, a move tiger wind, some are whispering, eye contact, talking about the love and hate of the children of the Jianghu Lake. I hold tightly beside Ruoyun's hand, full of joy, and the crowd excitedly shuttling. A moment to stop and watch the martial arts masters between the thrilling fierce moves. Feel that fist and palm intersection with gas wind whistling past. A moment and by the street side of the aroma of the special snacks to attract the attention of the eye. Cannot help but stop to taste some of this mouth-watering delicacies. Right here, a unique embroidered ball marriage show is lively staged. On top of the stage, there stood a woman as beautiful as a heavenly fairy, dressed in a gorgeous red dress, her delicate face as touching as a spring flower in bloom. In her hand, she was holding a colorful embroidered ball, which was like a bright pearl attracting everyone's attention. With a clear shout, the girl's arm raised lightly and threw the embroidered ball up high. In an instant, the original bustling crowd under the stage suddenly boiled up. People scrambled forward to crowd, are eager to be able to catch this symbol of a good marriage embroidered ball. I was just passing by, was infected by the warm atmosphere. On the spur of the moment also joined the scrambling team. Unexpectedly, fate seemed to favor me. The embroidered ball unexpectedly fell into my arms. Seeing this, the surrounding people immediately broke out in a burst of cheers and boos. Quickly go to the stage. Get on the stage. In the midst of this clamor, I shyly looked back at Ruoyun beside me. Her eyes, as clear as water, were gazing at me with affection, as if encouraging me to be brave. So I held Ruoyun's soft hand tightly and walked onto the stage with a firm step, facing the many curious and expectant gazes from the stage. I took a deep breath and said loudly, "Friends, please listen to me. In fact, this beautiful girl, Ruoyun, has long been in love with my heart, and we were originally a loving couple. The fact that we are fortunate enough to receive the embroidered ball here today is just another witness to our love from heaven." As soon as the words fell, there was first a short silence on stage, followed by thunderous applause and joyful laughter. People cast envious and blessing gazes at us and shouted, "May you grow old together and be united forever." At this moment, the whole scene was filled with warmth and joy. Afterwards, we leisurely walked slowly along the ancient streets in the film city. The sunlight poured down on the green stone road, as if covering the whole street with a golden veil. As we strolled along, we used our imagination to the fullest, and the classic scenes from those once hot TV dramas kept popping up in our minds. It was as if we could see the characters meeting, quarreling or laughing on the familiar street corners, and everything was so vivid. When we finally said goodbye to the story-filled Dragon 8 Film City, the hour hand was quietly pointing to noon. At this time, the stomach began to grumble, reminding us to seek a delicious meal to fill it. "What are we going to eat for lunch? I'm starving," Ruoyun said to me as she rubbed her stomach. "Let's eat rice noodles. Authentic over-bridge rice noodles." I thought about it and opened my mouth. "This can be had. Try something different," Ruoyun asked with a curious look. So, we asked the pedestrians passing by where we could taste the most authentic Yunnan Bridge rice noodles. After some inquiries, we found a highly acclaimed rice noodle store. As soon as we stepped into the store, a strong aroma of freshly made rice noodles hit us like an invisible magic, pulling us towards the store. The store was crowded, but luckily there were still a few empty seats to choose from. We quickly found a relatively quiet corner to sit down, and after ordering, we waited expectantly for the food to be served. It wasn't long before we saw the waiter carefully carrying 2 bowls of steaming hot bridge rice noodles towards us. The 2 bowls of rice noodles in front of us were a feast for the eyes. The white rice noodles were quietly soaked in the golden-colored, fragrant soup, just like a fairy sleeping in a hot spring, and all around were all kinds of side dishes, including tender slices of meat, emerald green vegetables, golden bean skins and all kinds of brightly colored condiments, which were piled up so high that they almost overflowed from the sides of the bowl. In the face of such tantalizing food, Ruoyun and I had long been unable to hold back our inner excitement and couldn't wait to pick up our chopsticks, ready to feast. When the first mouthful of rice noodles was brought into our mouths, the wonderful flavor instantly blossomed on the tip of our tongues, just like the splendor of fireworks. The taste buds bounced happily as if they were enchanted, enjoying this carnival of taste. "Delicious." Ruoyun merely uttered such a simple comment, but her mouth never stopped as if she was under a spell of immobilization. Watching her wolf down the food, I couldn't help but laugh out loud. Immediately after, I was not willing to show weakness to join the food battle. Wind rolled up like a cloud of food. At one time, the whole store seems to be left only the 2 of us chewing food and satisfied with the sound of laughter intertwined together, constituting a unique symphony of food. Chapter 44, Dolly ends. New plans. Wow, this flavor is simply outstanding. It's so delicious. It's not at all on the same level as the ones I've eaten before. This unique flavor is really hard to describe. Ruoyun was full of happiness as she gulped down the soup while turning her head to look at me with curiosity, her eyes glittering with excitement as she couldn't wait to share her feelings with me at this moment. As I looked at Ruoyun's satisfied look, I couldn't help but smile along with her. I waited until I had finished the food in the bowl before picking up the bowl of soup and gently taking a sip, then responded with a smile. "Well, it is indeed true that the first feeling this soup gives is that it is exceptionally fresh and delicious. It's as if it's been carefully simmered with countless precious ingredients, with every drop filled with a rich fresh flavor." Hearing my words, Ruoyun nodded her head repeatedly in agreement, and muttered vaguely, "Yes, yes, yes, it's that fresh flavor. I can't say exactly what it is, but I just think it's so good," said. She continued to carefully hold the bowl, a small mouthful of slowly savoring the delicious soup, her face overflowing with a happy smile, as if the whole world is only left in front of this bowl of fresh and delicious soup. After the end we went to the Tsangshan Mountains scenic area Washimaten cable car to buy a ticket to sit on the cable car, slowly climbing up the mountain. At the foot of the lush mountains and forests, in the distance you can see the Arai Sea as a blue gem set in the earth. Ruoyun gripped my hand tightly, with both excitement and a hint of fear in her eyes. As the altitude increased, the temperature gradually dropped, and the mountains were covered with clouds. When the cable car reached the summit station, a bitterly cold air hit us. We bundled up and got out of the cable car, and the view in front of us was breathtaking. The snow-capped peaks were glittering in the sunlight, as if we were in the kingdom of snow and ice. As we walked along the trestle, Ruoyun curiously touched the snow on the side of the road. Suddenly, the sky was filled with snowflakes, which fell like goose feathers. We excitedly ran and played in the snow, feeling this sudden surprise. When we were tired of playing, we hid in a viewing pavilion to take a rest. At this moment, the snow was getting heavier and heavier, and the sky and the earth were in a blur. I was worried that the way down the mountain would be affected, but Ruoyun said with a relaxed face, "Even if we are trapped here, as long as we are with you, there is nothing to be afraid of." Listening to her words, I wrapped my arms around Ruoyun's waist, my heart filled with warmth. Luckily, it wasn't long before the snow gradually became smaller. We took advantage of this moment to step onto the cable car for the return trip. On the way down, I watched the snowy scenery slowly being left behind, and my heart was full of reluctance. When we got back to the foot of the mountain, it was getting dark and the street lights were on. Holding hands, we strolled along the roadside and prepared to go to the last attraction of the day, Longkong Jetty, a place full of poetry and romance. As we slowly approached it, it was as if we stepped into a stunningly beautiful painting. At this time, when the sun was setting, the last touch of afterglow was like a golden veil gently covering the calm lake. The surface of the lake was flooded with layers of waves, sparkling with dazzling light, like countless bright diamonds inlaid therein. On the shore, a clump of reeds gently swaying in the wind, their slender posture like graceful dancers, soft reeds dancing with the wind, seems to be in a unique way to welcome us, these visitors from afar. The air was filled with the refreshing scent of lake water and reeds, making people feel relaxed. We strolled along the lakeshore and eventually found a perfect spot to sit next to the lake. It had a great view of the entire lake and the rolling hills in the distance. We sat quietly, no one talking, just silently gazing at the peaceful and beautiful scene in front of us. As the sun gradually set over the mountains, the sky was dyed an orange-red and reflected in the lake, creating a spectacular view of water and sky. Occasionally a few flying birds swept through the air, leaving a string of crisp chirps that broke the brief silence. In the grass by the lake, from time to time came the murmur of insects, as if singing a soft song for this beautiful dusk. Time seems to be frozen in this moment. Everything seems so peaceful, beautiful. Let people linger. After a long time, I turned my head to look at Ruoyun and said softly, "Ruoyun, it's so nice to come out to play and still have such a beautiful view, and to have you by my side." Ruoyun smiled faintly, her eyes filled with tenderness as she said, "As long as I'm with you, I feel like everywhere is a beautiful view." My heart felt like it was lightly touched by a feather, and I couldn't help but hold her hand a little tighter. As night fell, the starry lights twinkled in the distance. "Come on, let's go back to the hotel and rest. We still have to leave tomorrow," I said, pulling Ruoyun to her feet. On the way, we shared funny stories of each other's past and talked about the events of the past few days, letting out a cheerful laugh every now and then. When we arrived at the hotel, we opened the door to our room, and the warm yellow light in the room spilled down, creating a cozy atmosphere. I walked over to the window and pulled open the curtains, and the night scene outside came into my eyes. Ruoyun hugged me from behind, and I turned to embrace her, each other's breath close at hand. We looked at each other, love flowing in our eyes, and then slowly moved closer, our lips printed on each other, enjoying a sweet moment belonging to the two of us in this dolly night. The next morning, the sunlight through the gap of the curtains sprinkled on the bed. I woke up first, looking at the sleeping Ruoyun in my arms. My heart was filled with happiness. After gently waking her up, we simply packed our bags and left. After getting into the car, Ruoyun turned her head towards me with a curious expression and opened her mouth to ask, "Where exactly are we going this time?" I was so busy yesterday that I didn't even bother to look at the itinerary. Saying that, she blinked those big watery eyes in anticipation of my answer. I unhurriedly sat in my seat and took out my cell phone to check up on that detailed plan sent by the female assistant in WeChat. After a while, I raised my head and said to Ruoyun with a smile, "Our destination this time is the famous Macau. However, on the way to Macau, we will pass through quite a few places, such as Kunming, Baise, and Nanning, and I've just taken a close look at the plan, and it mentions that because it's closer to Guilin, we might take a detour and go to Guilin to have some fun on the way. After that, we will go from Guilin to Guangzhou and finally arrive in Macau. The whole journey is about 2,200 kilometers." Hearing this, Ruoyun nodded slightly, and then followed up with, "Then how are the stops at each place arranged?" I once again looked down and scanned the screen of my cell phone, and then patiently explained, "According to the plan, when we arrive in Kunming, Baise and Nanning, we will stay for half a day to rest, and when we arrive in Guilin, we can stay for 2 more days to have fun. As for Guangzhou, we are expected to stay for only 1 day, and when we arrive in Macau, we will be able to enjoy 2 days of fun." The time to Macau. You can enjoy 2 days of fun. Of course, this also has to take into account the time spent on the road, so the entire journey will take almost a week to complete. "Is there Guilin? Is it to that mountainous place?" Ruoyun asked, looking at me in surprise. Yeah. After saying that, I handed Ruoyun my cell phone. Chapter 45 Arriving in Kunming in Bays. Departure in the morning. Arrived in Kunming, a total of 400 kilometers. We more than 4 hours to the first station of the planned Kunming city. Get off the car before looking at the female assistance planner, which has particularly detailed records. Which city has what beauty and characteristics? This time the overall change in the planner in order to prevent us from arriving at the place where we do not know where there are fun and delicious, and miss those fun and delicious. So this time the planner to do the overall change, in advance to do the strategy, and then written in the planner inside the planner, so that everyone sees the planner after directly when the time comes to go to punch the card can be. I turned to Ruoyun with a smile on my face, and proposed excitedly, Ruoyun, why don't we go to that much anticipated Netflix beach together and take a stroll? She nodded her head with interest, indicating her approval of my idea. The net red beach we are talking about is the net red beach of Haiyan village in Kunming city, which is situated along the beautiful Dianchi lake. This place is known as Kunming's Little Sanya. Whenever the sun sets, the stunning sunset scenery is simply mesmerizing. Moreover, this beach has not yet gone through large-scale mining, still maintains the most primitive, the purest natural style. The beach is covered with rocks of different sizes, but this does not affect its unique charm. When the setting sunlight sprinkled on these stones, as if to give them a layer of golden veil, glittering, the sky at this time is even more like a brilliant and colorful painting, with ever-changing colors intertwined in a dazzling way. It is said that the lake here takes on an enchanting amber color, as if it were a warm gem set in the earth. When the breeze blows, the shimmering surface of the lake ripples, beautifully mirroring the evening sun in the sky. In addition, the surrounding villages are also very distinctive, preserving the simplicity and tranquility intact. The stone road in the village winds and twists throughout the village, and in front of every house are planted a variety of flowers and grasses, red like fire, pink like xia, white like snow, colorful flowers competing, emitting a burst of fragrance, adding a lot of vigor and vitality as well as a strong sense of life to this ancient village. What is even more noteworthy is that the transportation to this Netflix beach is very convenient. Whether you drive or take public transportation, you can easily reach it. I looked at the plan and said to Ruoyun, whose eyes immediately lit up and said excitedly, that sounds really great, so let's go to this place first. With that said, we set off with great anticipation towards the infamous Net Red Beach in Haiyan village. When we arrived at the place, we realized that it was far more lively than we had imagined. Walking slowly along the ancient stone road, both sides of the road are full of delicate flowers, red like fire, pink like xia, white like snow. They are gently swaying in the breeze, exuding a burst of elegant fragrance, as if warmly welcoming every guest. Not long ago, we saw the unique beach. As expected, as described before, this beach is mainly composed of large and small stones, which looks unique. The lake in the distance was like a huge mirror, and under the bright sunlight, it shone with a charming amber color, which was as beautiful as a dream. Around the beach is simply a paradise of food. As far as the eye can see, there is a wide variety of snacks. Not only that, but there is also a unique food street hidden in the village. This street is crowded, bustling, the air filled with a variety of food-tempting aroma. Into the snack street, the first thing that catches the eye is a string of golden color, oil, kebabs. They are grilled just right. The outside is burnt and the inside is tender. Then there is the aroma of the meat cake. Bite down, the meat juice overflowing. People have a long memory. There is also a sweet and delicious corn poop, soft and sticky texture with corn's unique sweet taste, and then go forward. You can see the golden crispy deep-fried shrimp cake. Each piece can eat the fresh taste of fresh shrimp meat. In addition, the slippery cold noodles and refreshing cold noodles are also essential, with special seasonings, hot and sour appetizing. Ruoyun and I ate a lot. Of course, we also tried the sweet milk tea, fluffy bread and strong coffee, which were very good, bringing sweetness and satisfaction. Finally, we tasted the local specialty rice noodles, which were smooth and strong with delicious soup and rich side dishes, which were simply excellent, and we were really full of delicious food. Although there are no large luxury restaurants here, the variety of snacks was enough to satisfy our picky taste buds. Just as we were enjoying our meal, we suddenly heard a noise. It turned out to be a group of people gathered to watch an old man demonstrating an ancient skill, hand weaving. The exquisite handicraft seemed to carry a kind of mysterious charm, making people feel that even in the village, these traditional skills still have a tenacious vitality, and blossomed in this small world with its own luster. Ruoyun and I picked out several ornaments that felt good and bought them. At noon, the sunshine fell on the beautiful city of Kunming. We ate. After a short rest, we cannot wait to embark on the journey to Bay's city. In the car, Ruoyun excitedly said to me, the snack street here is simply, I can't stop eating. After saying that, she also touched her stomach. After I saw that look on her face, I couldn't help but feel a little funny in my heart, secretly thinking, this girl wouldn't start chanting about being fat again, right? However, I still held back my laughter and continued chatting with Ruoyan as if nothing had happened. In this way, the car sped all the way. After a long few hours of driving, finally in the afternoon of that day, successfully arrived in the beautiful Bay City. As soon as we got out of the car, we couldn't wait to run straight towards the Qingbi Lake Scenic Area. When we came to Qingbi Lake Scenic Area, we were instantly shocked by the beautiful scenery in front of us. Just see the pool of lake water like a huge and transparent mirror, calm without a ripple, surrounding the rolling hills, lush trees around its wake, forming a sea of green, as if a beautiful, skillfully crafted landscape painting is so unreservedly displayed in front of us. We leisurely stroll in this picturesque scenery. The gentle breeze gently brushed across the cheeks, bringing a touch of refreshing coolness. Let a person feel relaxed and happy. All the worries and fatigue seemed to disappear at this moment. Right at this moment, I suddenly realized that Ruoyan actually opened her arms, as if she wanted to embrace the whole world, and shouted out to the clear blue sky, "I'm so happy." After shouting these words, she closed her eyes and slightly tilted her head up, with a look of incomparable intoxication on her face. Looking at her in such an innocent manner, my heart couldn't help but well up with a wave of tenderness. So, I quietly walked behind her, gently wrapped my arms around her slender waist, and brought my lips to her ear, softly saying, "I'm happy too." Chapter 46 Henteing Sightseeing in Nanning. After embracing each other for a while, I suddenly remembered that there was still one important thing I hadn't done, asking the cameraman and the anchorwomen how the shooting of the material was going. It turned out that they had already finished shooting the material earlier, and everything was ready, just waiting for us to give the order to get ready to leave. When we reluctantly said goodbye to the picturesque scenery of Qingbi Lake Scenic Area, we did not hesitate to embark on the journey to the Right River Ethnic Museum. Along the way, we were full of expectation and curiosity, imagining what kind of amazing treasures would be hidden in this museum. Finally, we arrived at the Right River Ethnic Museum. As soon as we stepped into the door, it was as if we had entered a time tunnel, and the dazzling array of cultural relics and detailed information instantly brought us back to the past years. From ancient bronzes to exquisite ceramics, from colorful ethnic costumes to unique handicrafts, each exhibit is like a bright pearl, exuding a fascinating light. Walking slowly along the exhibition route, we seem to be in a magnificent historical scroll. Through text description, picture display and multimedia demonstration and other forms, the long and unique cultural inheritance of various ethnic groups in Bay's area is vividly shown. Here, we not only explored the historical origins of the local ethnic groups, but also personally felt their distinctive customs and habits and traditional skills that have a long history. We were fascinated by the passionate songs and dances of the Zhuang and the mysterious rituals of the Yao. Unconsciously, the sun was setting and the night was creeping over the land, but the pace of our exploration did not stop, but became more and more firm and powerful. With the desire for the unknown world, we continued to drive the vehicle and sped forward. After hours of driving, we finally arrived in Nanning. As soon as we got out of the car, the hustle and bustle of the city came to us. The colorful neon lights flashing and the bustling crowds weaving in and out of the city formed a vibrant urban night scene. Despite the tiredness of the journey, everyone was still excited. After a short rest, we quickly found an elegant environment, warm and comfortable hotel, and orderly check-in procedures. At this moment, lying on the soft bed, recalling what we had seen and heard during the day, our hearts couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction that was hard to describe. When the night comes, the whole city of Nanning is brightly lit. The streets and alleys were crowded with people, bustling with life. Ruoyan and I couldn't hold back our curiosity and excitement, and decided to go out of the hotel to experience the unique flavor of this strange city. We didn't walk for long when we heard a melodious music. Following the sound, we found that it was a street performer playing a strange instrument. The music was ethereal and deep, as if it came from the distant stars. There were quite a few people gathered around, and everyone was immersed in it. Wow, it's really beautiful. This melody is as melodious as heavenly music. Ruoyan snuggled tightly into my arms like a docile kitten, her delicate voice gently traveling into my ears. I smiled and hugged her slender and soft body tightly, feeling the warm breath coming from her, then brought my lips close to her crystalline earlobes and softly responded, "That's right, it's good to listen to." Beautiful music is like a spirit that transcends time and space and national boundaries, able to touch the softest corners of everyone's heart. The breeze gently brushed our faces, bringing a touch of coolness and comfort. At this moment, the world around us seemed to have frozen, and we were the only ones embracing each other, immersed in this wonderful music, enjoying the tranquility and sweetness. "Let's go sightseeing at Henteing," I said to Ruoyan. So looking forward to the night view of the whole city, Ruoyan said to me with an interested look after listening to the music, "Come on, let's go and see it and we'll see. I've never seen it before." After saying that, I bought 2 bottles of water on the side of the road, handed Ruoyan a bottle and said, "Well, I've never seen it either, but I've heard that there's a 360-degree deathless glass that feels like a cloud. It feels kinda scary to think about it. Ruoyun took a sip of water and said to me, "Let's go." I took Ruoyun's hand and walked towards Henteing sightseeing. Since we had planned this trip before and were looking forward to it, and had carefully checked the relevant tourist attraction information as well as crafted a detailed tour guide, we had purchased the tickets to the various attractions early on. At this moment, with excitement, we are on our way to embark on the journey to Henteing for sightseeing. It is said that from the top of the clouds, you can see the whole city in all its splendor. Whether it is the bustling city, the quiet and beautiful suburbs, or the meandering rivers and lakes, all of which can be seen. Not only that, but it also offers a wide variety of recreational activities for visitors to enjoy, from the thrilling zipline to the relaxing walk through the cloud walkway. And of course, for foodies like us, there's nothing more appealing than the mouth-watering food. Imagine what a wonderful experience it would be to savor the local specialties while enjoying a fantastic view of the city at night. That's why we decided to have a good time at Henteing tonight. When we arrived at the entrance of Henteing Tourism, we found a long queue. People's faces were full of excitement, and it seemed that everyone was looking forward to this place. It was hard to enter it and we were instantly blown away by the huge panoramic glass. The lights of the city were as bright as the Milky Way falling on the earth, and the flickering neon intertwined into an absolutely beautiful picture. "It's really beautiful," Ruoyun unconsciously said. "It's really too shocking, too beautiful," I said as I pulled Ruoyun's hand. We first went to experience the high-altitude zipline, the wind whistling past our ears. The thrill of it made our hearts beat faster. Afterward, we strolled through the cloud walkway, as if we were in a fairyland. The food area was even more attractive, with a variety of food stalls filled with tantalizing aromas. We feasted on the food, and every bite was full of happiness. After we were full, Ruoyun gently patted her slightly bulging stomach and burped contentedly, then turned her head to me and said with a smile, "Let's go, Lee. I'm feeling a bit tired. Why don't we go back to rest and relax first?" Her eyes revealed a hint of weariness, but they still shone with a gentle light. I raised my hand and glanced at the watch on my wrist. The hour and minute hands were already about to point to 12 in the evening. It was indeed getting late, so I nodded and responded, "Good, then let's go back here. We've had quite a good time today, so let's find some other fun places to go around tomorrow." After saying that, I stood up and gently stretched, moving my somewhat stiff body. Seeing this, Ruoyun followed suit and slowly stood up, straightening her skirt. Together, we walked out of the restaurant and merged into the streets at night. The street lights emitted a dim light, lengthening and shortening our silhouettes. The evening breeze brushed against our cheeks, bringing a slight coolness to the air. Along the way, we chatted with each other, sharing what we had seen and felt today, and laughter echoed in the silent night sky from time to time. Chapter 47. Arriving in Guilin. Ruoyun leaves. The next day, we went to Guilin early in the morning. Guilin, mountains and waters of the world. We are equivalent to all come to the name. After arriving in Guilin, we took the bamboo raft downstream. The Li River water is crystal clear. Both sides of the peaks are listed. It is really worthy of the boat on the blue waves. People in the painting swim. Ruoyun was as excited as a child and kept taking pictures with her cell phone. "Brother Lee, I sent the photos you took to the circle of friends. Oh, you won't mind, right?" Ruoyun blinked her big watery eyes and cautiously inquired to me. Hearing this, I couldn't help but smile slightly, and then replied bashfully, "Ha ha, just send it. What can I send? You see, today is such a beautiful day. Wouldn't it be a pity not to share it?" said. My eyes turned to the lofty peak in front of me. This peak looked a little different. It seemed to contain a unique story that was little known. The stream flowing between the mountains was exceptionally tranquil and peaceful, as clear and transparent as a mirror. At this time, we are sitting leisurely on top of a small bamboo raft, slowly moving along the river, swimming in the Li River between the two sides. On the bank, a clump of bamboos swaying with the wind, their long silhouettes reflected in the sparkling water, as if constituting a beautiful, flowing ink painting. In this scene, we have been deeply intoxicated, forgetting all the troubles and clamor of the world. Unconsciously, night fell quietly, and the city lights were lit up, decorating the whole world like a dream. After a busy day, Ruoyun and I strolled down the street, thinking about how to fix dinner. At this moment, Ruoyun's stomach issued a gurgling sound. She touched her stomach, said to me with a smile, "Oops, this stomach has begun to protest. What should we eat tonight? I just saw a barbecue buffet that seems quite good." Hearing Ruoyun say this, my appetite was instantly aroused, and I hastily nodded my head and responded, "Okay, then, let's listen to you. Let's hurry over and try it." Saying that, I naturally pulled up Ruoyun's soft little hand, and walked quickly towards that barbecue buffet restaurant. Not long after, we arrived at the entrance of this store. Looking up, the signboard clearly read Kyoto Seafood Grilled Meat Buffet. Walking into the store, a strong aroma of barbecue meat came out of the nose. Let a person mouth-watering. I walked straight to the bar and paid the money and deposit for 2 people, then led Ruoyun to find a seat. After some searching, I finally found a seat called Radish, which looked quite cute. As soon as we were seated, we couldn't wait to get up and rush to the area where the ingredients were displayed. There was a dizzying array of freshly grilled ingredients. I excitedly picked out my favorites, including juicy beef, fat and lean pork, and attractive chicken wings. Ruoyun, on the other hand, followed closely behind me, also holding stacks and stacks of her favorite food in her hands, like a little follower, with a happy smile on her face. After taking the ingredients, Ruoyun carefully placed the meat on the grill, her gentle movements as if she was treating a precious treasure. As time went by, the meat made a ZZ sound on the iron plate, and the tantalizing aroma gradually spread out. The golden-colored grease slowly seeped out from the edge of the meat, and dropped into the charcoal fire, stirring up a small spark. I, on the other hand, stood at one side, concentrating on mixing the dipping sauce. The various seasonings blend together in the bowl, giving off a distinctive flavor. I stirred carefully, making sure that each flavor was evenly distributed. When the roasted meat became golden in color and crispy on the outside, Ruoyun picked up the plate and gently blew on it a few times before picking up a slice with her chopsticks and placing it in her mouth. She closed her eyes and chewed carefully, a satisfied smile on her face. Seeing her enjoying the food so much filled my heart with happiness. Next, I picked up the prepared dipping sauce and handed it to Ruoyun, who took the dipping sauce and gently dipped the meat slice into her mouth again. This time, her eyes lit up and she said in praise, "This dip is so delicious. It goes perfectly with the grilled meat." With that, the two of us fed each other one bite at a time, the cozy atmosphere lingering around us. Every bite of roast meat was full of love, and every glance at each other conveyed deep affection. Without realizing it, the food on the table was swept away by us. After we had enough to eat, we went back to our room holding hands. After washing up, we lay on the soft bed, feeling each other's warmth. Ruoyun, who was resting in her room, suddenly heard her cell phone ringing. She picked it up and saw that the screen showed an incoming call from home. A feeling of uneasiness welled up in her heart, and Ruoyun hurriedly answered the phone. A heavy voice came from the other end of the line, informing her that a respected elder at home had unfortunately passed away, and asking her to come home as soon as possible. After hanging up the phone, Ruoyun's eyes instantly turned red, tears welling up in her eyes. She slowly turned her head and looked at me with a mournful gaze, her lips trembling slightly as she said, "I'm so sorry. We've only just started this trip not long ago, but we have to part early because of something like this." Seeing Ruoyun so sad and upset, my heart couldn't help but clench up as well. I walked to her side, gently patted her shoulder, and softly comforted, "Don't be too sad, Ruoyun. Family is always the most important thing, and they need you by their side for companionship and support at this time. Don't worry about going. I'll be here waiting for you to come back." Despite all the reluctance in her heart, Ruoyun nodded her head in agreement with my words. After packing my bags, I accompanied Ruoyun to the station and watched her board the departing car until it disappeared at the end of the road in the distance. After seeing Ruoyun off, I was left alone in the beautiful city of Guilin. Without Ruoyun's company, everything around me seemed a bit cold and lonely. After Ruoyun returned home, she quickly replied to my message. Receiving her safe message, my heart is much more solid. Time rushed by, and in the blink of an eye, it was the morning of the 3rd day. At this time, the warm and soft sunlight was passing through the thin clouds, like a bunch of golden arrowheads shooting to the earth. It gently caressed every inch of land, every building and every pedestrian, as if it wanted to convey its enthusiasm and vigor to this world. Under this brilliant sunlight, the whole city of Guilin was covered with a golden veil, looking particularly beautiful and touching. The rolling hills in the distance look like a sleeping dragon. The turquoise river meanders like a crystal and jade belt encircling it. On both sides of the city's ancient streets, the ancient buildings are arranged in an orderly fashion, and the red lanterns hanging under the eaves sway in the wind, as if telling of the city's long history and cultural heritage. Chapter 48, Meeting New Friends and Hanging Out Together. I woke up early, in an extraordinarily excited mood. After the initial exploration in the previous few days, I had already developed a strong interest in this magical and fascinating land. Today, I was fully prepared and planned to take another tour to explore the unknown mysteries hidden between the mountains and waters, and to feel the unique charm of this land endowed by nature. On a sunny day with beautiful scenery, I leisurely embarked on this wonderful tour. In order to enjoy the tranquility and freedom, I asked my bodyguards to keep a distance from me so that I could be alone in the embrace of nature. So I got on a small boat and slowly traveled downstream. The rolling green hills on both sides of the river, reflected in the clear water like a mirror, like a beautiful and touching picture scroll. Just when I was enamored of this beautiful scenery, suddenly, a shout broke the quiet. Along the direction of the sound came to look, only to see not far away from another boat. A young girl is pointing to the water in a panic. It turned out that the umbrella in her hand somehow fell into the river. At that instant, the upstream current was swift, and the downstream water was even more rapid and unusual. The umbrella fell like a helpless leaf, quickly drifting downstream, and in the blink of an eye towards the bottom of the boat I was riding. In the blink of an eye, I quickly picked up the umbrella I was carrying and hooked it forward. Perhaps it was luck, or my hook was just right, and I easily hooked back the umbrella that was about to go away. Afterwards, I hurriedly explained a few words to the boatman, who nodded in understanding, and then accelerated the speed of the boat, quickly gliding towards the boat where the girl was. Not long after, the two boats drew together. With a smile, I handed back the umbrella I had just rescued to the stunned girl and asked her if she was okay. The girl took the umbrella gratefully, thanked me profusely, and introduced herself. My name is Lian, and I'm an avid traveler. Counting, this is already my third time coming here. I didn't expect such an accident to happen today. Luckily I met you, a kind person who came to my aid. Thank you so much. I waved my hand and responded with a smile. It's just a matter of lifting my hand. It's not a big deal. No need to take it to heart. However, Lian said seriously, that said, to me, your help has solved my pressing problem. So, I have to say thank you anyway. In this way, we know each other because of this little episode, and the communication between each other has gradually become warm up. Lian's big beautiful eyes flashed with bright and radiant light, just like the brightest stars in the night sky, emitting a charming luster, only to see the corners of her mouth slightly upward, revealing a touch of bright as a flower smile. Enthusiastically issued an invitation to me to play together. In the face of such a sincere and energetic invitation, my heart immediately surged with a wave of uncontrollable joy. Without hesitation, nodded and agreed. In the time that followed, I walked alongside Lian and her close friends, forming a joyful and cozy team. We embarked on a wonderful journey to discover more of the hidden beauty of Gillen with anticipation and yearning for the unknown. Along the way, we laughed a lot and became closer to each other. Every time we arrived at a place of interest, we were excited to stop and enjoy the unique charm of this land given by nature. Whether it was the majestic mountain peaks, the crystal clear streams, or the ancient villages and unique buildings, we were all mesmerized and enchanted. Lian was like a happy bird, always leading us through the corners, sharing all the anecdotes she knew about these places. Time passed quietly, and before we knew it, the night curtain had slowly come down like a light veil, shrouding the whole world in a hazy and mysterious atmosphere. At this moment, a friend beside Lian raised his hand and glanced absently at the watch on his wrist, then gently lowered his arm. He bent down slightly, reached into the bulging backpack behind him, and after a while of fumbling, finally pulled out a colorful cloth. Afterwards, he carefully spread the cloth on the ground, as if he was unfolding an exquisite picture scroll. After doing so, he straightened up and said to the crowd with a smile, I just looked at the time. Don't all of you feel hungry? In my opinion, this is the perfect moment to enjoy dinner. As soon as his words fell, Lian first stared blankly, and then let out a burst of clear and pleasant laughter. Her large, soulful eyes sparkled with light, as dazzling as the bright stars in the night sky. After laughing, Lian turned her head to look at us and said poutingly, that's right, if you hadn't reminded me, I wouldn't have realized that I was already hungry. Just now, I was so focused on talking to everyone, that I completely threw the matter of eating out of the window, but now after you said that, my stomach is starting to growl. After saying that, everyone present responded one after another, one by one. They couldn't wait to open their respective backpacks and take out a wide variety of food from them. Some took out convenient instant food, some took out delicious snacks, and some even prepared aromatic beef jerky and cool thirst-quenching drinks. In no time at all, a mouth-watering array of food covered the entire tablecloth. Afterwards, a few of us sat on the ground or picked a rock as a seat, naturally forming a tight circle. We all continued to talk and laugh enthusiastically as we feasted and drank. At this moment, the laughter intertwined into a beautiful and melodious music, echoing in this quiet night, long-lasting. In this wonderful time, we not only appreciated the world-class scenery of Gillen, but also gained the precious and unforgettable memories of the sincere friendship and those unforgettable memories, which were deeply imprinted in each other's hearts. A short and fulfilling day flew by, as if in the blink of an eye. Time slipped away like a white horse passing by. I smiled and said to Lian, our team will be leaving soon. Hearing this, Lian's face showed a trace of reluctance, but she soon realized that there was still one important thing left to do. We hadn't even added each other's contact information yet. So, she hurriedly said, oh, look at my memory. I forgot to ask you for your contact information. Why don't we add each other's WeChat? This way, if there is anything in the future, we can also say hello at any time. And when you come back to Gillen next time to play, you must remember to come to me. Oh, after all, my home is in this neighborhood. The opportunity to come here is quite a lot of yo. Thus, we happily exchanged WeChat numbers and agreed to keep in touch in the future. Chapter 49 Female Assistant Xiao Fei. After adding WeChat, I slowly walked towards the hotel alone. Along the way, my thoughts were still stuck in that moment of excitement and anticipation when I had just added my friend. Finally, I arrived at the door of the hotel, gently pushed open the door and walked in. After entering the room, I tiredly lay down on the soft big bed and took a long breath. Today's day's experience had left him feeling a little tired, but at the same time it was full of freshness and excitement. After a short rest, he took out a clean set of pajamas from his luggage and changed into them, then went into the bathroom to wash up a bit. When I came out of the shower, I felt a whole lot more relaxed. I walked over to the bed, pulled the covers over me, and closed my eyes in preparation for a good night's sleep. Because tomorrow the plan was to go to Guangzhou and eventually to Macau for a few days. Thinking of this, the corners of his mouth cannot help but rise slightly, with the vision of a better time and the future gradually into the dreamland. The next morning, when the east was just turning white and the morning sun was showing, I hurriedly ate a hearty breakfast and then couldn't wait to embark on the journey to Guangzhou with my female assistant. It's not a short trip, it's 480 kilometers long. As we sped along the wide, flat highway, the scenery outside the car window unfolded like a flowing scroll. The sunlight through the gaps in the leaves shed dappled light and shadow, and the breeze brushed against our faces, bringing a slight coolness. Along the way, the vehicles flowed endlessly, but my mood was extraordinarily comfortable, because what was waiting for us ahead was a trip to Guangzhou full of unknowns and surprises. Boss, please have some water. I saw the curvy, pretty-faced female assistant gently moving her lotus steps, slowly carrying a cup of water to this side. That cup of water seemed like a treasure held in her hand, careful and steady. Well, just put the water on the table. You've done quite an excellent job with the plan you made this time. Not only that, after arriving at the destination, the control and utilization of time was just right, and there was absolutely no need to blindly tap into new resources or blindly develop your business. I've just checked the data, and the number of viewers of our live broadcast has increased by 50% this week compared to last week. I nodded with satisfaction, shifting my gaze from the computer screen, smiling at the female assistant standing by the side, and praising her without mincing words. However, just before my words fell, I suddenly felt the car body brake violently. Caught off guard, the female assistant stumbled, the water cup in her hand instantly lost its balance, and the water inside splashed on my body without warning. For a moment, the female assistant panicked, and with her hands in a frenzy, she began to slap the water stains on my body. Her face turned red, her eyes were full of apologies and uneasiness, and her mouth kept chanting, "Oops, I'm really sorry, boss, I really didn't mean to." While saying that, she hurriedly picked up the paper towel on the table and gently dabbed the water stains on my clothes. But those water stains had already seeped down, and how could they be easily wiped away by the paper? After a while, the female assistant seemed to realize that going on like this is not a solution, so she raised her head slightly shyly and looked at me, and said softly, "Boss, why don't you just change out of this wet dress first? It definitely won't be able to dry in such a short period of time, and I'll help you take it to be cleaned later." Saying that, her big watery eyes looked at me with anticipation, waiting for my response. "It's okay, no need to be so troublesome. I'll just find myself a dress to change into later." I glanced at the female assistant and waved my hand unconcernedly, signaling that she didn't need to beat herself up too much over this matter. "Boss, just listen to me and change out of these clothes. Our car is equipped with dry cleaning service. It's super fast." As she spoke, the female assistant raised her hand, gently flicked a few strands of hair falling on her ear, then pushed them behind her ear, then turned to face me and said, my eyes were involuntarily attracted by this seemingly casual but charming little action of hers, and I unconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva in my throat, and my tongue subconsciously licked my dry lips. The marvelous touch brought by the assistant's soft and boneless hands on my body just now instantly appeared in my mind, and my heart began to beat faster uncontrollably as if it had been stimulated by some kind of stimulation. In order to hide my inner panic and embarrassment, I coughed softly and tried to restore my composure, then nodded to the female assistant and said, well, then as you said, just change out of these clothes. As soon as the words fell, I took a step towards the dressing room on the second floor of the RV. However, what I didn't expect was that the female assistant actually followed my steps and walked over together. I stopped my steps and looked back at the female assistant who was following closely behind me. A teasing smile appeared on my face as I jokingly said to her, "What? Is it possible that you still want to follow me into the locker room together?" After hearing my words, I only saw that the female assistant's originally fair cheeks were instantly dyed with a layer of faint redness, just like a ripe red apple in the fall, exuding a charming luster and charm. As if she was struck by my words in a soft corner of her heart, she involuntarily lowered her head slightly, her eyes flickering and not daring to meet my gaze, while gently responding in a slightly shy tone, "Boss, You're really mistaken. I actually just want to wait for you to come out at the door, so that I can more conveniently and quickly receive the clothes that you need to send for dry cleaning later on. After I went inside to change my clothes, the female assistant, Faye, was quietly leaning against the door of the room outside, her ears attentively listening to the subtle sounds coming from inside the room as I changed my clothes. During this process, her mind was like a movie screening with all sorts of chaotic and complicated thoughts flashing through her mind. She secretly thought to herself, Xiaofei ah Xiaofei, could it be that you have forgotten that you have been secretly harboring that adoration for the boss? And you day and night desire to live that kind of rich and luxurious life wishes. In front of this is not exactly a once-in-a-lifetime, fleeting excellent opportunity? But why, when the time comes, have you become so hesitant, and do not even know how to grasp it firmly? Almost at the same moment, however, another diametrically opposed thought came to mind like a tidal wave. She shook her head vigorously, as if to shake off all those distracting thoughts that had just sprung up, and admonished herself, never, never, I must not take the initiative to throw myself at a man and stalk him like a frivolous woman. This kind of thing is against my moral bottom line and principles of being a human being. No matter what, I can't do it. But immediately after, she couldn't help but mutter in her heart, however, if this rare opportunity is missed for nothing, God knows the next time a similar situation will have to wait until the monkey years and months to appear again. Alas, think about it, or that old saying is good, there are jujubes no jujubes first 3 shots. Since it has come to this point, might as well go out and boldly try something. Even if the final did not succeed, at least it is also considered to have been. Even if you don't succeed in the end, at least you've made an effort to fight for it. It's better than giving up when you don't even dare to try. Thinking about this, Xiao Fei's beautiful eyes gradually became resolute. The right hand that was holding the door handle tightly also unconsciously increased its force, and then without hesitation, pushed open the door in front of the room. Chapter 50, the female assistant with a long-planned plan. Why did you come in? Is there something 100,000 times more urgent? I was standing in the room with my back to the door, a shirt in my hand ready to be put on. Just then, the door to the room was pushed open without warning, and I turned my head to look in shock, only to see that the female assistant, Faye, had unexpectedly barged in without permission. I stared wide-eyed and asked with a face full of surprise. Xiao Fei lightly walked into the room before gently closing the door with her hand. Her beautiful eyes stared straight at me. The corners of her mouth rose slightly, revealing a mysterious and charming smile as she slowly said, "Don't you still understand my feelings?" As she spoke, she approached me step by step. Each step seemed to carry some kind of magic power, making the atmosphere of the entire room become more and more ambiguous. When she walked to just a stone's throw away from me, she finally stopped. Then, she slowly stretched out her hands and tenderly wrapped her arms around my waist from behind. I could clearly feel her warm and soft body close to me, and a faint fragrance came to my nose, causing my heartbeat to involuntarily speed up its rhythm. "Is this really worth it?" I asked softly as I tried to continue buttoning up my shirt while twisting my head to look at Xiao Fei behind me. However, little Fei didn't respond to my question. She seemed to be completely immersed in the atmosphere of the moment. I only saw her raise one hand and gently press down on the hand I was buttoning, stopping my movement. Immediately after, her other hand began to move slowly upwards along my abdomen, the gentle touch brushing my skin like a feather, bringing a tingling sensation. In the face of such a bold and proactive move from Fei, I hesitated for a moment, but in the end, I didn't choose to refuse. I slowly turned around, facing face to face with little Fei. The moment our eyes met, it was as if there was an electric current traveling between us. Afterwards, I couldn't help but open my arms, tightly embrace little Fei into my arms, and step towards the direction of the bedroom. Time seemed to freeze at this moment, and only the two of us were left in the entire world. We embraced each other and walked into the bedroom, and the door quietly closed behind us. Outside the window, the breeze ruffled the curtains, and the sunlight poured through the cracks on the ground, forming a patch of light and shadow. And inside the house, a storm of passion is about to set off. 2 hours later, everything gradually returned to calm. The wind stopped and the rain stopped, leaving only a room full of charming and the tired but satisfied gasps of the two. I really don't expect you to give me any kind of promises like sea vows and long days. I just hope that when I am most helpless and vulnerable and in desperate need of a warm embrace, it's enough for you to be by my side. After the incident, the female assistant Xiao Fei lethargically reclined on the bed, her silky long hair casually spread out, covering the white and snow-like shoulders. She slightly sighed of the head, lips gently open. "In my ears, exhale like orchids, voice soft as if a breeze can blow it away." Hearing these affectionate words of hers, I couldn't help but feel a heat in my heart. Stretching out his hand to gently caress her smooth and delicate face like white jade, feeling the warm touch from his fingertips, slowly spoke, "Since you have chosen to follow me, then from now on, you are my woman. As for those other illusory oaths and promises, I really can't easily promise. However, Please believe me. In the future, I will definitely let you enjoy all the glory and wealth in the world and live an enviable life. Time passed quietly in the turning of the wheel, and without realizing it, the sun had already risen high in the sky. When the needle pointed to noon, we finally arrived at our destination Guangzhou. As soon as we got off the bus, the rich city atmosphere came to us, with bustling crowds, the sound of yelling and selling, and the aroma of all kinds of food permeating the streets and alleys, which instantly made us feel the unique charm of this bustling city. Unable to resist the temptation of food, my assistant, Faye, and I decided to taste some famous local snacks first. Walked into a store. After ordering, the first thing that caught our eyes was the steaming bowl of steamed egg with rice, delicate and tender steamed egg spread on top of the soft and delicious rice, and then drizzled with a spoonful of special sauce, gently stirred evenly, and sent to the mouth at that moment. The taste buds seemed to be instantly ignited. The wonderful taste is intoxicating. Then, we tasted the fresh and smooth wonton noodles, thin as cicada wings wrapped in tender and juicy meat filling, with strong noodles and delicious soup. Each bite is full of enjoyment. There is also the crystal clear intestinal noodle, the soft and sticky noodle wrapped with rich and varied fillings, and then topped with a layer of flavorful sauce. The texture is mellow, leaving a long-lasting taste. Last but not least, the mouth-watering shrimp dumplings. See, those small and delicate shrimp dumplings are just like a piece of exquisite art in front of you. They are quietly lying in the steamer, emitting a tantalizing aroma. Through the translucent dumpling skin, you can vaguely see the inside of the pink and tender shrimp meat, as if the shy girl hiding behind a thin veil, hidden. When I cannot wait to pick up a shrimp dumplings into the mouth, gently bite, only to feel a stream of delicious juice instantly exploded in the mouth. The tender and juicy shrimp meat was like a feast for the palate, dancing happily on the tip of the tongue. The delicacy and elasticity of the shrimp meat could be felt with each chewing bite, and that wonderful taste was simply intoxicating and uncontrollable. Wow, this is really too delicious. You hurry up and try it I said excitedly, while I couldn't wait to use my chopsticks to pick up a delicate and small shrimp dumpling, and then carefully brought it to the slightly open mouth of my female assistant, Xiao Fei, only to see Xiao Fei obediently gently bite down. The tender and juicy shrimp meat and the soft and fluffy skin instantly blossomed into a wonderful and incomparable flavor in her mouth. She slowly closed her eyes, and a mesmerized and satisfied look appeared on her face, as if her entire body was immersed in this incomparable delicacy. After a while, Xiao Fei slowly opened her eyes and looked at me with a smile on her face and said, "Well, it's really delicious. I've never had shrimp dumplings that are so elastic and fresh before." Her words were so full of surprise and admiration that people couldn't help but follow suit. So, my assistant, Fei, and I graciously feasted on these authentic Guangzhou delicacies, enjoying the satisfaction they brought. As we savored the various delicacies, we happily exchanged our feelings about the food, and laughter echoed throughout the restaurant. After we had eaten our fill, I was in a very good mood. Looking at the table was swept away the plate. The heart cannot help but surge a sense of accomplishment. At this moment, my stomach is full of food, and my heart is full of happiness and joy. Chapter 51, Shopping for Clothes. This feeling of fulfillment is really unparalleled. Satisfied, he burped, and then naturally pulled up the soft and delicate hand of his female assistant, Xiao Fei, and slowly strolled through the bustling and noisy streets of Guangzhou. The streets are crowded with cars and people, and all kinds of people come and go in a hurry. I slightly sighed of the head, gazing at the small Fei that the beautiful and moving face, the corner of the mouth hanging a smirk, softly asked, "Small Fei in the end, when did you start to my long-planned Just see Xiao Fei smile, gently hold my arm, playfully tilted his head, the pair of big watery eyes flashing with spiritual light, just like the bright stars in the night sky is generally dazzling. She replied slightly with a few points of cunning, "Hey, well, you guessed it." The words just fell. The two of us coincidentally looked at each other and laughed, as if there is a kind of tacit understanding and intimacy between each other that does not need to be expressed. At this moment, my eyes inadvertently swept through a beautifully decorated clothing store not far ahead. Through the bright windows, you can clearly see the store display rows of fashionable and beautiful brand name clothing. I couldn't help but stop in my tracks and carefully looked at the clothes that Xiao Fei was wearing. A moment later, I raised my eyebrows and said to her with a hint of a flirtatious tone, "Let's go, my little darling. Today my brother will take you to properly pick out a beautiful outfit." However, little Fei pretended to pout angrily, let out a light grunt, and responded petulantly, "Who's your woman now? I haven't even agreed yet." Having said that, her hand movements were not ambiguous at all, tightly pulling my hand, impatiently walking towards the branded clothing store. Into the brand boutique, a smiling, enthusiastic waitress immediately welcomed up. She asked politely, "Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. May I ask what kind of goods you would like to see?" At this time, I smiled and pointed to the pavilion standing female assistant Xiao Fei beside me. and said softly, "Please help this young lady select a few sets of clothes suitable for her." As soon as the words fell, I leisurely walked to the sofa on the side and sat down, ready to take a short break. "Alright, please wait for a while." The waitress responded and turned around to lead Xiao Fei deeper into the store. Not long after, Xiao Fei began to try on a piece of exquisite clothing. Every time she finished changing and walked out of the fitting room, she would first look at me, her eyes revealing a hint of anticipation and apprehension. And every time I saw the refreshed her, I always couldn't help but brighten up, and then praised without mincing words. "Well, this one is really good looking. It fits very well, and it highlights your temperament and body advantages. Very discerning." Hearing my words of praise, Xiao Fei was still a little nervous. Face instantly bloomed a bright smile, like a blooming flower, as delicate and touching. In this way, Xiao Fei tried on several different styles of clothes one after another, and I always gave my comments and suggestions seriously. As time went by, the joy on her face became more and more obvious, as if she was already immersed in the pleasant shopping experience. Finally, after all the desired clothes had been tried on, I nodded my head in satisfaction and said to the clerk who was standing by waiting for instructions, "Wrap up all those clothes you just changed for me." After saying that, I took out my credit card and walked towards the cashier to settle the bill without hesitation. However, right at this moment, Xiao Fei quickly stepped forward and gently patted my arm and scolded, "Aya, you don't have to buy so much. It's too much of a waste of money." Although her mouth said so, but her bright eyes flashed with hard to hide the joy, obviously still very happy inside. "If I buy it for you, just take it. Don't be polite to me. Even if I buy everything in this store and give it to you, it's still hard to fully express my fondness for you." I smiled as I finished swiping my card, then turned my gaze to the delicate and lovely female assistant Xiao Fei beside me, and said slowly in a soft tone. I only saw that Xiao Fei had a look of surprise and shyness intertwined on her face, and her eyes were glittering with light, as dazzling as the bright stars in the night sky. She slightly opened her cherry mouth and lightly exclaimed, "Wow, why are you so good at talking? Every time I hear such sweet words from you, I feel like my heart is like a deer in headlights, and I can't help but feel for you again. Aya, how can this be?" Saying that, her big watery eyes gazed at me with affection, as if they could drip water, full of tenderness. Looking at her so charming and lovely appearance, my heart could not help but surge an impulse, so I could not help but lean over and gently kissed her crystal clear eyes like jewels, and with a hint of flirting and doting tone to her, "Ha ha, baby, I just want to let you completely fall into my tender trap, and from now on can no longer leave me half a step. Yo, do you still think that you can escape from the palm of my hand?" The words just fell. Xiao Fei first froze, and then laughed out. That silver bell-like clear and pleasant laughter echoed in the entire boutique. She reached out and gently hit my chest, ranting, "Humph, I knew it. The original you are intentional, full of all sets of but, who told people to favor to eat you this said it?" Said, she took the initiative to pull up my hand, tightly held together, like a couple in love. Then, the two of us snuggled up to each other, with a light step, together out of the store. An afternoon like a white horse passing quietly, when we are immersed in the pleasure of shopping, but did not notice the time flies. It was only when the street lights came on one by one, illuminating the streets as bright as day, that we woke up and realized we had been strolling for the whole afternoon. When we looked back, we saw that the bodyguards following us were carrying a variety of bags in their hands, and seemed to have purchased a surprising amount of items. At this exact moment, a wave of hunger came over me like a tidal wave, and my stomach began to rumble. Thus, I turned my head to the female assistant beside me, Xiao Fei, and opened my mouth to ask, "Xiao Fei, what would you like to eat at night?" As I spoke, I raised my wrist and glanced at my watch. Hearing this, little Fei first gently stroked her stomach, then revealed a playful smile and replied, "Hey, boss, I actually feel so hungry right now that I could swallow a cow." Her soulful eyes and adorable look made people smile. I looked around, and my eyes suddenly landed on a corner not far from the side. There was a store there that looked quite unique. "Then why don't we pick this one? Don't run around anymore. Go in and see what's good to eat, and order something at will." Saying that, I didn't hesitate to pull up Xiao Fei's hand, and together we stepped towards that store. Chapter 52, Eat, Sleep, Travel. Walking into the store, the first thing that caught his eyes was a scene of splendor. The bright lights were intertwined, decorating the entire space with extraordinarily splendor. We walked to a secluded seat and sat down leisurely. Immediately afterward, a well-trained waiter came forward with a smile and respectfully handed us the menu. I took the menu and scrutinized the wide array of dishes on it. At the same time, Fei also came over and discussed with me enthusiastically about which delicacies we should choose to satisfy our hungry appetites at this moment. In the end, after much deliberation, we decided to go for the mouth-watering secret barbecue pork, the delicate and aromatic foie gras in red wine, the traditional crispy barbecued pork, the spicy and flavorful Szechuan chicken, and the crispy pigeon to satisfy our hungry taste buds. Of course, for our main course, we ordered 2 bowls of fragrant rice and a delicious seafood congee. It didn't take long for the waiter to bring these delicious dishes to the table. I can't wait to take a look, only to see that a dish with excellent color and flavor is like a piece of exquisite art in front of me. Secret barbecue pork, red color, fat and thin, exuding an attractive aroma, red wine foie gras tender and juicy, burgundy appearance hidden under the mellow flavor. Traditional crispy barbecue pork skin is golden and crispy, bite down crunchy sound. The internal meat is tender and delicious. Szechuan spit chicken red in oil. Chicken was soaked, very flavorful. Spicy crispy pigeon is even more eye-catching. The skin is crispy like paper. Pigeon meat is tender and smooth. In the face of such a sumptuous gourmet feast, my appetite was instantly ignited, and my fingers began to move uncontrollably. So, my assistant, Faye, and I smiled at each other, and then talked happily while enjoying the pleasure brought by this meal. We tasted the unique flavor of each dish, while sharing interesting stories about each other's lives and work experiences. The laughter and the aroma of the food filled the whole restaurant. After eating, we slowly returned to the hotel. The moment I stepped into the room, my deepest desire was instantly ignited. I almost couldn't wait to gently wrap my arms around Xiaofei's slender and soft waist from behind. These past few days, since Ruoyun left, every night I could only sleep alone. The feeling of loneliness followed me, making me feel twice as lonely. However, today, fate seemed to favor me, allowing me to share a room with the beautiful and touching female assistant, Xiaofei. Especially after just having dinner, the atmosphere between each other became more and more ambiguous, and my heart began to stir. Aya, why are you so anxious? I haven't even had time to take a bath yet. The female assistant, Xiaofei, responded poutingly, her autumn water-like eyes blinking slightly, revealing a hint of complaint and shyness. Hearing this, I couldn't help but laugh out loud, my heart filled with joy and anticipation. I couldn't help but approach little Fei, and whispered softly, "Dear little Fei, don't you know the old saying, a moment in the spring night is worth 1,000 pieces of gold? Don't dawdle, hurry over here, until the end we can go bathing together and enjoy that romantic moment of bathing," said, my hand gently on the small Fei that's slender waist, feel her body from the burst of warmth. Time passed minute by minute. About 2 hours later, a fierce cloud and rain finally stopped. At this moment, as if we had experienced a storm baptism in general, tired but satisfied to embrace each other tightly, gradually into a sweet dream. The next morning, the first ray of sunshine through the curtains of the gap sprinkled on the bed. I was immersed in dreamland when I suddenly felt someone tugging on my arm. Opening my eyes in a daze, I realized that it was the female assistant, Xiaofei, who was already fully dressed and standing by the bedside, looking at me with a grudging face. "Accompany me out for a walk today, okay? People have never traveled out alone with you before," she said poutingly, while the movements of her hands did not stop, continuing to forcefully drag me up from the bed. Hearing her words and seeing her eyes full of expectation, I immediately felt a little guilty, so I hurriedly sat up and looked at her with a smile and said, all right, I'll just stroll around with you today." "Stroll around enough." Saying that, I also hurriedly put on my clothes and prepared to go. The early morning sunlight poured into the room through the gaps in the curtains, waking me up from my slumber. Stretching my back, I climbed up from the bed, and after briefly washing up, I walked out of the bathroom and saw my female assistant, Xiaofei, who was busy. "Little Fei, where are we going to play today?" I asked with a smile. Xiaofei raised her head, an excited smile on her face. "Boss, I've already picked it out. Let's go to Jiulong Lake Ecological Park today. I've looked up the relevant information before. There are beautiful lakes, gorgeous flowers and green grass. We can relax and take a break." I nodded in agreement. "Sounds great. If we have enough time, we can even go to the zoo on the way. I heard that there are quite a variety of animals there." Xiaofei's eyes were fixed on the cell phone screen, her fingers rapidly sliding as she replied, "Aha, you're right, boss. But we have to see how much time we have left after we finish the park. If we have time, we'll go to the zoo and have a look around." Hearing her say that, I couldn't help but joke. "Ha, well then, today I'll give up my life to accompany the gentleman." No, it should be give up my life to accompany the woman. The words just fell. I couldn't help but laugh out loud. About half an hour later, we successfully arrived at the Kowloon Lake Park. As soon as we entered the park, the fresh air came to us, which made us feel refreshed. We walked slowly inward with a leisurely pace. The wooden boardwalk under our feet made a slight crunching sound, as if playing a welcome song. As we walked, we found a perfect spot near the lake. I sat down gently, feeling the slight coolness of the breeze on my cheeks. Faye, on the other hand, stood to the side, looking out over the sparkling lake in the distance, in an extraordinarily relaxed mood. How about that? Did it relax a bit? I came over and stood beside little Faye and said, Much better. The air is fresh, Faye said to me as she closed her eyes and took a deep breath. After a short rest, we decided to take a boat ride to further experience the charm of this lake. Sitting on the boat, as the boat gently drifted, Xiao Fei's relaxed and joyful laughter from time to time into my ears, like a silver bell as crisp and pleasant. At this moment, the time is peaceful and beautiful, as if all the troubles have been left behind. Chapter 53 The Zoo and the Museum. After coming out of Kowloon Lake Park, we rushed to the zoo without stopping. As soon as we entered the park, the smell of various animals came to us. The first thing that caught our eyes was the naive pandas, which were lazily lying on the grass and basking in the sun, with their black and white fur colors shining in the sunlight. Their round bodies and cute looks made people want to get close to them and feel this unique adorableness. Boss, wow, I simply love it. Tell me, can we keep one? The female assistant, Xiao Fei, blinked her big watery eyes, looking at me with anticipation, looking like an innocent child, looking a bit silly. I glanced at her without any good humor, deliberately stretching my voice to ask back, what do you think? In my heart, I was secretly muttering about how this little girl was net thinking about some unrealistic things. However, what I didn't expect was that after little Fei heard my answer, not only was she not the slightest bit discouraged, but instead, as if she had gotten some great news, she grinned foolishly. I saw her eyes narrowed into a slit, revealing 2 rows of white and neat teeth, and the sound of her laughter was clear and pleasant, as if it were a silver bell. Moving on, a group of elegant giraffes appeared in front of us, their slender necks stretched high into the sky, as if they were exploring the mysteries of the distance. The mottled patterns on their bodies are as beautiful and mysterious as nature's carefully drawn works of art. Watching them leisurely eating the leaves, their every move exudes a noble and elegant temperament. Wow, this giraffe is too tall. Female assistant Xiao Fei tilted her head, eyes wide with surprise, pointing at the towering giraffe, and excitedly shouted to me, do you think the air will be fresher up there? I feel like I'm going to be in close contact with the blue sky and white clouds. Looking at her innocent and lovely appearance, I couldn't help but laugh out loud, reached out and gently touched her head, jokingly said, haha, of course, the air up there can be fresh just like being filtered by nature is pure. Moreover, the higher you go, the better the air will be, and you may even be able to smell the flowers and hear the birds singing. Little Fei nodded happily at my words, her eyes sparkling. Really? That's great. I want to go up and feel it so much. Just then, a strange sound came from not far away. Little Fei immediately pricked up her ears and asked curiously, what is this sound? It sounds like it's ferocious. Let's go and take a look. Saying that, she pulled up my hand without saying a word, and couldn't wait to walk quickly in the direction where the sound came from. Further into the depths, a mighty roar came. It turned out to be the mighty lions are showing their majestic posture. Their athletic posture, sharp eyes and sharp claws all manifested the majesty of the king of beasts. Every roar could make one's heart tremble, yet it also filled one with awe for this powerful creature. Wow, so it's the majestic lion. This is really scary. Female assistant Xiao Fei said with a face full of fear, while her body couldn't help but move a little closer to my side, staying close to me. Seeing her so scared, I quickly comforted, don't be afraid, these lions are locked in the cage, they can't come out at all, and even if something unexpected happens, don't worry, I will definitely protect you well. Yo! Saying that, I purposely puffed out my chest and showed off my sturdy and powerful arms and bulging biceps. Xiao Fei reached out her hand, gently touched my muscles, and marveled, mama, these muscles are too hard. I really don't know if it can be relied upon in critical moments, then mischievously winked at me. Hearing this, I laughed and replied confidently, humph, you little girl just wait and see, I'll definitely let you know how good I am when the time comes. As the words fell, the two of us smiled at each other. Continuing on our way, a group of lively monkeys caught our eyes. They were jumping and playing among the branches of the trees, chasing and playing with each other. Some monkeys scratched their ears and cheeks, seemingly thinking about something interesting, some mischievous to visitors to ask for food, making everyone laugh. These dynamic little creatures add a lot of vitality and vigor to the whole zoo. Just see the female assistant Xiao Fei's pretty and lovely face showed surprise and love. Her pair of big watery eyes staring at those naive, cute and interesting little animals. Cannot help but sigh softly, they're so cute. Hearing little Fei's words of praise, my gaze also fell on these little animals, but soon turned back to little Fei's face that was overflowing with youthful vigor. The corners of my mouth rose slightly. With a hint of a doting smile, I gently reached out and stroked little Fei's silky hair, and said gently, it's not as cute as you are. Yo! Hearing me say this, Xiao Fei's face can't help but blush again. After strolling around down, we found that the zoo has a wide variety of animals. There are 400 or 500 species, whether it's land beasts or birds in the air, or fish in the water, you can find them all here. From the zoo out, I subconsciously looked at the time. Time is still early, we said in advance. walked to the South Vietnam King Museum, once stepped into the door, as if through the time tunnel, into the ancient and mysterious country of the South Vietnamese. The first thing that caught our eyes was the amazing silk jade coat. It is made of countless pieces of jade as thin as hair threads carefully woven together, emitting a warm luster. Each piece of jade has been finely carved, and its craftsmanship is amazingly exquisite. Standing in front of this rare treasure, one cannot help but marvel at the wisdom of the ancients and the skillful craftsmanship. Continue forward. A blue plate glass attracted my attention. The deep blue color is as quiet and charming as the ocean, and through the glass, you can faintly see the precious relics on display. This unique display not only protects the relics, but also adds a sense of mystery. Immediately after, a rhinoceros horn jade cup appeared in front of us. The perfect combination of rhinoceros horn and jade, chic and exquisite modeling, as if it is a wonderful fusion of nature and human art. Imagine how luxurious and cozy it was when the king of South Vietnam held this cup and tasted fine wine. Finally, a seal of Emperor One is lying quietly in the exhibition cabinet. This seal is small and exquisite, but it carries supreme power and dignity. The words on the seal are simple and pale, revealing an air of majesty. In addition, the 5 fences in the museum unit is the history of the South Vietnamese culture is displayed to the fullest extent. Among them, Golden Seal of Emperor One unit shows the golden seal symbolizing the authority of the emperor. Glittering treasures in the main room brings together a variety of rare and exotic treasures. A wide array of treasures. Martyrdom in the tomb. The tomb martyrdom reveals the cruelty of the ancient funeral system. The treasures in the imperial treasury allows people to appreciate the abundant accumulation of wealth of the royal family of South Vietnam, and the bells and dinners vividly depicts the luxurious life of the aristocrats at that time. Chapter 54 Ancestral Temple of Pho Shan. Eating barbecue. Strolling in the King of South Vietnam Museum, it is as if you are in a treasure house of history, where every exhibit is a vivid historical memory. They silently tell of the former splendor and vicissitudes of the South Vietnam, intoxicating people and making them linger. The sunlight sprinkled on the ancient and solemn museum buildings, reflecting the traces of the years. Female assistant Xiao Fei slowly walked out of the door of the museum, a layer of faint sorrow shrouding her delicate face. Suddenly, she stopped in her tracks, turned to me and said, "Time can really wash away everything, and I do not know what I can ultimately leave behind." Hearing this sentiment from her, my heart couldn't help but ripple. After a moment's reflection, I reached out and gently wrapped my arm around Xiao Fei's weak shoulders, and gently said to her, "Xiao Fei, don't think too much. As the saying goes, today's wine today's drunk. Why should we worry about those things that have not yet happened? As long as we work hard to live each day in front of us and make each moment full of meaning, we won't have too many regrets later on." Fei tilted her head slightly and gazed into my eyes, as if she wanted to find some comfort and strength from my determined gaze. The breeze gently brushed her hair, and a few strands of hair danced mischievously in the wind. After a long time, she finally nodded and responded softly, "Well, maybe you're right, but sometimes I still can't help but think about." I interrupted her with a smile. "Well, Fei, don't always dwell on these thoughts. There are many beautiful things in life waiting for us to discover and experience. For example, this warm sunshine, fresh air, and our sincere friendship with each other right now. Isn't this all worth cherishing?" Hearing my words, Xiao Fei blankly glanced at me, and a shy smile gradually emerged on her face, as delicate and touching as a flower blooming in spring. "Yes, thank you for your affection," she said softly. Afterwards, the warm and soft sunlight sprinkled down on the wide street like a golden veil, and we slowly walked forward shoulder to shoulder. Those slender figures were stretched longer and longer on the ground, like 2 agile ink lines, quietly blending into this beautiful world full of vitality and vigor. When the afternoon quietly passed, we walked out of the solemn museum, with a heart full of feelings and harvest, got into the car to Pho Shan. Along the way, the scenery outside the car window was like a flowing scroll constantly unfolding, and finally we arrived at our destination, Pho Shan. The vehicle slowly stopped. Xiao Fei turned his head. The pair of big bright eyes looked at me, with a hint of anticipation asked, "Where are we going to play? Why don't we go to Pho Shan Ancestral Temple? I heard that there is the famous Huang Fei Hong there." Oh, her voice was crisp and pleasant, as if a spring breeze had brushed my ears. I looked at Xiao Fei's look of curiosity and excitement, and replied with a smile, "Of course, if this is where you want to go, then let's go and have a good look." Saying that, I gently took little Fei's hand and together we walked in the direction of Pho Shan Ancestral Temple. Along the way, we were bathed in the warm sunshine. The breeze gently blew up Xiao Fei's hair, and her face was filled with happy smiles. The stores on both sides of the street were full of color and bustling, but our eyes were always attracted by the ancient and solemn ancestral temple in front of us. Not long after we arrived, Fei and I walked into the ancestral temple. A strong historical flavor came to us. Here well-preserved ancient buildings of the Northern Song dynasty, solemn and magnificent. They are not only a delicate microcosm of Pho Shan's long history and culture, but also the precious heritage of the traditional culture of the Chinese nation. Those exquisite wood carvings are lifelike. Each knife and each chisel contains the craftsman's exquisite skills. Brick carvings with its delicate lines and unique composition to show a different artistic charm. Colorful ceramic sculpture in different shapes of gray sculpture is breathtaking. These traditional crafts through the vicissitudes of time but still glittering. Renowned, attracting countless tourists to come to see. Deservedly known as one of the three jewels of Lingnan ancient architecture. Walking in the ancestral temple, we also visited the specially established Huangfei Hong Memorial Hall and Ip Man Hall. Through detailed information, realistic scene reproduction and wonderful multimedia display, the museum vividly presents the long history of the development of Chinese martial arts and its profound connotation. At the same time, also allows people to deeply appreciate the Huangfei Hong and Ip Man, two martial arts masters of the dramatic and legendary life. Their resilience of the spirit of quality and superb martial arts is still being talked about. From the solemn, incense-draped ancestral temple slowly walked out. Xiaofei, blinking that pair of big watery eyes, full of anticipation, turned his head to look at me, asked in a delicate voice, "Honey, tonight we eat what?" I thought for a moment. The corners of my mouth rose slightly, responding, "Why don't we go to a barbecue?" Suddenly crave that mouth. Xiaofei nodded happily in agreement. So, we began to look for a barbecue restaurant in the neighborhood. Without much effort, I saw a store is not big, but looks quite lively store. When we walked into the store, a tantalizing aroma of barbecue meat instantly hit our noses, making us salivate. We quickly found a good seat. The enthusiastic waiter immediately welcomed us and handed over the menu. I skillfully ordered a few refreshing cold dishes. There are hot and sour appetizing lemon phoenix claw, salty and flavorful saltwater peanuts, as well as refreshing and detoxifying coleslaw spinach. Of course, the main character is still those fragrant kebabs, lamb kebabs, beef kebabs, chicken wings, crispy bones. I ordered a whole bunch in one breath. In addition, also deliberately asked for a handful of grilled oil-fat intestines. Just think of it, makes people cannot help but gulp. As for the thoughtful Xiaofei, she smiled and added a few fat oysters for me, jokingly saying, "Honey, eat more of this to make up for it. Just make up for it. You're the one who suffers anyway. Don't beg for mercy when you can't hold out." The corner of my mouth rose slightly, revealing a slightly teasing smile. My eyes locked onto Xiaofei's cheeks that were red from shyness, and I said to her in a nonchalant manner. Not long after, the ordered dishes were served one after another. We feasted on them, savoring the delicious barbecue while admiring the charming appearance of the Baofeng Pagoda across the street in the night. The colorful lights illuminated the tower like a dream. Beautiful. Accompanied by a gentle breeze, we enjoyed this pleasant time, chatting and laughing. After we had had enough to eat and drink, Faye and I got up and left with satisfaction, and returned to our place under the moonlight. At night, the wind and rain outside the window, the raindrops crackling against the window. However, this did not affect our sleepiness at all, and 2 hours later, we soon embraced each other and went into a sweet dream. The next morning, we woke up when the first rays of sunlight poured in through the curtains. After some simple packing, we checked the time and were ready to take the bus to Macau. Chapter 55, another system tone goes off. Just as I was about to pull open the door and prepare to get into the car, a thought flashed through my mind, the thing that always made me suspicious. If I were to drive the car myself, would it trigger some sort of reward mechanism? After all, I had not been in the driver's seat for such a long time, nor had I received any reward for driving. So would the reward be completely random? Or would it follow specific rules and conditions? Thinking about this, my curiosity grew stronger and I decided to take this opportunity today to try it out for myself. With my mind made up, I turned to face the driver's master and spoke. "Master, let me drive for a while today. You two have a good rest first." However, the big brother driver waved his hand and responded, Boss, we are not tired at all. How can we bother you to drive? This is not acceptable. Not acceptable." He looked at me with a sincere face, seemingly surprised and terrified by my proposal. "I'll do as I say. I haven't touched a car for a long time, and I'm itching to drive again. Besides, it's not that far from Macau, only 130 kilometers away, and it will take me at most 2 hours to get there. If I can't drive anymore, I'll just find a service area in the middle of the road for you guys to drive. So it's okay, right? Hey, let me have a little fun now." As I gabbled on, I reached out and yanked the driver out of his seat, then sat firmly on my butt in the driver's seat. All right, you two hurry up and go sit in the back. I'll just accompany the boss in the front row. Seeing this, the female assistant at the side, Xiaofei, also hurriedly opened her mouth and instructed the driver. The words did not fall. She will move sharply, pull open the door of the passenger side, lightly sat in, and turned his head to look at me, smiling and teasing. "Yoho, how this day suddenly remembered to personally drive it. Is it possible that you want to enjoy life? Or do you want to have a special experience that is different? After the car was successfully started, I skillfully maneuvered the steering wheel while turning my head to respond to Xiaofei beside me. Aya, this is not to buy a car back to drive just 2 days. Since then there has been no opportunity to touch the car. This is not today just to go to Macau. Somehow, the brain suddenly came up with the idea of driving. So take advantage of this opportunity today, and then pass a driving addiction, to find that kind of windy feeling again. Big bosses are all like you, letting go of the comfortable boss not to do, have to run to the front to experience the bitter fate of being a laborer. The female assistant, Xiaofei, while fastening her seatbelt neatly, flirted with me with a smile on her face. With the soft chirp of the engine, the car began to slowly move forward. At first, the road was in good condition and the traffic was smooth and unobstructed. My hands skillfully controlled the steering wheel, and that long-lost driving pleasure surged like a tidal wave in my heart. Xiaofei, who was sitting on the passenger seat, was in a happy mood, gently humming an unknown song, making the whole car filled with a relaxing atmosphere. How about it? I sing well, don't I? After the female assistant Xiaofei finished her song, her cheeks blushed like the evening sun, slightly hanging her head down, her eyes somewhat evasive, but with a hint of anticipation. She looked at me and softly asked. That look was like a flower waiting to bloom, shy and charming. I couldn't help but be amused by her adorable look, and replied with a big giggle. Ha ha, it's really good. Your voice is crisp and pleasant, just like a yellow warbler coming out of the valley. It's simply my favorite kind of voice. After saying that, she also deliberately nodded her head in an exaggerated manner, indicating that what she said was true. Hearing my praise, the blush on Xiaofei's face intensified. She raised her head and glared at me poutingly, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise up, revealing a sweet smile. Aya, don't praise me like that, I'll be embarrassed. Xiaofei gently pushed me a bit, pretending to be angry and said, No, what I said was sincere. If you go to a singing competition, you'll definitely win the championship. I continued to tease her. Just like this, we were enjoying the relaxed and happy atmosphere while teasing each other. Time seemed to have stood still at this moment, only laughter lingered in our ears. After driving on the highway, I gradually got into the state, and unconsciously increased the gas pedal, and the speed of the car steadily increased. Soon, the needle was pointing to the 130 mark, and the scenery on both sides of the road was flying backward as the wind whizzed by. However, this kind of speedy ride only lasted about 2 minutes. For safety reasons, I still gradually let go of the gas, the car slowly down, and leaned to the right lane, ready to take a break, and then light a cigarette to relax the nerves. Just as I pressed the lighter moment, a black shadow violently from the left side of the speeding, without warning in front of me forced lane change and don't come. The car was like an out-of-control beast, brushing past and then quickly disappearing into the traffic, leaving only an ear-splitting sound of tires scuffling echoing in the air. Aya, is there something wrong with this car? Boss, are you alright? The sudden turn of events scared Xiaofei into a blur. She hurriedly turned her head and asked me with concern. It's fine, there should be some kind of emergency. I swallowed a mouthful of saliva with forced composure before slowly turning my head to Xiaofei. At this moment, my heart was beating so hard that it seemed like it was about to jump out of my throat. If you have an emergency, you can't drive like this. How dangerous. Female assistant Xiaofei continued. Let's drive properly. Just keep the distance between cars. I said to Xiaofei, looking at the car like a wild horse sped away, instantly disappeared in the line of sight. My heart violently trembled. This is a highway. The speed of the car is so fast. If there is a vehicle behind the Dodge rear-end accident, the consequences are simply unimaginable. Maybe it will cause a tragic car crash, and may even cause a chain of car accidents, affecting more innocent lives and families. However, I know that it is not wise to act rashly at this time, although my heart is still a little afraid, but I still try to calm myself down, hold the steering wheel tightly, continue to follow the original rhythm of driving steadily. After all, arriving at the destination safely was the most important thing. Just as I was completely immersed in the state of driving, even forgetting what I was actually driving for, that familiar and mysterious system beep suddenly rang in my ears. Chapter 56, the system quest is a little difficult. Attention! Macau is still 110 kilometers away, and your 6 cars must arrive at the destination within the next 40 minutes. If this mission is successfully accomplished, you will be rewarded with a valuable 10 consecutive draw. Would you like to accept this mission? Now the countdown begins. 10, 9, 8. Upon hearing this sudden news, my heart instantly rippled with shock and dismay. Oh my God, such an urgent mission. However, after the short period of astonishment, I did not hesitate to shout in my mind in a row, accept the mission, accept the mission. After all, it had been a long time since I had received any quests, and now that this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity was in front of me, how could I let it go so easily? thinking back to the last time I had the surprising experience of the 10 consecutive draws. Its generous rewards were still fresh in my mind. Therefore, no matter what, this mission must be successfully completed. As I thought to myself, I couldn't help but grin, my joy spreading across my face like spring flowers blooming. Female assistant Xiaofei noticed that my face was overflowing with joy that was hard to hide, could not help but be curious, and came over to ask softly, "Oops, what's wrong with you? Suddenly so happy, is not thinking of something particularly happy? Quickly tell me." Her big, soulful eyes looked at me expectantly, as if she wanted to hear some interesting news from me. Still immersed in my own happiness, I didn't even turn my head back for a moment and casually responded, "That's naturally something very happy. It's not because I just remembered the way you cared for me." As I spoke, the corners of my mouth unconsciously rose, as if recalling that moment made me feel incomparably happy. However, the female assistant, Xiaofei, looked a little embarrassed after hearing this. She slightly lowered her head, her voice becoming as tiny as a mosquito humming. "What's so happy about this?" Although her mouth said so, but her cheeks gradually flooded with a faint blush. Just like the peach blossoms blooming in the spring is delicate and touching, the arduous task of this time came to my mind. My eyes turned to Fei, the female assistant who was standing next to me, and I spoke with a serious expression. "Fei, notify all the convoys at once, and let them go full throttle and full speed ahead. We must arrive at our destination within 40 minutes. This is a race against time. There is no room for delay." Xiaofei nodded slightly to indicate her understanding. She quickly reached out and picked up the black walkie-talkie placed in front of her, and shouted in a clear but firm voice, "Attention all convoys, we have received an urgent order, requesting you to move forward as fast as possible, and be sure to arrive at the designated location within 40 minutes. Please reply when you receive it." As Xiaofei's words fell, there was a brief moment of silence on the intercom, followed by the voices of various fleet leaders responding one after another. At this moment, I took a deep breath, and then spoke to the crowd in a loud voice to motivate them. "Gentlemen, the moment to test everyone's true strength has come. As long as you are able to successfully complete this mission, everyone will receive a generous reward of $5,000. This is not only the lure of money, but also an excellent opportunity to prove your ability and worth. So, please go all out and charge towards the goal with all your might." Immediately afterward, a cacophony of noisy but clearly recognizable voices came out from the intercom in a steady stream, which were the various fleet drivers responding one after another. "Roger." This single confirmation seemed like a well-trained symphony, playing the melody of action and collaboration. With the fall of these voices, the originally smoothly traveling convoy was like being injected with a powerful source of power, and its speed began to gradually increase. The needle on the dashboard first jumped from 100 to 120, and then continued to climb to 140 with hardly any pause, and the wind whistled as the vehicles sped by, as if cheering for the acceleration race. At this point, the intercom again came a team of drivers' calm and powerful voice, 5 kilometers ahead of unlimited speed. The following speed to 150. Please keep the distance. This instruction was like a charging horn, instantly igniting the passion of the entire fleet. "Roger." The other fleet drivers responded in unison. Without hesitation, they stepped on the gas pedal and increased their speeds even further, while carefully controlling the distance between each other to ensure that every vehicle could move forward in a safe and orderly manner. For a while, a long dragon of fast-moving vehicles formed on the highway, speeding toward their destination at an astonishing speed. Time flew by in the wheelspin, and the 5 kilometers passed in a flash. However, before everyone had time to breathe a sigh of relief, the slightly anxious voice of a team of drivers came from the front. "There is a speed limit of 12800 meters ahead. Please reduce speed and keep the distance between cars." "Roger." This time the response was equally rapid and neat. Fleet drivers, as if they had heard the emergency braking order, have let go of the gas, gently step on the brake pedal, so that the speed slowly down. At the same time, they paid close attention to the dynamics of the vehicles in front of and behind them, and flexibly adjusted their positions, always keeping the distance between the vehicles at about 200 meters. I also followed the instructions of the team to make the appropriate instructions, so the time passes by the minute. Soon past half an hour, we ran 86 kilometers. There are still 10 minutes left, 24 kilometers. My heart cannot help but anxious. I turned my head, my eyes firmly staring at the female assistant Xiaofei sitting beside me, and said in a somewhat anxious tone, "Xiaofei, hurry up and emphasize with the driver again, so that they can raise their speed again, and make sure that we can arrive at our destination on time. Time is running out." As soon as little Fei heard my words, she instantly understood the urgency of the situation as well as my inner anxiety and urgency. Without saying a word, she quickly reached out and grabbed the walkie-talkie that was placed to the side, raised it to her mouth, then took a deep breath and shouted out in a calm and clear voice, "Attention all convoys, please call back." Almost at the same moment, A series of responses came out from the walkie-talkie. Roger, please speak. Roger, please speak. Faye paused for a moment, seemingly organizing her words in order to more accurately convey the instructions. Immediately afterward, she spoke again. Listen up, master drivers. You are now required to increase your speed to 20% over the speed limit. But please be careful. If any fines are incurred due to speeding, our company will be responsible for it. Is everyone clear? After saying this, Xiaofei was slightly silent for a short while, as if waiting for feedback from the drivers. It wasn't long before a neat reply came from the other end of the intercom. Roger. These two crisp words indicated that the driver masters had clearly known and accepted the new mission arrangement. And in the split second after this brief exchange ended, only to see the entire fleet of vehicles suddenly accelerate in speed like an arrow that had left the string. The vehicles that were originally just slowly moving forward, in the blink of an eye, sped away at a jaw-dropping speed, as if they were instantly injected with endless power. Chapter 57, Desperately Accelerating. Mission accomplished. Time passed by like fine sand in an hourglass, bit by bit. Every second that passed, it was as if one could hear the sharp ticking sound echoing in their ears. It was a whirlwind ride that had already surpassed an unknown number of speed limit signs. My eyes were fixed on the timer in my head that kept jumping. My heart was anxious. I only saw that it showed that there was only just over a minute left until the target time. At the same time, I quickly scanned the remaining kilometers, and surprisingly, there were still 3 whole kilometers left. With no time to think, I did not hesitate to reach out and pick up the walkie-talkie that was placed beside me, and after taking a deep breath, I shouted loudly to the inside. Attention all convoys, please answer immediately. After a short period of silence, I could only hear the sound of responses coming from the other end of the walkie-talkie. After receiving confirmation, I spoke again, my voice steady and firm. All convoys, listen to the order. Immediately increase the speed to 160, 170, but make sure to keep a good distance between the vehicles, and never pay attention to driving safety. Said. I put down the walkie-talkie, hands gripped the steering wheel, feet slammed on the gas. The car as a string of arrows sped away. Time passes by 1 minute and 1 second. In a flash more than 30 seconds have passed, and at this time only 2 kilometers away from the destination left. However, the time slipped away like a white horse, with only 30 seconds left. Every second seemed so precious and urgent. As the car sped on, the kilometer was quickly slipping away, but there were only 20 seconds left. The tension is so intense that you can hardly breathe. Next, 700 meters, 600 meters, 500 meters. The distance was getting shorter and shorter, and the time was decreasing rapidly like the sand in an hourglass, and in the blink of an eye, there were only 10 seconds left. At this moment, I was staring at the countdown numbers in my head that kept jumping. 10, 9, 8, 7. At the same time, the remaining kilometers were decreasing at an alarming rate. 300 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters. Seeing that the finish line was just around the corner, the heartbeat became more and more intense. Finally, the moment the number returned to 0, the mission was successfully completed. The system's clear and melodious tone came to my ears. The task is over. The task has been completed. Congratulations to the host for traveling 110 kilometers in 40 minutes. Rewarded with 10 consecutive draws. Please pay attention to the host to check. Just in the nick of time, the only 5 seconds left also quietly passed, and everything settled down. Looking at the control panel in front of me, which displayed a countdown with only 5 seconds left, my heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and a chill rose up from my spine. In my heart, I thought to myself that if I delayed for even 1 more second, I was afraid that this crucial mission would end in failure. The consequences would be unimaginable, and it would mean that all the previous efforts would go down the drain. In the nick of time, time finally came to an end and the mission was successfully completed. At that moment, my tense heartstrings instantly relaxed, as if 1,000 pounds had been lifted, and my whole body felt extremely relaxed. After letting out a long breath, I turned my head to look at the female assistant beside me, Xiaofei, and said to her with a smile, Xiaofei, lower the speed a little bit. Everyone's performance today was really outstanding. You go and tell them, after we arrive at our destination, the bonus will be sent to everyone immediately. After receiving the instructions, Xiaofei immediately picked up the walkie-talkie placed by her side and conveyed in a clear and loud voice, colleagues, you've done a fantastic job. This mission has been a complete success. Next, please keep driving at the current normal speed, but be sure to pay attention to safety. The boss said that after waiting for the place, he would immediately give everyone a generous bonus. So please gather directly after arriving at the designated place to receive your share of the reward. Roger. As these 2 words came out from the intercom, followed by a burst of excited shouts, the sound was as if the long-suppressed passion had finally found an outlet for release. In this long convoy, inside one of the cars, old Lee, who was sitting in the passenger seat, turned his head and looked with curiosity to old Wang, who was concentrating on driving, and asked, "Old Wang, do you know what's going on here?" Old Wang stared at the road in front of him without blinking, his hands gripping the steering wheel steadily, and casually responded, "What's going on? Is it something that requires us to arrive at our destination within a specified time? Or maybe it's about giving us a bonus?" Old Lee frowned, shook his head and said, "Oh, I'm not talking about these. Is this suddenly happen this day? Why don't you understand it?" Said. He pointed his finger out the window. Seems to want to remind the old king through this action. Lao Wang was slightly distracted to look at the direction Lao Li pointed, but soon withdrew his gaze and continued to focus on driving, while thinking for a moment and then replied, "I think this is the boss's way of testing our emergency handling skills. Think about it. If we really encounter any emergency in the future and need to rush to complete the task, then it depends on whether we have the ability to deal with it. Therefore, I think this is just a small test." After saying that, he nodded lightly, as if he was sure of his analysis. "I think so." Old Lee nodded his head in agreement, a look of surprise on his face as he continued, "Except that this reward is just too much. A full $5,000. It's almost worth half a month's salary." As he spoke, he gestured the number 5 with his hand, his eyes wide open. At this time, Lao Li turned his head, looked at the side of the old Wang, continued to chat excitedly, "Lao Wang, don't you think so? Such a big bonus. It's really unexpected." Old Wang smiled and responded, "A big bonus is certainly good. I've long seen that our boss is young, rich and powerful. Look at this time, he casually gave this bonus. It is enough for us to improve our quality of life." After speaking, Old Wang couldn't help but give a thumbs up. "Yes, yes." Old Lee nodded his head in agreement, and then added with a look of emotion, "Let's just follow the boss honestly and work hard. In my opinion, there will definitely be more and better opportunities and benefits waiting for us in the future. As long as we do our best, the boss will not treat us badly." Old Wang nodded his head, patted Old Lee's shoulder, and said with a smile, "That's right, we have to work harder. Maybe next time we'll be able to get a more generous reward." The two of them smiled at each other and continued chatting with anticipation. Chapter 58 Bonuses in the Parking Lot. Accompanied by the clear and accurate beeps of the navigation, we ran all the way and finally arrived at the pre-booked Hotel Fuwa Hotel without any problems. The car slowly drove into its spacious and bright underground parking lot, the wheels rubbing against the ground making a slight sound. When the car stopped, I gently pushed open the door and stepped on the solid ground. At the same time, the female assistant sitting in the passenger seat, Xiao Fei, also walked out of the car with elegant movements. I took out my cell phone and quickly operated to complete a transfer of 200,000 RMB and transferred it to Xiao Fei. "Xiao Fei, take this 200,000 and distribute it to the drivers and other employees. The master drivers will have 5,000 yuan each, while the rest of the employees will have 2,000 yuan each." I looked at little Fei and explained seriously. Xiao Fei smiled and nodded, indicating that she understood the task, and then quickly checked the amount. Then, she raised her head to look at me and said in a delicate voice, "Thank you, boss. What about mine?" After saying that, she didn't forget to throw me a charming wink. Seeing her like this, I couldn't help but feel a bit amused, but still purposely put on a stern face and responded, "Humph, then why should I transfer 200,000 to you? After you've finished distributing what you're supposed to distribute to everyone, the rest will be your reward." After saying this, I turned around and walked towards the elevator entrance, leaving little Fei behind me standing in the same spot with a hint of a happy and slightly wry smile on her face. "Ha ha, then I must ask clearly, although I have a little bit of number in my heart, but the question to ask to understand cannot be ambiguous." Female assistant Xiao Fei's fair face instantly turned red, just like a ripe apple. She gently covered her cheeks with her hands while explaining slightly shyly. As soon as the words fell, only to see the female assistant, Xiao Fei, push open the car door with a sharp movement and lightly jump out of the car, despite having an extraordinary intimate relationship with the other party. But if there is no clear instructions, one must also get things out of the way before doing so. After all, this time there are several tens of thousands of dollars can fall into the bag. In the end also rely on the generosity of the boss's reward. Xiao Fei heart-surging thought. Footsteps also unconsciously accelerated a lot. After getting out of the car, Xiao Fei walked straight towards the underground parking lot. From afar, a row of drivers and other employees stood neatly in front of her, all of them straight and focused. Seeing this scene, Fei heart cannot help but surge a wave of admiration, but also cannot help but speed up the pace again. When walking quickly to the front of the crowd, Fei took a deep breath, and then with a smile on his face, his tone of voice cordial and loud to the drivers and employees, said, "Today, everyone has performed quite well, especially the drivers." In the face of this sudden emergency test, You can be said to be fully committed to the spirit of team unity and cooperation, as well as efficient and rapid emergency responsibility to show the best. Because of this, the boss specially instructed me to come here and give you all a generous reward on the spot. Drivers don't need to say much. The boss has already promised that each person will get $5,000. Now, please move to the driver masters to the left to line up. Wait a moment, I will immediately use the cell phone to give you the code transfer over yo. The female assistant, Xiao Fei, explained to the crowd with a smile and in an organized manner. Her words were clear and concise, allowing people to understand what to do as soon as they heard them. Only to see those driver masters smiling with joy after hearing this, they quickly walked out from the crowd and stood neatly on the left side as requested. Their faces were filled with excitement and anticipation, as if they had already seen the huge sum of 5,000 yuan about to enter their pockets. Immediately after, the female assistant Xiaofei turned her attention to the other personnel. Continued, as for the rest of the bodyguards and hostesses, although today the boss is mainly on the driver masters to conduct a small test, but everyone has been paying for this period of time since the hard work. The boss can be one by one to see in the eyes. Therefore, the boss has decided to give the rest of our staff a bonus. The amount is $2,000 per person. Female assistant Xiao Fei's words were like a heavy bomb thrown into a calm lake, instantly causing a furor. The crowd, which was still somewhat quiet, immediately became noisy, with all kinds of surprises. Wow, it's too good. Thank you, boss. The boss is so generous. This is fantastic. For a while, the chants of thank you, boss is so generous resounded throughout the venue, echoing in the air for a long time. People were so excited that they were dancing and some of them even hugged each other to celebrate. Seeing this scene, the female assistant Xiaofei hastily raised her hands and made a downward gesture, signaling everyone to be quiet first. After the scene gradually restored calm, she spoke again. Colleagues, please rest assured that as long as you are down to earth and follow the boss to do a good job, our company's welfare benefits will not treat you poorly. Moreover, when the New Year's Eve is approaching, I will try my best to apply for some more year-end bonuses for everyone. So that everyone can have a happy and prosperous new year. How about it? The female assistant Xiao Fei's words had just fallen, just like a stone thrown into the surface of a calm lake, instantly stirring up 1,000 layers of waves. The employees were so excited that their neat and loud voices resounded throughout the space. Good. This voice seemed to be able to penetrate the clouds, letting people feel the uncontrollable joy in their hearts. Immediately after, Xiao Fei began to methodically forward the rewards to each employee one by one. When the lucky ones received this reward full of affirmation and encouragement, their faces blossomed with smiles as bright as spring flowers, and the joy could not be described in words. Some people were so excited that they were dancing, while others couldn't wait to share the joy with their colleagues. Time flies, less than 20 minutes. All the rewards have been distributed smoothly. At this time, the female assistant Xiao Fei did not stop. She cleared her throat and continued to exhort everyone. Dear friends, we have just arrived in Macau today, and we have just paid out such a generous bonus. So I would like to remind you all to pay attention to safety when you go out. We'd better work in groups. Don't go out alone. In case of any accidents or emergencies, remember to call for help, especially our beautiful female anchors. If you want to go out, it is best to go with bodyguards and drivers, so that there can be an additional security. All in all, I hope you all have a safe and smooth 2 days in Macau. Chapter 59, Going back to the hotel for a rest. After saying a few words, Xiao Fei smiled and looked around at the crowd present, then gently waved her hand, signaling that everyone could be dismissed and free to move around. She turned around and walked towards her boss, who was parked not far away. She must have gone to find the boss to report the progress of the work, and the staff have scattered. Some holding a cell phone to check the WeChat group has already sent the name of the hotel and room number information, ready to go to rest. Some are in groups of 3 or 5 together, excitedly discussing how to enjoy this rare trip to Macau next. The rest of the staff had browsed through the information in the group chat and learned about their assigned hotel room numbers. With smiles on their faces, they talked to each other and walked towards the hotel with ease and pleasure. At this time, the female assistant, Xiao Fei, walked towards me lightly, and before she reached my side, she couldn't wait to report to me, "Boss, you have already released all the relevant information. Just now, I also specifically urged everyone to work hard, and promised that as long as everyone performs well, we will increase the amount of year-end bonus for everyone when the new year comes." I nodded my head slightly in approval. Well, little Fei, you're doing the right thing. Only by fully mobilizing everyone's motivation to work, and reasonably arranging the various rewards and welfare benefits, can we avoid making the guys feel cold now? You have to know that they are far away from home, drifting outside, and have been following us closely to fight for their career. Xiao Fei nodded seriously and responded, "Understood, boss." At that time, I will organize the details of the benefits and bonuses that the company is going to give out during the new year into a clear and concise table and send it to your WeChat. Please take the time to check it out. And if there are any irregularities or adjustments that need to be made, please let me know in time, and I will immediately make the appropriate changes according to your instructions. It's fine, Faye. Just go ahead and do it. Don't have any worries. I will always be behind you to give you the strongest support. As for the money, it's just a small matter. Don't worry about it at all. I patted my chest and said loudly to little Faye with a bold face, only to see Xiao Fei slightly tilted her head up, the pair of big watery eyes looking at me with affection. Her lips gently opened. That's really thankful to you, boss. To be able to get such support and trust from you, I will definitely work twice as hard. Yo! Between words, she also gently twisted her slender waist, the appearance of the extraordinarily charming and moving. Xiao Fei and I talked happily. Without realizing it, time passed quietly. I inadvertently glanced at my watch and realized that the hour hand was already pointing to a later moment. So, I gently patted little Fei's shoulder and said to her with a smile, Little Fei, it's getting late. Why don't we head to the booked hotel now? Xiao Fei nodded slightly, indicating her agreement with my proposal. Just like that, I walked side by side with little Fei, slowly walking towards the hotel we had booked long ago. Along the way, we talked and laughed, sharing little anecdotes from each other's lives, as if we had forgotten the hustle and bustle of the world around us. When we finally arrived at the hotel, we were greeted by the smiling and well-trained staff. They greeted us warmly and asked if we needed any help. After a brief exchange, we learned that the rest of the staff had arrived one after another. Faye and I had booked a spacious, comfortable and beautifully decorated deluxe king room. Then, we went to the front desk of the hotel together and checked in smoothly. Afterwards, Xiao Fei and I each picked up our toiletries and cell phone chargers, and walked hand in hand to our room. Soon, we stood at the door of the room. I saw Xiao Fei skillfully pull out the room card from her pocket, gently swipe. The door lock issued a crisp sound. The room door should be opened. I followed Xiao Fei into the room. A fresh and pleasant atmosphere came to me. The room was decorated in a warm and elegant manner, making people feel extra relaxed. After entering the room, little Fei turned around, those beautiful big eyes gazing at me, and asked softly, Honey, later on, are we going to eat something first, or are we going to go out directly to have a good time? Her voice was as melodious as heavenly music, causing a ripple in my heart. I gently put the heavy bag in my hand aside, then turned my head towards her with a smile on my face and softly asked, What's wrong? Is your stomach growling? If you're really hungry, you can't do that. Why don't we go and have a nice meal first? As for playing, we can leave it until after nightfall, said. My eyes lingered on Xiao Fei, waiting for her response. However, only to see Xiao Fei quietly stood there, slightly frowning, seems to be in the middle of contemplation. Seeing this situation, I couldn't help but open my mouth again and say to her, Aya, what's going on? Is it possible that you have another idea? If that's the case, then let's first feed this little greedy cat of yours to its fullest. The words just fell. I couldn't help but reveal a slightly wry-bad smile at little Fei. At this time, Xiao Fei finally came back to her senses, glared at me in a bad mood, and pouted, Humph, this guy of yours? What kind of messy things are loaded in his head? I'm just thinking about what delicious food I should savor later. As she said that, she started to take off the clothes she was wearing, ready to change into something more appropriate. Seeing Xiao Fei in this state, I hurriedly picked up my own toiletries and said to her with a smile, Ha ha, so that's how it is. Then I'm relieved. But in that case, take your time to think about what to eat. I'm going to take a nice hot shower first. Do you want to join me? Saying that, I walked towards the bathroom with a brisk pace, not forgetting to look back at Fei, who was busy changing clothes and putting on makeup on the way. After hearing my words, Xiao Fei raised her head from a pile of cosmetics and said to me, All right, you hurry up and go. I still need to make up a fine makeup later. After all, we are going out in a while. There's no rush on the bath. Wait until we come back tonight. After saying that, she continued to lower her head and focused on picking out the right cosmetics. Not long after I finished the bath and came out, looked at Xiao Fei still there to put on makeup, and walked towards her, rubbing her hair while saying to Xiao Fei, How much longer will it take? Has the hotel been chosen yet? Brother, don't rush. It will be ready soon. Why don't you go change first? I'll take you straight there later, Xiao Fei said to me while putting on her makeup. Okay, there's no rush. You can put on your makeup slowly. I'll go change first. After saying that, I got up and went to change my clothes. Chapter 60, Away from Gambling. After dinner walk, after everything was packed up, I stepped out of the house with little Fei and stepped into the bustling streets. The sunlight sprinkled on the old stone road, reflecting the mottled light and shadow. Fei led me through the streets and alleys in a familiar way, and soon stopped in front of a small store with a great aroma. Into the store, Xiao Fei warmly greeted the owner. and then pulled me to sit down. In a short while, a bowl of steaming fish noodle soup was brought to the front. The rich broth, tender fish and smooth rice noodles were perfectly blended together, and every bite was mesmerizing. Next, a sweet and soft glutinous rice was also served, the crystal clear glutinous rice exuding a tantalizing aroma and melting in your mouth. Last but not least was a unique chicken noodle dish with coconut sauce, where the juicy chicken was paired with rich coconut sauce and strong noodles, giving it a rich and varied taste. After we had eaten our fill, we leaned back in our chairs and enjoyed the moment. At this point, Faye turned her head, blinking her big, soulful eyes and asked, "Honey, where are we going to play next?" I thought for a moment, then looked at little Faye with twinkling eyes and said, "Why don't we go to the casino? I've always been curious about it. Although we don't gamble, it's still quite interesting to go in and take a look." Xiao Fei frowned slightly after hearing this, seeming to have some concerns. She hesitated for a short while, but eventually nodded gently, indicating her agreement with my proposal. Thus, we got up and left the restaurant, walking towards the direction of the casino. The closer we got to the mysterious and tempting casino, the more noisy the surroundings became. The originally quiet street was gradually drowned out by the sound of people, as if an invisible force had turned the area into a bustling bazaar. When I finally came to my destination after some difficulties, the scene in front of me made me stare in disbelief, my mouth slightly open, my heart full of shock and surprise, only to see that spacious huge casino interior crowded, shoulder to shoulder, almost to the point of people crowded, is simply watertight, overcrowded. The air was filled with unusually strong and pungent smoke and alcohol. They intertwined and entangled together, forming a thick mass of smoke, like a hazy veil over the entire space. At the same time, there were also the shouts and yells of the gamblers. Some were so excited that they cheered loudly because they had won huge bets, and their voices echoed through the sky. Others were so annoyed because they had lost all their chips that they let out heavy sighs. These high-pitched or low sounds converge into a unique symphony, echoing endlessly in this closed venue, creating a unique atmosphere that both accelerates the heartbeat and doubles the sense of tension and excitement. Not long after stepping into this mysterious place, a burst of noisy sounds came from the ears. Follow the sound, only to see a group of people gathered together. The scene is very chaotic. Only after a closer look did I realize that someone was actually cheating at gambling and was caught on the spot. The cheater was as pale as paper, trembling all over, and a few stout, full of fierce-looking security guards are mercilessly dragged him, like a lamb to be slaughtered in general, will be forcibly dragged to the outside. Looking at this scene in front of me, my heart could not help but tremble. It seems that the casino is not as calm and peaceful as it seems, which must be hidden countless of hooks and sinister conspiracy. Just as I was secretly thinking, a man dressed in fancy clothes, imposing man slowly walked towards us. His gaze was as sharp as a falcon, locked onto us as if he wanted to see through us. Only the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a look that seemed like a smile, and he asked softly, "The two of you look rather unfamiliar. Are you merely here to join in the fun?" Before waiting for us to open our mouths to respond, he then turned his words around and continued, "Today we have arranged a special program in this casino, a thrilling gambling feast. If you are interested in this, you may as well stay and watch it together." Hearing this, Xiao Fei gently tugged on my coat corner and threw me a look that implied departure. After a little thought, I thought that what I should have seen had already been seen, and there was really nothing more worth staying here. Since I had no intention of participating in the gambling, it would be better to get out and leave as soon as possible. So, I rushed towards Xiao Fei with a slight nod of my head, and then the two of them walked side by side, quickly leaving this place of wrongdoing. "It's simply a mess in here." Xiao Fei turned her head towards me with a surprised expression, her words filled with disbelief. I frowned and responded, "Maybe it's just that we happened to catch such a scene. Who can say? Regardless, in the future, it's better for us to come to such places as little as possible." Saying that, I gently pulled up Xiao Fei's soft little hand and felt a wave of warmth coming from my palm. Just like this, we walked forward together hand in hand. Not far ahead seemed to be the Nanwan Lake Square, the afterglow sprinkled down on the earth, as if it had covered the whole world with a layer of golden gauze. We walked along the roadside, bathed in the afterglow of the setting sun, walking slowly but firmly. As we walked, Xiao Fei suddenly stopped, pulled my arm, and stretched out her finger to the sunset in the sky, excitedly shouting, "Look! Look at the sunset! How like the street lamp on the roadside! It radiates an orange-yellow light, soft and beautiful." Hearing her strange analogy, I couldn't help but burst out laughing, looked up at the sky, and then jokingly said to her, "Ha ha, your imagination is really rich. According to you, it would be better to say that someone was cooking in the sky and accidentally left an egg yolk hanging there. Aya, why does your mind only contain food all day long? Look, such a romantic atmosphere has been spoiled by you." Female assistant Xiao Fei's big watery eyes whitened me fiercely, and her cherry red mouth also pouted in dissatisfaction, complaining poutingly, I couldn't help but laugh out loud as I looked at her cute and slightly exasperated appearance. After laughing, I gently stretched out my hand, used my index finger to gently scrape her small delicate nose, with a few teasing tone to her said, "Hey, you don't say it, after you so describe it is really like a street lamp, and or that kind of special like a street lamp I have to say, this description can be really too wonderful After hearing my words, the female assistant, Xiao Fei, was first slightly stunned, and then that pretty face blossomed into a smile as bright as a spring flower, that crisp and pleasant giggle, as if a silver bell generally echoed in the air, letting people listen to the mood can't help but follow the pleasure up. Chapter 61 Returning Messages Afterward. In the evening, as the sun was setting, Xiao Fei and I strolled leisurely along the park path. The breeze lightly brushed our cheeks, bringing a slight coolness. Unconsciously, the sky is darkening, and the night falls quietly. There was a hint of autumn in the air, giving a slight chill. So, we decided to end this leisurely walk and return to our cozy room to rest. Just after stepping into the door of the room, Xiao Fei couldn't wait to go to the washroom to prepare for washing. Just see her light body like a dancing butterfly, while walking back to me pouting, "Want to join Before the words fell, she also playfully hooked her finger to me. In the face of such a tantalizing invitation, a flame instantly ignited within me. "You're playing with fire." I let out a low roar and rushed towards Xiao Fei with a swift momentum, tightly embracing her into my arms. Then, I hugged her and walked into the washroom together, and a romantic and passionate lovebirds bath began. Time seemed to freeze. 2 hours passed in a flash. In this full of passion and warmth of time, we enjoy each other's love. A variety of sweet wonderful taste surging heart, but these delicate feelings are really difficult to describe in detail. After bathing, we embraced each other lying on the soft and comfortable bed. Not long after, Xiao Fei's gentle breathing gradually came. She like a well-behaved kitten quietly into the dream. After watching Fei quietly fall asleep, I gently picked up my cell phone from the nightstand, and when the screen lit up, I found that there were several unread messages waiting for my reply. The first thing that caught my eye was the message that Ruoyan had sent me. "I miss you so much. Did you miss me? I still have to be busy for a while before I can finish." Seeing this sentence, my heart couldn't help but ripple, and the corners of my mouth rose slightly. My fingers quickly tapped on the keyboard and replied, "Missed you, how could I not? It's just that right now we're both busy with our own lives, but don't worry, no matter how long it takes, I'll be here waiting for you." Shortly after sending it, another new message popped up, and it turned out to be from my first girlfriend, Lily. She wrote, "The home is almost finished with the renovation. When the renovation is finished I'll come to you, okay?" Seeing this message, those wonderful memories of being with Lily instantly flooded my heart. I took a deep breath, thought for a moment and then replied, "Yes, then I look forward to you coming to me. We'll have to get together then. When the home renovation is finished, you can just come over and find me, or if I'm busy for a while, I'll go back to accompany you." After sending a message to girlfriend Lily, I thought I can't let my girlfriend Lily idle. He has a house in that neighborhood. The house book in me here. Not if tomorrow the house booked to him by mail, so that she can collect rent at home. After the renovation, the rental house can also be busy for a period of time. After thinking for a while, I said to Lily, "I'll tell you, I have a particularly good friend in the area where you bought the house before purchased a set of real estate. However, due to some special reasons, this house's housebook is actually written in my name." He thought of renting out the house, but could not find a suitable tenant for a while, so he thought of asking me. I pondered some, suddenly remembered you. You do not happen to be now idle at home. The fat water does not flow outside the field. I mentioned to my friend, said why not just give the house to you to take care of the rental matters. I didn't expect my friend to just hand me the house book without saying a word. "I'll find a suitable time to send you the house book someday. Then you just need to help him complete the relevant registration procedures. The house will be successfully rented out on the line. Of course, as a reward for your hard work, you'll get 30% of the rent. What do you think? What do you think? This job should be pretty good, right?" It wasn't long before I received Lily's voice message full of joy and excitement. "Wow, honey, this is a great job. It's so cool to be able to collect rent at home without leaving the house. Okay, when the house decoration is finished, I have to think hard to see if I can take over some similar properties. If it really can be, we simply open a small housing agency specializing in rental business is also quite good yo." Hearing Lily's happy and positive response, my heart settled down. "Yeah, I'll ask you about it then." In this way, the two of us chatted for a while, and Lily went to bed when she got sleepy. Afterward, I clicked on the unread message with a hint of anticipation and curiosity. It turned out to be sent to me by the girl named Lian who I met in Gillen earlier. She wrote, "It's been a long time since I've been in touch. I just saw your circle of friends and realized that you seem to have arrived in Macau. Is that so?" After seeing this message, I quickly replied, "That's right. Well, we've just arrived in Macau today, and we've been wandering around casually for a while, but seriously, compared to that, I still prefer the charming scenery there in Guilin. That mountain and water scenery is really mesmerizing. It wasn't long before Lian came back with a new message. That's true, and I've always thought that those green mountains and waters are especially soothing to the soul. Well, it's getting late. You should hurry up and rest. Lian thoughtfully instructed me. I looked at the text on the screen and smiled as I knocked down a line in response. Alright, let's say goodnight to each other then. When you have free time again in the future, be sure to find a chance to have fun together again. Yo. After sending this reply, I gently put down my cell phone and closed my eyes. My mind couldn't help but recall the wonderful time I spent with Lian in Guilin, as well as the picturesque landscape scenery. After returning these messages, I gently put the cell phone back to its original place, and my gaze once again fell on the sleeping Faye. I thought to myself, life is always full of surprises and accidents, and these people around me, whether it is Ruoyun or Lily, they are an indispensable part of my life's journey. Although at the moment we are in different places, busy with their own things, but the attachment and thoughts always exist in each other's hearts. Thinking of this, I got up and walked toward the balcony, casually took a bottle of wine and cigarettes. I walked to the balcony of the sofa, slowly sat down. After opening the wine, I poured myself a glass, picked it up and took a sip before I slowly lit my cigarette and leaned back on the couch. I closed my eyes and summoned my system panel. The 10 consecutive draws that were sent to me today hadn't been used yet, and thinking about it like this, I felt that I was still a stoic person. Chapter 62 10 consecutive draws. Very satisfied. After opening the system panel, the entire data was reflected in front of my eyes. Driving money back system. When the vehicle under the host's name is driven every day, the number of kilometers generated will be used as the host's cashback amount. Level 5, upgrade to the next level to reach level 6. Requires 100,000 kilometers of vehicle driving under the host's name. Kilometers driven, 309, 250, 020m/30, 925 kilometers. Level up. Kilometers have been reset. Cashback amount ratio, $100/1m, $100 per meter. Cashback amount, 398 million yuan, has reached the 5th level. The future cashback amount can be withdrawn in real time to the account. Whether to withdraw cash amount, 398 million yuan. Lucky carousel, 10 times. System mall, not opened. Please refuel the host. Due to the last arrival of the cashback amount, I did not carry out the cash operation, so this time the cumulative down surprisingly high as much as 398 million yuan. Looking at the clearly visible system panel in front of me, my eyes couldn't help but fall on the system mall option that hadn't been opened yet, and I couldn't help but speculate in my heart about when it would officially open its doors to me. This kind of unknown waiting is really itchy. At this moment, I suddenly noticed that the system showed that I had 10 chances to draw a lottery. Thinking of the great surprise I got from the last lucky draw, I clicked on the Start Lucky Draw button decisively without the slightest hesitation. In an instant, the originally static panel in front of me instantly transformed into a colorful, radiant carousel, on top of which were densely listed all kinds of dazzling price patterns and names. Immediately afterward, accompanied by a slight buzzing sound, the huge roulette wheel began to slowly rotate. Not long after that the wheel stopped, and a row of neatly displayed 1/Shanghai Mingdu Cuisine Restaurant, 1, 2/Shanghai Pudong Hotel, 1, 3/Jitterbug Reward Amount 10 times Cashback Card, 100 million, 4/Cash, 500 million, 5/Vehicle Quota, plus 5, 6/Special Binding Quota, 1, can be specified, 7/Special Steel Forging Method, 1, 8/Special Protective Glass Information can be manufactured, 1 copy, 9/Life Butler Intelligent Simulation Robot, 1, 10/Ultra-Thin Space Astronaut Suit, 100 sets. When the roulette draw finally came to an end, my eyes locked onto the items that were drawn. My heart instantly filled with a mixture of surprise and doubt. The first 2 prizes that caught my eye were the hotel and the restaurant, which I naturally understood. After all, the hotel was a place for people to rest and sleep, while the restaurant was a place to satisfy their appetites. Now, all of this is mine. Then look to the reward cash as well as vehicle quota. This is not unexpected. After all, money and transportation in life are extremely practical and important existence. Last time on the lottery, quota plus 5. This time again quota plus 5. Then tomorrow after I buy the car will become 11 cars. Then 11 cars, running together. This is equivalent to belong to the doubling of the situation. This is not bad. However, the so-called special quota has aroused my keen interest. I picked it up and examined it carefully, only to see that it clearly states, you can specify a vehicle to bind with it without spending any money. What was even more exciting was that once the binding was completed, the kilometers generated by the vehicle's daily driving would all be attributed to my name. Thinking of this, Various possibilities immediately emerged in my mind. If I could successfully bind an airplane or a high-speed train, wouldn't that mean that there would be a steady stream of wealth coming into my account every single day? In that case, getting rich would be as easy as a slap in the face. Just thinking about it makes one's heart surge with excitement. That intelligent simulation life butler is no different from the real thing. I looked around curiously and realized that it was a woman. Well, that's not bad. It looks gentle and friendly, and it's mainly completely trustworthy. With that in mind, I can safely leave everything at home in her hands, while I can enjoy my rare moments of leisure. As for the other things I drew, I was a bit puzzled. For example, the steel and glass forging method, and the ultra-thin spacesuit and other stuff. What use are they to me? I can't think of anything even after thinking about it. It's really puzzling, but since I've already drawn them out, let's put them aside for now. Afterwards, I took out all the items from the system and put them into my storage space one by one. When only the simulated intelligent personal butler was left, I carefully took it out. I only saw that robot standing quietly in place, like a skillful Asian woman. She kept a head of black shiny long hair, neatly coiled in the back of the head, appearing dignified and elegant. The person in front of her was wearing a set of well-tailored, exquisite and competent professional clothes. The slim design perfectly outlined her delicate and colorful body curves, convex and curved. People could not help but look sideways for her. At this moment, she was like a statue standing motionless in place, as if waiting for some instructions. After some careful observation and research, it was finally discovered that the key to opening her lies in a unique sound system. When this system was activated and successfully extracted the relevant data, my voice and DNA information instantly became the only elements bound to her. What's even more amazing is that she doesn't need to worry about charging, because her black and shiny hair is made of advanced solar technology, and even the hairband that holds it up is also a high-tech product with efficient solar energy conversion. If you get close and scrutinize her, you can clearly feel the soft beauty emanating from her body. Especially worth mentioning is that, according to the data, she possesses extremely strong fighting ability, and will certainly be able to play an amazing combat strength in critical moments. I stood in front of her with great anticipation and said softly, "Turn it on." Subsequently, the entire space fell into a brief silence, and time seemed to freeze at this moment. After about 3 long seconds, only a slight sound of mechanical operation could be heard, followed by her originally tightly closed eyes slowly starting to open. First, a faint blue light flickered in her pupils, like a shooting star in the night sky, and then that pair of beautiful eyes reverted back to a deep ink-like black. Chapter 63 Robot Butler Xiaobai. Just after turning on the computer, I noticed that her eyes, which originally appeared to be a bit stiff, quickly moved up and down like a scanner, surveying my entire body twice. Immediately afterward, a surprising scene occurred. Her eyes suddenly became animated, and a lively smile bloomed on her face, and she opened her mouth and said to me, "Master, hello, I am 001, waiting for your instructions." After the words fell, she still maintained that charming smile, as if she was as delicate and attractive as a blooming flower. Hearing her greeting, I pondered for a moment before responding. "From today onwards, you should stop calling me master and call me boss instead." And what should be done about your identity? That's something that needs to be thought about. Saying that, I held my chin with my hand and fell into deep thought. At this time, I only saw Xiaobai with a smile on his face, and replied without any panic, "Okay, boss. In fact, regarding my identity, I myself possess an advanced networking system, through which I can properly resolve the relevant matters. As for my ID card, I have already made the arrangements in advance, and it is currently on its way to be delivered by mail, so it should arrive soon." Saying that, her big beautiful eyes looked at me, with a confident and calm light shining in her eyes. "There's a compartment inside, so go rest in there and I'll arrange something else for you when tomorrow rolls around." I looked at the fact that there was a compartment inside the room I was staying in and said to Bai, "Okay, boss." Xiaobai smiled at me and said finished, then slowly walked towards the small bedroom inside. Waiting for Xiaobai to return to the house later, I lit another cigarette, drank a mouthful of wine, slowly sat on the sofa, rationalized the assets in his hands. I now have in my hands, Lan City, Fu County, Future City District, Building 3, the Capital 3, Ring Garden West Villa, 5% of the shares of Jitterbug, less than 1 billion in cash. There is no withdrawals of almost 400 million. Storage space, 500 square, can be upgraded, cannot be stored in the living things. Protective energy cover watch 1, Ring Energy Laser A, fusion batteries, a copy of the energy data, Shanghai Mingdu Cuisine, Shanghai Pudong Hotel, Jitterbug reward amount 10 times cashback card 100 million. Vehicle quota 5 has not yet been used. Special binding quota. A special steel forging method. A special steel forging method can be manufactured. Special protective glass data. A life butler intelligence simulation robot. an ultra-thin space astronaut suit 100 sets. At present, these, forget it, do not want to. I extinguished the hand of the cigarette, went to sleep. The next day when I woke up and opened my eyes, I saw Xiaobai standing in front of me with a smile on his face and said to me, "Boss, good morning." "Ego, I'm going." Scared me. I glanced to the side at Faye, who was no longer there. "Did you see a woman?" I asked to White. "In the morning when I got up I was in the living room. Then I saw from your house, came out this woman. Then we both already talked. Her name is Faye. That's why I came in to wait for you." Xiaobai answered directly to me. "You two recognize is good. Later you two more exchange." Seriously, big morning. After getting up, standing next to someone scared me. I rubbed my head and said to Xiaobai, only to see Xiaobai blinking her big watery eyes, looking at me with a face full of innocence, whispering softly, "Boss, do you need me to wait for you to get up?" Hearing this, my heart thumped violently, and I quickly waved my hand and said, No, I can get up by myself. I can get up by myself. You go out first, I'll be out in a while. Between words, my speech speed unconsciously accelerated a lot, afraid that Xiaobai will really come over to help. Little White nodded obediently after hearing this and answered, "Okay, boss. I've already prepared breakfast and put it on the table. Oh, I'll be waiting for you outside, ha." As soon as the words fell, she turned around and slowly left the room with light steps. After Xiaobai left, I let out a long breath as if relieved, raised my hand and gently touched my slightly disheveled hair, and secretly muttered in my heart, "Aya, why does this machine girl feel a bit tigerish, but also quite cute, is it?" Thinking, the corner of the mouth cannot help but slightly up. 10 minutes later, I finished washing up, carefully selected and put on a decent clothes, and then slowly out of the room. When my line of sight landed on the dining table, I only saw that Xiaobai and Xiaofei were talking to each other. The atmosphere was very cordial. However, what surprised me was that Xiaobai was also sitting there eating fritters with relish. This is really strange. Do robots also need to eat? With my heart full of doubts, I secretly decided to find an appropriate time to ask them about it. After all, this kind of situation is really beyond the scope of my cognition. Later, finally waiting for a free moment, I opened my mouth and asked, "How can Little White eat too?" After the explanation, I realized that the original Xiaobai belongs to a highly simulated robot. Not only can it eat and sleep like a human, but even physiological needs like going to the toilet can be simulated and realized. Just then, the female assistant Xiaofei noticed me. She smiled and waved at me, enthusiastically shouting, "Boss, come and eat. Everyone is waiting for you." Hearing the call, I quickly walked towards the dining table and sat firmly on the chair. Then, I began to enjoy the delicious breakfast, while my mind kept thinking about the matters that needed to be handled next. Not long after, Little Fei curiously asked, "Boss, I wonder what kind of arrangements you have for today." I first swallowed the food in my mouth, and then replied nonchalantly, "First of all, we have to go and take a look at the cars, and purchase 5 new cars in the meantime." After saying these words, I continued to bury my head in my breakfast, but in my heart, I had already begun to calculate the specific details of the car purchase. "What kind of requirements do you have for the car?" Xiaofei asked vaguely as she chewed her rice in her mouth. The chopsticks in her hand still kept on chucking food into the bowl, but her eyes were firmly fixed on me, waiting for my answer. I swallowed the food in my mouth, and after thinking for a while, I said, "Actually, there aren't too many special requirements. Car, or as we used to, by the kind of business type, cross-country performance better, and then there is the caravan also have to prepare a. Anyway, if you see the right one, no matter what type, you can buy it on the line. After dinner, you go and contact Li Xuancheng. Let him deploy over a dozen more bodyguards and drivers from the headquarters." Saying that, I pulled a few more mouthfuls of rice into my mouth. Chapter 64, Going to buy a car after breakfast. Okay. Xiaofei finished the last bite of food contentedly and gently put down her chopsticks before elegantly picking up a paper napkin as white as snow and carefully wiping the remaining oil stains at the corners of her mouth. Her movements were gentle and meticulous, as if she was treating a precious work of art. After doing so, Xiaofei took out her cell phone from her bag and skillfully dialed Li Xuanqing's phone number. After a few waiting tones, the familiar and magnetic voice of Li Xuanqing finally came from the other end of the phone. "Hello, Mr. Li, this is Little Fei." When Li Xuanqing heard Xiaofei's voice, his tone immediately became cordial. "Well, Xiaofei, why suddenly call over? Is there something important to order?" His words carried a hint of flirting and joking. Xiaofei couldn't help but be amused and burst out laughing. "Ha ha, how dare I instruct you, Mr. Li, don't make fun of me." After a short pause, Little Fei continued, "It's like this, the boss is planning to purchase 5 more cars today, so he needs your help to equip the 5 cars with the appropriate drivers and bodyguards." Saying that, Xiaofei turned her head to look at me sitting on the side. A tacit understanding was conveyed between the meeting of the eyes. Well, that's certainly no problem. Our company this time is a big action all of a sudden recruited 6 new youthful, beautiful, energetic anchorwomen, and 3 skilled and experienced makeup artists. Oh, I was going to tell you about this, so I'll send them all over. I think the live broadcast is really a hot industry. The market prospect is quite good. How about it? Do you think it's okay? Li Shuangcheng excitedly continued. Yes, no problem at all. How about this? The boss and I are still waiting here in Macau. Is it okay? Xiao Fei smiled and responded. Alright, it's settled then. I will arrange for them to take the airplane over, and it is estimated that they will be able to arrive at their destination tomorrow afternoon, Li Shuangqing said with confidence. After seeing Xiao Fei hang up the phone, I gently put down the chopsticks in my hands, smiled at her, and slowly said, I've already finished eating on my side. Let's go. Why don't we call a few people to go over and take a look at the car? After saying that, I stood up and picked up the jacket that was resting on the back of the chair and put it on. Fei nodded in agreement with my suggestion. Then, we walked out of the restaurant together and went to the door to wait for the others. Before long, White and a few of the experienced master drivers arrived. After everyone briefly exchanged greetings, they all got into the car, and I drove the vehicle towards the car sales center and sped away. The car soon arrived at the destination. Just stepped into the door. A neatly dressed uniformed staff will be full of smiles. Warmly greeted. He slightly bowed and saluted. Welcome to all of you. May I ask if you are here to see the car today, or do you have other needs? Hearing this, the corner of my mouth rose slightly, revealing a friendly smile as I replied, Oh, we're just here to take a look around. Please introduce us to the commercial vehicles and off-road vehicles you have here. When the staff heard this, there was a flash of excitement in their eyes, and they hurriedly answered, Okay, then please follow me. First of all, to recommend to you is our store's latest launch of a business car. This car is extremely spacious interior space. Whether it is riding comfort or storage capacity can be said to be first class, and it is the interior of the top materials used to create and become, showing the sense of luxury and dignity. More importantly, it is equipped with the most advanced security systems that can maximize the protection of passengers' travel safety. As for off-road vehicles, we also have excellent models for you to choose from. These off-road vehicles have a strong power output, can easily cope with a variety of complex and rugged road conditions, whether it is the mountains, deserts or muddy roads can be as smooth as flat. Saying this, the staff even gestured with their hands from time to time to enhance the vividness of the description. After Xiao Fei and I finished looking at it, we glanced at each other and nodded coincidentally, indicating that we were satisfied with what we saw in front of us. Immediately afterward, I couldn't hold back my inner curiosity and anticipation and opened my mouth to ask the other party, May I ask if you have any RVs here? My eyes were locked onto the staff member, hoping to get an affirmative answer from him. The staff smiled and replied, Yes sir, but due to the large size of the RVs, we have parked them in the backyard. Please follow me to the backyard to take a look. After saying that, he made a please gesture, signaling us to follow him. So, little Fei and I followed this enthusiastic staff towards the backyard. We closely followed the staff's footsteps and passed through a quiet path, finally arriving at the backyard. As soon as we stepped into the backyard, the scene in front of us could not help but be amazed only to see a row of brand new caravans neatly arranged there, like a well-trained army waiting for parade in general. The appearance of these caravans is designed to be perfect, and each one of them exudes a kind of majestic momentum. Their smooth and beautiful lines, as if the wind and nature left traces on the car body. The body color is bright and eye-catching, glittering charmingly under the sunlight. With a smile on his face, the staff walked to one of the caravans and stopped in front of it, then gently opened the door and proudly introduced to us, Sir, please take a look at this caravan. The facilities inside the car can be described as complete. There is not only a cozy and comfortable bedroom, but also a well-equipped kitchen and a clean and tidy bathroom. Moreover, everything inside is very delicately arranged. Saying that, he also pointed to the set of high-quality customized bedding on the bed, and picked up those high-grade kitchen utensils placed in the kitchen to show us, and continued, even during the long journey, you can enjoy the same comfort and coziness as at home. Hearing the staff's enthusiastic introduction, Xiao Fei and I couldn't help but look at each other, our hearts filled with anticipation. So, we couldn't wait to step into the interior of the caravan to take a closer look. As the staff said, every detail of the caravan is handled properly, making people impeccable. Whether it's the soft and comfortable beds, the spacious and bright kitchen space, or the beautifully decorated bathroom, none of them makes people feel extremely satisfied. Well, this should be fine. I think we can buy it. I nodded slightly, indicating my approval of this type of caravan, and then turned my head to look at Xiao Bai, who had been quietly listening to our discussion beside me. Smiling, I asked, Xiao Bai, what do you think about this idea? May as well say a few words. My gaze fell expectantly on her delicate face. waiting for her to voice her opinion. Chapter 65, Eating Fusion Vegetables After Buying a Car. Today is the winter solstice. Do you all have dumplings? I heard that eating dumplings won't freeze your ears. Is it true? I'm afraid of freezing my ears in winter. I strolled leisurely through the bright and spacious showroom of the 4S store, my eyes roaming freely, taking in all the shiny new cars. Finally, my footsteps stopped in front of a chic, smooth lines and very stylish SUV. At this moment, I was full of hesitation and torn in my mind, so I slowly turned my head and looked at Bai, who had been accompanying me. Softly asked, "Dear White, how do you feel about this car?" Only to see Xiao Bai's soulful eyes instantly flashing out a soft and deep blue light, as if he was scanning and analyzing all the information about the car in front of him with full concentration. A short while later, Xiao Bai's usual calm and steady voice rang out, "Boss, after my in-depth data analysis, this car has a quite outstanding performance in many aspects, such as power performance, safety and protection, and driving comfort." Hearing this, I couldn't help but be curious, and continue to ask, "So, smart and clever Xiao Bai, for the purchase of this car, do you have any unique insights or special advice to give me?" After a moment's thought, Xiao Bai replied methodically, "If you value cost-effectiveness as a key factor, then in my opinion, this car will undoubtedly be an ideal choice. However, if you are more eager to have a car that can fully demonstrate your individuality and charm, then I can also carefully screen and recommend a few models for you. I can also carefully select and recommend a few special models that can provide private customization services for you." After listening to this detailed exposition of Xiao Bai, I couldn't help but blossom a big smile on my face, said happily, "Haha, in that case, well, then decided to be this car." After asking Xiao Bai, my eyes turned to the side of the staff. The tone of voice firmly opened. "Just now we have seen the several cars, counting this SUV. May I ask whether there is now in stock? If so, we'll take all of them." Hearing my words, the staff member was first slightly stunned, seemingly not expecting me to place an order so decisively. However, he quickly reacted and replied with a professional smile on his face, "Sir, please wait for a moment. I'll go and check the stock situation." With that, he turned around and walked quickly towards the backstage to check the relevant information. Taking advantage of the waiting gap, I turned my head to look at Faye beside me and softly instructed, "Faye, you follow this staff member over to deal with the follow-up matters. For vehicles like this, just list them directly under the company's name." Little Faye sniffed and hurriedly nodded her head and responded, "Okay, boss, I understand." Her voice was crisp and loud, revealing a competence and confidence. Immediately afterward, she followed the staff towards the check-in area without hesitation. Watching their fading silhouettes, I secretly pondered in my mind about the smooth progress of this car buying program. It wasn't long before I saw that Faye had already begun to carefully read through the terms of the contract and exchanged some details with the staff. In a short while, she took out a bank card from the briefcase she was carrying and handed it to the other party, completing the payment process. The whole process seems to be organized, efficient and quick. After all the tedious purchasing procedures were completed, the vehicle still needed to undergo a final comprehensive inspection, and the caravan had to be recharged with water and fully charged. In addition, another group of drivers is expected to arrive this afternoon and into the evening. After some deliberation, I turned to the staff member who had been serving us so enthusiastically and said, "In that case, this car will be left here for the time being, and I may choose to come back this afternoon or tomorrow to drive it away." "No problem at all, boss. Please feel free to leave the car in our custody, and I will definitely take care of it properly for you. I'll be here whenever it's convenient for you to come and pick it up." The staff always had a friendly smile on their faces and gave me a solemn promise and guarantee. After receiving such a reassuring response from the staff, I slowly walked out of the door of the 4S store with Bai, Faye, and a few other drivers who had come along to choose a car. After seeing those drivers leave first, I turned my head, my eyes fell on the side of Xiaofei, and asked in a soft voice, "Xiaofei, this car we have seen, and successfully bought it. The next thing we actually intend to find a place to enjoy a gourmet meal, or to say first go to the nearby shopping streets to see if there are any desired items we can get it." Xiaofei tilted her head in thought, and replied, "Boss, I heard that a new fusion cuisine restaurant has opened behind this street, and the reviews are very good. Why don't we go and try it out?" I was interested. "Sure, let's go there then." As we chatted, we walked together to the highly acclaimed restaurant. When we stepped into the door of the restaurant, we were instantly surrounded by the cozy and elegant atmosphere. We then found a comfortable seat and politely asked the waiter to bring us the menu. After getting the menu, we began to scrutinize the mouth-watering dishes. After much deliberation and discussion, we eventually ordered a few of the signature dishes of the place. I have to mention that this restaurant is simply brilliant in its use of ingredients, often making use of 2 or even more than one food. Duck, a common ingredient, is not only used to make delicious roast duck, but also in soups and stir-fries, where it can be used to make aromatic stir-fried duck meat. In other words, if you ordered just one dish of duck, the waiter will bring to the table 3 or 4 dishes with different characteristics and cooking methods, which can be said to be the same ingredients to interpret a very different taste feast. It wasn't long before the dishes we were waiting for were served. In addition to the duck mentioned earlier, there was also roast chicken with attractive color, juicy beef and golden scrambled eggs. In addition, we also ordered 2 servings of fragrant rice, taking into account the matching of the main dishes. It's worth mentioning that none of these dishes are presented in a creative way using one ingredient in multiple ways, allowing one to taste a novel twist on familiar flavors, as well as feel the chef's exquisite culinary skills and their unique understanding and interpretation of food. After the waiter brought the steaming hot and fragrant dishes to the table, I looked at Faye with a smile on my face, and enthusiastically said, "Faye, quickly move your chopsticks. Let's take a look at how well this dish is made." Just see Xiao Fei blinking those big dynamic eyes, mischievous at me a smile, and then pretended to respond seriously. "Okay, then I'll first for the boss you taste look a good check of these dishes in the end how to do it. And by the way to help you to try whether there is no poison yo." Finished, she also deliberately rolled her eyes at me, looking very playful and cute without losing her sense of humor. I couldn't help but laugh out loud, and picked up a piece of juicy beef and gently chewed it in my mouth. In an instant, the rich and mellow meat flavor filled my mouth with a lingering aftertaste. I nodded with satisfaction and turned my head to look at little Faye, laughing and joking. If I really had to wait for you to test the poison, I guess I would have been poisoned several times already. But then again, the flavor of this dish is really quite good, so hurry up and try it too." Saying that, I even gave her a gesture of please. Chapter 66, Reward for Standing for a Female Anchor. The sun was just right, and the breeze wasn't dry, after Faye, and Xiaobai finished a hearty and delicious lunch, and dumplings winter solstice to eat dumplings, then stepped into the bustling shopping mall with joy. A wide range of stores, colorful clothing, let us overwhelmed. As soon as we entered the mall, we seemed to be attracted by an invisible magic, and our feet could not help but walk towards those exquisite clothes. I was in an exceptionally happy mood, and became unusually generous, as long as it is felt that the beautiful clothes suitable for Xiaofei and Xiaobai, all in the bag. Time passes unnoticed, and in a flash it was evening. When we walked out of the shopping mall with our bags, the sunset was already spreading like a colorful painting. Afterwards, we set foot on the road back to the hotel. Just as we arrived at the entrance of the hotel, we saw the company's drivers, bodyguards, and the makeup artists of the 6 female anchors returning one after another. Li Hua's sharp eyes immediately saw them, immediately bloomed on the face of a big smile, warmly greeted. The female anchors were even more sharp-eyed and noticed the many new garment bags Li Hua was carrying in her hands at a glance. They quickly gathered around like a flock of joyful birds and complimented them in a chorus. "Wow, boss, your clothes today are really nice. It's practically customized for you." "That's right, boss. Where did you buy these clothes? It's so unique and tasteful. Can you reveal it to us?" In the face of the crowd's praise, Li Hua smiled somewhat embarrassedly, waving his hand and said, Okay, everyone can stop praising me. If I continue like this, I'm going to be fluttering around, flying directly to the sky," drew a burst of laughter from the people present. Right at this moment, only to see one of the female anchors' originally still smiling face instantly became gloomy down, her delicate face at the moment covered with a difficult color, only to see her slightly pursed lips, and then with an extremely cautious tone of voice whispered to Li Hua, "Boss today this live broadcast can be really out of a little bit of a situation You see, I don't know where a group of black fans have come out of nowhere and have been leading the tempo there, which has affected the popularity of our live room." Hearing these words, my brows couldn't help but tightly furrow as I secretly pondered in my heart. After a moment of silence, I raised my head, looked at the anchor woman with a steady gaze, and slowly spoke, "Don't be in a hurry to get angry. Just solve the problem. In this way, you first go back to investigate what's going on." The words just finished, I will turn my head to look at the side has been silent. White asked, "White your side cannot help to check out exactly what is the situation." Xiaobai heard this and immediately nodded without hesitation, a confident smile blossoming on his face as he responded, "Don't worry boss, I'll take care of this little matter. I'll definitely be able to find out what's going on for you later on." Time passed by minute, and after about a while, Xiaobai finally came to me in a hurry. She said with a smile on her face, "Boss, the matter has been clearly investigated. It turns out that all of this was the ex-boyfriend of that female broadcaster. I heard that the two of them had a bad breakup before, so that guy was harboring a grudge and intentionally smearing people behind their backs. And what's even more outrageous is that he also spent money to hire a large number of water armies on the internet to spread rumors everywhere, which led to the popularity of our live room being affected so much." After listening to Xiaobai's report, I just faintly responded, okay, I know. Then he fell into deep thought. After much deliberation, I resolutely decided to put down those distracting black powder issues for the time being. After all, dwelling on them endlessly would only plunge myself into a deeper quagmire. Thus, I turned my attention to the upcoming live broadcast platform in the evening, and already had a brilliant plan in mind to attract more people's attention and boost the popularity of that charismatic anchorwoman by sending her a huge bounty. Not only that, Goddess of Fortune seemed to favor me as well, as I also held in my hand a reward doubling amount card worth as much as 100 million yuan, which was generously gifted by the system. This undoubtedly added an even brighter glow to my plan. As long as it was utilized properly, not only would it be able to create a frenzy in the live broadcast room, but it would also be possible to receive a generous rebate in return. The night fell, the lights came on, the anchorwoman opened her live tour. At this time the atmosphere in the live room is relaxed and happy, as in the past as lively and extraordinary. The audience or laughing, or flirting with each other, not happy. At this time, I quietly walked into the live room full of laughter. Without the slightest hesitation, I quickly launched the action, finger tapping the screen. A series of super rockets like a meteor shower across the sky. Brilliant special effects instantly dominated the entire screen. The originally noisy live broadcast room instantly became silent. All eyes were attracted by this amazing scene. The female anchor obviously did not anticipate such a generous gift from the sky. She was so surprised that she covered her mouth tightly with her hand, a pair of beautiful eyes staring wide open, her face full of unbelief. The excitement caused her voice to tremble slightly. Thank you for the super rocket sent by this boss. You are truly magnificent. As her words fell, the live broadcast room exploded with pop-ups like snowflakes. The female anchors were originally just following the regular process of live broadcasting, but when they noticed the rising reward amount on the screen, their eyes gradually widened, their faces blossomed into smiles of surprise, and their emotions rose higher and higher like a bonfire that had been ignited. They began to make every effort to show off their talents, singing more and more loudly and beautifully, dancing more and more gracefully, and at the same time actively interacting with the viewers enthusiastically. For a while, the live room was filled with laughter and passionate atmosphere. With the wonderful performance of the female anchors, the popularity of the live broadcasting room quickly rose like a rocket, and the number of online viewers climbed, even exceeding the previous hottest time. At this very moment, the mysterious man who made a generous offer, Li Hua, his amazing move was like a heavy bomb, instantly set off a furor in the live broadcast room, only to see a series of jaw-droppingly huge bounty figures flashing non-stop on the screen. The viewers were shocked by this unprecedented bravado. Their mouths were wide open as if they could stuff an egg into it. They left messages in the comment section, curiously guessing who this mysterious tycoon was. Where did he come from? Why is he so generous? Even those who originally have been in the live chat room to bring rhythm, trying to smear the anchor of the black fans, at this moment also by the sudden bounty of luxury cross to get overwhelmed, before the carefully planned rhythm instantly collapsed. However, I have no intention of stopping here. Immediately after, another wave of luxury gifts rained down. A variety of gorgeous virtual gifts come one after another. There is a dreamlike castle, shining with bright light. There is also a romantic horse carriage, pulling a car full of flowers slowly coming. Every gift is worth a lot of money. Let people marvel. The audience in the live broadcast room completely boiled over, their hearts racing with excitement, their fingers rapidly tapping on the keyboard to send pop-ups. A line of text filled with envy and admiration scrolled rapidly on the screen. This big brother is simply too awesome. Great tycoon. Please accept my knee. Please embrace my thighs. The entire live broadcast room fell into a frenzy. Chapter 67 Reward rebate has arrived in the account. The anchorwoman looked at the reward amount that was constantly jumping and growing, and had already been moved to tears, her beautiful eyes glittering with crystal tears, her lips slightly trembling, and kept telling the camera the most sincere feelings of gratitude deep in her heart. At this moment, she was like a flower blooming in the sunshine, radiating a charming charm and light, and her performance also became more and more devoted. However, Li Hua sitting in front of the computer did not show the slightest sign of stopping his reward. For him, the money seemed to be just a bunch of meaningless numbers. Just see his face does not change, the color of the heart does not jump, click the mouse. Time and time again will be a huge amount of wealth into the virtual world of brilliant fireworks. Whenever Li Hua sent out a reward, the screen would instantly blossom with dazzling special effects, colorful and beautiful, like a grand visual feast. The entire live broadcast room was enveloped by this frenzied atmosphere, and the viewers were cheering and enjoying this unprecedented revelry. After completing his generous reward for the first female anchor, Li Hua didn't even have time to catch his breath before quickly switching to the live rooms of other female anchors under the company's name. Here, the same scene played out again. No matter which room he entered, he would not hesitate to send out a huge reward of up to $8 million. For a while, All the live rooms were completely ignited by this amazing and magnificent act. Some of the female anchors were so excited that they screamed repeatedly, their voices resounding in the sky. Some were so excited that they were incoherent, not knowing how to express their feelings at this moment. At this time, the pop-up area was even more blown up, with viewers voicing their amazement and envy. This boss is really generous. With the support of such a boss, these female anchors are going to soar. Along with the sharp rise in popularity of the female anchors, a large number of fans surging like a tidal wave madly flooded into their respective live rooms. At the same time, the company's popularity also climbed like a rocket, getting an extremely large increase. Just like that, I did not mince words and rewarded each of the female anchors' live rooms with a whole $8 million. With the last payment sent out, the $100 million quota issued by the system had already been squandered by me. Right at the moment this ended, it was as if a thunderbolt exploded in my mind. Ding! The cold and mechanical voice of the system suddenly rang out. Congratulations, honorable host. The $100 million you spent has been returned in full according to the tenfold cashback rule. A total of 1 billion RMB has been successfully transferred to your Capital Bank card. Please check in time. Liwa's heart skipped a beat when he heard this news, and an unspeakable joy surged like a tidal wave. He couldn't wait to take out his cell phone, his fingers trembling slightly as he clicked on the bank app, his eyes glued to the screen for fear of missing a single detail. When the long string of numbers came into view, the corners of his mouth involuntarily rose, sketching a smile of satisfaction. After rewarding, I sat down somewhat tiredly on the hotel's spacious and comfortable sofa, gently rubbing my temples on both sides in an attempt to relieve the vague pain. Right at this moment, a crisp knock came from the door, and immediately after, the female assistant, Xiao Fei, walked in with a color of excitement on her face and light footsteps, only to see Xiao Fei's face full of smiles, her eyes flashing with excitement. She couldn't wait to speak. Boss, do you know? The effect of this reward today is simply amazing. It's completely beyond all of our imaginations. Our company's female anchors are like flowers that bloomed overnight, instantly attracting the attention of countless viewers. All of them are on fire at once. Hearing this, I nodded slightly in agreement. Although my heart was also happy for such remarkable results, I also clearly realized that there would be a series of challenges and problems that would follow. So, I calmly said, well, the results are indeed good, but at the same time, it has also brought us quite a lot of trouble. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fei hurriedly found a seat on the side and continued. Yes, boss, you are absolutely right. Take the servers for example. I heard that they almost didn't manage to withstand such a huge onslaught of traffic, and almost collapsed. Moreover, the brands that are flocking to us are sending in so many cooperation offers that it's almost too much for people to handle. I couldn't help but frown and said worriedly, that's right, this is just the beginning. Next, how to maintain this heat and turn it into long-term stable development is the most crucial. The subsequent operation and management work must keep up with the pace, and must not allow this craze to become just a passing cloud and a flash in the pan. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fei hurriedly nodded solemnly and responded, Boss, don't worry, I know what's in my heart. But, here, she hesitated slightly before continuing, the amount spent on this reward is not small. I wonder if there will be some pressure on the company in terms of capital flow as a result. The corner of Li Hua's mouth rose slightly, revealing a faint smile as he said softly, there's no need to worry too much about funds for the time being. The money I have on hand is enough to cope with the current situation. However, we must carefully plan out how to use the funds wisely so that we can expand the company's influence even further. Xiao Fei nodded thoughtfully in agreement. Then she opened her mouth to ask, then do you have any specific ideas in mind for the future development plans of the female anchors? For example, will you continue to use the current strategy of relying on rewards to attract viewers' attention? Or will you focus on cultivating their unique talents and distinctive personal characteristics? Hearing this question, Li Hua couldn't help but fall into a brief moment of contemplation. After a while, he slowly raised his head and replied with a firm gaze, I think we can combine the two approaches. After all, just relying on rewards is not a long-term solution. Only by letting these female anchors have the hard skills that can really retain their fans, can we ensure that they can stabilize their footing in the highly competitive live broadcasting industry, and make great progress and development. After the discussion, I took out my cell phone and there was a text message. After I clicked on it, it was from the driver master. After listening to the driver master's voice, immediately called back. Once the phone is connected, Li Hua said, Master, hard work, the car are checked no problem, right? Driver master cheerfully replied, Boss, you can rest assured that every car has been carefully checked. The performance of the bar. Li Hua then asked, what about the supplies? Are they complete enough? The driver master responded, all of them are prepared according to the supervisor's requirements. Even the spare parts are prepared quite a lot, Li Hua said with satisfaction. Good job. By the way, have you planned the route for tomorrow's trip? The driver master said. Planned. I also explored the road in advance to ensure a smooth journey. Li Hua smiled and said, "Tough on you, master. Get some rest early. We still need to rely on you tomorrow." The driver master quickly said, "No hard work, boss. Then you also rest early." Chapter 68 Phase Jealousy. Convoy sets sail. Early the next morning, when the first rays of sunlight poured into the room through the gaps in the curtains, I woke up leisurely. After stretching, I quickly got up and walked into the restroom and washed up. Li Hua handed the real estate license to Little Fei and said, "Little Fei, please help me mail this to Lily today." Xiao Fei received the real estate certificate. Her face slightly sank, and she said sourly, "Boss, you are really attached to Lily. Sending such an expensive thing just when you say so." Li Hua was a little surprised by Xiao Fei's reaction and explained, "Lily is my girlfriend. This is what should happen." Xiao Fei bit her lip and couldn't help but say, "Boss, I've followed you for so long and worked as hard as I can, but I haven't seen you treat me so well." Li Hua smiled helplessly. "Xiao Fei, don't think too much. I know your work and your person very well, but these are two different things." A trace of loss flashed in Xiao Fei's eyes. "Boss, I know. I'll send it for you." Li Hua looked at Xiao Fei and softened his voice. "Xiao Fei, don't be like this. You've always been my right-hand man in the company. I've seen your ability and dedication in my eyes. Lily is my girlfriend, and you are my work partner or my person. Your position in my heart is different, but both are important." Xiao Fei raised her head, a hint of resignation still in her eyes. "Boss, but I just can't help comparing sometimes." Li Hua gently patted Xiao Fei's shoulder. "Xiao Fei, believe me, you are different from others. You are the only one in my place. I won't treat you badly in the future." Xiao Fei sniffled. "Boss, I know. I was too impulsive." Li Hua smiled and said, "Alright, don't think so much. Hurry up and go mail the stuff." After watching Fei go out, I messaged Lily. "Li Hua, Lily, the courier has been mailed. Pay attention to check it." "Lily, honey, thank you. What is it so mysterious?" "Li Hua, you received to know. Guaranteed to give you a surprise." "Lily, humph, still selling secrets. Then I'll wait for it." "Li Hua, baby, how have you been?" "Lily, not bad, just miss you." "Li Hua, I also miss you. When I'm busy here after this time to find you." "Lily, okay, then you have to keep your word." "Li Hua, of course, when have I ever lied to you?" "Lily, hee, that's good. By the way, you have to take care of yourself. Don't be too tired." "Li Hua, I know, honey, you too." "Li Hua, Lily, you tell me about the specific decoration ideas." "Lily, honey, I want the living room to be decorated in a simple modern style, and the bedroom is a little cozy, with warm colors." "Li Hua, well, sounds good. What do you think about the material?" "Lily, I think we should be environmentally friendly and healthy, but quality must be good." "Li Hua, okay, the problem of money you do not have to worry about." "Lily, let's control a little, but the spending cannot save." "Li Hua, good, I'll listen to you. By the way, how do you want to get the kitchen?" "Lily, the kitchen should be spacious and bright. I like white cabinets." "Li Hua, what about the bathroom?" "Lily, the bathroom to do a good job of wet and dry separation." "Li Hua, no problem. Baby, you work hard, do very good." "Lily, which is not. Dear, you also hard work." After chatting with my girlfriend Lily for a few moments, we greeted and hung up. After the busy business at hand was finished, we were finally able to come out from the hotel we were staying in, only to see 11 various colors of cars, neatly parked in front of the door. A rough count, there are as many as 50 or 60 people. Such a large-scale team. It was really called a huge and majestic team. With the doors slowly closing and the engine emitting a low rumble, we officially embarked on our journey, departing from Macau and heading towards a faraway place. I sat in a comfortable seat, holding the carefully crafted plan in my hands, and studied it carefully. According to the plan, our first destination would be Hong Kong, and then we would pass through Fuzhou for a short rest before heading straight to the West Lake in Hangzhou. It is expected that we will stay there for 2 days, enjoying the lakes and mountains of West Lake and the humanistic flavor, and then finally go to the prosperous and lively magic city, Shanghai. At this moment, Li Hua turned his head to look at Fei beside him and asked with concern, "Fei, the itinerary and accommodation matters along the way have all been confirmed to be fine, right?" Xiao Fei sniffed and hurriedly nodded her head and replied, "Boss, you can rest assured. I've already booked the hotels in advance for each place I visit, and I've repeatedly confirmed with the other party, so there will definitely be no mistakes." Hearing this, Li Hua nodded slightly, expressing satisfaction, but he still seemed a bit uneasy, and continued to ask, "What about the tickets for the various attractions? You mustn't let this delay everyone's precious playing time when the time comes." In the face of the boss's inquiry, Xiao Fei appeared to be well prepared. She confidently replied, "Boss, you don't have to worry about this. I have purchased the tickets for all the attractions in advance, just waiting for our group to arrive." We can go in and play without any obstacles. Li Hua frowned slightly, his eyes revealing a hint of doubt as he slowly spoke. What about the catering? Have we taken into account everyone's unique taste differences? After all, it's hard to adjust to the tastes of all people. Xiao Fei quickly responded. Don't worry, Mr. Li. I have already carefully prepared a list of restaurant recommendations for various different flavors. Whether you like spicy and fresh Sichuan cuisine, delicate and elegant Cantonese cuisine, or unique Huayang cuisine, etc. There is everything. When you arrive at your destination, you can choose freely according to your own preferences and wishes. In this way, we will be able to satisfy everyone's needs to the greatest extent possible. After hearing this, Li Hua thoughtfully nodded lightly in recognition. Then, he pondered slightly for a moment before saying solemnly, well, this arrangement is indeed good. However, in addition to the food and drink, the safety issue along the way should definitely not be taken lightly. Be sure to maintain a high level of alertness at all times before doing so. Xiao Fei had a serious face and replied very earnestly, Mr. Li, please don't worry. I have already communicated in detail with the bodyguard team responsible for the security work. They assured me that they will definitely be on their toes and always maintain a high state of alertness. Whether it's traffic conditions during the trip or any unexpected situations that may arise, they will react quickly and handle everything properly. Hearing such a thorough arrangement and reply from Little Fei, Li Hua finally nodded with a satisfied smile and said with anticipation, very well, since all the preparations are in place, let's set off now. I really hope that this journey will go smoothly and nothing will go wrong. Chapter 69, Encountering the Easygoing Director. As the convoy departed from Macau to Hong Kong, the scenery along the way was like a colorful painting slowly unfolding. Just outside of Macau, one can see the unique Portuguese-style buildings on both sides of the road, the colorful walls exuding a charming charm under the sunlight. In the distance, the blue sea is as far as the eye can see, and the waves are gently lapping at the shore, creating layers of white foam. On the surface of the sea, from time to time, there are boats shuttling past, leaving a trail of white water. Xiao Fei said excitedly, Boss, look at how beautiful the scenery is along the way. Those Portuguese buildings are simply too distinctive, and the colors are so bright that it brightens up one's mood. Li Hua smiled and responded, yes, it is indeed very unique. Fei continued, and the sea, it's so vast, and the sound of the waves lapping against the shore sounds especially healing. Li Hua nodded, well, it makes you feel relaxed. Then Li Hua sighed, the charm of nature is really endless. Time flew by quickly, and as we approached Hong Kong, the modern cityscape began to come into view. Towering skyscrapers stood densely packed with glass curtain walls reflecting the dazzling sunlight. The busy streets are full of traffic, pedestrians bustling, full of life and vitality. Fei added, come on over to the Hong Kong side. These skyscrapers are so spectacular and modern. Li Hua said, this is the charm of urban development. Fei smiled and said, the scenery along the way is really dazzling, and the mood is extraordinarily soothing. Li Hua smiled and responded, indeed, it's also considered a great enjoyment on the journey. Mainly because I have you by my side. Female assistant Xiao Fei looked at me and didn't say anything. Only the smile at the corner of her mouth couldn't be suppressed in any way. In Hong Kong, we did not have too many stops. Walk around to see the busy city of Hong Kong. We directly set off. We expect to arrive in Fuzhou City to 8 to 10 hours. Expected to stay there this evening. After 5 hours of traveling, it was raining heavily on the road. To be on the safe side, we went to the nearest service station to rest. At the service station, we met a plainly dressed old man who looked a bit anxious and helpless. I asked curiously, and the old man said with a trembling voice, I got separated from my family, and my cell phone is out of battery. I don't know what to do. I quickly comforted him. Grandpa, don't worry, we'll think of something together. Xiao Fei also came over and said with concern, Grandpa, do you remember your family's phone number? The old man tried to recall and reported a string of numbers. I took out my cell phone and dialed for him, and an anxious voice came from the other end of the line, which was the old man's family. After telling them where they were, the old man was grateful and took my hand and said, young man, thank you so much. We waited with the old man for his family to arrive, during which we chatted. After the young man came over at the back, it turned out that he was the director of the Fuzhou City Tourism Bureau. Then after they thanked us sincerely, we just chatted casually and felt a little bit like we hated each other. The director of the Tourism Bureau shook my hand tightly and said excitedly, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, my father wouldn't know how anxious he would be. I smiled and responded, this is all proper. Anyone who comes across it will help. The director lamented, it's a kind of fate that I can come across kind-hearted people like you here. We've had such a good chat. Why don't we make friends? I readily agreed. Of course. The director then said, listening to your itinerary, you are here for traveling, right? I can recommend some good places and specialties in Fuzhou. My eyes lit up. That's great. I was worried about how I could better experience Fuzhou. The director was excited to introduce. Fuzhou's Gushan Mountain has beautiful scenery, and there is also the historical and cultural district of Shangshanghang, where you can feel the strong flavor of Fuzhou. If you are interested in food, you must try our luoahua and pot side paste. The director talked at length. There is also Pingtan Island, with blue sea and fine sandy beaches. It is a good place for vacation. In terms of food, don't miss the taro paste, which is sweet and soft and melts in your mouth. By the way, Yongtai onion cake is also a masterpiece, crispy and delicious. I listened with rapt attention and said, "Director, you make me feel like I can't wait to go and experience it." The director laughed brightly. "Ha ha, then you are welcome to stay in Fuzhou for a few more days to experience it." At this time, Xiao Fei said from the side, "Director, then can you see if you can give us some tips for touring, such as which time of the day to go to the attractions are less crowded and so on?" The director thought carefully and replied, "If you go to Drum Mountain, it's best to go early in the morning. The air is fresh and there aren't many people. The Shangshanghang Historical and Cultural District can be visited in the evening. When the lights come on, it's especially charming." We nodded our heads repeatedly, full of gratitude for the director's enthusiasm and attentiveness. After a while, after the heavy rain stopped, we were invited by the director's hospitality, and we rode together to Fuzhou. In the car, the director said enthusiastically, "Fuzhou is more than these superficial beautiful scenery and food. There are many hidden treasures waiting for you to discover. For example, some ancient villages where the most traditional Fuzhou folklore is still preserved." Curious, I asked, "Director, can you tell us exactly which villages?" The director smiled and replied, "Like Linpu village, where there are many ancient buildings and deep cultural heritage. There's also the Luizhou ancient town, which can make you feel the precipitation of the years." Fei interjected, "That sounds really good. It feels like it will be a very special experience." The director went on to say, "By the way, Fuzhou's tea culture is also very distinctive, so if you have the chance, you can visit the tea plantation and experience the process of tea picking and tea making for yourselves." I nodded my head and said, "This must be very interesting. Director, you have really given us a deeper understanding of Fuzhou." The convoy finally arrived in Fuzhou, and the city was filled with a unique atmosphere. After arranging our families, the director took us to a quaint tea house, sat down and said, "Come and try Fuzhou's special tea and feel the tea culture here." We all savored the fragrant tea while admiring the traditional decorations in the tea house. The director added, "Fuzhou's handicrafts are also outstanding, like the oil paper umbrellas and stripped lacquer ware. Those are skills that have been passed down for many years." Looking at Xiao Fei and I were nodding our heads. After the tea, the director took us to a local restaurant with quite a lot of specialties. As soon as we entered, we could feel the rich Fuzhou flavor. The director skillfully ordered a few signature dishes, and before long the dishes were served one after another. There are fragrant red sturgeon steamed rice, sturgeon meat and the perfect blend of the aroma of rice, and sweet and sour drunken pork ribs, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, making people savor. The director warmly greeted us. "Don't be polite. Try these authentic Fuzhou dishes." We had a pleasant conversation while savoring the food. After the meal, the director said goodbye to us. "Have a good time in Fuzhou, and feel free to contact me if you have any problems." We thanked him and returned to the hotel we had booked in advance. Chapter 70. First stop, Linpu village. After dinner, we casually strolled around for a while, then returned to the hotel, ready to rest. Then lying on the bed received a message from his girlfriend Lily. "So it's the housebook you and I said. I thought it was what it is. I still think about the special snacks. You don't know to mail me some over." Well, a little anxious, and then forgot. "Wait for next time to mail you some, okay?" I carefully replied to my girlfriend Lily. The words were full of pleasing. "Humph, remember next time, then I'll forgive you." Girlfriend Lily replied back. After hanging up the phone, I thought to myself that girls still need to be coaxed happy, naturally all happy. After Xiao Fei took a bath, her body exuded a faint aroma, and her hair was still wet. She wore a loose bathrobe and walked over to me with a hint of flirtation in her eyes. I put down my cell phone and gently took her hand, saying, "Fei, you look so beautiful like this." Xiao Fei smiled petulantly. "You're the only one who can say sweet things." I embraced her into my arms and whispered in her ear, "These are all true words." Fei's face flushed and she tilted her head slightly to look at me. I gently kissed Fei's forehead, and she closed her eyes, fluttering her eyelashes slightly. I felt her breath and became more and more intoxicated by the ambiguous atmosphere. Xiao Fei opened her eyes filled with tenderness. She said softly, "At this moment, I really wish time would stop." I stroked her hair and said, "I will always stay with you like this." One night storm. When we woke up early the next morning, after we washed up, we walked together to the hotel's restaurant to enjoy breakfast. While eating her bread, Fei said, "Where are we going to hang out first today?" I took a sip of coffee and replied, As per the director's recommendation, why don't we go to Linpu village first? Faye nodded. Yeah, that sounds great. After breakfast, we packed up our things and got ready to go. From the hotel to Linpu village, the sunlight poured down through the gaps in the leaves along the way, creating a patchwork of light and shadow. On both sides of the road were large rice paddies, and the ears of rice swayed gently in the breeze, as if a golden ocean was flooded with waves. In the distance, there are rolling hills, which contrast with the blue sky and white clouds. Upon arriving at Linpu village, the first thing that attracted us was the street-side food stalls. The aromatic pork bird's nest, with its cicada-like thin skin wrapped around the tender meat filling, was smooth in the mouth. Li Hua picked up a pork bird's nest and put it into his mouth, and instantly his eyes widened in surprise. Faye, this pork bird's nest is too delicious. This texture, this flavor, it's simply outstanding. Xiao Fei smiled and responded. Yeah, I wasn't quite convinced how amazing it could be before, but I didn't expect it to really be this delicious. Li Hua picked up another one and said as he ate it, this swallow skin is thin and smooth, and the meat filling is especially tender and juicy. I really don't know how it's made. Xiao Fei nodded. I think the soup base is also very sophisticated, especially fresh. Li Hua took a sip of the soup and said contentedly, that's right, this soup and the meat swallows go well together and complement each other. Xiao Fei said, I feel that our trip to Linpu village was worth it just for the meat bird's nest. Li Hua laughed and said, ha ha, that's not all. There might be more surprises later. As Li Hua and Fei were eating their food, an enthusiastic villager beside them laughed and chimed in, seeing that you are eating so well, I know that this meat bird is to your liking. Li Hua quickly responded, Uncle, this meat bird's nest is really delicious. Are you a local? The villager proudly said, that's true. In Linpu village, this meat bird is one of the best. Fei asked curiously, Uncle, is there a special trick to making this bird's nest? The villager smiled brightly. The skin of the bird is made of pork, which is very laborious. The meat filling has to be adjusted just right, so that the meat swallows are delicious. Li Hua marveled. So that's how it is. No wonder it's so delicious. Uncle, what other delicious and fun things are there in this village? The villager enthusiastically introduced. That's a lot. You can take a look at the old bridge in the village. It's hundreds of years old, and our handmade patties here are also good, sweet and soft. Little Fei said excitedly, that's great. Thank you for your recommendation, Uncle. The villager waved his hand. Don't mention it. You are welcome to come to our Linpu village more often. Strolling in the village, the old buildings tell the story of the years. The people in the village were hospitable and introduced us to the history and culture of Linpu village. The villagers said enthusiastically, children, this Linpu village has a deep historical background. In the Song dynasty, we have a lot of famous people here, especially the Lin clan, which is quite prestigious. Li Hua was mesmerized and asked, Uncle, can you tell us more about those famous people? The villager nodded and continued, let's talk about that Lin Han. He was the official to the Xiangshu. He was upright and clean, and did a lot of good things for the people. And back then, the last emperor of the southern Song dynasty also took refuge here, leaving behind a lot of legends. Xiao Fei said in surprise, I really didn't expect the small village to have so many wonderful stories. The villager smiled and said, that's not all. Those ancient buildings in our village, each of them has a unique historical significance. Like that Taishan Palace, it was the place where the emperor lived back then. Li Hua sighed with emotion. Uncle, when you talk about it like this, it feels like this Linpu village is really a treasure land. The villagers smiled and said, that's for sure. We have been living here for generations, guarding all this history and culture. But it's a treasure. In this ancient and mysterious land, there are many ancient buildings of the Ming and Qing dynasties that have survived the vicissitudes of time. These buildings seem to be the bright pearl in the river of history, emitting a charming light. Among them, the solemn ancestral hall is particularly eye-catching. They carry the inheritance and honor of the family, witnessing the rise and fall of generations. Into the ancestral hall, a kind of heavy and solemn atmosphere. The tall lintel, exquisite wood carvings and simple stone pillars all show the skill of the craftsman. Inside the hall, the ancestral tablets are enshrined with incense, which makes people can't help but feel a sense of reverence. Here, one can feel the cohesion of the family and the admiration for the ancestors. In addition to the amazing ancient buildings, we also had the honor of watching a folklore show with great local characteristics, accompanied by the cheerful and exciting sound of gongs and drums. A group of actors in brightly colored costumes danced like colorful butterflies. Their dance was light and graceful, their movements skillful and smooth. Every turn and every jump was full of strength and beauty. The ribbons waved in their hands were as colorful as rainbows, making a beautiful arc in the air. The audience was deeply attracted by this wonderful performance and burst into applause and cheers from time to time. This folk performance not only let us appreciate the unique local cultural charm, but also brought people closer to each other and immersed everyone in a joyful and peaceful atmosphere. Chapter 71 A Day at Drum Mountain. We finally arrived at the foot of Drum Mountain, looking up, but saw that the peak was towering and lofty, as if it was connected to the sky, giving people an endless sense of oppression and shock. Standing at the foot of the mountain, Xiao Fei, with wide eyes and a face full of excitement, shouted, "Wow! This Drum Mountain looks simply spectacular." Her voice was clear and loud, echoing across the valley for a long time. I smiled and nodded my head in agreement, responding, "Yes, such majestic mountains are indeed awe-inspiring. Since we've already arrived here, let's not delay. Let's hurry up and set off to experience its unique charm for ourselves." Saying that, I took the lead and took the first step towards the mountain. Along the winding steps made of green stone, we slowly climbed upward one step at a time. On both sides of the mountain road, ancient trees were in the sky. Those trees were tall and thick. Some of them even needed several people to hug them in order to encircle them. Their branches are intertwined, like a huge umbrella, blocking out the hot sun. Occasionally there will be a few rays of sunlight through the gaps in the leaves sprinkled down, forming a path of golden light spots, like a piece of fine gold shining eye-catching. As the breeze blew by, the branches and leaves rustled, as if nature was playing a wonderful concert. After climbing for a while, Xiao Fei was a bit out of breath. "Ouch. I'm so tired." I encouraged her. "Come on, hold on a little longer. There's a rest pavilion ahead." When we arrived at the resting pavilion, we sat down to drink water and rest. At this time, an old man said to us with a smile, "Young man, the scenery of Drum Mountain gets more and more beautiful the higher you go. Don't give up halfway." We smiled and responded, "Thank you, Grandpa, we will persist." Continuing to climb up, the wind whistled in our ears. Suddenly, Fei called out in surprise, "Look, there's a little squirrel over there." We saw a cute squirrel jumping between the branches, very agile. We continued to climb up, and the mountain path became steeper and steeper. Just as we were struggling a bit, a melodious sound of bells came. I said curiously, "Is there a temple around here?" Little Fei responded, "It's possible. Maybe we can even take a rest if we go over and take a look." Following the direction of the bells, we did see an ancient temple. The temple was small, but solemn. Walking into the temple, a monk was cleaning the courtyard. Seeing us, the monk folded his hands and smiled in greeting. We nodded politely. After a short rest in the temple, we felt that our strength had been restored. Leaving the temple, we continued our journey to the top of the mountain. Nearly reaching the top, the view opened up before us. Fei exclaimed excitedly, "Wow, it's so beautiful." Looking into the distance, the whole Fuzhou city was like a huge and splendid painting scroll spread out in front of us. The rows of houses, bustling streets and endless streams of people, everything seemed so small but full of vitality and vigor. Eyes beyond the city's hustle and bustle. The mountains in the distance like a giant dragon winding up and down, majestic and spectacular. Mountain peaks towering into the clouds, straight into the sky, as if to pierce the sky in general. The mountains were filled with clouds and mist, like a dream, giving these mountains a mysterious veil. At this moment, Li Hua was quietly standing on top of the mountain. The breeze brushed his face, bringing a slight coolness. That feels like nature's gentle touch. I couldn't help but open my arms and enjoy the embrace of the wind. Inhale deeply, the fresh air filling the nose. Let a person's heart and soul. Looking at this mesmerizing scenery in front of me, I cannot help but send out a heartfelt feeling. The scenery is really beautiful. Simply intoxicated people cannot get out of it. At this moment, I felt as if I had become one with heaven and earth, and all my worries and fatigue had disappeared at this moment. Xiao Fei smiled and said, "Yes, all the exhaustion is worth it." They quietly admired the view for a while, then found a flat rock to sit down. Li Hua took out his cell phone and said, "Little Fei, let's take some pictures to remember." Xiao Fei readily agreed and struck a few graceful poses. After taking the photos, Li Hua looked into the distance and said thoughtfully, "Such a beautiful place. We must come back later." Fei leaned on Li Hua's shoulder and said softly, "Well, I hope we can still have such a wonderful time in the future." At this time, the sun was gradually dipping in the west, and the sky was flooded with a gorgeous evening sunset. The evening sunlight dyed the sky orange-red, purple-red, colorful and changing. Li Hua sighed, "Little Fei, look at this evening sunset. It's like a flowing painting." Little Fei responded, "It's so beautiful. It feels like the mind has been purified." As the evening sun faded, the sky darkened. Li Hua said, "We should go down the mountain. Otherwise the road will not be easy to walk in the dark." Xiao Fei nodded, and the two of them got up and started descending the mountain along the way they came. On the way down the mountain, the surroundings became quiet, with only the sound of their footsteps and breathing. Suddenly, the silence was broken by the call of a nightingale. Xiao Fei was startled and clutched Li Hua's arm. Li Hua comforted, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." They walked carefully and finally arrived at the foot of the mountain. After descending the mountain, both of them felt hungry and tired. Li Hua said, "Little Fei, why don't we go to the night market to eat something? Xiaofei's eyes lit up. Sure, I heard that Fuzhou's night market has a lot of food. So they went to the bustling night market, which was brilliantly lit and crowded. They were first attracted by a stall selling kebabs. The owner skillfully flipped the kebabs and sprinkled them with seasonings. The aroma was overwhelming. Liwa bought a few skewers and handed them to Xiaofei. Try this. It's definitely delicious. Xiaofei took a bite and raved. The flavor is really good. Next, they saw a small store selling peanut soup. Little Fei said curiously, I want to try this. A bowl of sweet peanut soup was brought up, and Little Fei took a sip, full of happiness. It's so good, fragrant and sweet. As they ate and strolled around, they also tasted various delicacies such as fish balls and mashed taro. After eating and drinking their fill, Liwa and Xiaofei rubbed their stomachs in satisfaction. Liwa smiled and said, the food in this night market is really memorable, but we've also eaten too much. Why don't we take a walk to cool down? Xiaofei nodded in agreement. Yes, by the way, feel the Fuzhou at night. They walked slowly along the street, passing by a small square where a group of people were dancing. The cheerful music and lively atmosphere made them stop and watch. Fei lamented, people here live so cozy. Liwa responded, yes, full of fireworks. As they walked, they came to a river where the lights were reflected in the water, sparkling. Xiaofei said softly, this place is so beautiful, it calms one's mood. Liwa held Little Fei's hand. Let's find more opportunities like this to come out for a walk in the future. They stayed by the river for a while longer, enjoying the peaceful and beautiful moment. Liwa suddenly said, Little Fei, I suddenly remembered today's experience at Drum Mountain. It feels like a dream. Xiaofei smiled and responded, yes, this day was too fulfilling and unforgettable. At this time, a breeze picked up and Xiaofei couldn't help but shiver. Li Hua said with concern, it's a bit cold. Let's go back to the hotel. Get a good night's sleep. Tomorrow there may be new excitement waiting for us. Xiaofei nodded, and the two of them left the river hand in hand, walking in the direction of the hotel. Chapter 72, 3 Square and 7 Alleys, 1. Returning to his hotel room, Li Hua instantly collapsed onto the bed and let out a long sigh of relief. I'm really exhausted today, but I'm also too happy. He briefly washed up and lay down on the bed, and in a short while, he entered dreamland. On the other side, Fei took a hot shower and changed into comfortable pajamas. She lay on the bed, thinking back on the day's experience, a smile hanging at the corner of her mouth, her heart full of sweetness and fulfillment, and drifted off to sleep amidst the sound of gentle breathing. The next day, Liwa woke up leisurely in Xiaofei's small movements. He opened his eyes and saw that Xiaofei was sitting on the edge of the bed, gently fiddling with the corner of his coat. Liwa said sleepily, Little Fei, so early? Xiaofei smiled playfully. It's not early, the sun is on my butt, get up. We still have a lot of places we want to go today. Liwa stretched a big waist and sat up. Okay, then let's go eat breakfast first? Xiaofei nodded. Sure, I heard that there's a breakfast place nearby that has particularly good pot-side paste. They arrived at the breakfast store, which already had quite a few people sitting in it. It was hard to find a seat. Liwa shouted towards the boss. Boss, 2 portions of pot-side paste. In a short while, the steaming hot pot-side paste was brought up. Li Hua couldn't wait to pick up a spoon and take a taste, but he was so hot that he spat out his tongue. Seeing this, Xiaofei couldn't help but laugh. Slow down. No one is stealing from you. Li Hua heatedly smiled. The flavor is too tempting. I didn't hold back. As they were eating, an old man at the next table struck up a conversation with them. You guys are traveling from abroad, right? This is a very good idea, but it's not a bad idea. Li Hua nodded his head. Master, it's so authentic. It's delicious. The Moncler Jackets outlet store, he said with a smile. Then you have to try more of our Fuzhou food. After dinner, we went to Sanfang Qixiang. Just stepped into this ancient neighborhood. You can feel the strong historical atmosphere. Xiaofei looked around excitedly and said, the buildings here are so unique. Li Hua nodded in agreement. Yes, it is said that many buildings from the Ming and Qing dynasties are preserved here. They strolled along the stone road and passed by a traditional handicraft store. Beautiful wood carvings were displayed in front of the store, attracting Fei to stop and look. The store owner enthusiastically introduced, these are all hand-carved by us and are unique. Xiaofei picked up a small wood carving ornaments. Love. Seeing this, Li Hua smiled and said to the shopkeeper, Boss, we'll take this one. Continuing on, they also saw quite a few specialty snack stores. There were those selling dried meat and those selling peanut cakes. They came to a store selling peanut cakes, and little Fei was attracted by the sweet flavor. Xiaofei said, Li Hua, I want to eat this peanut cake. Li Hua smiled and said, buy it, boss, have one. Receiving the peanut cake, Xiaofei took a bite and squinted her eyes in satisfaction. It's so delicious, fragrant and sweet but not greasy. Li Hua looked at her and smiled as well. As they walked, they came to a quiet alley. Li Hua said curiously. Let's go in and take a look. Fei nodded and the two of them walked into the alley. Suddenly, a kitten ran past them. Little Fei said in surprise. Wow, what a cute kitten. The kitten ran to a dilapidated door and stopped, looking back at Li Hua and Little Fei as if signaling them to follow. Filled with curiosity, Li Hua and Xiao Fei followed closely behind that cute kitten and slowly walked to the door step by step. Only the old wooden door was slightly open, as if it was quietly waiting for their arrival. Li Hua took a deep breath, then gently reached out his hand to push the door. As he did so, the door shaft made a slight creaking sound, as if telling the story of the years. When the door was fully opened, what appeared before their eyes was a small and quiet courtyard. The ground in the courtyard was covered with thick moss, which was like a layer of soft green velvet blanket covering every inch of land. There were also some messy weeds growing in between, which stretched out their slender forms recklessly, adding a bit of vitality and vigor to this originally silent place. Nonetheless, the entire courtyard still exuded a unique atmosphere of tranquility that one could not help but be mesmerized by. Xiao Fei stepped lightly into the courtyard, afraid that her footsteps would break this rare tranquility. After looking around, she said softly, "This place looks as if it hasn't been inhabited for a long time." Her voice drifted in the air and was soon swallowed up by the surrounding silence. Just then, an old man walked out of the house, his gaze kind as he slowly said, "Children, this is my family's old mansion." Li Hua hurriedly apologized. "Sorry to bother you. It was the kitten that brought us here." The old man smiled and waved his hand. "It's not a bother. It's fate." The old man invited Li Hua and Little Fei into the house to have a seat. The house was simply furnished but full of traces of age. The old man slowly said, "This mansion, is left by my ancestors, carrying too many memories." Li Hua and Xiao Fei quietly listened. The old man continued, "At one time, this place was also bustling with activity and the family prospered, but now only my old bones are left to guard it." Fei lamented, "Such a storytelling place. It's so sad." The old man smiled and took out an old box from the cabinet. And when he opened it, inside were some yellowed photos. He pointed at the photos and said, "This is a group photo of the family back then. Those days are gone." Li Hua looked at the old man sincerely and said, "Old sir, it's really our honor to listen to you tell the stories of the past. You've been able to hold on to this place. This persistence and emotion towards the family is so admirable." Xiao Fei also chimed in, "Yes, there must be many warm and unforgettable moments behind these photos." A hint of tears rose in the old man's eyes as he said with emotion, "This one was taken during the New Year's Eve, and the family was happy. This one was taken when there was a child born, and it was full of joy." Li Hua and Xiao Fei listened intently, as if they had also traveled back to those times. The old man paused and then said, "Now that times have changed, many things are different, but these memories will always be engraved in the heart." Li Hua said, "Old sir, although times are changing, these precious memories and the spirit of the family will always be passed on." Fei also nodded her head and said, "Right, and it's a legacy for you to share this with us." The old man smiled gratefully and said, "Children, being able to talk to you about this makes this heart of mine feel a lot smoother." Li Hua hurriedly said, "Old sir, then what are your future plans? Will you still keep guarding this mansion?" The old man sighed softly, "This old bone of mine, one day is one day. I just don't know what will become of this mansion in the future." Little Fei comforted, "Old man, don't worry too much. Maybe there will be someone with a destiny who can properly protect and pass on this place." The old man nodded, a hint of expectation in his gaze. "Let's hope so. By the way, how do you youngsters feel about coming to this 3 square and 7 alleys? Li Hua smiled and replied, "This place is full of history and culture. Every place is fascinating." The old man smiled and said, "That's good. That's good. It's not easy for young people nowadays to still be interested in these old things. I hope you can tell more people about what you saw and heard here, so that this history and culture can be passed on." Li Hua nodded solemnly, "Old sir, don't worry, we definitely will." Fei also said, "Yes, we will share the stories of this place with our friends when we return." The old man stood up and slowly said, "Then I won't keep you guys. You guys continue to stroll around and enjoy the charm of this 3 square and 7 alleys." Li Hua and Xiao Fei said goodbye to the old man and walked out of the mansion. Chapter 73 3 square and 7 alleys, 2. After leaving the antique mansion, Li Hua and Fei walked side by side, slowly wandering on the winding and deep stone paths of the 3 square and 7 alleys that were full of historical flavor. The sunlight poured down through the dappled leaves, forming a pattern of light and shadow that seemed to freeze time in this moment. The two of them walked along, admiring the ancient and chic buildings along the street, feeling the unique cultural atmosphere of this place. At this moment, a melodious arrow sound flowed into their ears like a fresh spring, and this wonderful melody instantly attracted their attention. Following this stirring music, Li Hua and Xiao Fei unknowingly walked to a small and exquisite courtyard. Raising their eyes, they saw an old man in plain clothes sitting on a bamboo chair in the center of the courtyard, his eyes slightly closed, his expression intoxicated. his hands skillfully pulling the arrow in his hands, the whole person completely immersed in the world of music. Li Hua and Xiaofei were deeply moved by the scene in front of them. They tacitly stopped their footsteps, quietly stood in the doorway, for fear of making a sound to disturb the old man who was playing wholeheartedly. Time seemed to be frozen at this moment, only the sobbing arrow sound echoed in the air. Finally, when the last note fell, the song ended, but the aftermath still lingers in people's hearts. Xiaofei could not help but applaud. Her clear and pleasant applause broke the short silence, but also the old man from the intoxication to wake up. The old man slightly opened his eyes, and a kind smile appeared on his face as he looked towards Li Hua and Xiaofei at the door. With a face full of admiration, little Fei opened her mouth and praised, "Grandpa, you play really well. It's simply like heavenly music." The arrow old man smiled and waved his hand, responding humbly, "Thank you little girl for your praise. If you guys don't mind, come in and sit for a while." Saying that, he gently patted another bamboo chair beside him, signaling Li Hua and little Fei to go over and sit down. They slowly walked into the quaint courtyard, only to see a hale and hearty old man sitting on a stone bench, holding an arrow and playing leisurely. The melodious sound of music was like a clear spring flowing in the air, which was refreshing. Filled with curiosity, Li Hua quickly walked to the old man and respectfully asked, "Grandpa, how many years have you been playing this arrow?" His bright eyes flashed with longing and anticipation for the unknown. The old man with the two beards smiled faintly, gently stroked the white beard at his chin, and fell into deep memories. A few moments later, he slowly spoke, counting up, "It must be half of my life. This arrow, like my old buddy, has accompanied me through countless springs, summers, autumns and winters." After saying that, he fondly stroked the arrow in his hand, as if it was a rare treasure. Xiaofei on the side was also attracted to it. She blinked her big soulful eyes and asked immediately after, "Then you must have many wonderful stories about the arrow, right?" The old man smiled and nodded. A hint of relief appeared in his eyes as he said softly, "This arrow has accompanied me through too many storms. When I am happy, I will play a cheerful and exciting melody, letting the joy float around with the notes, while when sad and bored, I will play a mournful tune, pouring out all my inner bitterness to it." Saying this, the old man slightly closed his eyes, seemingly immersed in those unforgettable memories again. Li Hua couldn't help but be overwhelmed with emotion and heartily exclaimed, "This is the charm of music. Its ability to convey emotions and soothe the soul is truly amazing." Only to see that old man faintly smile, his wrinkled face instantly blooming with kindness and amiability. He gently picked up the arrow beside him and pulled the bowstring once again, and the melodious music poured out like gurgling water. The sound of the arrow was sometimes low and melodious, like a sob, sometimes high and impassioned, inspiring. Each note seems to be full of endless emotions, as if it is telling people an ancient and moving story. This story may have happened in the distant past, or it may be hidden in the softest corner of everyone's heart. Li Hua and Xiaofei on the side quietly listened, completely immersed in this wonderful melody. As the sound of the arrow rose and fell, their heartstrings were also tightly plucked. Those memories that were hidden deep in the bottom of their hearts, and usually not easily touched, were like a tidal wave surging to their hearts at this moment. When the last note fell, a short silence fell around them. However, this brief silence did not last long, as Xiaofei's eyes were already slightly moist. In a slightly choked voice, she softly said to the old man, "Grandpa, this tune you played is just too moving. It makes me involuntarily recall many of the good times I once experienced, and all those warm images come to mind all at once." Li Hua couldn't help but be overwhelmed with emotion as well, nodding his head repeatedly in agreement. "That's right, this music simply has a kind of magic, able to directly penetrate people's souls, touching the most fragile but also the most real place in our hearts. Listening to such a tune will really make one feel that the entire soul is deeply touched." The old man with the arrow smiled and said, "To be able to make you guys feel this way, this tune of mine is not in vain." They chatted for a while longer and then got up to say goodbye. After leaving the small courtyard, Li Hua and Fei continued to walk down the alley. At this time, they saw a store selling specialty oil paper umbrellas. They entered the store, which was filled with colorful and beautifully patterned oil paper umbrellas. Xiaofei picked up an umbrella painted with peach blossoms and said happily, "Li Hua, look how beautiful this umbrella is." Li Hua smiled and replied, "It is indeed beautiful and matches you well." The store owner came over and introduced, "These oil paper umbrellas can all be handmade with exquisite craftsmanship." Li Hua asked, "Boss, isn't the process of making this oil paper umbrella very complicated?" The store owner smiled and nodded. His eyes were focused and gentle. He cleared his throat and began to talk about the production process of the oil paper umbrellas in detail, only to see the shopkeeper slightly leaning forward, said seriously, "The production of this oil paper umbrella can be a really fine work. First of all, to select the best bamboo as the umbrella bone material, because only tough and straight bamboo can hold up the shape of the whole umbrella. The next step is to cut the paper. The size and texture of the paper will directly affect the quality of the final product. After cutting the paper, it is necessary to give them an even layer of oil, which can make the paper become pliable and durable, but also can play a waterproof role. Said here, the shopkeeper paused for a moment, drank a mouthful of tea to moisturize his throat, and then continued, and then after that is the most critical part of the painting. This is the soul of the oil paper umbrella. Those skilled masters will hold the brush. A stroke carefully sketched out a variety of beautiful patterns, whether it is flowers, birds, fish and insects or landscape figures. Every detail is handled properly, as if these images can come out of the umbrella surface at any time. That's why there are these exquisite oil paper umbrellas that you are seeing now. Li Hua and Xiao Fei stood by the side, listening to the shopkeeper's explanation with full attention. They were deeply attracted by this traditional craft, and unknowingly immersed in it. Chapter 74 3 Square and 7 Alleys. 3. Xiao Fei couldn't help but pick up another oil paper umbrella painted with landscapes and gently turn it to admire it. Her mouth couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, this one is too good looking too. It feels like it's like a real landscape painting." Hearing Xiao Fei's words, Li Hua also came over to scrutinize it carefully, and then said to Xiao Fei with a smile, "Why don't we just buy 2 of them and take them back as a souvenir of this trip? Every time we see these oil paper umbrellas in the future, we will be able to remember the good times we had here today." Hearing this, Xiao Fei's face immediately blossomed into a bright smile, and she nodded her head in agreement without hesitation. After buying the exquisite oil paper umbrellas, Li Hua and Little Fei leisurely continued to walk around the 3 Square and 7 Alleys. Right at this moment, the originally sunny sky suddenly seemed like someone had spilled an ink bottle, and without warning, a fine, gentle rain like cow hairs began to fall. Seeing this, Xiao Fei's eyes flashed with a trace of excitement that was hard to hide, and she couldn't wait to open the oil paper umbrella that she had just bought. Just like a blooming flower blossoming in the drizzle, she said with a happy face, "Aya, this rain came at the right time. It's just right for us to feel the romance of strolling down this ancient alley in the rain." Hearing this, the corner of Li Hua's mouth couldn't help but rise slightly, revealing a doting smile. He reached out his hand and gently took another equally exquisite oil paper umbrella from Little Fei's hand, then naturally walked side by side with Little Fei. The wisps of rain seemed like elves, lightly drifting down, gently tapping on the smooth surface of the oil paper umbrella, emitting a subtle and crisp sound, just like a wonderful piece of music played by nature. The 2 of them walked quietly under the accompaniment of this melodious melody, enjoying this rare piece in beauty. Unconsciously, they slowly walked to the front of an ancient tea house. Li Hua raised his eyes and after a brief reflection, he turned his head to Fei, who was beside him, and softly suggested, "My dear, why don't we go in and drink a cup of hot tea? And in the meantime, how about dodging the rain that's gradually getting denser and denser?" Xiao Fei nodded slightly, indicating her approval of this idea. So, the 2 of them smiled at each other and walked hand in hand into the tea house that was filled with the faint aroma of tea. They slowly pushed open the ancient door and stepped into the tea house. As soon as they entered, a light tea fragrance rose like light smoke, lingering at the tip of their noses, as if bringing them into a peaceful tea garden. Xiao Air was full of smiles and warmly greeted them. After slightly bowing and saluting, he led them through the bustling crowd to a window seat. This place had a wide view, overlooking the bustle and hustle of the street scene, while the quietness of the room made people feel extraordinarily at ease. Li Hua leisurely sat down, his eyes sweeping over the menu, eventually resting on a local specialty tea. He smiled and signaled to the junior, and soon, a steaming pot of tea was carefully brought up. The teapot was chicly shaped, with exquisite patterns painted on the body, as if telling a long-ago story. Xiao Fei gently lifted the teapot and elegantly poured a cup each for herself and Li Hua. She first approached the mouth of the cup, closed her eyes and took a deep breath, feeling the fresh tea fragrance. Then, she gently took a small sip, letting the tea slowly dissipate on her tongue. A moment later, she opened her eyes flashed with surprise, and she couldn't help but exclaim, "This tea is really fragrant and mellow." Just as the 2 of them were immersed in this wonderful tea aroma, a clamor came from the side. It turned out that the next table sitting a few guests are happily talking about some mysterious legends about the 3 Square and 7 Alleys. Those legends seemed to carry the traces of the years, full of fantastical colors, attracting people around them to listen with sidelong glances. These words seemed to carry an invisible magic, quickly attracted the attention of Li Hua and Xiao Fei. The 2 coincidentally looked at each other, their eyes flashed with curiosity and excitement, and then as if pulled by an irresistible force, they couldn't help but slowly approach the next table, only to see one of the guests dancing. Colorful narrative, you do not know in this huge 3 Square 7 Alleys, there is an extremely mysterious mansion. Whenever there is a full moon, a strange and creepy sound will come out from the mansion. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fei's curiosity was immediately aroused, and she couldn't wait to ask, "Oh, is this true or not? What kind of sound would that be?" Her big watery eyes stared at the guest who spoke, looking forward to the moment when the answer would be revealed. But the guest was playing a mystery. He mysteriously lowered his voice, as if he was afraid of being heard by something unknown, and slowly said, "About this sound. Some people claim that it sounds like a woman's sorrowful cry, others insist that it is the angry horn of the wind as it whistles by. As for what exactly the sound is, but no one can say clearly understand yo." Standing on the side of Li Hua could not help but slightly frown, put forward his own heart doubts. Could it be that some people with ulterior motives intentionally made up to scare people, right? However, before his words fell, another guest hurriedly shook his head and waved his hands, eagerly arguing, "This is definitely not made up. Many people have heard this strange sound with their own ears." Xiao Fei frowned skeptically and said, "Gee, it sounds really scary, but maybe there exists some reasonable explanation for this," she said while gently shaking her head, as if she still had reservations about this claim. Li Hua, who was standing on the side, nodded thoughtfully in agreement. "Well, that's true. Perhaps it's just a strange sound produced by the wind as it passes through a special terrain, or some other common sound in nature that has ended up being misrepresented as this bizarre." He calmly analyzed the possibilities, trying to explain this creepy legend with rational thinking. However, the guests were not the least bit moved, and still retorted with a serious and certain face, "You guys mustn't disbelieve it. You must know that this legend has been circulating for a long time, and it is by no means an empty rumor." They looked at each other as if they could see the light of conviction in each other's eyes. Just as the crowd was arguing, the owner of the tea house slowly paced over, only to see his face with a kind smile, said softly, "Guests, the legend is just a legend. Do not take it seriously. However, because of the existence of these legends, on the contrary, let us this 3 square 7 lanes more so a few mysterious and unpredictable color it." After saying that, also winked at everyone, leading to the people present have a heartfelt smile. After listening to the boss's words, Li Hua and Xiao Fei looked at each other and also followed with a relieved smile. The originally tense and heavy atmosphere instantly became relaxed and happy. Without realizing it, the rain outside the window gradually stopped. The raindrops no longer knocked on the window. Instead, the fresh and pleasant air after the rain slowly drifted into the house through the doorway. Li Hua looked up at the sky, turned his head to Xiao Fei and said, "Let's go. The rain has stopped. We should leave here and continue to stroll around the story-filled 3 square and 7 alleys." So, the two of them stood up, said goodbye to the owner of the tea house, and then walked out of the tea house with a brisk pace, and merged into the ancient and charming streets. Chapter 75 Looking at History. Early lights. Li Hua and Xiao Fei's stomachs rumbled after they left Sanfang Qishang Alley. Li Hua said, "There's a restaurant with a good reputation in this neighborhood. Let's try it." Little Fei readily agreed. They came to the restaurant and found a seat by the window. The waiter enthusiastically handed over the menu. Li Hua ordered a signature braised pork. Xiao Fei chose a steamed fish. Not long after, the dishes were served one after another. Braised pork red color, aroma, steamed fish tender and delicious. Let a person's appetite. Xiao Fei picked up a piece of fish and praised it. "This fish is really delicious. The meat is especially tender." Li Hua smiled and said, "You eat more." Just as they were eating, the conversation of the guests at the table next to them caught their attention. The guests at that table were heard saying that they were going to the Lin Zexu Memorial and Museum in the afternoon. When Li Hua and Xiao Fei heard this, they looked at each other and their hearts were moved. Li Hua said, "Why don't we follow suit this afternoon?" Xiao Fei readily agreed. "Yeah, it's just the right time to go and feel a bit of history and culture." So, they and the table of guests together to Lin Zexu Memorial Hall. Once into the Memorial Hall, the solemn atmosphere came. They seriously visit the various exhibition halls to understand Lin Zexu's life story and great contributions. Into the Lin Zexu Memorial Hall. The first eye is a tall bronze statue of Lin Zexu, his eyes firm, solemn. Li Hua and Xiao Fei slowly approached with reverence. In the exhibition hall, a vivid picture shows the Lin Zexu human smoke suppression feat. The rolling smoke seems to be in front of us. Xiao Fei looked at the pictures and couldn't help but sigh. Lin Zexu was really a national hero. His courage and determination is admirable. They continued on and saw Lin Zexu's calligraphy. The brushwork was strong, revealing his integrity and perseverance. Li Hua softly read the introduction next to it. Lin Zexu not only had great achievements in anti-smoking, his literary attainments were also very high. In one of the display cabinets, there is a model of the tools used in the human smoking ceremony. Li Hua carefully observed and said, "It's hard to imagine how shocking the scene was at that time." Walking to the backyard of the memorial hall, where there is a peaceful garden, as if telling the tranquility after Lin Zexu's dramatic life. After coming out of Lin Zexu Memorial Hall, Li Hua and Xiao Fei hoofed it to the museum. As soon as they stepped into the door of the museum, the spacious and bright hall let them feel the strong cultural atmosphere. They first came to the ancient civilization section, where there were many exquisite bronzes on display, some of which were in a simple and solemn shape, while others were carved with exquisite patterns. Xiaofei was attracted by a bronze tripod. She marveled, "This tripod looks so imposing. I can imagine the importance of it in ancient rituals." Next, they came to the ceramic exhibition area. The display cabinets were filled with porcelains from various dynasties, from the brilliant and colorful Tang 3 colors to the plain and gentle celadon of the Song dynasty to the exquisite blue and white porcelain of the Ming and Qing dynasties. Li Hua cannot help but marvel, these porcelains are really beautiful. Each piece is the crystallization of art. In the calligraphy and painting exhibition area, a painting and calligraphy of celebrities let them linger. Some calligraphy dragon flying phoenix dance. Some paintings are delicate, as if it can let people into the author's state of mind at that time. Then they came to the folklore exhibition area, where local traditional handicrafts and folk customs were displayed. An exquisite paper cutting work caught Xiaofei's eye, and she said, "This paper cutting craft is really skillful." When they walked to the modern exhibition area, they saw many objects and photos reflecting the changes of the times and felt the rapid development of society. As night fell and the lights came on, Li Hua and Xiaofei came to Fudao. The Fudao road winds and twists like a huge dragon coiled in the mountains. The lights on both sides of the road were soft and cozy, illuminating their way forward. They stepped onto the blessed road, and under their feet were hollowed-out steel grill plates. Through the gaps they could see the woods below and the lights of the city in the distance. The breeze brought a gust of grass and trees. Xiaofei excitedly pointed to the distance and said, "Look, the lights are so beautiful, like stars sprinkled on the ground." Li Hua smiled and responded, "Yes, the night view of the city from here has a different flavor." As they walked, they came to a viewing platform. There were quite a few tourists on the platform taking pictures and others were quietly enjoying the night view. Li Hua and Xiaofei stood at the edge of the platform, overlooking the entire city. The streets of traffic and the lights of the skyscrapers were intertwined, forming a beautiful picture. Xiaofei sighed, "On a night like this, walking on the blessed road, it feels like all the worries have been thrown to the clouds." Li Hua took Xiaofei's hand and the two of them continued to stroll along the blessed path. At this moment, a melodious flute sound came from the side, echoing in the night sky. They followed the sound and saw an old man sitting on a bench by the side of the road playing the flute. The tune was sometimes cheerful, sometimes melodious, as if telling a moving story. Xiaofei quietly listened with a touching gleam in her eyes. Li Hua, on the other hand, gently wrapped his arm around her shoulders, immersing themselves in this wonderful music together. When the old man finished playing, Li Hua and Fei could not help but applaud and praise. The old man smiled and nodded to them. Continuing on, they saw some wishing tags hanging from a tree by the roadside, swaying gently in the wind. Fei curiously approached and looked at the writing on the wishing cards and said, "These wishes are all so beautiful." Li Hua smiled and said, "Why don't we write one too?" So they bought wishing cards from a small store nearby, wrote down their wishes, and hung them on the tree. After hanging the wishing sign, they continued walking on the blessed path. Suddenly, gorgeous fireworks bloomed in the sky, and the colorful light illuminated the whole night sky. Fei cried out in surprise, "It's so beautiful." Li Hua looked at the sky and sighed, "It's as beautiful as our experience today." After the fireworks, they arrived at a resting pavilion in Fudao. There was a young couple sharing snacks in the pavilion, and when they saw Li Hua and Fei come in, they enthusiastically handed over some. Li Hua and Fei thanked them and took the snacks and chatted with them. It turned out that the couple had also come to Fudao to enjoy the tranquility and beauty of the night. They had a great time talking to each other, and in the resting pavilion, they were excited to share their stories. The couple recounted their romantic experience of meeting and falling in love, while Li Hua told interesting stories about his work, and Fei shared what she had seen and heard during her travels. Unconsciously, the night got deeper. We all looked at the time and realized that it was time to go back to rest. So, they smiled at each other and said good night. Li Hua and Fei walked side by side on their way back to the hotel, the evening breeze blowing against their faces, bringing a slight coolness. Today was really special, Fei said softly. Li Hua nodded his head in agreement. Yeah, the people and things we met were unforgettable. Back in the hotel room, Xiaofei simply washed up and lay down on the cozy bed, quickly entering sweet dreams. Li Hua, on the other hand, leaned on the bed and looked at Xiaofei, thinking about the experiences of this day, a smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 76 Traveling to Hangzhou. Early the next morning, Li Hua and Fei packed their bags and prepared to leave. Li Hua dialed the phone number of the director of the tourism bureau. "Hello director, sorry to bother you. We had an appointment to have dinner together yesterday, but we have to leave today. There's a change in our itinerary." "Let me tell you," the director on the other end of the phone said with slight regret. "Oops, what a coincidence. Then I wish you a safe trip. Welcome to come back next time." Li Hua hastily thanked. "Okay, thank you director. You are busy with you. Goodbye." From Fuzhou to Hangzhou West Lake. The whole journey takes about 7 or 8 hours, a distance of more than 600 kilometers. According to the plan, we are expected to arrive at the destination in the afternoon. At this moment, the vehicle is speeding along the Zhuyong Highway. Looking through the window, we can see the scenery along the way like a flowing picture scroll, rapidly receding backward. Sitting on the passenger seat, Xiaofei gazed out the window with unblinking eyes, her beautiful eyes flashing with excitement and anticipation. Muttering, "I really don't know how beautiful the West Lake will really be." Li Hua, who was driving by the side, couldn't help but show a smile on his face when he heard this. He turned his head to look at Fei and said softly, "I've heard about it for a long time. It's said that the West Lake has a picturesque scenery all year round, and that no matter when you go to visit, you'll be able to appreciate its unique charm and flavor." In this way, the two of them talked and laughed on the way, happily chatting about all kinds of beautiful imagination about the West Lake. They sometimes discussed the old buildings by the West Lake, and sometimes thought about the peaceful atmosphere they could feel when strolling by the lake. As time went by, the car drove smoothly onto the Zhuyong Highway. The wide road seemed like a huge black dragon, winding its way into the distance. The black asphalt road surface looks extraordinarily smooth and solid, as if it had been carefully polished, while the white traffic markings are clear and eye-catching, as if embedded in the road of the Silver Line, guiding the vehicle to move forward. On both sides of the highway, there are rolling hills and lush trees like a sea of green. From time to time, you can see the steep peaks towering, and sometimes there are gentle mountain slopes stretching. The sunlight pours through the gaps in the leaves, creating a patchwork of light and shadow. In the distant valleys, a thin mist rises, like a dream, adding a bit of mysterious color to the mountains. Roadside berm, full of colorful wildflowers, the breeze, the flowers gently swaying, as if to the passing vehicles. Vehicles speeding past, bringing up a gust of wind, blowing the roadside grass rustling. Xiaofei leisurely leaned back in her seat, gazing through the car window, enjoying the ever-changing charming scenery outside with interest. Just at this moment, an ear-piercing sound suddenly rang out, breaking the tranquility, only to see an extremely cool sports car speeding past them like lightning, instantly disappearing at the end of the road, leaving only a deafening roar of the engine echoing in the air. Xiaofei was stunned by this sudden scene. She couldn't help but exclaim out loud, "Wow, that car is simply too cool." When Li Hua heard her admiration, he just smiled slightly and said softly, "It's not safe to drive so fast." Time passed quietly, and before long, the originally clear sky gradually became gloomy, and the heavy dark clouds began to rapidly gather together as if summoned by some mysterious force. In the blink of an eye, bean-sized raindrops were like pearls with broken strings, pouring down, ruthlessly smashing on top of the car windows, emitting loud crackling noises. Li Hua hurriedly turned on the windshield wiper and slowly slowed down the speed of the car. At this time, the highway in the rain seemed to be covered by a layer of gauze, appearing a little hazy and unclear. A car has lit up the lights. These lights are intertwined, like a flowing band of light. In this misty world winding forward, Xiaofei gazed ahead with a worried face and murmured, "I really don't know when this rain will stop." Li Hua turned her head and gently reassured her, "Don't worry too much. I don't think it will last too long." Fortunately, as Li Hua said, the rain came and went quickly. It didn't take long for the rain to subside, and eventually it slowly stopped. The sky, like a child who had just woken up, slowly opened its bright eyes, and the warm sunlight pierced through the layers of clouds and generously showered down on the wet pavement. Those crystal clear raindrops in the sunlight refracted colorful light, like a bright and dazzling jewel, the whole world decorated like a dream. The fresh air comes to the face, making people feel extraordinarily comfortable. Xiaofei couldn't help but open the car window and took a deep breath of the air with the fragrance of the soil after the rain. As the car continued to move forward, the roadside appeared a golden yellow rice paddies. The breeze, rice ears gently swaying, as if a golden sea flooded layers of waves. In the distant village, rising smoke, adding a bit of fireworks to the picture. After a long period of time, Li Hua drove the car slowly forward, and suddenly realized that there seemed to be something wrong not far ahead. When the car closer to some, only to see the original as a cool sports car somehow actually crashed into the roadside guardrail. Li Hua saw the situation will be driving their own car steadily parked on the side of the road, and sitting in the passenger seat with the small Fei hurriedly got out of the car, and at the fastest speed towards the accident sports car dashed to. Running close to the front, Li Hua carefully reached out to pull open the car door, only to see that the driver inside the car was full of pain. His legs were firmly stuck by the deformed body of the car, unable to move the slightest bit. Xiaofei reacted extremely quickly. She hurriedly opened her bag and took out an unopened bottle of mineral water from it, then handed it to the driver and softly said, "Sir, please drink some water first. Don't be too nervous." On Li Hua's side, he carefully observed the driver's injuries with full concentration. At the same time, he also used a gentle and low voice to comfort the driver. "Please don't worry about it. I've just dialed 120 to call an ambulance." it won't take long for them to arrive here. At this moment, everyone noticed that the driver's forehead is constantly seeping blood, which can be Xiao Fei was anxious. She immediately took out a clean handkerchief from her bag and gently pressed the driver's forehead wound, hoping to help him stop bleeding as much as possible. Meanwhile, Li Hua was not idle. He began to look around the perimeter of the accident scene, wanting to find something that could be used to support the body of the car and prevent the driver's body from being crushed even further. Be sure to hold on, my friend, trust us, you'll be fine. Li Hua kept cheering at the driver for a moment, giving him moral support and encouragement. At this exact moment, one after another, there were other passing vehicles around that stopped their steps because of this sudden car accident. Some people took the initiative to come forward to help maintain the traffic order at the scene, others were equally enthusiastic to take out the first aid kits and other emergency supplies from their own cars. Xiao Fei anxiously looked toward the end of the road, hoping for the ambulance to arrive soon. Finally, the siren of the ambulance could be heard from afar, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 77 The Legend of West Lake. After the ambulance arrived, the paramedics quickly started the rescue. They skillfully used professional tools to carefully free the injured driver from the car and carry him on a stretcher. Li Hua and Xiao Fei assisted the paramedics by helping to pass some medical supplies. After the driver was carefully lifted onto the ambulance, several well-trained paramedics quickly gathered around and began to carry out a preliminary examination and emergency treatment on him. With a worried face, Xiao Fei came forward and anxiously inquired, "Doctor, may I ask what his current condition is?" That doctor frowned slightly and replied with an unusually serious expression. "As of now, the patient's vital signs are still stable for the time being, but there are still some potential risks, so it is necessary to send him to the hospital as soon as possible to receive a more comprehensive and in-depth examination as well as subsequent professional treatment." Li Hua and Fei, who were standing on the side, watched as the ambulance flashed its warning lights, accompanied by the ear-piercing sirens, and sped away as fast as the wind, until it disappeared at the end of the road. The two gazes for a long time could not be withdrawn, the heart coincidentally and silently, expecting him to be able to successfully pass through this calamity. At this time, a few traffic police came quickly. To Li Hua and Xiao Fei detailed understanding of the whole incident happened. They listened attentively to the two narratives, while nodding from time to time to record the relevant information. After all the information was clearly understood, the traffic policemen gave Li Hua and Xiao Fei a grateful look and sincerely expressed their gratitude, praising them for stepping forward at the critical moment and giving timely and vital help to the injured. After everything was properly handled, Li Hua and Fei slowly turned around and returned to their car with slightly heavy steps. The sudden accident they had just experienced was like a heavy boulder pressing on their hearts, making the originally relaxed and happy mood instantly become a bit depressing and heavy. However, at the same time, through this special experience, they also realized the fragility and preciousness of life more deeply, so that they knew more and more to cherish every journey and feel the beauty of life with their hearts. After a long drive, Li Hua and Xiao Fei finally arrived at the West Lake in Hangzhou, which they had longed for. The moment they stepped out of the car, the picturesque scenery in front of them instantly shocked them deeply. The sparkling surface of the lake was like a huge mirror, and under the brilliant sunlight, it sparkled with dazzling golden light, as if countless bright stars had fallen into it. Far away, the distant green hills rolling around this beautiful lake, some of them towering into the clouds, some winding, different forms, and the lake reflect each other, constituting a wonderful landscape painting. The bank of the willow, tender green willow slender and soft, with the breeze gently flick, as green silk ribbon in the air dancing. As the breeze swept by, the willow branches swayed gently, as if a group of graceful maidens were warmly waving to them. Li Hua and Xiao Fei held hands and slowly strolled along the lake, enjoying the fresh and pleasant air and the rare tranquil atmosphere. Not far away, a small and exquisite boat floated leisurely on the calm lake, and the boatmen at the bow waved their oars leisurely, making a beautiful watermark. Looking at the breathtaking scenery in front of her, Xiao Fei couldn't help but cheer excitedly. "Wow, this scenery is just too beautiful. It's almost like a carefully painted scroll." Li Hua on the side smiled and nodded, responding softly, "That's right, why don't we go to the broken bridge first? There might even be more unexpected surprises." Thus, the two of them walked towards the direction of the broken bridge with great anticipation. When they got closer, they realized that the bridge had already been crowded with tourists from all over the world, and everyone was attracted by this ancient bridge full of legends. Stopping to take pictures, Li Hua and Xiao Fei managed to squeeze to a slightly more spacious place to stand firm, and then stood shoulder to shoulder, quietly gazing at the distant mountains and vast and boundless lake, and for a time was intoxicated and unable to extricate themselves. At this very moment, a hale and hearty old man with a kind face slowly walked towards Li Hua and little Fei. He was seen walking steadily, wearing a plain-colored tunic, and had an exquisite walking stick in his hand. When he reached the two of them, he stopped and took the initiative to greet them. "Young people, Do you know what kind of moving legend is hidden behind this broken bridge? Hearing the old man's words, Li Hua and little Fei immediately became interested and coincidentally cast their eyes towards this unfamiliar yet friendly old man. The old man smiled faintly and began to narrate without slowing down. Legend has it that Su Xian and the beautiful and kind-hearted white lady met here. And since then a poignant love story that has been celebrated for thousands of years and is touching to the eyes has begun. Xiao Fei listened attentively to the old man's narration. Immersed in the distant and romantic legend, she couldn't help but let out a heartfelt exclamation. Wow! It's really so romantic and so legendary. The old man nodded his head with a smile on his face, expressing his approval of Xiao Fei's sentiments. Then he gently turned around and slowly stepped away until he disappeared into the crowd. Li Hua and little Fei did not leave the broken bridge immediately, but chose to stay here for a few more moments. They stood there quietly, closed their eyes, and felt with their hearts the strong historical flavor that permeated the surroundings as well as the unique charm brought by that stirring legend. At this moment, the old man had just finished telling the legend about the broken bridge. Li Hua and Fei's thoughts had already been like a wild horse, being deeply brought into that ancient and romantic story situation. Xiao Fei gazed at the sparkling lake in front of her, could not help but murmur, I really do not know when Su Xian and the white lady met, whether it is also like today's breeze and warm, sunny. Li Hua tenderly reached out and gently held little Fei's slender, soft little hand, responding softly, perhaps, but I think the encounter between them must have been even more full of drama and mysterious and unpredictable colors than we imagined. They stood there in silence, the clamor of the tourists around them seeming to fade away, leaving them immersed in their reverie of the legend. As the breeze blew by, Fei's hair fluttered gently, and Li Hua carefully helped her stroke it behind her ear. After a while, Li Hua broke the silence. My dear, let's take another walk along the lake. Maybe we can find more beautiful scenery. Fei smiled and nodded, and the two walked down the broken bridge hand in hand.